Chapter 1. Young Emperor Gil, Governance from the Imperial Ancestral Temple. In Luoyang City of the Han Dynasty, deep within the palace, young Emperor Gil, eyes brimming with tears, was sprawled on the lap of Cordelia He, dressed in opulent attire and retaining her graceful charm. Present-day college student Gil had successfully transported himself into the body of the young Emperor Gil at the end of the Han Dynasty due to a comment he made, "If I were there, I could do it too." At this moment, the young emperor had just ascended to the throne, but fell suddenly ill, leaving doctors at a loss for a cure. "What's wrong with my son?" Janie asked sharply, questioning aloud. The late emperor didn't like your foolish son anyway. It might be better to abdicate early and establish Ian as emperor." Cordelia Dowager Dong emerged with Gil's younger brother, Ian, followed closely by a retinue of eunuchs. This scene prompted Amerigo to ignore court etiquette and enter the hall in full armor. Audacious. Does Cordelia Dowager wish to stage a coup with the eunuchs? Amerigo glared fiercely. As the current de facto military power controller of the Han, he temporarily held sway over Cordelia Dowager Dong and the eunuchs. During his days, memories of the original occupant began to merge with Gil. By the time he realized it, tensions in the hall were at an all-time high, ready to erupt. Prince Bohai, acting normally after the late emperor's death? Amerigo unsheathed his sword slightly, instantly shifting blame onto Ian. The eunuchs behind Cordelia Dowager Dong retreated in fear at the sight. Missing the late emperor? Yes, this is the perfect excuse. What a genius I am. A gleam of joy flashed across Gil's eyes. He immediately raised the jade seal, declaring, "Prepare to visit the Imperial Ancestral Temple." Among the eunuchs, only Hayward maintained a close relationship with Gil. He knelt suspiciously, accepting the decree. The tense atmosphere was dispelled by Gil's sudden command. Everyone followed him, curious about his intentions. Holding the jade seal, Gil entered the ancestral temple swiftly, passing statues of previous emperors until he stopped before Emperor Luisgu Luxio's statue. Looking back at the crowd, Gil knelt before the statue. "Grandson comes here upon orders. Does grandfather really want to teach me?" "Great." As Gil knelt and prayed, he conversed with himself, scaring everyone away. "Hayward, dismiss everyone. The ancestors have revealed that they will teach me statecraft here. From now on, you shall be the chief eunuch. Serve me here." To Hayward, Gil was just a 10-year-old boy, usually still childish in speech. But now, his words were logical and clear, unlike the former uneducated Gil. Cordelia Dowager Dong and Amerigo watched Gil alone in the temple, holding the jade seal, laughing and nodding as if learning something. Nonsense. How can this happen? Cordelia Dowager Dong wanted to barge in, but Hayward blocked her path. Ridiculous. Though you are Cordelia Dowager, you must remain in the palace as a woman. You cannot enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple without imperial decree. Turning sharply, Gil wielded the jade seal, which emitted faint national fortune, enhancing his presence. Scared stiff, Cordelia Dowager Dong stumbled backward along with Ian. Seeing the triumphant Amerigo beside her, she knew the opportunity had passed and carried Ian back to their quarters. That night, Gil stayed in the Ancestral Temple under surveillance from various factions. By the next day, rumors spread that Emperor Luisgu was teaching Gil governance. However, no ministers came to pay homage. "So much for my authority." Stretching lazily, Gil saw figures moving outside the temple. It was Cordelia He and Amerigo barging in despite Hayward's attempts to stop them. "Rude. Kneel down." Spirit lifted, Gil knew Cordelia Dowager Dong's spies were among the crowd. He needed to treat everyone equally. As midday approached, warm sunlight streamed in through windows, blending Gil with Emperor Luisgu's statue. In recognition of his meritorious service and loyalty to the throne, he shall forfeit 1 year's salary. If this happens again, his head will roll. Proclaim this decree to all officials and issue a public announcement to the citizens of Luoyang. After Gil finished speaking, the three of them were stunned, standing frozen in place. Could these be my son's words? Cordelia, he looked at her son in disbelief. Right now, Gil seemed nothing like the weak and timid child he used to be. Could it really be that the spirit of our Han ancestors has blessed him? The thought brought her immense joy as a mother, and she no longer cared about her brother's nervous sweating beside her. Is this truly my foolish nephew? Amerigo was also puzzled, but as he gazed at the shadow of Emperor Luisgu fused with Gil, a wave of terror overwhelmed him, and he immediately knelt down, accepting the imperial edict with gratitude. After all, the title of Grand Mage was legendary. The meteorite incident had left an indelible mark on every Han subject's mind. This was precisely why Gil chose Emperor Luisgu. The more prestigious the backing, the better. Seeing this, Hayward quickly retreated, drafted the decree as Gil instructed, and respectfully handed it over to him. Gil, being a modern college student who had studied calligraphy, was familiar with clerical script. He carefully read through it, finding no discrepancies. Then, as he pressed the silk fabric firmly with his fingers, he eyed Hayward's story. Gil's gaze sharpened. Seeing that he had gained enough advantage, he turned to look at Amerigo. From this moment on, he would change the fate of the Han dynasty. "Uncle, I have a task entrusted to me by the late Emperor Luisgu, which I need you to carry out." Amerigo swallowed hard. "Please instruct, your majesty." "Emperor Luisgu told me about 2 capable individuals with extraordinary martial skills who can serve as imperial tutors. One of them is General Aaron, the former Hua by general under the late emperor, hailing from Liaodong's Yanshan. The other one is Donnie from Xiangyang in Jingzhou. He is a renowned spear master known as the Divine Spear Wanderer." After saying this, Gil turned away, aware that his youthful appearance could undermine his authority. Understood. But what special skills do these two possess to gain the favor of the late emperor? Amerigo felt somewhat displeased. These two have no interest in politics, but excel in swordsmanship and spear combat. "Uncle, you don't need to worry. They will serve as military instructors under your command if found." Gil smiled and waved his hand, signaling Amerigo to leave. Amerigo was overjoyed. Recruiting people personally who could be teachers for the emperor while serving under him was a great trust indeed. You previously refused adamantly. This is a different time, mother. You've been working hard these past days. By the way, don't press Cordelia Dowager Dong too much to avoid unnecessary talk. My younger brother, Ian, is still young and should stay in the palace. Janie stared at her son, fully believing his claims. Mother, I will suspend court sessions for 10 days. In your spare time, you can invite the families of ministers, led by Emeric and Oren, to show goodwill and win their support. Janie immediately asked for an explanation, feeling she couldn't keep up with Gil's plans. When the late emperor reigned, he favored eunuchs over scholars. As I just ascended the throne, I need your help to win their hearts and loyalty. Gil explained, bowing deeply to Janie. My son, I would gladly die for you. Why speak such formalities? Tears welled up in Janie's eyes. She felt both her son's wisdom and filial piety and resolved to stand firmly behind him. By noon, after Janie left, Gil, exhausted from his performance, fell asleep on the mat at the feet of Emperor Louisgua's statue. Coincidentally or by destiny, the wind at midnight blew aside the curtain, hanging one end in Emperor Louisgua's statue hand and the other draped over Gil. Startled, the two elders dropped their swords and knelt in silence. Hayward, entering at the right moment, was also startled and knelt. 2. Excellencies, since you have business, why not wake the emperor? Hayward spoke cautiously. Humph, you're the eunuch. This duty falls to you. Emeric glanced at Hayward. Gil, awakening with hunger, asked, where is Hayward? The two elders looked at Hayward, smiling. I'm here, your majesty. It's dinner time. Prepare extra portions so our loyal subjects won't go hungry. Hayward, delighted, hurried out. Upon hearing this, Emeric and Oren prostrated themselves. We trespassed into the temple at night. A grave disrespect. Gil had heard their noise outside and woke up promptly, maintaining this dramatic scene. Have you read the edict penalizing Amerigo? Sitting upright, Gil pulled the curtain further onto himself. We have. They didn't dare look up. I offer you 2 paths, exile or... Gil prolonged his words. The second choice. We choose the second. The world today is in turmoil, with remnants of the Yellow Turban rebels yet to be completely eradicated. Local governors have seen a significant increase in power and may have ulterior motives. These 2 elderly officials are renowned, but lack the fall of the empire? Your Majesty, we understand your suffering. Emeric, moved by Gil's tears, felt warmth in his heart, clutching his hands tightly as he wept. Beside him, Oren was also touched to tears. Who would have thought that our young emperor possesses such insight? The Han dynasty has hope. Hold on, you're not getting emotional over nothing. Didn't you get the hint that I need money and manpower? Gil thought, coming up with a plan. Well, looks like I have to be more direct. #### chapter continuation. Gil adjusted his expression, deciding to use a stronger approach to ensure his message was clear. He took a deep breath and began to lay out his intentions more explicitly. Indeed, our country faces unprecedented challenges. Yet, without capable ministers and adequate resources, even the most noble aspirations cannot be realized. Therefore, I urgently need the support of wise and capable men like yourselves to help stabilize the realm. What say you? Emeric and Oren, moved by Gil's earnest plea, bowed deeply. We shall devote ourselves entirely to serving your majesty and the Han dynasty. Gil smiled inwardly, knowing he had successfully swayed them. Excellent, now let us discuss how we can work together to restore the glory of the Han. Seeing Hayward so understanding, Gil nodded with satisfaction. Upon hearing they were to be sent to Yuzhou and realizing Hayward had preempted their bargaining leverage, the 2 elderly men could only grind their teeth in frustration. I, of course, wish to relieve your majesty's worries. But may I ask where these funds will be used? Emeric asked first. In a dream, Emperor Louisgu advised me that our long-standing examination system is imperfect. We could draw inspiration from the Jixia Academy of the ancient state of Qi to attract talents from all over the country. Gil's words were extremely subtle. If this were purely his idea, the 2 old men would have countered with arguments about violating ancestral rules, or that reform should not disrupt stability. However, by attributing this idea to Emperor Louisgu, they felt he was playing an unexpected card and struggled to respond. Your Majesty, if this truly came from Emperor Louisgu, do you not believe me? Your subject dares not. Gil coldly snorted. Let me be clear with you. In our court, officials are mostly from noble families. Do you think they are truly qualified? Involving you in this matter aims to set an example. Firstly, it indirectly lifts the late emperor's ban on scholars. Secondly, it provides common students with opportunities to rise. Rang, I vouched for you before my uncle, but assassination attempts against Grand General aren't easily resolved. When I asked you to reveal your accomplices, it wasn't to trap you, but to ensure your survival. Can you understand that? If you prefer not to, take the other attendants and leave the capital quickly. Yuzhou seems nice, spacious, and sparsely populated, perfect for retirement. Hearing this, Hayward's face twitched. Like civil officials, eunuchs feared being dispatched outside the capital. Once gone, they were defenseless targets. Even if my uncle doesn't act, his subordinates in the Shiyuan camp will push for credit. I cannot hold them off forever. Seeing Hayward remain silent, Gil smiled, kicked over the table on purpose, and cried out, ouch! Sire, cherish your health. Remove the blind table, Hayward yelled, seizing the chance to shift the topic. No need. Where will we put the food? Doesn't Attendant Zhang know such simple truths? Would I sit on the floor like a beggar? This struck Hayward with a chill down his spine. He understood Gil's intention clearly. Bring me my sword. The serving eunuch promptly presented Gil's imperial sword. Gil slowly drew the blade. It flashed with a cold light, but got stuck on one leg of the overturned table. Indeed, clumsiness remains clumsiness. Despite his internal commentary, Gil kept striking until the 9th blow finally severed the leg. Thanks to the little eunuch's support, the table did not topple. Gil sheathed the sword and balanced the table by placing its broken leg on Hayward's knee, steadying it perfectly. Minister, I've gained insight. Please enlighten me further. Speak freely. I am your loyal hound, but a hound that harms must be controlled yet not entirely removed. Only those who are too corrupt or foolish must be eliminated, thus ensuring guilt without removing the benefit. Good, very good. Another point, as Emperor, I always need hounds. The remaining ones are clever and devoted, aiding my hunt. Delighted, Gil patted Hayward's shoulder. After all, anyone leading the 10 attendants wouldn't be unintelligent. Your Majesty's wisdom overwhelms me. Hayward pledges loyalty as a lone minister. To prevent the table from toppling, Hayward knelt awkwardly. I know your loyalty. Exposing accomplices for justice ensures no one can impeach the attendants. Gil indicated he was full. Hayward felt both fear and relief. Fearful of Gil's sudden political acumen. Relieved that he didn't involve himself in protecting Ian. You're intelligent, but do not overestimate yourself. My uncle left behind the Shiyuan soldiers when he departed. After Hayward left, only Price and Gil remained in the hall. Gil gestured for Price to come closer. As soon as Price sat down, Gil dismissed the little eunuchs supporting the table. Just as the long table began to tilt, Gil promptly propped it on Price's legs, achieving 2 goals at once. How could someone like Price fail to understand Gil's intention? Though he grasped it, he was deeply shocked by Gil's move. Minister Kermit, Emperor Louis Wu enlightened me. He told me you are a pillar of the state. Unfortunately, you have not yet earned significant achievements and are associated with my uncle. Thus, I cannot easily promote you. Gil gazed at Price's handsome face, speaking slowly. Before coming here, I heard of your Majesty's extraordinary experiences, but I do not believe in such supernatural tales. Price smiled faintly, lowering his eyes, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. ##### Chapter 4. Recruiting Hayward and bathing with Manuel. AI, indeed it is Prime Minister Price. It's not easy to subdue him. Let me take a risk. If I fail, I'll just find an excuse. Gil sighed inwardly upon hearing the words. Price, you were unruly from a young age and once framed your elder uncle so that he would stop disciplining you. Is this true? Gil asked, probing deeply. No problem. This imperial decree is secret. Listen closely, Kermit Manuel. Price stopped resisting and looked touched. First, I wish to establish an academic palace like Jixia Academy to attract talents beyond the noble families. I've heard that you have literary talent. Could you name it? Price instantly grasped the intent behind the question and responded swiftly. How about Hongwon? Excellent. But I want you to serve as a teacher here, though this role isn't idle. You will also lead military campaigns. Otherwise, wouldn't it waste state resources? As he spoke, Gil stripped off Price's somewhat smelly socks without showing any disdain. Subject has no accomplishments. How can I serve as a teacher? That's fine. My second task is more significant, and Kermit Manuel must handle it with utmost care. Gil gestured for Price to step into the bathtub filled with flower petals. Without resistance, Price entered, naked. Speak directly, Your Majesty. I will dedicate myself completely. Good. Although you are from a eunuch family, I know you strive to distance yourself from that identity. Now, General Amerigo wishes to eliminate the 10 attendants. I believe total eradication is too cruel. I plan to use Hayward as an informant to expose others, allowing you to make arrests. Before the bathtub arrived for Gil, he leaned on the stool beside it and said casually. Smiling at Hayward's loyalty, Gil replied, very well. After this, you should reconcile with General Amerigo to avoid causing me trouble. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. How could I ever go against your will? Pleasingly moved, Hayward felt relieved. Not only did Gil remove the sword hanging over his head, but he also won the goodwill of scholars by funding the academy. Though it involved betraying colleagues, it served the Emperor's authority and justice. With renewed confidence, Hayward left with Price for the Western Garden Camp. Phew, never watched Infernal Affairs. I wouldn't get this cryptic. Gil placed a warm towel on his face. Removing the towel, he found a youthful yet strikingly beautiful face right in front of his nose. Due to her beauty, Gil wasn't startled but rather captivated. Who are you? Your Majesty, this humble servant, Karis. My mother informed me that you have agreed to our marriage, so I came to visit. Karis knelt beside the tub. Is that so? You are my age, and yet come to the palace. It must be tough for you. Gil stood up, and several eunuchs rushed to assist him. I am not troubled, Your Majesty. I've read some books under my father's guidance. Hearing your wise decisions earlier, I believe you are a divine figure. I like you. #### Chapter 5. The Imperial attendants face justice, the National Treasury recovers. Is there anything else? Gil forcibly suppressed the strange thoughts in his heart and clutched the jade seal beside him. Kiss one more time. Karis's voice was barely audible, but Gil heard her clearly. Truly a tormenting little demon. Gil thought to himself and immediately channeled the national fortune within the jade seal to keep himself alert. After dealing with Karis, Gil began to reflect on what he had done. Inviting 2 teachers was reasonable. Even an emperor needed martial skills. With Aaron and Donnie by his side, he could cultivate more talents. Regarding Amerigo, presenting him with the heads of the eunuchs would likely pacify him, especially given their familial ties. As for Hayward, the news of his 3 escapes from the Imperial Temple must have spread throughout the capital, thoroughly aligning him with the royalists. Only Price couldn't be subdued so easily using such means. But indeed, being the emperor grants me righteousness and legitimacy, making many things much easier. Gil felt satisfied with his actions over these 2 days. However, challenges quickly emerged. The governors of various states and commanderies operate independently, nurturing ambitions that might erupt like during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, spreading across provinces if left unchecked. For now, I need to focus on strengthening my imperial power and winning the hearts of people. Your Majesty, I largely agree, but we must consider the treasury. I know, but since the position of Minister of Agriculture has been vacant since the late Emperor's reign, father-in-law, do you have a suitable candidate? If asked, I recommend Jagran Pang, from the Chen clan. He served as Minister of Agriculture under Emperor Ling and is currently Minister of Works, a fitting choice. Jimao bowed and replied. What kind of person is he? A man of few desires, seldom speaking with others. Hayward, summon Jagran Pang for an audience. After Jagran Pang assumes the role of Minister of Agriculture, Emeric will become Minister of Works, and Oren will be promoted to Doctorate Chief. Gil nodded and issued the decrees, astonishing Randall and Price with his rapid decision-making. They observed Gil's mature thinking and political acumen, far beyond that of a 10-year-old emperor. Sir Manuel, this is my father-in-law, Randall from Mingchuan. Father-in-law, this is Colonel of the Western Garden Army, Price, known as Manuel. These are my closest ministers. You should get along well. Gil took both their hands, and Randall naturally complied, while Price eagerly engaged in conversation. Soon, Jagran Pang entered. Gil waived formalities. I understand your point, Your Majesty, but there's no money. Jagran Pang, a clean and efficient official, stated bluntly. Gil respected his honesty. My apologies, Your Majesty. No harm done. The Han Dynasty has many problems. We all must strive. But, Your Majesty, there's still no money. Price, it's your turn. Gil smiled and beckoned Price. As ordered, I, Price, following the Emperor's secret decree, purged 11 eunuchs overnight. All confessed under strict interrogation, and their assets have been seized. Only the chief offenders were punished, sparing their families. Price declared boldly in the Imperial Temple. Light poured into the temple, signaling an increase in national fortune. Gil sensed this, clutching the jade seal, feeling its power grow stronger. Your Majesty, I have confiscated 10 million strings of coins, 9 million share of grain, and countless lands, antiquities, paintings, and treasures, all now in the national treasury. Gil opened his eyes. Though ancient units confused him, Randall and Jagran Pang were dumbfounded. Manuel, how long would 9 million share of grain sustain elite troops? Roughly enough for an army of 10,000 for several years. Gil nodded, understanding that an army also includes non-combatants. A true fighting force of 10,000 might total 30,000, including animals and laborers. Who knew these 11 eunuchs were wealthier than me? Gil chuckled, frightening Hayward into another prostration. Chapter 6. Gil seeks master teachers. Price and Kit Pei join audience. Hayward, once my words are spoken, even 4 horses cannot pull them back. Your past corruption and malpractice I will put on record for now. If you do not remain loyal to me in the future, all your crimes will be punished at once. Your Majesty. Thank you, thank you. Hayward was drenched in cold sweat. As a constant attendant, how could he not understand the meaning of Gil's words? His Majesty has grasped my handle, but he said no more misconduct. Does that mean he allows corruption as long as it does not harm imperial power? Gil glanced at Hayward, who was lost in thought, then ignored him. Manuel, I've kept you here because I have something to ask. The Yellow Turbans are showing signs of resurgence in various regions. How is the battle situation? Gil held Price's hand as he asked. Your Majesty, generally speaking, the regional governors are fulfilling their duties, preventing the Yellow Turbans from doing anything more than bandits would, raiding different areas. I believe this is but a minor skin disease, Price replied with bright eyes, as Gil finally asked about his most pressing concern. Continue, Manuel, I wish to hear more. I think Unkit from Liangzhou is a far greater threat to your Majesty. Oh, why so? Gil felt greatly pleased, truly befitting Chancellor Kermit. Unkit is notoriously brutal, and there are spending all his time in the temple without stepping out. Meanwhile, tales spread among the people that Gil was chosen by Emperor Louisguo and was a godlike figure. His preemptive move against the 10 eunuchs and protecting Amerigo prevented Unkit from seizing control during turmoil, leading to a noticeable rise in national fortune. One day, General Amerigo entered the temple full of joy, leading 2 old heroes. Minister Amerigo brings 2 scholars, please. Your Majesty, take a look. As a general, Amerigo naturally had informants in both military and palace circles, and he knew early on about Gil killing 11 eunuchs to protect him. Their familial bond reached its peak. Uncle, you've worked hard. Nephew wants one person from you. Anything. Your Majesty can have even my life. Amerigo agreed readily. Good. Price has helped me, and also solved a problem for Uncle. I've promised him a teaching post at the new academy, but it won't be ready for 3 years. Why not let him serve as a commander under me first? Amerigo hesitated. Is my nephew too stingy? Keeping him just as a commander without promotion? Uncle unhappy? Then give him the position of Luoyang magistrate too. Heh, perfect. But I have another matter. My subordinate Kit often advises thorough elimination, seemingly against attendant Zhang. I'm dense, please instruct. Though incompetent and dull-witted, Amerigo was devoted to family. Knowing the Emperor had already eliminated 11, I want you to widely accept disciples for the country. I have 2 disciples, James and Hart, who inherited my skills. They will serve diligently, Donnie began. What Gil really desired was Berkeley, Donnie's 3rd disciple. I haven't taken any yet, Aaron admitted with a blush. Zachary brother, don't belittle yourself. While I excel in spears, you're superior in both swordsmanship and military strategy. I'm willing to have my disciples learn from you. Really? Your Majesty. Gil nodded in agreement. Very well, I am also your disciple. Your Majesty. They had heard many tales of Gil. Now meeting him confirmed his greatness, prostrating themselves. In the meantime, please serve as my bodyguards and lead 1,000 elite soldiers each. Pardon me, Your Majesty, all military power lies with the general. Where are these 2,000 elite troops? Gil smiled. Soon, but you'll need to personally train them. Though skeptical, they trusted Gil's ability, impressed by his actions against the corrupt eunuchs. In deep conversation, Gil asked about rural matters, jotting down notes. It seems powerful clans aren't just oppressors. Indeed, Your Majesty. Many prominent families in Yingchuan do good. I can recruit capable individuals. Thus, Chapter 6 ends with Gil forging alliances and preparing for future endeavors, maintaining the narrative flow from previous events. Rushing things will only lead to resistance. It's best to slowly boil the frog so it doesn't struggle. If too many virtuous officials enter the court at once, the idle loafers will gang up and attack. The two heroes, upon hearing this, looked increasingly pleased with Gil's disciple. As they were speaking, Price and Kit arrived in the hall. After a brief salute, Kit recognized Aaron and eagerly approached him to strike up a conversation. However, as a former Tiger Guard general, Aaron was not one to lack discernment and stood straight beside Donnie on Gil's other side, completely ignoring Kit. Gil also took the opportunity to observe the few men present and remained silent, feigning the innocence of a child as he watched Kit. Kit, I reminded you on the way here. Why are you being so disrespectful? Price whispered. Price, do you really believe that a 10-year-old child can achieve such significant feats? There must be a mastermind behind him. Let's just see who is right or wrong. Have the two of you finished talking? Gil asked. Upon hearing this, the two heroes found themselves increasingly pleased with Gil as their disciple. Just then, Price and Kit arrived in the hall. After a brief bow, Kit immediately recognized Aaron and eagerly approached him to converse. However, as a former who, let's see who is right and who is wrong. Have the two of you finished your conversation? Note, Surway Thu Tanjira is translated as idle loafers for a more natural English expression. ##### Chapter 7. Emperor Gil tests his ministers in the hall. The royal father secretly supports the Imperial Academy. Empowered by the blessings of his imperial lineage, Emperor Gil had heightened senses and could hear a needle drop within 20 steps of him. As Gil finished speaking, Price immediately knelt down, startled. Kit's surprise flashed across his face, but quickly disappeared as he maintained his bowed posture. Seeing that the two did not respond, Gil did not hold it against Kit for not kneeling. This emperor intends to re-establish the Tingji and Jagerlin armies. What do you two think? The Tingji, simply put, were the heavy cavalry guards of the capital city, under the command of the inspector of the capital, essentially the emperor's personal army. The Jagerlin army was the emperor's own royal guard and should be managed by trusted officials. Could the person behind this young emperor be the Grand General? Did the Grand General gain some extraordinary strategist? Nevertheless, this is an opportunity for me, Kit, to advance, thought Kit, who then showed a delighted expression. I mean that Manuel should take charge of recruiting soldiers. According to what my two tutors told me, the bandit troubles in Qingzhou are very severe. Manuel might consider pacifying them. After Gil spoke, Kit's expression changed, casting a jealous glance at his childhood friend. Since the beginning of the cleansing of eunuchs, it had always been his own initiative, yet Price reaped all the benefits. Benshu, I have ordered Hayward to purchase estates near the Imperial City. You will assist Hayward for now. Gil noticed Kit's reaction and found pleasure in the power struggles among his subordinates, finding the underlying currents better than calm seas. Your subject obeys your command. Kit bowed deeply and then retreated alone. Price, on the other hand, looked troubled as he gazed at Gil. Your Majesty, Manuel, accept my edict, go to the Grand General to receive troops, then obtain provisions from the Chief Agricultural Commissioner before setting out. By the way, Manuel, although we are sworn brothers, serving the country can also earn rewards upon your return. Gil handed over a pre-stamped imperial decree. Your humble servant owes everything to your Majesty and will dedicate my life to you. Manuel, I know you understand military affairs, but you still need practical experience. Upon returning, you can serve as the prefect of Luoyang and concurrently as my personal military commander. Gil smiled warmly, deeply moved Price. Your subject will surely strive with your Majesty to recreate the glory of Emperor Louisquo. Price prostrated himself fully on the ground after speaking. Fortunately, Gil was only 10 years old, not too late to begin training. Time flew by, and Gil's 10-day suspension of court sessions ended. Today, he would wear the imperial crown and robes to preside over court deliberations. Long live his Majesty. 10,000 years. Rise, all ministers. Gil waved his hand, and the officials stood in formation. Seeing no response from the officials, Gil signaled to Hayward, who understood and called out, all ministers, present matters or adjourn. Hayward's shout caused Gil to notice the officials remained unmoved, causing some irritation. Dismiss. Gil glared fiercely as Hayward started to speak, making him immediately close his mouth. Is my Han Empire so peaceful that there are no issues to report? My lord has something to say. Jingzhou Governor Carver pushed aside a colleague and stepped forward. In recent years, floods and droughts in Hadong and Hebei have caused countless displaced civilians to flood into the capital, seeking your decision. Gil couldn't help but feel some appreciation for Carver. No wonder the Abner family usurped the empire. They are indeed skilled at politics. Well, I've heard reports about this issue. How can the Son of Heaven neglect his people? Mother Cordelia, what do you think about ordering the Jingzhou governor to count the displaced people and the secretary to provide relief on behalf of the Ministry of Revenue? We're stunned. Aaron was the Tiger Guard general, well known to many officials, while Donnie, known as the Divine Spear Hermit, was equally famous. Beside them, Amerigo, overhearing his nephew attributing the credit to him, straightened up with pride and suppressed any previous intentions of sabotage. Your servants Aaron and Donnie pay homage to your Majesty. Please rise. Both of you are heroes of your time, and I cannot keep pearls hidden. Mother, I think building the Imperial Academy will take time. Why not establish an Imperial Martial Hall in the capital now for our tutors to train ambitious youths? The Emperor's plan is wise. We will follow your instructions. Janie immediately nodded in agreement. The Imperial Academy? Is the Emperor building an Imperial Academy? The officials in the hall didn't object to establishing an imperial martial hall, but instead fixated on the concept of the Imperial Academy, roughly equivalent to shouting, "Tear down the roof," before opening a window, as Lou Clifton would say. This pleased Gil but left Emeric, Orin, Randall, and Jagrin Pang somewhat uneasy. They had planned to finalize matters without prior announcement. Gil was unfazed. He mainly wanted to gauge the strength of aristocratic families in the court, especially those contesting imperial power. Yes, entrusted by Emperor Louisquou, I will build a great empire. While the ministers were engaged with enthusiasm, Gil was contemplating the underlying dynamics. After much thought, he seemed to grasp his father-in-law's intentions and promptly announced the end of the court session. Harvey Situ, Lord Ace, Jackson Wrong, father-in-law William, please stay. His Majesty has prepared lunch in the Grand Temple. Please join us there. Hayward intercepted the four outside the hall. Why the Grand Temple again? The four elderly officials looked at each other, swallowing hard. Chapter 8. Gil ingeniously acquires the imperial farms. For ministers undertake key tasks. Inside the ancestral temple, Gil dined with four elderly officials while inquiring about the progress of construction projects. Fortunately, the 10 attendants were truly wealthy, ensuring no problems with the projects and even accelerating them due to the influx of displaced people. The influx of displaced labor seems beneficial for now, but the royal household cannot keep providing them with construction work indefinitely. We need a sustainable solution, Gil said slowly as he took a bite of his meal. Your Majesty speaks wisely. The four elders murmured in agreement, heads lowered. Changshu has recently acquired several farms around the imperial city. Let's assign displaced people to work there during their spare time. But, Your Majesty, pardon my frankness, if Changshu does this, it might invite criticism from court ministers. Also, calculating among the disaster victims, select skilled artisans and craftsmen, especially those proficient in construction, military equipment, and agriculture, and bring them to see me after tomorrow's morning court session. Harvey A.I. Ching, gather merchants from the surrounding areas and bring representative merchants to meet me in the afternoon. Emeric accepted the order immediately, but Jagrin Pang hesitated. Your Majesty, they are not officials and may not be suitable to meet in the ancestral temple. You're right. Arrange all meetings in my rear garden, with food and drink provided by Changshu. Your Majesty, may I ask why these meetings are being held? Randall asked cautiously, fearing Gil might be like Emperor Ling. I want to understand various aspects of our dynasty. Last night, I struggled with saving our nation but had a dream where Emperor Louisquou enlightened me. He said artisans form the foundation of development, and merchants can accelerate growth. Therefore, I believe I should also study commerce and industry. Turning to Orin, Gil continued, after reading Bangu's geography records, I found a peculiar substance called whey water, produced in Gaonu County. Retrieve samples of it. This substance is toxic when consumed. What do you plan to use it for? It is highly flammable, even underwater. It might be useful in warfare. Orin nodded, and accepted the decree. Gil walked back into the temple, leaving Randall to mutter, Cordelia? His eyes, once again, shone with youthful determination as he left the palace. Back in the temple, it was well past midnight, and Gil was still deep in thought. Despite having read numerous time travel novels, and having a university education, translating that knowledge into practical applications proved far more challenging. While he understood the principles behind innovations like the curved plow, distillation apparatus, stirrup, or papermaking, actually drawing detailed design blueprints was beyond him. He sighed, reflecting on how his 4 years of university had given him a broad, but not deep enough understanding of many things. Setting aside his brush and paper, he wandered aimlessly, appreciating the Han Dynasty's imperial city for the first time. Accompanied by 2 teachers, he ascended to the highest point of the palace, gazing at the crescent moon. It was then that an idea struck him on how to enhance the military's combat effectiveness. Always one to act on his ideas promptly, Gil immediately instructed Hayward to summon a group of historians to the palace that very night. Surely, you are all well versed in the history of our great Han Dynasty. I want you to collaborate on compiling a biography of our Han generals. There is only one requirement. It must be vivid and relatable, so even illiterate commoners can understand it. Your Majesty, as you command. The historians responded promptly, setting to work in one of the side chambers of the temple. Noticing Hayward's puzzled look, Gil smiled and patted him on the shoulder. This will be a powerful tool to boost military morale. Keep this endeavor strictly confidential, understood? For years of university only gave me superficial knowledge of most things, he sighed, setting down his brush. With nothing else to do, he admired the Han imperial city, then climbed to its highest point with 2 attendants, looking at the crescent moon. He suddenly thought of improving troop morale and efficiency. He immediately summoned historians to compile vivid biographies of Han generals. Your knowledge of our history must be profound. Compile biographies of our greatest generals, making them so vivid that even illiterate peasants can understand. Understood, Your Majesty. The historians began working immediately in a side hall. Watching Hayward's puzzled expression, Gil smiled, patting his shoulder. This will boost military morale. Keep it secret for now. Thus, late into the night, Gil remained in the temple, plotting ways to improve his dynasty. ###Chapter 9. Meeting the craftsmen in the Imperial Garden, Emperor Liu Xiao devises a plan. The next morning, at the morning court assembly, Emperor Gil noticed no one had anything urgent to report, so he concluded the meeting early. In the Imperial Garden, the artisans were already assembled before Gil. Your humble subjects pay respects to Your Majesty. You may rise. I have summoned you here to work on several projects. As Gil spoke, he asked Hayward to bring paper and brush. He quickly drew a rough sketch of a curved plow based on his memory, though it was rather crude. The agricultural representative took the drawing, studied it carefully but remained puzzled. Gil then pointed out each part according to his memory, explaining their general purposes and specific details. After the explanation, the representative finally understood. Your Majesty is truly a divine being. This can greatly reduce manpower and livestock labor. There's no need for such praise. I'm giving this design to you, but with one condition. Once you've constructed it, you must send it to my imperial farm for testing. You must observe and improve it daily until the farmers approve. If successful, I will commission you to produce it in large quantities. At that time, I expect you to train apprentices without holding back. Gil sipped his tea and continued slowly. How could I dare hide anything? I understand the importance of this task. Gil nodded and dismissed him. Next, he called forth a winemaker to discuss the feasibility of distilled liquor. Upon inquiry, Gil learned that the Eastern Han already had distilling equipment and produced excellent spirits. Following your improvements, the alcohol purity can be doubled, but where can I find enough grain? The matter is already planned by me. Report to Attendant Zhang, set up the winery within the Imperial Farm. The raw materials for the first batch will be supplied by my Office of Imperial Supplies. You need not worry about distribution. My only requirement is to teach more people. Brewing is unlike craftsmanship. It can be set aside during busy farming seasons and becomes additional income during idle times. Naturally, I will raise alcohol taxes to fund the state treasury. Upon hearing this, the winemaker expressed deep gratitude. Good liquor would always find buyers despite higher taxes, ensuring a decent profit. By now, it was nearing noon. Without pause, Gil summoned a craftsman knowledgeable in papermaking. Through discussion, Gil found that while papermaking had advanced in the late Han Dynasty, the quality still lagged behind future generations, being somewhat uneven and thus not widely promoted. Emperor Louis Wu taught me governance, but I neglected the study of papermaking. From memory, I recall 3 potential raw materials: bamboo, tree bark, and hemp fibers. The rest depends on your improvements. Live at my Imperial Farm and, upon success, I will grant you official positions. Gil rubbed his temples, looking slightly fatigued. The craftsmen knelt together, expressing profound gratitude. Though artisans held middling status in ancient times, royal recognition elevated them significantly. Attendant Zhang, let them eat within the palace before they leave. I will skip the meal today. Bring the merchants to me. Your servant complies. After Hayward left, Gil admired the spring scenery in the garden, feeling sleepy. He leaned on the stone table and dozed off. His 2 tutors, observing this, gently draped an outer robe over him. Within moments, Hayward returned with a group of merchants. Seeing the faces of Harvey and Zachary, he hesitated to announce Gil's presence. Gil woke due to the hard stone table, immediately noting Hayward's hesitation. Remember to wake me next time. Gil then began conversing with the merchants, discussing local specialties and trade routes. One of us has something to say, but we hope your majesty will not be angry. A merchant stood up. During earlier discussions, Gil knew he dealt in leather and iron, frequently traveling between the capital and Xianyang. Oh, your majesty, local governors exploit the emperor's delegation of power by imposing tariffs within the Han Empire, causing immense hardship for us merchants. Let's not go too far, just talk about Unket. Entering Xianyang requires paying a test you. Turning away, Gil let Hayward step back, who had developed some PTSD from previous interactions. Your majesty, if you show us the way forward, even bankruptcy would be worthwhile. The merchant immediately bowed. Very well. I have a grand business proposal that guarantees substantial returns. Come back in a month for further discussion. Gil waved mysteriously, and Hayward promptly guided the merchants out. Emeric entered the room immediately after Hayward's departure. Harvey, you did well. That leather and iron merchant is related to you, correct? Yes, your majesty. Indeed, he is my clansman, and I briefed him extensively. Good. It's uncommon for merchants to converse fluently with me. Your handling of this situation was commendable. I heard you have an adopted daughter named Catherine, known for her beauty. Gil smiled at Emeric. Indeed, she serves as a palace attendant. Naming her Catherine, I treat her like my own child. Is your majesty interested in? I want you to bring her home, treat her as your daughter, and educate her well. Emeric froze, pondering deeply. This is unusual. Typically, mentioning beautiful women means adding them to the harem. Why are you hesitating? What concerns you? I am not worthy, merely uncertain of your majesty's intentions, unable to sleep or eat. Emeric knelt. I am not obsessed with lust. Your clansman has much value to me, as does your daughter. However, this plan is far-reaching, and emperor only strategic planning but also physical strength. All of this did not escape Hayward's notice. He immediately instructed a young eunuch to spread tales of the emperor's sagacity among the people. His majesty will surely know that these stories originated from me and reward me accordingly, Hayward mused to himself, satisfied after making his arrangements. Chapter 10. Gil tests the Wei River outside the city, returns to the Imperial Farm to cultivate land. After dinner, Hayward once again delivered a secret letter from Cordelia Dowager, Dong that had been sent out of the palace. Gil did not open the letter as usual and instructed Hayward to send it back outside the palace. Your majesty, why is this? Wouldn't this be an opportunity to eliminate future troubles? Rang, you are not as clever as Manuel. Send it away. Gil did not elaborate and waved his hand dismissively. By the way, have I received any replies concerning the troops in Qingzhou that I asked Manuel to gather? The news from Captain Kermit said everything was fine 2 days ago, but contact has been lost since then, Hayward replied. Hearing Hayward's words, Gil fell into deep thought. How's the recruitment for the Imperial Farm soldiers going? Replying to your majesty, with the addition of refugees, there are now 3,000 men. Tomorrow morning, allocate some funds from the Lesser Treasurer's office for these 3,000 men to enjoy a good meal, prepare another 30,000 stones of grain supplies, and send a messenger. Gil waved and returned to Luoyang with the Wei River samples. Gil promptly summoned Randall and Jagarin Pang for a meeting. Minister Jagarin, regarding the curved plow, I trust you're aware of it. Promotion of it shall fall to you, the great agricultural officer. I accept your command. Jagarin Pang readily agreed, clearly excited by the invention. Your majesty, should we write commendations so the people know of your accomplishments? Randall asked. Yes, we should, but let's focus on the curved plow for now, and include the name of the craftsman. This matter can wait. I've called you both here for another reason. They nodded, looking at Gil. I wish to add a workshop for artisans within the Imperial Academy. It needs more space and should be farther from other students. Why so? Are you not trying to elevate craftsman status? Keeping them far away invites gossip. Please don't worry, ministers. Hayward, please bring in Minister Ace. Orin rushed in holding 2 black jars, behaving like an old child. Your Majesty, ancient wisdom doesn't lie. This thing is divine fire. Orin placed the black clay jars before Gil. Emperor Louiswu once spoke to me in a dream, saying this substance originates from soil and rock, akin to oil. Let's call it petroleum. Hayward, get some wicks and summon more attendants. I'll show its usage. Hayward busied himself. About 20 miles out, he changed into ordinary clothes and halted. Ministers, please change into everyday clothes to avoid startling the people. Dressed normally, they arrived at the farm, finding farmers transplanting seedlings. Gil rolled up his sleeves and pants, joining them in the muddy fields. Your Majesty. Hayward wanted to intervene but was deterred by Gil's stern look. The mud covered Gil's legs, but he picked up seedlings, mimicking nearby farmers. Boy, haven't done farm work, have you? A farmer chuckled. No, sir. I'm a student on a study tour. Helping out? You're planting too deep and too close together. Otherwise, I'd need to replant. The old man laughed, offering advice. Understanding the technique, Gil planted efficiently, but soon sweated profusely, feeling sore. Sir, do you endure bending constantly? Not really. But if we don't tend well, what will we eat next year? Now it's easier. Thanks to His Majesty, we have new tools and better ways to work. Yes, our current emperor truly cares for us. He even killed many corrupt eunuchs and reclaimed land from them. Praises flooded in, making Gil blush slightly. Watching this, Randall grabbed Hayward. Summon the historians quickly. Minister Ace. His Majesty's actions should be recorded in the document about the curved plow. Please put this into writing. I will grind ink for you. This version maintains consistency. ####Chapter 11. Emperor Gil asks matters among the fields. Speaking of the state's fortunes, aside from your Majesty, no one knows it better than us peasants. Whether the soil is fertile or the weather favorable can be discerned with just a glance, said the young man as he handed a bowl of water to Gil. Noticing that Gil's hands were dirty, he fed him the water. Although this year started well, I fear there might be a locust plague, Antoine said worriedly after drinking a bowl of water. Gil nodded in agreement. Locust plagues were indeed one of the major disasters during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Elder, I once read about a method to prevent locusts. When the rice seedlings grow, you can sieve fine lime and straw ash onto the crops, and the locusts won't eat them. Another method is to raise chickens and ducks in the village, which can also catch and eat locusts. After Gil finished speaking, the old man nodded. The first method sounds promising. I'll report it to the village head immediately. But for the second method, people can barely feed themselves. How could we have extra grain to feed chickens and ducks? Gil could only silently note this down, for locust plagues were not to be taken lightly. Once they form, they could devastate the foundations of the Han Dynasty entirely. Elder, did you know moths are drawn to light? Similarly, locusts are too. When a locust plague is imminent, send people to patrol at night, dig pits in the fields, and set up torches. The locusts will fly towards the fire, get burned, and then be buried in the pits. Oh my lad, where did you come from? How do you know so many methods? Demonstrating your Majesty's heavenly might. Consequently, the rebel army submitted to your Majesty. After preliminary statistics, the total number of rebels is approximately 400,000, half of whom are women, children, and elderly. I've asked General Harvey to return to the capital with a reduced force, awaiting your Majesty's decision. Gil was pleased with the letter, but concerned about accommodating 400,000 people. Hayward, bring me a map of the areas near the capital. Yes, your Majesty. Hayward, still beaming with joy, ordered a young eunuch to retrieve the map from the carriage. Soon, the map arrived in Gil's hands. He looked at the Sealy region around Luoyang, hesitating for a moment. Your Majesty, Shanglua County connects Yongzhou to Jingzhou, aiding both Luoyang and Jagger Prefecture. It's an excellent choice. Gil followed Donnie's suggestion, looking at the map. Shanglua County was indeed a great option next to Luoyang. Can this area accommodate 400,000 people? It can, your Majesty. Due to the Yellow Turban Rebellion and gentry confinement, many local clans have relocated. Plus, years of drought and locust plagues have caused a significant migration, reducing the local population. Although Hayward spoke logically, Gil grew increasingly annoyed and wanted to kick him. Your Majesty? Antoine pointed at Gil, startled. Seeing the farmers, leaving them momentarily stunned. Unable to follow the formal bowing etiquette, they kept bowing deeply. Hayward, teacher, let's sit on the ground and continue discussing. Stepping onto the field, the spring breeze quickly dried the mud on his feet, which Gil paid no attention to. I generally agree with the teacher's arrangement. Hayward, dispatch a fast horse messenger instructing Manuel to lead the people directly to Shanglua County without seeing me. Upon arrival, they should integrate with the locals and re-register the household registers. Your Majesty, this must not be rushed. Without capable administrators, it might create chaos. Carmine quickly interjected. Grand Preceptor, please share your ideas. I heard the Clifton clan from Ingchuan has 2 relatives who are capable ministers. I would write to invite them to serve in court. Approved. Gil smiled and immediately agreed, surprising his ministers and teacher. Continue. After re-registering the household registers, regardless of soldiers or farmers, all idle lands should be cultivated. This task goes to Cody. The government will provide livestock and farming tools, and exempt Shanglua County from taxes for 2 years. Do any of you object? Your Majesty. Aside from Orin, who was writing furiously, William and Aaron struggled to keep up with Gil's pace. Gil slowed down and repeated himself. Gil's swift actions echoed not only among his ministers, but also the farmers in the field. Seeing that William and Jagarin were deep in thought, while the farmers were eager to contribute, Gil decided to let them speak their minds. Uncle Lee, feel free to speak your thoughts. This is not the court. There's no harm in making a mistake here. The old man I don't have much insight, but there's one thing us farmers understand clearly. It's hard to reclaim new land, but once it's cultivated, maintaining it is easier. If both soldiers and farmers work together and reap benefits, yet the soldiers are treated poorly, we will ultimately suffer. After Uncle Lee finished speaking, Gil nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. To address this, we'll take 3 steps. First, officers must lead by example. Second, soldiers' salaries must be paid on time. Third, clear and just laws must be enforced. Any soldier who loots will be executed without pardon. Your Majesty, this method is sound, but human nature has always been hard to control. I wonder. Carmine raised a question, while Hayward smiled warmly. Gil nodded for him to elaborate. Your Majesty had already foreseen this. A few days ago, he instructed the historians to compile the deeds of all the great generals of our Han dynasty into a book. When the time comes, each military camp will apply. And I have also participated in farm work. Shouldn't it be mealtime? Don't go overboard. Just make it like everyone else. Gil raised an eyebrow at Hayward, who immediately rushed into the farm to expedite the meal. In the imperial farm, amidst the fields, Gil looked at the distant smoke from cooking fires, munching on a thin pancake and sipping cold water, feeling quite content. Lord Ace, Lord Jagarin, this matter should be known by all court officials, Randall said with a bow. I agree, but we must not disclose information about petroleum. There are too many two-faced people in the court. Lord Jagarin is correct. The petition is already written. Who will present it tomorrow? Oren looked at William and Jagarin, asking in a serious tone. There are too few people the Emperor can rely on. At such a young age, he must worry about state affairs every day. It is my duty to use this petition to gain support. Do you have anyone in mind? Jagarin Pang asked. Imperial Secretary Cassius of Hongnong Miles clan can be used, and Jingzhao Incarver of Hudong Abner clan as well. No, we should add Minister Americ to ensure their joint endorsement. Jagarin Pang, thinking of Gil, agreed immediately. Ace and William nodded in unison. Earlier, I noticed His Majesty pointing at Runan and Ingchuan on the map, showing some hesitation. But since Ingchuan's gentry now follows the Clifton cousins, Marshal-in-Chief, the Clifton cousins, Fiki can meet me directly, while Clifton you should assist Manuel. Remember not to mix them up. Swallowing his food, Gil spoke loudly. Your Majesty's orders will be followed. Among those whom Gil admired, Fiki should not have met such an undeserving fate without Han's favor. With Fiki on board, Aloysius and Anton wouldn't be far behind. Thinking of this, Gil took another bite of pancake. It was mid-afternoon. Since he rarely left the palace, Gil slowed down his return trip, touring Luoyang City. During this time, he noticed many shops closed, and pedestrians seemed unhappy, prompting him to ask. Learning from Hayward that during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, many fled to Jingzhou and Jagurzhou, Gil felt discontented yet more determined to capture these regions. Donnie, why do we still need to seize Jingzhou and Jagurzhou if the empire belongs to His Majesty? Teacher, although I reclaimed my throne, power has long been decentralized. Prefects and provincial governors hold private armies and are unwilling to submit willingly. Certainly, there are loyal ones, but I must convince them that I can restore Han. Only then will they truly rejoin under our banner. Sitting in his carriage, Gil explained calmly. Precisely, Chief Edwin. It's about time we prepared wine in the palace. Send a portion of the new alcohol from the farm. Your Majesty, I visited the workshop today. The brewers say a fine batch will be ready in half a year. You've done well, but you've reached your rank limit. Price didn't report casualties, wanting you to present it personally. Hearing this, Aaron looked surprised. Your Majesty, our army suffered no casualties. Only Western Garden soldiers died or were injured. On my way here, I merged new troops under Price's command. That's good. Unfortunately, my uncle's efforts suffered. How many of the 10,000 Western Garden soldiers remain? About 2,000 dead, 10,000 wounded. Hayward, send an urgent dispatch. Compensation for fallen soldiers shall be funded by the Grand General. Send the funds first to the General's office, then to Manuel. Also, issue an order for Assistant Simon and Yanis to bring back Western Garden soldiers for Grand General's management. Gil finished, and Hayward promptly issued the orders. Master Harvey, what do you think of the commanders? Watching Aaron, Gil asked. Price is indeed a genius. Among peers, I can't match him. However, 40,000 people, though many are women and children, still form a huge number. I'm concerned. Master, don't worry. Trust breeds trust. We must expand the 2,000 troops promised to you both. Upon hearing this, Aaron and Donnie's eyes sparkled. Aaron shall lead the central commandery, overseeing 10,000. This was far more valuable than any official position. Once this news spread, they would become unique within the dynasty, and it was likely that most future martial officials would come from their ranks, effectively turning them into a new aristocratic lineage. Your Majesty, Grand Commandant Eldon seeks an audience, Hayward said, clearly having tried but failed to stop Eldon. Your Majesty, are you going to destroy the foundation of our great Han? Eldon burst into the room, his tone urgent and filled with concern. Chapter 13. Abner Kong Eldon delivers a human head. Gil falls into a cunning scheme. Before he saw the man, he heard his voice. Gil had no good feelings towards the Jagarin family, but couldn't outright reject the current Grand Commandant's face. Gil glanced at Hayward, signaling him not to stop Eldon. Moments later, an old man with white hair and holding a golden dragon cane walked into the great temple. Hayward, is that golden dragon cane in Eldon's hand bestowed by the late emperor? Looking at the golden dragon cane, Gil felt uncomfortable inside. Your Majesty, it was not bestowed by the late emperor. It was forged on his own initiative as a symbol of being a grand minister for 4 generations, with the emperor's approval. Hearing this, Gil nodded. As he waited for the old man to approach, he picked up the jade seal in his hand. Closing his eyes, he sensed the national fortune originally like a small snake. Now its forehead slightly bulged, and the sides of its lower abdomen began to sprout limbs. In the next moment, the small snake of national fortune, which had been quietly coiled in his hand, suddenly hissed forward fiercely, opening its mouth as if ready to devour something ahead. Startled, Gil immediately opened his eyes. Right then, Eldon stood before him, raising his golden dragon cane and tapping it 3 times on the ground before slowly kneeling down. At that moment, Gil, holding the jade seal, could clearly feel the golden aura of national fortune emanating from Eldon's golden dragon cane. Reflecting upon this, Gil quickly recalled all information about the Jagarin family. So it was Kit who suggested inviting Unkit to the capital, while I, through my step-uncle, bore the blame, Gil thought, feeling amused. Mickey oversees Runin as a provincial governor, and his other son uses the prestige of being a grand minister for 4 generations to gather troops in G province, claiming to fight against Unkit, but actually to enhance their own reputation. Thinking about how both of Eldon's sons would be defeated by Kermit Manuel, Price, Gil found it quite ironic. Minister Jagarin, why have you come to the great temple of our Han dynasty at night without reporting to the court? Gil emphasized the importance of the temple and questioned Eldon. Eldon sighed deeply, thumping the ground heavily with his golden dragon cane, causing even Harvey and Zachary to involuntarily take half a step back due to the shockwave of national fortune. Had anyone else made such a noise, they would have been instantly killed by Harvey and Zachary. Now, though irritated, they could only stand behind Gil. This was Gil's first confrontation with the aristocracy challenging royal authority. Taking a deep breath, he stared at Eldon, remaining silent. Himph, I watched this young emperor grow from infancy. No matter who stands behind you, you can't change your inherently timid nature. Eldon, lifting his head slightly, gazed intently despite his gray hair. If seen by Lingdi or the original Gil, Eldon would appear a loyal minister. However, in this Gil's eyes, he represented the vanguard of the aristocratic power. The national fortune transmitted by the Jade Seal grew increasingly agitated, influencing Gil's thoughts. Very well. How could I neglect a loyal servant of 3 dynasties like you? Gil said, his eyes red with anger. Next, Gil squatted, placing the Emperor's sword on his leg, drawing it swiftly and vanishing in a flash. Clang. The golden dragon cane's head was severed by the Emperor's sword. Simultaneously, Eldon's terrified head landed on the ground. Silence filled the great temple, except for Gil, who alone knew that the Jade Seal was absorbing Eldon's share of the national fortune. Hayward, decree. Eldon intruded the great temple at night, defied authority, damaged sacred grounds, and slandered me. In a fit of rage, I inadvertently executed him. Sweating profusely, Hayward noted the decree, amazed at Gil's sudden display of martial prowess. Your Majesty, we must finish what started. If news leaks, Mickey might rebel. Aaron responded immediately. I fell for the trap? Gil realized Eldon must have known more than just his farm visits. Quickly, both teachers lead separate forces, one to collect evidence at Eldon's residence, the other to catch Kit in G province. Realizing the collusion between Unkit and Eldon, possibly supported by Cordelia Dowager Dong and Emperor Ian, Gil feared a devastating blow to the weakened Han dynasty. Sudden intense pain surged in Gil's head as the Jade Seal absorbed the golden dragon cane, forming a golden egg and accumulating power. Your Majesty, go quickly. Secure the evidence at Jagarin's mansion and in G province. If no evidence is found, Hayward, handle it discreetly. If nothing turns up tomorrow, don't return. Grasping Hayward's collar, Gil shouted in agony. Panic-stricken, Hayward complied. The 3 exited the great temple hastily. Left alone, Gil faced Eldon's decapitated body, overwhelmed by nausea and dread. Vomiting out his dinner, he felt the horror of his first kill creep into his heart. Weakly holding the Emperor's sword, he glared at the corpse. Old villain, plotting against me. The Han Empire weakens under such pests like you. Roaring angrily, intense headaches reignited his fury, driving him to slash at Eldon's body again. Your Majesty. Hearing Hayward's report, Janie and Karis rushed in. Janie immediately ordered the removal of the body, sealing the temple gates and cleaning the blood herself. Karis, attend to His Majesty. Those eunuchs must not remain. With a cold gleam in her eyes, she exited after cleaning up. Approaching Gil, Karis showed no fear. She gently touched his wrist, making the Emperor's sword drop. Karis embraced Gil tightly. Shilyong and Runin will rise. They will rise. The weight of the moment crushed Gil. Gil was naturally a man, and with recent training, there was no way Karis could lift him. She had no choice but to kneel on the cold, hard floor, placing Gil's head on her lap. She gently massaged Gil's temples while trying to comfort his troubled mind. Why should your Majesty fear Unkit when you have the blessings of the nation's fortune? Hearing the words, blessings of the nation's fortune, Gil seemed to be reminded of something. Looking at Karis's rosy face and feeling the soothing pressure on his temples, he immediately calmed down. The fatigue and planning of recent days turned into an irresistible drowsiness, causing Gil to close his eyes. When he woke up again, it was already morning. In the vast great temple, Karis had not moved an inch, staying awake all night. Gil tenderly pinched her cheek, feeling a pang of sympathy. Your Majesty, you're awake? Yes, I have a strategy to defeat our enemy. It's time for court. In this translation, I have maintained the original tone and style while ensuring that the paragraph structure and line breaks are consistent with the original text. The translation is natural and fluent, free from grammatical errors, and remains coherent with the previous content. ##### Chapter 14. Encircle but leave an opening, can't destroy everything. Karis nodded gently and began to tidy up Gil's attire. Under the morning light, her cheek pressed close to Gil's, making his breathing grow rapid for a moment. However, when he saw Karis wincing in pain as she half knelt, Gil gently helped her up with a pang of tenderness. The memories of Karis's original tragic fate flashed through his mind. This loyal Karis had always stood by her husband, refusing to leave even after his death. When Ilias tried to take her in as a concubine due to her helplessness, she firmly rejected him. Thinking of this, Gil felt a lump in his throat. I will also participate. By the time Gil finished speaking, the grand procession had arrived at the imperial court. Seated firmly on the dragon throne, Cordelia he shot him a reassuring glance. Gil looked at the trembling ministers below and realized that news of his sudden execution of Eldon had spread among them. The military officials were visibly aggressive, while the civil servants seemed somewhat dispirited. Petitions now, or retreat from court. Hayward's loud call startled the courtiers. As expected, the civil servants immediately knelt in a line. Gil beckoned to Hayward, who responded, "Your Majesty, these are all old acquaintances and students of the Jagarin family." Hearing this, Gil felt slightly relieved. "Gentlemen, speak your minds." The civil servants slowly rose and looked towards their leader, Grand Tutor Saul. "Your Majesty, I am the Grand Tutor, yet I failed in my teachings, leading to your Majesty personally executing a high-ranking official. I request to resign." "Do you mean to say that Eldon's intrusion into the Imperial Temple was justified? That insulting the Emperor was justified? How dare you, Saul? Do you still remember the concept of loyalty to the ruler?" Holding the jade seal, Gil stood before the dragon throne. The national fortune symbol inside the seal had already emerged, forming the shadow of a coiling dragon behind him, who deserves execution. Such bravery from his Majesty, to conspire with outsiders for a palace coup. "Are you, the Jagarin family, rebels?" Voices echoed loudly, striking Saul's face. He tried to pick up the letters from the ground to read them more carefully, but ultimately knew his brother and nephew's true nature. Overwhelmed, he collapsed in the hall. No one dared to assist him. Seeing this, Gil, regardless of his dignity, personally walked down from the throne to help Saul up. "Grand Tutor, I remember your early teachings, and no, you are not part of Eldon's faction. I don't want to mistakenly punish the loyal and virtuous." Gil bowed deeply, extending his hand towards Saul. Saul felt dizzy, nearly collapsing again, but Gil caught him, tears streaming down his old face. "I, guilty of this offense, wish to retire to teach children and sing praises for your Majesty." "There's no need for that. My Royal Academy still needs a headmaster, and you remain the Grand Tutor. Though I acted rashly, I acknowledge my mistake. Please continue teaching me without holding past grievances." Gil bowed again, inwardly thinking, "If I let you go, all your protégés would flock to— This achievement belongs not to me alone. Since Minister Jagarin has passed, Minister Miles will take his place as Minister of Works, and Minister Abner will retain his post while also becoming Inspector General." Nodding, Gil promptly appointed the two. "Why your Majesty summoned me? I want you to assist me in governing." Upon hearing this, Clement froze, wanting to look up but not daring to meet Gil's eyes. "Emperor Louis Wu praised you as a capable advisor, and I've heard many praises from my granduncle. I believe in your abilities, but since Clement has yet to earn any merit, why not start as my reader priest first? This, Orin is already the priest. How can I dare to take such an honor without notable achievements?" "You don't need to worry. Ace is busy managing the Imperial Craft Bureau and wouldn't mind these titles." Saying so, Gil poured wine for Clement. Unwilling to meet Gil's gaze, Clement looked at Harvey and Zachary instead, who simply nodded slightly as Gil poured the wine. "Does His Majesty often interact with his ministers?" Clement asked suspiciously, drinking the wine. The strong liquor warmed his insides instantly. "What fine wine!" Startled by the intensity, Clement fell to his knees, apologizing for his impoliteness. "Master, this isn't in the court. There's no need for such formality. I hear you are very learned. Why don't I explain our brewing techniques to you, and see if there's room for improvement?" Hearing this, Clement stood up. "This was devised by His Majesty?" Harvey and Zachary nodded, not only in brewing, but also in agriculture and various people-centric innovations. "Please enlighten me. I am eager to learn more." Grateful to hear Clement address him as a minister, Gil felt a surge of joy. This clearly indicated Clement's acceptance of the position. He immediately took Clement, along with the wine, to the temporary quarters of the Imperial Craft Bureau. After explanations from craftsmen and Gil himself, Clement gained a new understanding of current Han technology. His Majesty is truly a heavenly being. I cannot digest all this information immediately. Kneeling before Gil, Clement held the drawings and notes he had made under permission. "No worries, Master. You can study them slowly. I finally understand where your Majesty draws the confidence to set aside the Jagarin banner." Clement glanced at a nearby oil canister, still shaken by the earlier explosion. "However, the Shiliang forces are formidable, and now that Prince is a hostage, we must be wary of traitors." Clement spoke subtly, implying Unkit's ambitions while absolving the Prince and Cordelia Dowager Dong. "I wish to recommend two people. They came with me to the capital. Though they are commoners, their talents are exceptional and can ease your Majesty's concerns. Please bring them here. I will wait at the temple." Smiling, Gil thought to himself, "My Jia and Chiji Tsai. This will do." By dinner time, Gil hadn't gone training with his tutors, waiting for these two geniuses. Before they arrived, Gil had devised a plan. With good wine. Clement frowned deeply but said nothing. "Since you love wine and know its specialty, would you care to share insights?" "Insights?" Edward Gordon knows that potent wine needs strong ingredients. Why ask outsiders when your ancestors' wisdom suffices? Incorrect, Gordon. Lord Liu is young. Without ancestral guidance, he might be cheated by shopkeepers. The two mockingly criticized Gil, but he remained unperturbed. Even if he were angered, punishing them while drunk would result in little more than superficial penalties, after which they could seek refuge elsewhere. Seeing Gil silent, they asked, "Why did Lord Liu summon us? Would you like to serve as my readers under Clement?" Anton swallowed hard, while Edward Gordon stood up. Too small of a role, not interested. "Gordon, this is improper conduct. Do you wish to get us all killed?" Clement asked angrily. "I only wish to serve a wise ruler. If none exist, I'd rather die in this wine barrel." A hint of probing appeared on Edward Gordon's face, awaiting Gil's response. "Do you know I intend to establish the Hongwon Academy, aiming for all Han citizens to have access to education?" Gil calmly offered more wine to the two. "Your Majesty, is this true?" Anton and Edward Gordon asked simultaneously. Clement scoffed, throwing his records to them. If it weren't for His Majesty's foresight, I'd have joined you in the underworld today. Their drunkenness subsided slightly upon seeing the records. By the time they finished reading, they knelt, confessing their faults. Get up. Since only the eunuchs and I are here, we'll keep it quiet. In the court, I would have to punish you to maintain royal authority. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have a question. These improvements cover various fields, but omit military crafts and weaving. I have some insights there. Anton gulped and explained. After the nation's fate improved, Gil found his mind clearer, recalling much of the knowledge he had learned before. Thanks to Anton's reminder, Gil became inspired to advance the era's technology even further. Hayward, prepare ink and paper for Mr. Shi. Let him present ideas here. Looking expectantly at Edward Gordon, Gil awaited his contribution. Aloysius, under Gil's intense gaze, felt somewhat intimidated. Your Majesty, I have a strategy to offer. Please note that the provided sentence has been translated while adhering to the specified guidelines. The sentence is brief, so the translation is concise as well. If you need further context or more content translated, feel free to provide additional text. Chapter 16. The mastermind Aloysius presents 3 strategies. Gordon, speak quickly. Gil's eyes lit up with anticipation for the genius who had left a plan to secure Liaodong. Your Majesty, the threat is not from Unkit of Liangzhou or that kit in Runan. Oh, are you saying the Liangzhou Iron Cavalry and the troops in Runan are not to be feared? Gil paused slightly upon hearing this. I believe we should first subdue Uriel of Beihai, Stephen of Shuzhou, and Breyer of Jingzhou. Gordon, don't just talk grandly. The Emperor's decisive actions cannot afford mistakes. Jackson immediately warned. Mario, Gordon is not speaking alarmingly. These people either occupy advantageous positions or have popular support. They are Your Majesty's major enemies. First, let's discuss Uriel. As a descendant of Confucius, he has very high prestige among the common people, known for his peach and pear anecdote. In reality, he harbors great ambitions and is not purely filial. If Kit gains control of Ji province with Uriel's help and raises the banner of righteousness, he will become a threat to Your Majesty. I propose issuing an edict to send an army directly into Yuzhou, installing Hoyt as governor of Yuzhou, transferring Arden from Liaodong to be governor of Ji province, and appointing Uriel as chancellor of Ji province. They can mutually restrain each other, and then order them to discuss the dangers of Jingzhou with Breyer. Given how he has managed Jingzhou for so long, he won't be unaware of the internal conflicts. Once these tensions flare up, Your Majesty can assist Breyer in taking drastic measures. His legitimate son, King, will inevitably be grateful to Your Majesty. This is a fine plan, but we mustn't rush it. We'll wait until the Imperial Academy is completed. Breyer will naturally come to pay respects. Though pleasantly surprised, Gil noticed that Aloysius' strategies were focused on future potential threats, neglecting the immediate issues with Mickey in Runan and Unkit in Liangzhou. Your Majesty, don't worry. Let me explain further. Shuzhou is a contested area. Its governor Stephen is indeed a humble gentleman who protected the people and cultivated farmland in turbulent times, much like Your Majesty's policy of land reclamation. Send your friend, Grand Administrator Cassius, to persuade him to become our ally and hold back Mickey. Then Your Majesty only needs to deal with the Liangzhou forces. Unkit has only recently annexed Bingzhou's Dingjagering. If he thinks Your Majesty is weak and attacks, he will surely suffer a crushing defeat. Aloysius finished, but Gil was uncertain. For the Han forces now, the Iron Cavalry of Liangzhou and Bingzhou were a nightmare. His uncle claimed to have 10,000 troops, but only 3,000 were battle-ready, verified by his 2 tutors. General Evander. He once defended Chunsong alongside Unkit against the invading forces during Emperor Ling's reign. To ensure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English, here is a refined version. General Evander. He once defended Chensong alongside Unkit against the invaders during Emperor Ling's reign. For consistency and clarity, it's better to use Chunsong or Chunsong as a proper noun. Here's the most polished version. General Evander. He once defended Chansong alongside Unkit against the invaders during Emperor Ling's reign. Aloysius's eyes gleamed, hitting the key point. After deep consideration, Gil summoned Evander through Hayward. All of Gil's competent generals were training their troops, leaving none ready for immediate deployment. Clifton E and others weren't worth mentioning. Aloysius's suggestion about Evander, however, was sound. He was indeed a renowned general of the late Han era, fit for service. Minister Evander, I bow to Your Majesty. Evander removed his armor and knelt outside the hall. General, rise. Come in quickly. May I know why Your Majesty summoned me at night? Evander glanced at Aloysius and Anton, feeling displeased but not voicing it. General, Mario is my reading advisor. The other 2 are also advisors, and this Edward Gordon recommended you to lead the troops against Unkit. For smoother English flow, Evander described the event in detail, which aligns with what Gil knew from his past, essentially confirming his prior understanding. Note, Chanye means time travel/crossover, and should be replaced with appropriate context or kept as if it's part of a series terminology. Here I've used from his past to smooth the sentence. For better fluency and context, Evander recounted the events in detail, which matched what Gil had known from his previous life, effectively validating his understanding. Good. With this, I am reassured. General Evander, lead the Western Garden troops straight to Chunsong to establish defenses. In 3 days, I will personally proceed there. For better fluency and consistency in English, visit is replaced with proceed there, which sounds more formal and fits the context of military action and imperial decree. Your Majesty, merely Unkit. Does he warrant Your Majesty's personal intervention? Evander was puzzled, instinctively thinking the Emperor underestimated him. General, this move has profound meaning concerning national destiny. Please keep it confidential. Aloysius handed a cup of wine to Evander, who saw Gil nod and drank without another word, accepting his orders. As Gil was about to praise Aloysius's intelligence, Anton stirred behind him. Your Majesty, I've drawn up the improvements. Anton handed it. After the land reclamation, the amount of grain within the jurisdiction of Suzhou will greatly increase. At that time, We can use the special money and grain in your majesty's hands to control the various commanderies. As Gil listened to their conversation, he was startled. What a brilliant advisor. You've even thought of economic warfare? Who exactly is the modern person here, you or me? ##### translation explanation. 1. Maintaining tone and style. The informal yet strategic tone is kept intact. 2. Character names and terms. Having friends like you nearly put me in a tough spot, but I think your strategy can be revised. After establishing agricultural settlements, the amount of grain within the territory of Seijo will significantly increase. At that time, His Majesty can use the valuable resources and funds at his disposal to control the various counties. Gil listened to the two people conversing and was inwardly startled. What a statesman. You've even thought of an economic war? Are you from the modern era, or am I? Having friends like you nearly put me in a tough spot, but I think your strategy can be modified further. After establishing agricultural settlements, the amount of grain within the borders of Seijo will significantly increase. At that time, we can use the Emperor's special funds and grain to control all the commanderies. As Gil listened to their conversation, issuance of orders, and were mostly pleased, with no one daring to oppose. After court adjourned, Amerigo followed Emperor Gil into the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Your Majesty, I understand Uncle's concerns. I had Evander take away your remaining troops, but this was to prevent Unkit from causing chaos using Prince. Please understand. Oh, is that it? Amerigo seemed to grasp the reason and nodded immediately. Don't worry, Uncle. The two auxiliary military commanders will return Kermit Manuel's Shiyuan army troops today. Then we need you to be ready, awaiting my imperial edict. I obey your Majesty's order, but if you let Evander lead the army, I'm afraid. Uncle, rest assured. I will personally lead the troops then, needing your support in military affairs. By the way, if Unkit truly causes chaos, after the rebellion is quelled, you should stay behind to guard the western regions for me. Gil smiled and looked at Amerigo. Is your Majesty trying to send me away? Amerigo seemed confused, looking somewhat aggrieved. Why would you think that? Guarding the western regions is a crucial military stronghold of the Han dynasty. How could I entrust it to others without fear? If another Unkit emerges, how could I deal with it? You and I are close family. Would you refuse to share my burdens? Tears welled up in Gil's eyes as he tightly held Amerigo's hands and asked slowly. Seeing Amerigo silent, Gil quickly added, I know of your loyalty. Down his chopsticks. Your Majesty, this is the most brilliant yet ruthless strategy I've seen since joining you. Aloysius's eyes lit up. I didn't understand why you wanted to elevate merchant status, but now it makes sense. What's so clever about it? Fiki eagerly asked, while Gil continued eating. If merchants aren't respected, they can't promote goods, thus can't gather all silver money. Secondly, collecting old coins via valuable goods allows the government to control minting rights. Thirdly, linking new coins with these valuable goods will make people use new coins within a few years, greatly increasing the cost of rebellion. Aloysius spoke excitedly, revealing a depth that even modern minds find challenging. I still don't get it. Why would people only accept new coins? Fiki looked at Aloysius, waiting for an explanation. The curved shaft plow appeals to farmers, paper to scholars, distilled liquor and silk brocade to aristocrats. If your Majesty decrees only new coins can buy these goods, wouldn't even your family exchange old coins? Aloysius sipped wine and explained. Yes, we would definitely exchange, especially early, because once many people exchange, the exchange rate might change. Fiki nodded, confirming Aloysius's point, noting on paper his drinking. Exactly. If a rebellion starts, with new coin issuance controlled by the Emperor, to scholars. Aloysius, struggling to keep up, gasped for breath. Gordon, you must exercise more. I wouldn't want genius wasted. Gil patted his back. Aloysius, moved, his eyes moistened. I vow never to betray your Majesty's trust and will cherish my life. Thus, Gil embarked on strengthening his reign through wise counsel and personal commitment, laying the foundation for the Han Empire's resurgence. As they were speaking, Donnie led a valiant young man over. This youth was about 15 or 16 years old, already strong and robust, brimming with energy. One glance told that he was no ordinary person. The long spear he gripped tightly added an air of lethal intent to him, and such a warrior made Gil inwardly cheer. Your Majesty, this is my newly recruited disciple, named Ricky, styled Howard, from Jinding in Changshan. His Tanfu is far greater than the combined talents of my previous disciples. Donnie introduced his disciple with evident excitement, while Gil's heart bloomed with joy. The seed I planted has finally blossomed. My Howard. Note, Tanfu is translated as talent for better fluency in English. Your Majesty, this is my newly recruited disciple, named Ricky, styled Howard, from Jinding in Changshan. His talent surpasses all my previous disciples combined. Donnie introduced his disciple excitedly, while Gil was already delighted deep down. The seeds I planted have finally blossomed. My Howard. As they were talking, Donnie approached with a valiant young man in tow. This young man appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet he was strong and healthy, full of vigor, and immediately stood out as no ordinary person. The long spear tightly gripped in his hand added an air of menace to him, making Gil inwardly cheer at the sight of this potential military talent. Your Majesty, this is my newly accepted disciple named Ricky, courtesy name Howard, from Jinding in Changshan. His natural talents far surpass those of my previous disciples combined. Donnie introduced his apprentice with evident excitement, while Gil's heart was already brimming with joy. Finally, my efforts are bearing fruit. My Howard. Chapter 18. Gil captures the soldiers' hearts. Ricky serves as personal guard. Gil, without any reservation, attempted to drape his arm over Ricky's shoulder, but was skillfully avoided by him. Ricky then bowed deeply again. Jagern dares not overstep. This isn't in the court. Between us as master and disciples, you can call me brother. Gil waved a hand and immediately turned to Donnie. Both of you are busy training the troops. These soldiers originally were refugees just trying to survive. But now they respond well to commands, and some are even proficient in formations. Aaron's eyes shone with admiration at how Gil transformed these men through ideological education. A pity we don't have fine horses here in Suzhou. Once the Western Liang region is pacified, you'll command 2 formidable cavalry units. Gil smiled, clearly satisfied with the results of the training. Turning his gaze to the soldiers below, he asked, I ask everyone, how is the daily ration? The soldiers looked at each other, unsure how to answer. Just tell the truth. Aaron shouted, and a murmur spread through the ranks. Finally, a few stepped forward, Your Majesty, the food is plentiful, but vegetables are scarce, and if we arrive late, they're all gone. Aaron and Donnie felt a bit awkward, but didn't dare interrupt. Indeed, with the empire strained by disasters and wars, this situation isn't unexpected. But together, we can make things better. Gil moved into the crowd. The guards tensed up, forming a protective ring around him. Teachers, no need for such caution. They are my citizens, my own troops. If there are those who wish harm upon me within my ranks, then I have no right to be emperor. With these words, the tension eased, and the soldiers began to feel more comfortable around him. Your Majesty speak, but I also know that one man cannot save everything. That's why I need all of you to help preserve our Han dynasty. I promise when our Han rises again, I will provide land, wives, and wealth for each of you. His words resonated deeply, igniting hope and expectation in the hearts of the soldiers. Your Majesty, I offer my loyalty. Ricky knelt, vowing allegiance. I believe in Your Majesty. You not only punished corrupt officials, but treated us peasants with respect, tending to royal fields and handling state affairs there. No emperor does this. From Qingzhou, I've never gone hungry since coming to Luoyang. Food, clothes, faith in Your Majesty is unwavering. My wife farms in Shanglua. You lent us oxen and new farming tools, making it easier for women to work the fields. We are not ungrateful. She farms, I fight, earning rewards to repay Your Majesty's kindness. Moved by the passionate expressions, Gil felt warmth and moistness in his eyes. Indeed, the people of our great Han are the most admirable. Thank you all. From today, I will train with you. Teachers, give the orders. Aaron nodded and commenced the drills. As the rigorous training wore on, Aloysius and Fiki struggled with exhaustion, covered in blisters from lifting heavy equipment. Gil joined them in exertion. Clifton Rue, what did our emperor grow up eating? Could you match his skills at 10? Aloysius joked to Fiki, still recovering. Why compare him to us at 10? Compare. A soldier who had traveled day and night burst into the tent, kneeling before Gil and presenting him with an urgent war report. Hayward, go and summon General-in-Chief Amerigo and Minister of Works Emeric to see me. Teachers, please prepare 3,000 elite soldiers, ready at any moment. Gil handled the matter calmly, receiving the aid request and placing it aside before continuing his meal. Chapter 19. Recognizing Catherine under the moonlight. For a moment, everyone put down their food and looked at Emperor Gil. However, Gil remained composed as usual. After 2 hours, Hayward entered the tent with Amerigo and Emeric. Both were drenched in sweat, clearly having rushed all the way. Uncle, Unkit has reached the city of Cheonzong. Please lead the Western Garden troops to support Evander on the front lines. Gil put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at Amerigo. Your Majesty, Unkit only brought 3,000 cavalry. Why be so tense? As soon as Amerigo spoke, everyone present gave him cold looks. Gil shook his head and patiently explained, Unkit indeed came with his elite 3,000, but I believe he has reinforcements behind him. If we don't act now, once his reinforcements arrive, the morale of the army and civilians in Cheongsong will collapse. I spoke out of turn. I accept your order, said Amerigo, who although not well read in military strategy, was no fool, and immediately knelt to bow. Now go without delay. Day and night, do not linger on the journey. After Gil finished speaking, Hayward had already written the imperial decree. He pulled out the jade seal from his waist, stamped it forcefully, and handed the decree to Amerigo. Seeing Amerigo leave, Gil turned to Emeric. I plan to go personally into battle. Minister Harvey, please have your daughter Catherine accompany me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Your Majesty? Can my daughter fend off enemies? Emeric asked in confusion. Yes, she can. Emperor Wu has already informed me of all methods to repel the enemy. Have you heard of the beauty stratagem? Gil asked confidently. Minister accepts the edict. Emeric, after my departure, state affairs should follow the instructions of Cordelia Dowager and the national maternal uncle. Captain Kermit's matters shall be left to him. Should any officials attempt to defame the academy or land reclamation during my absence, you may discuss with the national maternal uncle and use my reserved edict to punish the traitors. Hayward handed over the prepared decree as Gil repeated the process, delivering the decree to Emeric. Subject dares not betray your Majesty's trust. Emeric then rushed out of the camp. Over these days, they had come to respect Gil, with muscles carved like stone, intimidating to look at. The two of us used to make a living in Qingzhou. After joining Captain Kermit, he sent us here to protect His Majesty. Rest assured, as long as we are here, none shall harm you. Jalen and Jeremy smiled innocently, bowing while holding their fists in greeting. Seeing the enthusiasm of Harvey and Zachary, Gil proposed, Warriors, these two are my teachers. How about demonstrating your skills? If His Majesty wishes, we will gladly oblige. Jeremy patted his chest casually. Harvey and Zachary were delighted at the prospect. Hearing about the duel, soldiers gathered around in anticipation. All of you are loyal and valiant servants. Please exercise restraint. At Gil's command, Jalen charged toward Donnie, wielding dual short halberds with blinding speed. Excellent. Donnie grinned, using the move, Azure Dragon out of sea, blocking Jalen's halberd before launching a counterattack towards his throat. Jalen nimbly dodged the thrust, then hurled one halberd at Donnie, who barely deflected it in time. Looking embarrassed, Jalen scratched his head and said, Your Majesty, I cannot get past this old general. Prolonged fighting might result in victory, but it would be Pyrrhic. Donnie smiled warmly, praising. Jeremy joined Gil again. These 4 generals possess unmatched courage. Jeremy, Jalen, I appoint you both as personal military captains to join the Imperial Guards and follow me on the expedition tomorrow. Gil was overjoyed to gain 3 renowned generals, giving him more confidence against the Shiliang forces. Just as they thanked him, Hayward led a woman over. Your Majesty, Emeric's daughter, Catherine, has arrived. Everyone dispersed tactfully as Hayward stepped back, revealing a woman in a white dress gracefully kneeling. Your subject, Catherine, pays respects to your Majesty. Bathed in moonlight, Gil glimpsed Catherine's slender figure, her fair complexion veiled yet captivatingly beautiful. Catherine lifted her veil, her eyes fluttering as she gazed quietly at Gil under the flickering firelight. Your Majesty? Seeing such a beauty, Gil felt his heart tighten. If it were just about looks, Catherine was slightly superior to Karis. Moreover, Catherine was at the peak of her youth, her lips slightly parted, and her gentle voice left Gil somewhat dazed. Goodness! No wonder Pedro was willing to kill Unkit for her. She could truly lead to the downfall of a nation. Hayward, take Catherine back to the palace. Hearing this, Hayward raised an eyebrow and immediately understood Gil's intentions. Chapter 20. A hero cannot resist beauty. Emperor Gil's personal army rushes to Qiantong. Outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Ricky stood at the gate with Jeremy and Jalen, watching as Fiki and Aloysius paced back and forth, thinking about the peculiar nature of this world. If Pedro truly matched the description in the historical novels, he would indeed be a formidable adversary. Using his beloved general's life to win a beauty was something even Gil couldn't bring himself to do. Is His Majesty troubled? Catherine asked softly, her red lips slightly pursed. Yes, I originally wanted you to use the beauty trap, but seeing you here has made me reconsider. Gil stopped pacing and faced Catherine directly. His Majesty, why do you regret it? A slight blush rose on Catherine's cheeks. Let me explain. Under Unkit, there is a mighty general named Pedro. The former Emperor Louisgu once said he was an extraordinary warrior, valiant and brave. But Pedro has one weakness. He craves power and women, and lacks strategy. Catherine looked startled, immediately kneeling down. Does His Majesty wish for this subject to submit to Pedro? Yes, if you can persuade Pedro to defect, this battle will be all but certain. And if I cannot? In that case, we will have to stall until Unkit retreats. If any unrest occurs in Runan or Ji province, Luoyang will be in grave danger. Gil sighed, expressing his concerns. Catherine bit her lip, tears dropping to the ground like thunderclaps to Gil's ears. This subject is willing to serve the country faithfully, she declared with determination. If you're not sincere, then there's no need to go through with it. Gil forced back his reluctance and turned away. This subject, if not for Father's care during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, this subject would have died long ago. Father often told me that His Majesty is a true dragon raised by the former Emperor Louisgu. This subject admires your Majesty greatly and wishes to be your loyal weapon. Catherine lifted her eyes. The resolve in her reddened eyes made her appear even more captivating. Gil glanced at her briefly, then quickly turned away. It's so hard to be a wise emperor. Catherine approached Gil upon seeing he didn't respond, causing a wave of fragrance to waft towards him. Their eyes met, and Catherine's breathtaking beauty was tinged with tears. Which man could withstand this? Gil growled inwardly, stepping backward. Enough. After watching several generals today, I see that Pedro is not invincible. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Gil sighed, ultimately softening his heart. Really, your Majesty? Catherine's face lit up with joy, and she thanked him repeatedly. In a corner of the temple, a soft cry came from a woman. Cordelia Karis was pushed out by Janie, who then closed the side hall door. Why, your Majesty, this subject heard that you brought back a beautiful lady. So we. Cordelia Karis's face flushed crimson as she stammered. No problem, since you're here, what do you want to say? Gil felt caught in the act, waving his hand dismissively. This subject feels that using women to decide battles could harm national dignity and encourage villains. Cordelia Karis spoke in a whisper, each word deeply piercing Gil's heart. Gil walked quickly to Cordelia Karis and held her hands. You are truly in Lihua to me, Lord. Counselor present. Hayward hurried out of the side hall. Convey my order to Anton, to transport catapults, oil, iron caltrops, trip ropes, and other military supplies to the front lines. I'll take a batch with me tomorrow, and continue working day and night on the rest. I will do it immediately. Hayward glanced at Catherine and Gil suspiciously before walking out. Outside, he was intercepted by Fiki and Aloysius. It's no wonder His Majesty praised the Cordelia as the worthy successor of the former Emperor Louisgu's Empress. In matters of war, momentum is key. After 2 tries, energy wanes. It seems His Majesty intends to determine everything in one battle. Aloysius said happily, holding the wine gourd. Indeed, Fu Xiao, let's prepare for tomorrow at the Jingzhou Magistrate's office. You assist Jitsai. Fiki confidently left the palace, followed by a solemn-faced Aloysius. Back inside the temple, Gil held Cordelia Karis's hand, making her face hotter. Catherine will stay with you, and the Cordelia Dowager tonight, and join our expedition early tomorrow. Gil smiled gently, and Cordelia Karis nodded quietly, leading Catherine to the side hall. The night was calm as Gil pondered the stories from historical novels. Without the 3 sworn brothers Darien, Arvid, and Brock, the 18 allied lords indeed had trouble dealing with Pedro. I wonder if these 3 brothers will come to help. If they do, defeating Unkit would be much faster. As Gil planned in the temple, Janie scrutinized Catherine and Karis in the side hall. I've heard Chancellor Amaric's adoptive daughter is incredibly beautiful. Today, even I feel inadequate. TT thank you, Cordelia Dowager. Catherine kept bowing, not daring to speak further. Stand up. Since meeting the teachings of the former Emperor Louisgu, Biener has never been so indecisive. Do you know where you stood? It was the place where His Majesty personally slew Eldon. Janie helped Catherine stand, speaking slowly. As a mother, I listened closely just now. Since Biener regrets this matter, it shows some affection for you. If Cordelia William agrees, after this battle, I will arrange your entry into the palace. Janie looked at Karis, asking, Cordelia Dowager. I am not a jealous person. Besides, as the Cordelia of the Son of Heaven, it is fitting. See? Cordelia agrees. If you refuse, I won't force you. Janie nodded, focusing on Catherine again. I agree. Catherine blushed, glancing shyly at Karis, who smiled at her reassuringly. The next morning, Gil stood before Janie and Cordelia Karis, who were dressing him in armor. Vienner, it's just for show. Don't dare to charge into battle. Janie's voice choked up, yet she couldn't say more, sighing repeatedly. Anything else, Cordelia? Gil looked at Karis, who was tying his waist belt, gently asking. I wish for your majesty's martial fortunes to thrive, and victory in this battle. Gil held Karis's hand tightly. Rest assured, it will happen. After dressing completely, Gil entered the court with a group of generals. Today, Uncut of Liang is attacking Chang'an. Once Chansong falls, Luoyang will be defenseless, endangering our dynasty. I must set an example by personally leading the army against the rebels. Victory or death. Gil, standing before the dragon throne, unsheathed his imperial sword, holding the jade seal aloft, shouting loudly. Under the auspices of the national fortune, Emperor Gil's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, reverberating throughout the entire imperial city. Victory or death. Fetch pen and ink. Based on his knowledge, he immediately sketched a prototype for an integrated saddle and stirrup, sending it back to the craftsman by fast horse. Your Majesty, we prostrate ourselves. Amerigo and Evander knelt down. Rise, how are the battle preparations? Sir, I've already ordered my troops to fortify and clear the surroundings. Seeing no place to camp below the city, Uncut has set up his encampment 10 miles away on a hillside. Evander replied with a salute. General Lee, I've brought new catapults developed by our artisans with a range of approximately 600 paces. Please incorporate these into your defense quickly. Upon hearing this, Evander was overjoyed and began executing Gil's order immediately. Meanwhile, Amerigo looked at Gil with a guilty expression. Your Majesty is wise. I sent scouts to reconnoiter around enemy lines yesterday. As you said, reinforcements from Liangzhou and Bingzhou are indeed rushing to Uncut's aid. Gil waved his hand, allowing his personal guard to enter the city. Uncle, I heard that Uncut has a vanguard named Xerxes who comes daily to challenge us. Do you have anyone suitable to confront him? Of course, if that rogue shows up today, I will make sure he does not return. Amerigo spoke confidently as he followed Gil onto the city walls. Gil took his seat and scanned the open area in front of the city, confirming Evander's safety. Amerigo lashed out with his whip at his officers. At this moment, a soldier holding a broadsword with a slightly red nose stepped forward. Great General, Colin requests to join the battle. Yes, right Commander, your martial skills are outstanding. Victory is assured. Colin leaped onto his horse and dashed out. Before Xerxes could speak, he slashed overhead. As the blade aimed for Xerxes' neck, he swiftly hid under his horse, displaying impressive horsemanship. Seeing this, Colin lightly cried out, slicing his broadsword in a strange arc towards Xerxes' steed. Startled, Xerxes blocked with his saber and immediately engaged Colin in combat. For a while, the two warhorses circled each other, and the riders fought fiercely, matching blow for blow. Wine-nosed man, your indulgence in wine and women will be your downfall. Xerxes turned his horse, using its speed for an overwhelming strike. Colin, though skilled, lacked endurance due to his indulgences. Trapped inside, he couldn't fully use his long weapon and felt the urge to retreat. Xerxes seized the moment, faking a vertical chop, tricking Colin laughed, pointing behind Xerxes. Suspicious, Xerxes turned to see a strong figure brandishing a long saber charging toward him. You, thief. Before finishing, Xerxes' head rolled beside Arvid, who dismounted. General Lewis, where are the other two heroes? Gil called out from the gate. How does your Majesty know my name and about the three of us? Arvid bowed and asked, his robe fluttering. Gil smiled mysteriously, pointing to the sky. Meanwhile, Uncut's army withdrew after seeing their vanguard killed. Inside Shinsong City, Darien and his brothers knelt before Gil. Gil waved and declared aloud, in my dream last night, the late Emperor Louis said 3-star generals would come to assist me today, just as predicted. Commoner. General, no need to rush. Enter the tent first. I will visit shortly. Interrupting Darien, Gil instructed Hayward to escort him out of his quarters. Mentioning Darien's imperial uncle status here might infuriate Amerigo, leading to his expulsion. Attend to the burial of the three generals properly. Send word to the capital for a grand funeral. Gil glanced at his uncle slowly. Thank you, your Majesty. Let me handle this. Amerigo appeared desolate, seeing his trained subordinates either serving Gil, becoming rebels, or dead. Watching him leave, Gil felt a pang of sympathy but knew he must proceed this way. Come Mario. Gil took the hands of Brock and Arvid, his face filled with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 22. Darien ordered to guard Miles Jung. Arvid attends court. Brock, though a rough man, admired Emperor Gil's recent decrees. Now, as Emperor, Gil addressed them as divine generals. How could they not bow? Brock immediately knelt down. This humble subject Brock, your Majesty, why go to such lengths? Arvid was similar. Despite his pride, he remained loyal to his brother and the Han dynasty. Your Majesty, Arvid is unworthy of such honor. General Lewis, what are you saying? The late Emperor Louis has already explained your situation to me. You were forced into it, and I will pardon General Lewis. Gil's words filled Arvid with shock and joy. He quickly prostrated himself. Thank you, your Majesty. The people behind Gil were already used to his actions. However, Darien seemed overwhelmed by shock. Gil turned to look at him, thinking, let's test him, see if he truly upholds righteousness. Uncle, the late Emperor Louis said these two divine generals can slay enemy commanders in battle. If Uncle agrees, would you accept Louis and Zhang as your generals? Gil gently asked, holding Darien's hand. At this moment, Arvid and Brock looked at Darien hopefully. Darien, regaining his composure, glanced at the figures behind Gil, Jalen, Jeremy, and Ricky. Your Majesty, this world belongs to you. Although we three are sworn brothers, we shall follow your orders. Darien maintained his composed demeanor, speaking with righteous fervor. Uncle, that's wonderful. I have a request for you. Mickey and Runin and Kit in G Province are threats. Will you go to Manuel and Shanglua, lead an army, and defend the gateway against Mickey's advance on Luoyang? Darien nodded heavily. I am willing to station my troops in Milesheng. It's a crucial point for Mickey's rapid advance towards Luoyang. We can fortify and remain defensive or reinforce Xingyang. How does your Majesty feel about this? Very well. But Manuel's forces are newly recruited. Do you need assistance? Gil's words aimed to separate the brothers, but Darien saw through it. If my two sworn brothers can come along, our chances of victory increase. Your logic is sound. As a royal relative, you shouldn't fight personally. Manuel has the Xiahou brothers. I'll write a letter asking him to lend them to you. Before Gil could start writing, Darien stopped him. Your Majesty, though unworthy, I do know some martial skills. Gil feigned contemplation. All right, uncle. Since you are a disciple of Chancellor Elias, I will send General Liu and General Zhang to assist you. A balance of civil and military strength should... Noticing his modest meal, Arvid felt puzzled. Generals, you all will be fighting. No matter how poor the Han dynasty is, we must not deprive those who fight for it. Gil smiled, finishing his bowl of porridge. Ricky whispered to Arvid, explaining Gil's open governance and respect for commoners. Arvid stroked his beard, looking at Gil with newfound respect. General Lewis, this is Ricky, style name Howard. My teacher is Commander Donnie. Today, seeing your effortless kill of Xerxes, I admire you greatly. Donnie? The spear master? Indeed. Arvid's respect for Ricky grew after hearing his lineage. Gil, focusing on the reports, occasionally spoke orders. To the Cordelia Dowager, Grand Tutorsal has done well. Let him handle internal issues within the Jagarin clan to avoid alienating him. For the Imperial Academy, ensure no worries about funds. Once we defeat the rebels, there will be solutions. And regarding Price's locust problem, note that it's my responsibility, not his fault. Here are 3 methods to eliminate them. Gil dictated the methods meticulously. First, light torches at night and collect dead insects. Second, release chickens and ducks in the fields. Have you bought chicks and ducklings? Yes, I informed the Cordelia Dowager yesterday. Excellent. Third, spread lights. Aloysius and Fiki said in unison. As Cassius states in his letter, Briar and Richard have old grievances. Plus, Mickey has leverage over Briar for supporting Kit. He is now using my name to attack Jingzhou, Gil replied, waving his hand in displeasure. Does your Majesty worry this is a ploy by Mickey? Fortunately, Uncle Gregory has been sent to guard Milesheng, which reassures me. But we can't delay the battle here any longer. Issue an edict. We will march out and fight tomorrow morning to crush Unkit's vanguard. Upon Gil's order, Hayward immediately relayed it to Evander. Generals, Unkit will certainly send Jorge to fight tomorrow. My 2 mentors need your troops. The task of defeating Jorge falls on you. Your Majesty, that man betrayed his father for red hair. I do not consider him a threat, Arvid respectfully offered. Do not underestimate him, General Lewis. Emperor Wu once remarked that he needs 3 generals to defeat him. Jeremy, Jalen, after General Lewis challenges Jorge, you 2 must assist immediately, Gil instructed firmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Jeremy and Jalen accepted the command readily, though Arvid showed some confusion but didn't protest, respecting the young emperor's strategic acumen. Liang Zhang, send orders to Master Harvey and Master Zachary to flank the enemy via the ancient mountain path. This ensures the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning of the original text. The term Jandal is better translated as mountain path or mountain pass for a native English-speaking audience. Gil did not interfere with Evander's military arrangement, but only directed his own personal guards. After all arrangements were settled, he dismissed everyone and slept in his tent. The next dawn, Gil rose early. He intended to have Hayward help him don his armor when 2 women gracefully entered. Karis, why did you follow? Gil asked. Your Majesty, since you're personally leading the campaign, as Queen Consort, I must remain by your side, Karis replied shyly while helping him with the inner armor. Did Mother not stop you? Mother said hardship reveals true love. Gil sighed and smiled, finding her resolve endearing despite her actions. Fully armored, his craftsman replaced his horse's gear with newly made ones. Your Majesty, we are ready. Aaron and Donnie had already prepared their troops. Masters, proceed. When the beacon fires rise, it's time for you to capture Unkit. Gil bowed deeply. Women are scarce in the army. Stay within the city with Hayward. Gil then spurred his horse toward the main camp outside the city. He holds my brother hostage and aims to usurp. I shall lead this charge to show the grandeur of our great Han. As his words spread among the troops, morale surged. Comrades, let me speak candidly. What kind of man is Unkit? His Shiliang soldiers? Thieves and barbarians. If they breach Chensong, they will devour your harvests, violate your wives, plunder your homes. Do we stand firm or retreat in fear? His speech invigorated the troops. Blood feud, blood feud, blood feud. Their shouts echoed across the battlefield. Pang Liao, Garrett, listen. Our young emperor shows some mettle, Jorge mocked, mounting red hair. He planned to single-handedly break enemy morale before unleashing the Iron Cavalry and Vanguard camp. Red hair galloped swiftly, drawing envious gazes. Does little Gil dare a duel? Jorge shouted, riding to the front. Gil observed that Jorge towered over Arvid and Jalen, wielding his majestic halberd. Your Majesty, allow me to slay this villain and toast you. Gil nodded. Arvid rode forward with his green dragon crescent blade trailing. A signature move, the dragging knife slash. Seeing the ruddy-faced warrior with a long beard, Jorge turned his horse back. Who dares challenge me? Her speech had successfully won the loyalty of all the soldiers. Despite their fear, they still held their spears in front of Titus, using their lives to defend against Jorge's attack. Titus watched Jorge, who resembled a monster, his already formidable figure enhanced by his divine steed, Chitu. As he spurred his horse forward, he wielded his halberd with one hand. A flash of cold light swept past, and Titus's soldiers fell like wheat at harvest time, mercilessly cut down by the scythe of death. The fear of death urged Titus to turn his horse around and flee back to the city. At this moment, Titus even questioned why he regretted falling for Kelly's beauty trap. Was a woman more important than his own life? No, I cannot escape. If I run, the army will be in chaos. In the plains, if infantry breaks ranks and is pursued by cavalry, the defeat will be catastrophic. Titus tightly gripped the jade seal in his hand, steadying his nerves. Changshan Zhao Zilong is here. A roar came from beside Titus. The 16-year-old Irvin, holding a silver spear, showed no fear on his pale face. While ordinary people see danger in perilous situations, men like Irvin see opportunities to gain fame across the 4 seas. I must win. This empire belongs to me. Even Kelly belongs to me. Not just Kelly, but within and beyond the Great Han. Everything my armies conquer belongs to me. Titus, Jorge, now unhorsed, was like a tiger without claws, but he still fought barehanded with Elmo. Far away, dust clouds rolled as Zhang Liao and Gao Shuan, seeing Jorge fall, ordered the 3,000 iron cavalry to attack. On the grasslands, the Shiliang cavalry let out eerie cries accompanied by thunderous hoofbeats. Shoot! Ned raised the command flag and waved it. The sharp sound of arrows leaving the bowstrings briefly suppressed the hoofbeats, but after the arrow shower, there were the oil bombs developed by Titus's 100 artisans. Large spherical stones filled with oil, set alight by soldiers, were launched by catapults. Dozens of flaming balls streaked through the sky with black trails, crashing into the Shiliang cavalry ranks. Boom, boom, boom. Upon impact, the specially made stone balls exploded, shooting fragments of burning black oil in all directions. Those close by were shredded, while those farther away were startled by the explosions. And that moment of shock provided perfect targets for the descending arrows. In an instant, the invincible Shiliang iron cavalry lost a quarter of its force after the first volley, and waiting for them behind were iron caltrops and trip wires. Perhaps due to the bizarre spectacle of the oil explosions or the unprecedented setback for the Shiliang cavalry, Jorge cast a glance at Titus for the first time with fear in his eyes. Feeling his gaze, Titus turned his head and raised his Zhang Liao and Gao Shuan watched helplessly as their comrades fell off their horses, but they showed no sign of retreating. Xian army, dismount and form ranks. With Gao Shuan's call, a group of heavily armored knights gathered around Zhang Liao and Gao Shuan. Their faces were hidden under thick helmets, but their movements were perfectly synchronized, forming a crane-wing formation centered around Zhang Liao and Gao Shuan. The remaining Shiliang cavalry subconsciously followed these 500 dismounted Xian soldiers, aligning themselves behind them. Shoot! Ned waved the command flag again, and another wave of arrows flew into the air. Hold! Defend! Gao Shuan raised his spear and shouted. All Xian soldiers stopped simultaneously, drawing round shields from their backs and raising them high. For a moment, the clash of metal filled the air. Though the shields were not large, combined with their heavy armor, they deflected most of the incoming arrows, protecting the scattered soldiers behind them. Advance! After the arrow shower, Gao Shuan showed no hesitation, continuing his charge towards Titus's formation. Only now did Titus realize that Shiliang had 2 weapons, the cavalry and the fully armored Xian soldiers. In contrast, most of Titus's soldiers wore leather armor, and many had none at all. Only officers wore iron armor, much of which was ancient, rusted, and broken. How can you assist this unrighteous villain? Titus's angry shout resonated like a dragon's roar, frightening Chitu so much that its limbs went limp, causing it to collapse onto the battlefield. Jorge looked at Titus, and the hope in his eyes gradually turned into despair. Your Majesty, Jorge has something to say. Translation note: the names are romanized in pinyin without tones. The structure and style of the text are preserved as requested. The translation aims to maintain natural English phrasing while keeping the original tone and logic consistent with previous content. Chapter 25. Releasing the Tiger, Sanctity Shines. Pedro saw that Red Hair had submitted and knew his situation was dire. He evaded Ricky and Jalen, then knelt before Gil. Pedro is willing to surrender, willing to serve your Majesty. Upon hearing this, all present except Gil were stunned. For generals like Ricky and Jalen, it was inconceivable for a general to defect on the battlefield. Both of them looked at Pedro with disdain. At this moment, Evander, Ricky, and Jalen all cast inquiring glances towards Gil. Gil coldly snorted, recalling Catherine's beauty when she helped him put on his armor. Ding Jagarin's death must be a lesson. Kill him, take his head, and send it back to Unkit. Upon hearing this, Pedro's face turned ashen. As Jalen and Ricky moved to kill him, an intense desire for survival erupted within him. He grabbed his fallen heaven-painting halberd and swung it horizontally, forcing Jalen and Ricky back. Then he lunged forward. Ricky narrowly avoided the attack, blocking it with his silver spear, but was knocked off his horse by Pedro's immense strength. Pedro leaped onto Ricky's white horse and glanced back at Gil. Since your Majesty will not accept me, let us meet again on the battlefield. With these words, Pedro spurred the horse wildly, escaping towards Unkit's camp. At that moment, Ray and Garrett were rallying their scattered troops to come to Pedro's aid. They and their officers watched as Pedro fled after kneeling to Gil. Their original resolve began to waver into suspicion and confusion. In battle, capturing hearts and minds is paramount. It's never too late to do so even when the battle starts. Each soldier is a living person who reacts based on the situation and circumstances. Fear and reluctance spread quickly, infecting every soldier like a plague. That's why the saying goes, a defeated army crumbles like mountains. Pedro has fled. The enemy general Pedro has fled. Warriors, glory is within reach. Charge with his Majesty, shouted Evander, waving his command flag. Immediately, Gil's soldiers, like beasts, started. Within 2 hours, cries filled Unkit's camp, flames rising, reminding the Liangzhou soldiers of their total defeat. No, this can't be possible. We have 500 elite camp brothers guarding the Grand Tutor's tent. Do you know Aaron and Donnie? After Gil asked, the light in their eyes faded completely, and their weapons fell. Your Majesty, can you spare these soldiers? Ray knelt, followed by the rest of the elite camp soldiers, who laid down their arms. The elite camp, true to its name, you are excellent sons of the Han. You were deceived by villains. Your guilt lies with Unkit, not you. Our great Han realm was secured by countless brave warriors. In recent years, the court has been plagued with corruption, and foreign tribes have grown strong. It is only because of you that we continue to protect the borders. Rise, attend to the wounded, and join my personal guard. Gil spoke emotionally while supporting the Imperial sword. The elite camp soldiers were touched to tears, endlessly thanking Gil for his grace. Meanwhile, Ray and Garrett removed their helmets, ready to commit suicide. Jagernchang, Dwayne, save the 2 generals. Gil commanded. Arvid and Jeremy promptly stopped the tragedy. Do you prefer dying for Unkit rather than serving the Han? Gil asked. They exchanged glances, torn between loyalty and survival. Pedro cheered loudly. I wish to prove my loyalty. If you trust me, I will return to Liangzhou with Garrett to rally old comrades and cut off Unkit's retreat. Ray said. Other generals, except Arvid, were apprehensive about letting the tiger go. Your Majesty, I vouch for them. Riding red hair, Arvid offered assurance. Trust those you employ, provide whatever they need. Gil waved and told them. Subject wishes to lead the remaining elite camp and receive a letter to pacify Liangzhou, appealing to my connections and your imperial authority. Pins and silk were brought, and Gil wrote. Crimes lie with the ringleaders. All counties are innocent. Taxes are waived for 1 year. Thus, the wise emperor reassured and integrated his new allies, demonstrating exceptional leadership in troubled times. After finishing, Gil stamped it with the jade seal and handed it to Ray. General, do you need anything else? Gil smiled slightly. If he weren't a time traveler, he really wouldn't dare to be so bold. He had a great fondness for Ray. After Ray surrendered to Price, he achieved remarkable military feats and entered the Temple of Martial Valor due to his exploits with Sun 10,000. Such talent, how could Gil let go? After writing, Gil sealed it with the jade seal and handed it to Ray. General, do you need anything else? Gil smiled slightly. If he weren't a time traveler, he really wouldn't dare to be so bold. He had a great fondness for Ray. Have you captured Ilias, Edward C., and Li Ru? Gil helped them up and asked. All of them were executed. When we burst into their camp, those bandits were enjoying themselves with dancers and musicians. Hearing this, Gil felt that the national fortune from distant Liang province and above the heads of the soldiers was steadily flowing into the jade seal. What about King of Bohai and Cordelia Dowager Dong? Does your Majesty trust me? Ray asked through tears. As I trust General Arvid and all the other officers. If I can entrust my life to them, why should such trivial matters be an issue? Upon hearing this, not only were Ray and Garrett moved, but even the group of generals behind Gil shed emotional tears. Apart from the reigns of Emperor Wu of Han and Emperor Louis Wu, no emperor dared to speak of entrusting their lives to their subordinates. Your subject would die 10,000 times rather than betray your Majesty's grace. The phrase would die 10,000 times is a traditional expression to emphasize absolute loyalty and commitment. The word gufu is translated as betray to maintain the meaning and fluency in English. At that moment, Garrett was in tears. Your subject will return within a month. If any of the western Liang counties disobey, your subject will give his life for the country. With tears in his eyes, Ray led Garrett to mount their horses, leading. Hearing this, not only were Ray and Garrett moved to tears, but even the group of generals behind Gil were moved to tears. Apart from the reigns of Emperor Wu of Han and Emperor Louis Wu, no emperor would dare to say they entrusted their lives to their generals. Your subject, no matter what, will never betray your Majesty's grace. At that moment, Garrett was weeping bitterly. Your subject will return within a month. If any of the Xiliang counties refuse to comply, your subject will dedicate his life to serving the country. Ray said, tears welling up in his eyes, then pulled Garrett onto their horses and led the remaining able-bodied troops towards Xiliang to retreat. At this moment, Aaron and Donnie returned after thoroughly defeating Unkit's camp. After hearing about Gil's successful persuasion on the battlefield, admiration filled their eyes. Your Majesty, we failed to capture Unkit. Pedro saved him and allowed him to escape. Teachers, did you capture Ilias, Edward C., and the likes of Li Ru? Gil helped them up and asked. All captured and executed. When we stormed into the camp, we found dancers and singing girls. The enemy leaders were indulging in pleasure. Upon hearing this, Gil felt a faint aura of national fortune streaming from the distant Xiliang and gathering around the jade seal. What about Prince Bohai and Cordelia Dowager Dong? Chapter 26, Catherine's heartfelt appeal. Prince Bohai and Cordelia Dowager Dong were taken by the traitor Unkit and fled back to Xiliang. Aaron found it hard to say, as this battle was primarily aimed at reclaiming fallen soldiers must be delivered on time. The severely wounded will be categorized into those who can farm and those who cannot. The latter will be sent to the Jingzhou Commandery to assist in pest control and drying insects. Generals, we have achieved a great victory. Let's celebrate in the city. Gil mounted his horse, waving his hand. In Chinsong City, 2 military tents were set up by Gil. Heijin was responsible for rewarding the Western Garden soldiers, while Gil personally rewarded his own guards and generals. The credit for today's victory belongs foremost to General Arvid, who is now granted the title of Marquis of Han's Ho Pavilion. Jeremy, Jalen, and Ricky will temporarily be made commanders of the Imperial Guard. After further organization, each will lead a separate unit. Gil knew Arvid valued titles but not positions, so he conferred the Marquis title without a specific post. For the other 3, practical roles were given instead of noble titles, keeping things fair. Ricky, originally somewhat ashamed, felt encouraged by Donnie's gift and words, finally showing signs of joy upon receiving his award. Thank your majesty for your grace. We shall serve you with all our might. The 4 generals bowed deeply, their faces filled with gratitude, especially Arvid, who went from a fugitive to a marquis, naturally feeling honored. Jagerncha Ilshing, there's little fear of Mickey's ambitions. We shall observe the situation in Jingzhou. However, Hoyt in Yuzhou needs assistance, lest he fails, causing ethnic unrest. What advice do you both offer? Gil asked. We propose sending the Grand General with the Western Garden troops to Yuzhou to mediate, and then redeploy them to Shiliang afterward. Fiki smiled. Grand General Arden leads an elite White Horse troop. Can he handle such a mission? No need for concern. Even though Arden's troops are renowned, he and Hoyt have battled for months. Leveraging our recent victories and offering supplies, he will likely accept our mediation. Aloysius analyzed swiftly, and Gil agreed, issuing orders immediately. Initially reluctant, Amerigo cheered upon learning he would travel to Shiliang once the mediation was over. Your Majesty, it's late. The Cordelia and Miss Catherine await your arrival. Gil, slightly tipsy, felt tempted upon hearing Hayward's words. He entrusted the celebration arrangements to Hayward and returned to the quarters where the 2 women were staying. Under the bright moonlight, Gil paused before pushing the door open. Damn, I'm barely over 10 years old. Why get so worked up? Recalling his age, his excitement cooled rapidly. Ah, well, people grow up eventually. No rush. Gil respected his teacher's advice again. Your Majesty. A servant fetching water spotted him, bowing low and calling out before he could stop her. Startled, the 2 women quickly put on their clothes and rushed out. Karis didn't seem to mind much, but Catherine's face turned as red as a ripe apple, exuding a captivating blush. Your Majesty just arrived. I drank quite a bit today, perhaps a bit too much. Yes, you may leave now. I wish to speak with the Cordelia. Gil waved his hand to dismiss the servant. Karis covered her mouth and laughed. It looks like His Majesty saw something he shouldn't have, and is suffering the consequences. Nonsense. How can you say that? Of course not. How could I be such a person? Gil, flustered, loosened his finger from his nose, and blood trickled down. Seeing this, Karis left the care of Gil to Catherine while she busily arranged for the room to be cleaned. She claimed it was for boiling medicine for Gil, but in truth, she wanted to give Catherine and Gil some private time. This wasn't about her being overly generous. Rather, she understood from a young age that an emperor couldn't be solely hers, especially one so wise and valiant. It was better to take control of the situation than to become a complaining wife. Your Majesty, did you hear all that? Catherine sat on the bed as Gil closed his eyes, inhaling her fragrance while leaning against her thighs. Yes, I heard most of it. After we return to the capital, you will live with Cordelia Dowager and Karis. When I turn 16, you will both marry me officially. Tears slowly rolled down Catherine's cheeks as she continued to massage Gil's temples to ease his fatigue. Why are you crying? Gil, puzzled, asked. Your Majesty, I am 5 years your senior. I fear that when you are in your prime, I will be like a withered flower of yesterday. As an orphan, it is already a great fortune for me to gain the favor of your Majesty and the Cordelia Dowager. I only wish that your Majesty will not gufu my admiration. Note, gufu can mean to gufu someone's feelings or expectations, which can be translated as betray, let down, or fail to live up to. In this context, let down or fail to live up to might be more appropriate. Adjusting this would make the translation more natural. Revised. Gil, puzzled, asked, Your Majesty, I am 5 years your senior. I fear that when you are in your prime, I will be like a withered flower of yesterday. As an orphan, it is already a great fortune for me to gain the favor of your Majesty and the Cordelia Dowager. I only wish that your Majesty will not let down my admiration. Sensing Catherine's tears and the warmth of her fingertips. Your Majesty, you heard everything? Catherine sat on the bed, while Marlin closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of her body, leaning against her legs. Yes, I heard most of it. After returning to the capital, you will live with Cordelia Dowager and Lady William. When I turn 16, you will join the Cordelia in the grand wedding ceremony. Hearing this, Catherine's tears slowly rolled down her cheeks, yet she continued to massage Marlin's temples to ease his weariness. What's wrong? Marlin asked, puzzled. Your subject is 5 years older than your Majesty. I fear that when your Majesty is in the prime of life, I will be like yesterday's flowers. Being an orphan, I consider myself fortunate to have gained the favor of your Majesty and the Cordelia Dowager. I only hope that your Majesty won't disappoint Catherine's heart. Marlin felt the warmth of Catherine's tears and fingertips, showing no change on his face, though inwardly he was raging. Sensing Catherine's tears and the warmth of her fingertips, Gil remained outwardly calm though inside he was raging with emotion. Chapter 27. The First 5-Year Plan. Damn, who can handle this? Is this what the Emperor's happiness is like? Gil slowly lifted Catherine's chin and silently admired her exquisite beauty. I am not an emperor who falls in love with every woman I see. Besides, you are the daughter of a grand tutor. I respect your father even if I wouldn't otherwise. Hearing this, Catherine stopped crying but still had a trace of weight on her face. Thus it is time to cast my eyes over the world. Leveraging the prestige of Emperor Louisguo, Gil altered the historical event, where Unkit entered the capital and the 18 warlords rebelled against him. For the future, he already had a clear plan. With control over the troops of Qingzhou, as long as he endured for 3 to 5 years, he could emerge powerful enough to make all the warlords submit. Thinking of this, Gil wrote down several lines. The First 5-Year Plan. Encourage trade, reward farming, encourage childbirth, maintain law and order, develop technology, establish military farms, train soldiers, rectify the administration. Looking at what he had written, Gil felt satisfied. Following these guidelines and combining them with his current holy name, he could definitely restore the glory of Han. Then, he stood up and looked at the map of Han, beginning to formulate future military plans. Yanzhou, Jaggerzhou, Jingzhou, and Shuzhou are all wealthy areas in Central Plains, but they have suffered most severely from the Yellow Turban rebels. They aren't the primary targets now. Compared to these regions, Ji, Yu, Bing, Yi, and Miles provinces are relatively wealthier. Unfortunately, they are beyond our immediate reach. Majesty would become a puppet. Aloysius spoke candidly. Yes, Gordon hits the point. So, I need to open paths widely, letting all talented people serve Han. Let's discuss this later. How about Briar's situation, Gordon? I believe Richard, despite his bravery, cannot defeat Jingzhou's solid defense. In this battle, the Sun family won't gain any advantage. In the end, Mickey will benefit. Aloysius pondered for a moment before concluding. Briar has deep roots in Jingzhou and enjoys popular support. But if Richard is removed from the equation, might they turn enemies into allies? Your Majesty, I think it depends on whether Kit can quickly assemble a force. If so, Briar will avoid close ties with Mickey. If not, Briar may act on his own ambitions. Hearing this, Gil nodded. So it seems Kit should be driven away but not killed? Not only Kit, I think your Majesty should try to subdue the Sun family. Richard is brave, and the Sun family is rooted in Milesjo. If left unchecked, their return could pose a future threat. That makes sense. Outside the tent, Fiki came in with news. Greetings, your Majesty. What news do you have, Mario? Speak quickly. Your Majesty, Richard lost to Briar in the first battle. Any casualties? Gil held Fiki's hand and asked. Details are yet to be reported, but the first battle was probably just a probe. News of your Majesty's victory over Liangzhou should have reached them. Fiki explained calmly. I understand. I need to think more about this. Gentlemen, go back and rest. Gil wanted to strike while both sides were weakened, but the impending locust disaster and the new recruits in Qingzhou made him feel stretched thin. Well, let's stabilize things first. Uncle isn't dead yet, so we shouldn't exhaust ourselves. Once Uncle consolidates power in Liangzhou, we'll consider moving forward. Hopefully, they will keep fighting each other longer. Gil felt a bit weary looking at the documents on his desk. He ordered Hayward to set up a bed inside the tent and went to sleep. 3 days later, the army returned to Luoyang. The entire court greeted Gil with grand celebrations for his triumphant return. However, Gil didn't allow excessive celebration. After a brief ceremony, he announced his 5-year plan. In the court, everyone revered Gil like a deity. All his decrees could be implemented smoothly. Taking advantage of the National Treasury's bumper harvest, Gil reduced local taxes by half, allowing people to focus on pest control. At the Cordelia Dowager's palace, Gil routinely paid respects to Janie. Janie happily pulled Gil, then looked at her 2 beautiful daughters-in-law, feeling overwhelmingly pleased. Biener, you already have an empress and a concubine. Normally, I shouldn't speak, but since Emperor Huan, descendants have always been a big issue. Following ancestral rules, the harem must be well stocked. Gil heard this and felt dizzy. He looked at his wives, who surprisingly agreed, nodding continuously. What do you mean, mother? Of course, to select consorts for Biener. Son, do you know that ever since your victory became known, officials visit daily, hinting at their desires? Can I not perceive that? They want to marry their daughters into the palace. Janie smiled broadly, holding Gil's hand. If you haven't chosen anyone, I can help. But our grand wedding is still 5 years away. Isn't this a bit premature, mother? Biener, matters of empresses and consorts are closely related to heirs, and heirs are crucial to the state. How can we be careless? Janie then took out a scroll of paintings she found satisfactory and handed it to Gil. Mother, I have state affairs to handle. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Gil fled immediately, dragging Hayward toward the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Your Majesty, the Cordelia Dowager only has your best interests at heart. Marriages like with Cordelia and concubine Catherine can't wait 5 years. Many clans arrange marriages when girls are only 3 or 4. Hayward supported Gil the unappealing portrait and sternly asked, Your Majesty, please forgive me. This should be the daughter of Minister Ace. Oh, Minister Ace's daughter is a renowned scholar in the capital. Why does her portrait look so unappealing? Gil sighed with a smile. This is quite interesting. That's enough for today. I still have state affairs to handle. You may take these away. Gil waved his hand dismissively without any sign of blame. Seeing this, Hayward quickly smiled and exited the temple. As soon as he stepped out, 2 people intercepted him. Chamberlain, how did it go? Cordelia Dowager, His Majesty did not specify, but after seeing Minister Ace's daughter's portrait, His Majesty seemed less weary. Minister Ace, your daughter is indeed talented and clever. She truly made the Emperor remember her by this clever ploy. Janie smiled at Orin. Cordelia Dowager, you flatter me. My daughter took a great risk, but fortunately, His Majesty is benevolent and did not punish her. My heart can now rest, Orin replied, barely hiding his joy. Orin was never a rigid person. He always consulted his daughter before accepting any marriage proposals. However, when Gil returned to Luoyang victorious, news of his triumph stirred romantic feelings in Orin's daughter. Fortunately, Janie had the same intention, so they collaborated to plan Gil's next move. Cordelia Dowager, should we proceed with the next step? Seeing their delight, Hayward reminded them. Yes, Chamberlain, your suggestion makes sense. His Majesty established the Hongwon Academy to educate the masses. The Jaggerdamping will be held tomorrow. Perhaps we should invite His Majesty to attend? Orin suggested wisely. Good. Leave this matter to Chamberlain. With that, Janie pulled out a palm-sized jade ruby from her sleeve and handed it to Hayward. Consider this an early gift from me. Hayward is honored by your grace's generosity. Please rest assured, your Majesty's business is my business. Pockets safely securing the jade ruby, Hayward returned to the temple as if nothing had happened. While observing Gil reviewing documents, he considered how to approach the subject. Your Majesty, recently many scholars and merchants have gathered in the city. Tomorrow, the Jaggerdamping will be held, and I would like to attend as well. Oh, when did you develop such interest in literary matters? Without looking up, Gil asked. My main intention is to recruit more talents for your Majesty. Forget it, I know what you're up to. but since there are many scholars and merchants gathered here, it might be worth checking out. Arrange a set of plain clothes for me. I will visit with Aloysius, Fiki, and Ricky tomorrow. Understood, Your Majesty. After lunch, the brocade against the wind. After a thorough examination, all the merchants looked pleasantly surprised. Excuse us, Chamberlain, what is the production volume of this brocade? If compared to shoe brocade, ours can produce more than double. The merchants swallowed hard, imagining mountains of gold and silver before them, greed evident in their eyes. Please calm down. His Majesty said you should evaluate the goods before negotiating. Now, observe this wine. Hayward then had the eunuchs pour a bowl of wine from each jar. The scent filled the air, intoxicating everyone. A wine merchant hurried over, first examining the color, smelling the aroma, but hesitating to taste it without permission. Please go ahead, Hayward reassured with a smile. Whoa, this wine is stronger than those from Yin, yet it's smooth and aromatic. Truly a heavenly brew. Hold on, Brother Harvey. Is our wine not different? It's fresh and refreshing like the rain in Miles Joe, yet retains its strength. Truly a top-grade drink. They turned to the last merchant, who remained silent. This wine feels like fire in the mouth and warms the belly instantly. Could you pour another bowl, Chamberlain? His face flushed. He looked weakly at Hayward. Hayward smiled, noting the mark on the jar. It was the purest wine, and personally poured another small cup. It's not due to stinginess from... Upon hearing this, the merchants visibly relaxed. They began calculating potential profits while waiting for the intoxicated merchant to wake up. In the sweltering afternoon heat, Gil ordered Hayward to bring out ice containers to help everyone cool off. The merchant eventually woke up in the stifling heat. Now that everyone has no objections, let's start with silk brocade. Please place your bids. Hayward spoke and immediately arranged for ink and paper to be brought in, ensuring transparency and preventing collusion between officials and merchants. A few moments later, the interested merchants wrote down their bidding prices. The Harvey family offers 30,000 strings of coins plus 30% of our salt, iron, and leather goods. The Zhang family offers 50,000 strings of coins plus 30% of grain. The Qin family offers 20,000 strings of coins plus 50% of horses and livestock. The bidding continued uninterrupted. Meanwhile, Gil asked about the Qin family. Your Majesty, the Qin family is from Longxi and owns horse ranches. Their connections in the western regions make their offer of 50% of horses and livestock highly valuable, explained Americ impartially. As the Grand Tutor, he knew how important horses were to Gil. Gil nodded and awarded the northern silk trade rights to the Qin family and the southern rights to the Zhang family. Given their different business interests, both families agreed without this substantial investment must have been supported by their clan. Very well. Build rapport with the Gregory family representatives privately. Merchants traveling between states serve as informants for local warlords. Ensure they don't undermine us. With the flying cavalry now established, we should reopen the commercial districts, supervised by the flying cavalry to manage markets and public order. The silk and liquor shops in Luoyang will be funded by the royal estate, so we can monitor market value and prevent exploitation. This task falls under your purview. See to it. With Hayward beaming, he left to arrange the establishment of shops and taverns. Your Majesty, the latest battle reports from Jing Province have arrived, announced Fiki and Aloysius. Tell me, did the Sun family lose? Your Majesty is wise. Breyer dispatched Coyle and Louis to face the allied armies of Sun and Mickey. Dave and Gregory Zhu then struck Changsha by surprise, reported Aloysius. In that case, wouldn't the governor of Changsha, Richard, be cornered? Indeed, Your Majesty. It's likely Richard has integrated his forces into Mickey's army. Thus, the standoff between Liu and Jaggerin will continue, added Fiki. One thing you've missed. Breyer's move indicates Kit's rise in G Province. Gil agreed. Send scouts to investigate Kit's movements. If he gains Unkit's support, he might leverage his status as the Grand Administrator. He had to train in the outskirts camp during afternoons. Initially, Fiki and Aloysius grumbled about Gil's schedule, but over time, they felt healthier and eagerly followed his regimen. The next morning, after dismissing court, Gil, dressed as a civilian, headed to the monthly review site with Aloysius, Fiki, and Ricky. The carriage stopped, and amidst the bustling crowd of scholars and merchants, Gil remarked, merchants elevate their status through scholars, benefiting the Han dynasty. However, fostering education and enlightenment would ensure lasting development. Your Majesty, vigorously supporting private schools might distort scholarly pursuits, Fiki noted cautiously. Wenzhong, there's no need for concern. Those who seek profit will remain profit-driven, and those who serve the people will stay committed. Human nature includes both good and evil, and my role is to cleanse the administration, retaining the virtuous. Eventually, the nobility will reflect these changes, influencing the masses. Translation completed as requested, maintaining the paragraph structure, style, and coherence of the story. Emperor Gil smiled, but the surrounding scholars cast disdainful glances his way. Chapter 30. The Dragon and the Tiger contend with Faxon. I am Faxon from Hebei. From what this young brother says, have you perhaps been appointed to office and granted a title? Faxon appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, followed by a group of scholars from Hebei. Disdain was evident in his eyes. Emperor Gil naturally had no intention of revealing his identity to him, so he left it for Fiki to handle. I am a scholar from the Clifton family of Ingchuan, and this is my cousin. Just some playful words, please do not take offense. Fiki, courteous as ever, introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Faxon visibly paused but said nothing more, leading his group of scholars away. On the main platform, Dallas, the organizer, held Oren's hand and signaled for everyone to quiet down. This time at the monthly ranking evaluation, I am honored to invite Minister Ace to open the event. I hope all scholars will participate actively. Dallas then handed over the main seat to Oren. Oren glanced around and instantly noticed Gil and his companions, but quickly resumed his composure. Today's monthly ranking is somewhat special compared to previous times. Everyone knows that our current emperor, educated by Emperor Louis Guo, excels in literature, politics, and military affairs. The purpose of the monthly ranking is to select talent for the court, so today's topic should align with what the Emperor requires. After Oren spoke, the hall erupted in applause, with no one opposing. The first round will test your policy proposals on the relationship between the current court and the lords, as well as methods of dealing with them. Oren looked at the topic his daughter had written for him and sighed with relief. This girl, Tamika, has always been clever, thankfully not something too peculiar. Oren finished speaking and returned the main seat to Dallas, sitting to the side to begin evaluating the scholars' policies. Scholars below, who would like to go first? Dallas asked, looking at the crowd. Gordon, why don't you step up and participate? Gil nudged Aloysius with his elbow and smiled. Your Majesty, I have already received the Emperor's favor. Why should I occupy their opportunities without reason? As Gil and Aloysius chatted, a scholar stepped forward to present. I am Gregory and from Jingzhou. In my opinion, while there are conflicts in the world today, they all boil down to natural disasters and human misfortune. As long as the Emperor practices benevolent governance and rules the world with righteousness, the lords will submit, and the Han dynasty will flourish forever. After Gregorian spoke, applause erupted. Many scholars agreed with his straightforward and mainstream view, even if it didn't offer any bonus points. However, Gil and his companion showed disappointment and did not clap. Indeed, Mario, Gordon's talent is incomparable. Gregorian from Jingzhou, second class lower rank. After Dallas and Oren discussed, Gregorian walked off the stage happily and was immediately surrounded by merchants dressed in fine clothes. In two nearby carriages closest to Dallas and Oren, no one came out. Soon, a second scholar stepped onto the platform. I am Abo from Liangzhou. I believe that appointing the Grand General as the governor of Liangzhou disregards the local sentiments. Although the Grand General has remarkable achievements, he does not understand the situation in Liangzhou. If the Emperor appoints local nobles and renowned scholars to assist the Grand General, the people and soldiers of Liangzhou will welcome the imperial army with baskets of food and jars of wine. Mabo's speech caused the audience to fall into deep thought. Compared to the previous vague comments, his suggestions were more practical and relevant to the theme. Mabo from Liangzhou, first class lower rank. Dallas and Oren immediately gave their evaluation, and Oren pulled Mabo aside to chat further. This person indeed has some insight, but his statement from the Ma family in Liangzhou seems like a bid for office, Fiki remarked slowly to Gil. Yes, this might be feasible. Otherwise, I truly worry about my uncle's governance level. Hayward, record this proposal. Gil was not bothered by Mabo's self-promotion. The more chess pieces in his hand, the better. I am Faxon from Hub with mountain bandits to kill your family, and after you discover this, you still shake hands and reconcile? Hardy spoke quickly, pointing out the flaws in Faxon's argument, earning immediate applause from the audience. Straw-grasping arguments. How can you compare the Son of Heaven with ordinary people? Wise rulers throughout history, including the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, practiced benevolent governance and gained the people's hearts. How can you justify that the emperor killing people is acceptable? Faxon was momentarily stunned, but remained confident. You speak truth, Brother Han. Indeed, only the Qin dynasty was known for its strict laws, leading to its downfall within 2 generations, right? Ajay responded calmly. You little boy, have some knowledge. Yes, that is true. Faxon waved his hand confidently. Confucius once said that restoring propriety lies in self-discipline. The propriety he restored was the rights of Zhou, proving that the Zhou dynasty exemplified benevolent governance, right? Ajay continued questioning. Faxon nodded slightly, agreeing with his point. So why did the Zhou dynasty still fall? According to your logic, such a benevolently governed dynasty should remain eternal. Ajay's question, combined with his innocent childlike expression, made the audience ponder deeply. Well, the Zhou dynasty fell due to the ambitions of the feudal lords. However, despite the Qin's stringent laws, it still fell within 2 generations, proving the superiority of benevolent governance. Faxon knew the longer he dragged it, the worse it would be for him, so he deflected the issue. Brother Han's words enlightened me, but didn't Emperor Callan of Han follow the Qin laws, modifying only the overly strict parts? Why? Ajay persisted with his questions, causing Faxon to turn pale and stammer. I wish to respond, Hardy bowed respectfully. Governance should adapt to the times. While the Qin implemented harsh laws to strengthen the nation through commerce and military power, it eventually led to resentment and dissatisfaction after unification. The Qin fell within 2 generations. Hardy continued, observing Faxon's disoriented look. Our Emperor Callan of Han, understanding the people's hardships, removed the excessively harsh laws but retained their core principles because the Qin laws were both useful and effective. Under Emperor Wu, when the Xiongnu invaded, the laws changed again. The wealth accumulated during the era of benevolent governance supported our great achievements, such as the sealing of Mount Wuluosi and the removal of the Northern Desert Khanate. If Emperor Wu had adhered strictly to benevolent governance, could the Xiongnu have... Chapter 31. Faxon departs disgracefully. Gil wins the poetry competition. You're just making things up. However, my family is one of the prominent families in Hebei. We heard that after your majesty's great victory, Pedro killed Unkit on the way to Ji province and has now joined Kit with the remaining forces from Liang province. The Jagran family already boasts 4 generations of high-ranking officials, and with a fierce warrior like Pedro, why do they still disregard their soldiers' lives? Upon hearing this, Gil was secretly alarmed. It seems Pedro truly cannot escape his fate as a servant to 3 surnames. Oh, is what Brother Han said true? Pedro could kill Ding Jagarin and pledge allegiance to Unkit for red hair. What benefit did Kit offer him this time? The scholars in the audience were now filled with curiosity, all asking in unison. Seeing the shift in the discussion, Faxon became self-satisfied once more. Kit promised Pedro a marriage alliance with the eldest daughter of the prominent Jin family in Hebei. A hush fell over the crowd. Then Hardy and Ajay exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Why are you laughing? Faxon asked instinctively, but soon realized he had fallen into their trap. If he had first mentioned Pedro killing Unkit and joining Kit, He might have concealed Pedro's nature as a servant to 3 surnames. But now, after their probing questions, it made Pedro appear greedy and licentious. I believe Brother Han. After all, fierce dogs only know meat. Hardy stopped laughing and pointed at Faxon. Brother Han, you've gone off today. The 2 youths bowed and thanked him before being escorted away by Orin to avoid interference from powerful families and merchants. It seems His Majesty truly respects our scholars. Look at how those 2 are protected closely by Lord Ace. The observant scholars noted this immediately. Being noticed by wealthy families and merchants was often a last resort for those who failed the exams. Now, everyone, today's poetry session shall begin, Dallas said, turning to address the crowd. The themes are war and love. Please come forward if you wish to try. Despite his urging, no one came forward for a long time, causing even the experienced Dallas some embarrassment. Gentlemen, the topics may be challenging, but do give it a try. Your Majesty, since no one dares to step forward, why don't you show them? Aloysius laughed, knowing that jesting was common among the Emperor and his ministers, giving him the courage to tease Gil. Very well, I shall make an attempt. If I embarrass myself, rest assured I'll hold Gordon responsible. Gil smiled and walked to the stage. I am a student from Luoyang, surnamed Harvey, the 13th son of my family. Allow me to set an example for everyone. Gil finished speaking, and Orin immediately recognized him. Your Majesty. Though Orin's voice was soft, Hardy and Ajay, who were nearby, heard clearly. They quickly grabbed a brush and tossed it towards a carriage behind them. Plink. The brush hit the carriage, and a delicate hand pulled aside the curtain, revealing a curious face. This girl, barely 10 years old, had a gentle smile and an air of grace, clearly from a noble family. Born as a cavalryman under Han's rule, first following General Hua, tubing into battle in Jagryong. Gil wrote elegantly in clerical script, while Dallas read aloud beside him. Who would have thought the hardships of the border would not be so bitter? Even in death, a hero's spirit remains fragrant. As Dallas read, his heart grew increasingly impressed. What a magnificent poem. It speaks of champion Marquis Hua Tsubing. Mr. Su indeed. In writing this, I recalled the places where His Majesty personally campaigned, drawing parallels to ancient heroes for guidance. Gil bowed respectfully. To think we can still teach each other, Mr. Su. Dallas waved his hands. What do you all think of this poem? Bravo. Magnificent. I'll pay 10,000 coins for this poem. I'll pay 30,000. The excitement spread beyond scholars to merchants eager to buy Gil's calligraphy. And marries a less desirable match, you will surely be punished. Abdullah watched Gil's figure with pity. Ah, my mistake. Quickly protect His Majesty. Aloysius pushed Ricky and Fiki towards the luxurious carriage. Stop. Miss only wishes to see Master Harvey alone. As they spoke, a small figure darted past the servants and vanished into the carriage. Chapter 32. Sudden change at the Jagier Dan Review. Inside the carriage, Gil sat face to face with a woman. This woman, around his age, exuded an otherworldly calmness and serenity. Even Gil, who had seen the beauty of Catherine, couldn't help but glance at her a few times more. Your Majesty, this humble maiden is Mary. My father, Faulkner, is the sponsor of this Jagier Dan Review. The scholar Faxon came here on Kit's orders to assassinate you. Gil was startled by Mary's words before looking into her tranquil eyes like still spring water. How do you know my identity? King Harvey, 13th in rank. If not for the current emperor, who would dare take such a name? As they spoke, Tamika in a pink dress hopped onto the carriage, lively and spirited. Your subject Tamika greets Your Majesty. Tamika's sudden appearance made Mary, who had been composed, frown slightly. Gil nodded. I understand. Miss Ace, please sit next to Miss Jean. Miss Jean, send the signal. Tamika, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately complied. Mary nodded and threw a jade pendant out the window. Gil got out of the carriage slowly. Mason, protect the carriage. No harm must come to those inside. Your subject obeys. Ricky responded without further ado, throwing the servant blocking the path aside and whistling to call the white horse gifted by Donnie. Seeing Ricky take down a silver spear from the horse, Gil couldn't help but admire him. Mason, this horse is entirely white with thick mane. Let's name it Moonlit Jade Lion. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the honor. Ricky bowed deeply, standing guard before the carriage with his spear. At this moment, Mary's servant had already delivered the token to Faxon and his men. Amidst heated discussions on Gil's poetry among scholars and merchants, a shout erupted across the venue. Execute the tyrant. Establish a new emperor. Suddenly, Faxon and a dozen young scholars drew their short swords and started slashing indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Hayward skillfully moved to Orin's side. They nodded in recognition and immediately dispatched 2 court guards to report the situation. The rebels stormed toward the stage. Faxon, seeing Ajay and Hardy, felt a surge of anger and shall live. I need no captives. Without turning back, Gil rushed to assist Ricky, who was under attack. You want to kill me? Here I am. Who dares take my life? Gil lifted his sword, pointing it at the assassins. Upon realizing their target was close, the amateur assassins focused on Gil. Ricky, sensing the shift, wielded his spear with fluidity, impaling 4 attackers within moments. The remaining assassins were stunned, most being scholarly commoners driven by ambition and Kit's command. Seeing their comrades dead and Faxon's body on the stage, they trembled in fear. See? His Majesty isn't afraid of these minor pests, one person muttered. Another sighed. Why are you sighing? Tamika turned to ask Mary, who shared her anxious pique. His Majesty's decisiveness makes it unlikely I'll ever return to the north to see my father, Mary replied, her face tinged with worry. Mason, leave none alive. I await you in the palace. With the chaos subsiding, Gil boarded the carriage with Fiki and Aloysius, dragging the trembling servant along. Drive. The servant, terrified by the slaughter, mechanically drove the carriage towards the imperial city. Pity, who bought my poem finally? Sitting in the carriage, Nothing wrong. Tamika giggled, walking next to Gil, her eyes bright and lively. Well, if you wish to stay, stand aside. Gil sighed, shifting his gaze to Mary. For some reason, her beautiful yet cold face made him feel an impulse to tease her. Gil approached Mary. He hadn't changed clothes yet, and the bloodstains made Mary frown immediately. Since you informed me in advance, I'll consider it meritorious conduct. I won't blame the Jean family, you may rest assured. Upon hearing this, Mary bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject will take my leave. Not so fast. Did I dismiss you? Why would you imprison me to threaten my father into wavering allegiance? Mary turned her head, asking calmly. You are very smart. Indeed, that was my intention. But your family should still have allies among the aristocracy in Hubei, right? Gil slowly walked over, looking down at Mary from above. If I've treated you thus, shouldn't your family help rally support for me among the nobles? Your Majesty, doing so might get my father killed by Kit. Mary glanced at Gil. Their eyes met, but she quickly regained her composure and knelt down. Don't worry. Since he has married you off, as long as he behaves reasonably, Pedro will be your family's protector. But this subject has no relatives in the capital, living all alone. What will your Majesty do with me? Mary asked, bowing her head. Stay in Cordelia Dowager's palace temporarily. I will inform her. You won't be neglected, and letters concerning your father and brother, I will let you see. Gil finished, and Mary's expression finally softened. She hurriedly thanked Gil. Just as Gil planned to end the matter and meet Hardy and Ajay, Janie rushed in with Karis and Catherine, followed by Tamika. Your Majesty, I heard you were attacked. Are you hurt? Gil glanced at Tamika. I'm fine. Since Cordelia Dowager is here, I'll leave her care to you. I have state affairs to attend to. Facing such a chaotic scene, Gil wanted to escape quickly but was stopped by Karis and Catherine. Tamika helped Mary up, who had been cold and composed but now shed tears after Gil's threats and kindness. Your Majesty, you made Miss Jean cry. Tamika, confident because of her father Oren, dared to speak more freely. She immediately led Mary behind Janie. Janie looked at Mary's face, then at her two daughters-in-law, finding it hard to decide who was more beautiful. Each had their unique charm. Looking at Tamika, though not as beautiful as Catherine or Mary, she exuded a lively and free-spirited aura. Even as royalty, one should not bully weaker women, Janie smiled, imagining her son with these several wives. Hearing this, Catherine, who had earlier shown tenderness towards Gil, suddenly felt jealous and glared at him. That's not what I think, mother. This is a significant matter involving Miss Jean. Gil tried to explain hastily, but Janie continued holding Mary's hand. Even so, she must have been coerced. Such a pitiful woman couldn't commit treason. Gil inwardly groaned. Are there really people who judge by appearance in ancient times? Miss Jean, please explain yourself. Gil waved his sleeve, revealing the blood stain underneath. Karis and Catherine noticed the blood on Gil's clothes and began examining him. Seeing this, Mary, who had been grateful, now felt her thoughts dissipate. My father was indeed coerced by Kit, but your Majesty also forced me to stay with Cordelia Dowager. Gil stared at her, waiting for her to continue, but Mary started wiping her tears. Ah, Miss Jean, well done. I remember. Gil looked at Mary and left the chamber. At the Temple of Ancestors, Oren and others had been waiting for some time. Seeing Gil's furrowed brows and unchanging clothes, they dared not speak. This isn't Ushvin's fault. It was a cunning plan by Askari under Kit. Astarun, have you bought my poems? For more consistency and clarity in English, it would be better to specify Oren instead of just Astarun. Here is the revised sentence. This isn't Ushvin's fault. It was a cunning plan by Askari under Kit. Oren, have you bought my poems? Gil first agreed. Gil nodded. After dismissing the women, he sent Oren to his daughter. Ajay, Hardy, both of you impressed me today. Would you like to stay as tutors? My father serves as chancellor in the capital. I am willing, Ajay bowed. I've already apprenticed under Master Shuijing. Understanding Hardy's dilemma, Gil suggested, no problem. I'll invite Master Shuijing to teach here. Just as I plan to establish the Imperial Academy, excellent teachers are needed. End of translation. Since that is the case, I am willing to write a letter to my teacher, expressing your Majesty's sincere intentions, Hardy said, no longer declining as he immediately agreed. Your Majesty, the matter of women studying, might it invite criticism from court ministers? Hayward, noticing Gil's changing expression, quickly stepped forward to ask. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 34. Locust plagues re-emerge across regions. Gil's worries grow. Since I have already promised my mother Empress Dowager that this can be done, it must be feasible. Furthermore, our dynasty is not short of educated women. We had Harvey Romanjun who went beyond the frontier, and later Sylvia who wrote history. I believe women are in no way inferior to men. Moreover, this is a family matter, an internal affair of the palace. How shameless. Karis lovingly pinched Tamika's nose. Ever since Janie followed Gil's advice to be closer to the wives and daughters of ministers, they had often met and become quite familiar. You are always so clever, but fortunately, His Majesty agreed to let us study, otherwise, with his knowledge, we would never understand him. Catherine patted Tamika's head and sighed. Jane's sister, why are you blushing? Tamika noticed Mary sitting alone and pulled her over. Nothing at all. Mary shyly bowed to the Empress and Catherine. The girls quickly became close and chatted about everyday matters. When Mary and Tamika heard that Gil did not rush into intimacy but arranged a grand wedding date, their feelings towards him improved significantly. Outside the side hall, Gil began discussing strategies against Kit with his officials. Your Majesty, Askari is indeed a man of talent. Though this plan is easily seen through, its true viciousness lies in the arrangements after it is discovered. Fiki spoke from his seat. Yes, what Fiki said makes sense. If His Majesty cannot suppress this incident, the powerful families in Hubei will surely fear His Majesty and turn to Kit. Therefore, I suggest declaring these people as bandits who attack the capital and publicly display their heads to reassure the Hubei families. Aloysius drank from a wineskin while speaking. This plan sounds excellent. Since Ricky is chasing them, I assume the assassins are already dead. I'll directly issue an order to Ricky. Meanwhile, Oren can handle soothing other scholars and merchants. During the monthly evaluations, business taxes will be halved, and expenses for scholars' food and lodging will be paid by the imperial household. Gil nodded, and Hayward immediately noted down the instructions. Hardy, observing Gil's governance, asked Ajay curiously. Despite never having met, Hardy's teacher Elton was related to Ajay by surname and could be considered a half-uncle. Does His Majesty usually discuss state affairs with ministers this way? My father and Minister Fiki have mentioned that His Majesty indeed governs in this manner. Brother Alexei, haven't you heard of His Majesty's inquiries on agriculture? Ajay replied softly. I'm a villager. Although I've heard rumors, they seemed exaggerated. Today I finally understand the truth. Hardy nodded and sighed. Sire, an urgent message from Donghua Commandery reports a severe insect disaster affecting all 9 provinces. Panic-stricken, Hayward rushed in, handing Gil a letter. Gil quickly read it. According to Price, the locust infestation in Suzhou had been largely controlled by previous measures. However, other regions' late responses allowed the insects to form large swarms and rapidly migrate southward, potentially reducing grain harvests by 40%. His expression grave, Gil passed the letter down. Your Majesty, the areas directly under your control are less affected. Gil's brows eased slightly as he gave orders, then led Ajay and Hardy to train his elite guards. Only after dinner did Gil return to the side hall alone. He was used to living there alone, always looking at maps and murmuring to himself when back. Kit, if given 5 years and the wealth of your family, wouldn't you grow even stronger? But without an army, and with natural disasters, how can you survive? Gil coldly circled G Province and marked it with 5 chess pieces. Jaggerjo, I hope Uncle remains safe. If Arden can unite with Hoyt to weaken Kit, I won't need a scheme. Jingzhou, Briar is ambitious. Although he and Mickey are weakening each other, he hasn't fully aligned with Kit yet. Uncle, holding Shangyang City during calamities, is a concern. Long-term, Briar may uncover our true strength. Among the 9 provinces' troops, the cavalry of Bing and Wu, the elite soldiers of Danyang, and the infantry of Jing are foremost. If Briar learns my advantage comes from tricking Lianzhou, he won't continue entangling with Mickey. Staring at the map, despite reforms and changing Unkit's entry into the capital, Gil was still surrounded by dangers, albeit hidden beneath a new surface. Slumping at his desk, he pondered deeply. Why not light the lamp, Your Majesty? Karis emerged from the dim light. As Empress, don't act rashly like the others. Though I allow your studies, court officials are conservative. Even as Chapter 35, attracting investments to promote private tutoring. All the women were startled upon hearing this, but after careful consideration, they smiled. Late at night, in the Imperial Temple, Gil informed Aloysius and Fiki about the relocation of the Ingchuan aristocrats. Your Majesty, the Clifton family will stand with the William family, but the greatest strength of the noble families is not wealth, grain, or population, but land. Such a move will weaken the power of the nobility and might draw criticism from other regional aristocratic families. Fiki looked at Gil earnestly. Seeing that Fiki did not use cliches about being unable to leave their homeland, Gil was very pleased internally. Mario's words are wise. Therefore, I have decided to change the policy. It won't be a relocation but a lease. Not only should this policy change, but so too should the heaven sacrificial ceremony. After speaking, Gil picked up the brush beside him and started writing fervently. In no time, he handed over the written silk to the 2 men. Your emolument and perquisites come from the people's fat and blood. What you eat and drink comes from the people's tears and sweat. Policies must embody compassion. Orders must reflect mercy. The lower class can be oppressed easily, but deceiving heaven is hard. Upon reading Gil's words, Fiki and Aloysius felt an overwhelming sense of righteousness. The leasing method mentioned by Your Majesty? Fiki asked gently. Let both of you observe. In my sea province, except for Donghua Commandery, most regions have been ravaged by the Yellow Turban Rebellion and natural disasters, leaving farmland uncultivated and population sparse. This year's locust disaster means that many areas will not have enough resources, leading to displaced people. Therefore, I plan to survey the populations outside Hongnong, Hunan, and Shanglua, and then based on each county's wasteland and population, lease lands to the Ingchuan clans. Initially, the Ingchuan clans can cultivate wastelands and rebuild villages and counties. As more refugees flood in, the clans will start profiting. I will only collect rent, and all harvest within 3 years will belong to the clans as long as they comply with Han law and do not mistreat the refugees. After Gil explained his thoughts, Fiki and Aloysius stood in silence. I used to think that Gordon, Aloysius, was outstanding among youths. Meeting Ajay and Hardy made me realize there is always someone better. But now, Your Majesty's wisdom surpasses all yet remains practical. Words fall short to praise you adequately. Fiki patted Aloysius's thigh beside him, laughing. Mario is unreasonable, always comparing me unfavorably. What Your Majesty proposed is not only feasible, but should be promoted widely. Destroyed counties due to war can be revitalized using this method. This way, the clans can also establish benevolent reputations while benefiting themselves. Fiki rubbed his chin. Yes, but as imperial policies and trade develop, less favorable terms will apply to Xiliang counties. Furthermore, Hongnong is closer to Xiliang, and I will let the Miles family try first. Your Majesty's considerations are meticulous. If there are no errors, I will represent the Clifton family in leasing Xingyang and Wei counties. Fiki pointed towards the Wei county near Ji province. I understand your intention. I shall respect your choice. Gil marked Xingyang and Wei counties on the map. The next morning, after court ended, Randall approved Gil's plan and personally selected Louis Bing, Miles Bing, and Duinxiu, nearest to Ji province. Lord Protector, thank you sincerely for your dedication. But this region is crucial for refugees from Ji province. Please ensure your family does not exploit the people. Gil helped Randall up and spoke calmly. Your Majesty, rest assured, my word in the family is final. Whoever displeases you will face severe punishment, Randall stated firmly. Lord Protector, the Queen Mother awaits in the side hall. Teaching the harem women is best entrusted to you. Regardless of gender, teach them classics, poetry, rites, and music. Did the Queen propose this, Your Majesty? Hearing this, Randall's face turned slightly angry, suspecting his daughter acted out of pride. Much appreciated, Manuel. Are these all of them? Your Majesty, these are merely the corrupt officials and aristocrats who have been exploiting the people in Shanghua County. Price replied with a bow, his tone somewhat ashamed. This matter has nothing to do with you, beloved minister. I suspect most of them obtained their positions through bribery and are now eager to recoup their investments. General Arvid, escort them to the sacrificial platform. Gil glanced at the few individuals, feeling not a trace of pity but rather an instinctive disgust. Your Majesty is correct, Price responded. Upon hearing this, Gil patted Price on the shoulder and told him about his plan for attracting investment. Manuel, I know you enforce the law rigorously. After the clans intervene in county affairs, you will need to patrol and be concerned about those who exploit the people. You may discuss with local clan leaders renting land and carry out executions as you see fit. You can also forge the 5-colored rod, which I grant you. Previously, you used it to cane Yanni, Gil said with a smile. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. I will fulfill my duties, but regarding your sacrifice to heaven, Price hesitated. My dear minister, speak freely. We, ruler and minister, should not mind such trivialities. Your Majesty, if the sacrifice to heaven fails, it might damage the imperial prestige. Hearing this, Gil's gaze intensified, thinking inwardly, no wonder he's the founder of Wei. Manuel, I am not here to sacrifice to heaven, but to sacrifice for the people. Arrange the heralds to announce my words to the military and civilians of Shanghua. Hayward, write down today's announcement and distribute it to all counties. Gil then ascended the grand altar of the sky under the eyes of his subjects. When he reached the top, he waved his hand, gazing down at the throngs below. Heaven's way is unpredictable, and the fate of our nation uncertain. Today, the Han Emperor Gil wishes to offer sacrifices to heaven for the sake of the Han dynasty. Beside Gil, a priest recited this while presenting him with a goblet of wine. Gil took it, waved his hand, handed the document in his arms to the priest, and signaled him to read it aloud later. Today, the Han Emperor is not sacrificing to heaven, but to our people. After saying this, Gil poured the wine and drew his imperial sword towards the sky, declaring, Heaven's way may be unpredictable, but the heart of the people is constant. I believe that the people are like clear water, and the ruler like a boat. Water can bear the boat, but also overturn it. Today, I honor those who died for the Han dynasty, whether they fell during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, from the ambitions of warlords, or from famine and disease. I, the Han dynasty, apologize for the wrongful deaths of our people. Gil finished speaking, turned around, and bowed respectfully. This bow made everyone below gasp in surprise. I cannot prevent natural disasters, but I can prevent man-made calamities. The locusts eat our grain, so I will lead by example and turn locusts into food. But I think there is something more abhorrent in our dynasty than locusts, the corrupt officials and bureaucrats beneath this platform. Everyone, take a good look at them. In prosperous times, they feed off the blood of the people. In lean times, they devour their flesh. How can such harm go unchecked? Immediately after these words, cries erupted from the crowd. Execute corrupt officials. Bring back prosperity. Execute corrupt officials. Bring back prosperity. Today, the blood of these corrupt officials is my first sacrifice. Execute them. Gil pointed his sword at the platform. At once, several bodyguards slashed with their long knives, decapitating a dozen heads that rolled across the ground, their red blood staining the floor. The local corrupt officials have been eliminated, but my realm still lacks peace. Today, I appoint Colonel Price as Inspector of Sea Province, bestowing him the 5-colored rod. He will patrol all areas, cleanse the bureaucracy, and any commoner of the Han Empire may report local officials or clans without kneeling, regardless of status. If verified, the informer will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Gil loudly announced again, his voice resonating clearly to everyone through the Jade Seal's blessing. Long live your Majesty. Countless people knelt, reciting his grace. Though they did not expect Gil to completely purge corruption and local tyrants, he gave them hope for a brighter future. A hope sorely needed amidst the calamity. Final sacrifice. Until the locust plague ends, sorrow spreads across the land. I intend to reduce the local tax by 50% to help us withstand the disaster together. I will also issue a relocation decree, accepting refugees from all regions. If the people here have relatives elsewhere, call them back. For those relocating back to Sea Province, I will exempt them from taxes for 3 years and assist with farming tools and cattle. Children of eligible age can attend local schools, and outstanding students can continue studying at my Hongwen Academy. I will select talents from the academy to fill official vacancies. Gil waited silently for feedback. Can peasants' children really attend school? Isn't that only for the children of noble families? Through the power of the Jade Seal, Gil heard generally, do not worry. Price, the inspector, oversees not only corrupt officials but also misuse of school enrollment quotas. Upon verification, the offenders' properties will be confiscated, and they will never be selves but for the Han and future generations. Every drop of sweat will nurture a beautiful bloom. Gil bowed deeply to the multitude. I, your Majesty, beg you all. Long live your Majesty. Long live the Han dynasty. A heartfelt speech touched everyone present, including the officials and generals, making their eyes moist. Our emperor always surprises us with profound and wise remarks. Truly, the greatest emperor in history, remarked Emeric, tearing up. Well, Chancellor Harvey, you're related to His Majesty. Don't lose composure before him, joked Orin. Huh, aren't you too? Your daughter Tamika eagerly wants to enter the palace, and my adoptive daughter Catherine was chosen by the emperor long ago, retorted Emeric. That's enough. What's worth arguing over? With such an emperor, we shall be remembered in history, said Orin, waving his hand. Don't get me wrong, we could have been infamous. Thanks to His Majesty, we can turn evil into virtue, said Emeric, grasping Orin's hand. Following Gil, led by civil officials, military officers, and royal guards, they left the altar, standing taller under the people's adoration. Chapter 37. 5 years of diligent efforts bear fruit. Shanglua County, the farming settlement, Price's residence. Does Manuel have the locusts collected from Shanglua already? Gil asked after taking a sip of tea. Your Majesty can rest assured. When Your Majesty issued the decree, I already understood the profound implications. To prevent public opposition, I had already ground the dried insects into powder and mixed them into the daily bread consumed by everyone. Price then presented a plate of brown-baked cakes that smelled of meat. Gil nodded in satisfaction and picked up one of the cakes to eat. They taste quite good. This cake should be more filling than ordinary bread. Before Hayward could intervene, Gil had already given his evaluation. Indeed, Your Majesty's wisdom shines through. Manuel, spread the word to the people about today's demonstration with these cakes, assuring them it is safe to consume. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Price immediately smiled. He had intended to set an example by consuming them himself, but now Gil was leading by example, which greatly pleased him. Since matters here are settled, it's time for me to return to Luoyang. Manuel, your efforts have been invaluable. Encourage production and population growth, as war will likely resume in a few years. I understand. Gil then immediately departed with his entourage, returning to Luoyang in his carriage. As soon as they entered the city, countless citizens spontaneously swept the streets to welcome him, shouting, "Long live the Emperor," and offering their surplus grain to the soldiers. Look at the people, they truly leaving half the army to Hoyt as precaution. Let Amerigo enter Ji province and proceed westward back to Liangzhou, Gil said. Hayward, send a message to Ray, instructing him to wait on the border between Liang and Ji. If Kit makes any suspicious moves, he must immediately provide aid. Otherwise, after escorting Amerigo, he may transfer half of his troops, excluding the elite Vanguard Corps, to Amerigo. Hayward quickly wrote down the orders, sealed them with the imperial seal, and dispatched riders to deliver the messages. During the recent sacrificial ceremony, news came from Jingzhou. Briar and Mickey's combined forces have reached a stalemate. Although they haven't declared a ceasefire, no further battles have commenced. Fiki immediately reported this to Gil. Has Richard reclaimed Changsha? Gil asked immediately. Not only did Richard not reclaim Changsha, but he has handed over his troops to his son, Jude, and is now trapped in Shochuan by Mickey, Fiki replied respectfully. In that case, it seems the conflicts among the various lords will slow down for a few years. Gil sighed in relief. The two major threats were finally quieted temporarily. Fiki and Aloysius both nodded in agreement. The trio immediately began discussing how to settle the disaster refugees and plan for future development. A month later, Ray returned to the capital. Kit had not tried to intercept Amerigo, and instead delighted Gil, who appointed Elton as grand tutor. By the 5th year, the Han dynasty enjoyed a year of favorable weather. At 16, Gil, having practiced martial arts continuously, had grown into a handsome and impressive young man. Do you remember when we left Luoyang? It was desolate, with barren land and no travelers. Now, the road is bustling with merchants and fields are full of crops. Truly heartening. Gil pointed to the fields beside the road from atop his horse. Yes, Your Majesty. Although I train troops daily, I've seen their rations improve each year. Of course, Your Majesty's rewards have increased as well, Ricky said, riding alongside Gil on his white steed, closely following him. This past 5 years, the Academy has cultivated numerous talents, and young men enlisting in the military from various counties have increased several times. It's time to contend with the lords. Gil reined in his horse, turned around, and swiftly rode back to the palace. Over these years, the two martial instructors had gradually handed over military affairs to their disciples and focused solely on training Gil and other aspiring students, elevating him from a monarch to one of the best warriors of the era. In the palace, lanterns were hung everywhere, and everything was decorated in red. Janie was smiling broadly, supervising the arrangements. Mother, what is this all about? Gil asked in confusion. Your Majesty, you're 16 now. It's time discussions. At this moment, the two of them in their wedding dresses only accentuated their inherent traits. Mary's face remained serene like clear frost, her beauty undiminished, which evoked a mischievous urge to tease her. Meanwhile, Tamika was the boldest, running towards Gil with her dress held up, lightly kissing his cheek before blushing and rushing off to the side. Gil felt as if he were in heaven. Born an only child, he now found himself blessed with 4 beautiful and distinct wives, leading him to indulge in delightful fantasies. Suddenly, a warm stream trickled down his nose. Your Majesty. Karis was the first to react, and upon seeing this, Gil immediately waved his hand. Me, I'm fine. Cordelia and my beloved concubines, please continue trying on your dresses. I need to return to the palace to handle state affairs. With that, Gil quickly left as if fleeing from the scene. ####Chapter 38. The Jagran family's wedding gift to Gil. At this moment, Gil no longer needed to handle state affairs in the Imperial Temple. Thanks to his wise decisions, both the hearts of the people and the civil and military officials' loyalty had brought his reputation to an unprecedented height. Some even rumored that Gil was a reincarnation of Emperor Callan and Emperor Wu, sent to save the Han dynasty. Gil was reviewing this year's tax revenue. Fiki respectfully informed him. Yes, excellent. How about Richard? His son has done a great job. Why does Mickey still detain him? Gil clapped his hands and asked. As Your Majesty predicted, Mickey released Richard back to his army. However, Richard encountered the fleeing Gregory Zhu in Jiangxia and was killed by a volley of arrows. Jude now considers Briar his father's killer and intends to launch a fierce attack on Xiangyang. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Mickey ordered Igor to lead a large-scale offensive against Jingzhou. If 2 armies surround Jingzhou, it will be in peril. Thus, Briar has already sent 2 letters requesting aid to Your Majesty and Lord Gregory. Aloysius pulled out the letters from his sleeve and handed them to Gil. Not so fast. When we established our college years ago, he refused to pay tribute due to the war. Today, I'll postpone my response using my wedding as an excuse. Your Majesty's strategy is brilliant. Even if Jingzhou faces a two-front siege, it can withstand for half a year. By then, let's join forces with Stephen and use this to eliminate Mickey, a major threat to us. Gordon, your plan will make history. Gil nodded in approval. Doesn't your Majesty care about the news from Hebei? Our informants haven't sent any updates for months. Fiki reminded respectfully. Aren't there still Zeke and Hoyt in Hebei? With Hoyt relying on Amerigo's troops to fend off foreign tribes, and with each other keeping each other in check, they shouldn't be a concern. But Mario, you're right to worry. Recently, news from Xiliang, Hebei, and Yuzhou seems problematic. Investigate this matter further. Tomorrow is my wedding day, so both of you should enjoy a good drink. Gil smiled, showing no concern for Mickey. Historically and in narratives, this man was known for his cowardice. We wish your Majesty well. Fiki and Aloysius bowed and left. Pangrang, with the national treasury growing over these 2 years, should we proceed with the construction of roads and highways as previously discussed? Gil turned to ask the eunuch beside him. Your Majesty, building highways across the entire Suzhou province now would disrupt farming seasons and deplete the treasury. If implemented gradually year by year, it might be feasible. However, in case of natural disasters, the treasury may again run dry. I understand. You're dismissed. I need to rest early today. Inform my teachers that I won't attend today. As your Majesty commands. After finishing his daily administration work, which extended until evening, Gil suppressed his urge to peek at his new brides and went to sleep alone in the bedroom. The next morning, under Janie's arrangements, the palace was festooned with lanterns, exuding festive cheer. Gil laughed inwardly, sat down at the table, and prepared to write. On our wedding, let the theme be our new union. Karis grinned, grinding ink for him. Since my first meeting with your Majesty was under the moon, I shall choose the moon as the theme. Catherine spoke, unfolding the paper. Her unique fragrance caused Gil to blush more intensely. Just as Gil was about to start writing, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Gil was instinctively angry. Fiki and Aloysius request an audience, your Majesty. Upon hearing the names, Gil's anger subsided. These two wouldn't disturb his joy without reason. I'll be right back. Unwilling to see the sorrowful expressions of the four beauties, Gil quickly left. Back in the grand hall, Fiki and Aloysius handed him documents. What? Zeke has been defeated by Mickey? His remnants were absorbed by Mickey, who was preparing 150,000 troops to advance toward Louisbing and Milesbing commanderies. Reading the document, Gil's 7/10 drunkenness faded by 4/10. Your Majesty, it doesn't end there. Xiliang Governor Amerigo was assassinated by Edison and Lincoln. Most of Xiliang is now under their control. Aloysius presented another document. Uncle is dead? Gil, rising, felt a buzzing in his head and sat back down. Your Majesty, the scouts we sent were bought by Mickey, hence no updates for months. Furthermore, Mickey has allied with troops southward. His soldiers are hardened veterans who have fought many battles each year. We should choose a cautious general and pair him with a famous general to deal with the situation. As for G Province's Kit, let Price lead 90,000 elite troops from Luoyang as the commander. Arvid can lead 10,000 Qinglong troops as the general, and let teacher Donnie accompany them. Even if Kit has powerful generals like Jorge, holding Louisbing and Milesbing counties should not be too difficult. Gil finished speaking, and Hayward had already written the imperial decree. Remember, remind Manuel to avoid initiating attacks proactively. Just defend Louisbing and Milesbing counties. I obey your Majesty's order. Picking up the brush again, Hayward instructed a young eunuch to issue the orders. Oh, including my personal guard. Our available troops number only 250,000. How can we find 1 million civilian laborers to manage logistics? Saying this, Gil rubbed his temples wearily. Regarding Liangzhou, appoint Evander as the commander-in-chief. Order Ray and Garrett to lead 40,000 elite troops from Lungi along with 10,000 Beidiger troops, totaling 50,000 men. They must swiftly hold any remaining territories without engaging recklessly. This trip will require Gordon's oversight as well. Your servant obeys your Majesty's order. Aloysius received the imperial decree and immediately left the Grand Hall to discuss troop movements with Ray. Your Majesty, sending all major generals to G Province and Liangzhou. What about Mickey? Milesbing crisis swiftly. Saying this, Gil turned and walked towards his private chambers, also ordering Hayward to summon the Cordelia Dowager. In the bedroom, Gil recounted the events to his women and mother, explaining his decision. Mother Cordelia, this cannot wait until tomorrow's court. I must set out now, wearing armor. Unbuckling the jade seal from his waist, he attached an imperial decree and tiger talisman. With this tiger talisman, you can command General Aaron and the 10,000 imperial guards in the city. I've left you 5,000 Qinglong and 5,000 Suzaka troops, 20,000 elite soldiers. Should unrest occur, Mother Cordelia can handle it accordingly. But son, how will you fare without these elite troops? Janie looked at Gil with tears in her eyes. I still have Howard's 10,000 Xuanwu troops and another 5,000 Suzaka troops. That should suffice to subdue minor foes like Igor. Gil kneeled before Janie, giving a resounding bow. Although he came from a different era, she had fulfilled her duty as a mother. Since your Majesty has decided, I will not argue further. Cordelia, help His Majesty put on armor. This armor has been passed down since Emperor Louisguo, rarely used except for spring hunts and autumn hunts. Originally, I intended to show it to you after your coming-of-age ceremony, but now is appropriate. Janie wiped away her tears, clapped her hands, and Hayward personally brought in a gilded suit of armor. Attendant Zhang, place the armor here, and escort Cordelia Dowager back. Your servant obeys. Pang supported Janie's wrist, and they gradually exited. Why are none of you saying anything? Gil asked playfully. Let us help your Majesty put on armor. Williamji wiped her tears and approached, undressing Gil gently. Don't cry. You're my empress. Manage the harem while I'm away, so your mother doesn't worry. Gil softly reprimanded Williamji, stopping her cries. Does your majesty really need to lead this campaign? Angelica and Tamika echoed in unison. Yes. We face battles on 3 fronts. One can be held, one delayed, one must be swift. I must first defeat Igor's forces. Do not misbehave or give grounds for criticism among the ministers. Gil embraced Angelica and caressed Tamika's head. Leaning into Angelica's neck, he kissed her lightly. Trust me, I can defeat Unkit and Jorge. I can also defeat Igor. Angelica blushed and fumbled as she fastened the chest armor around Gil. Within moments, the 3 ladies had dressed him. In golden armor and red robes, Gil looked formidable. Holding his helmet under his arm, he hugged Williamji passionately. I'm leaving. Looking at the tearful, she thought Gil would kiss her, so she closed her eyes. But Gil whispered in her ear, I will certainly come to watch. Perform it for me alone in the bedchamber. Turning away, Gil left, leaving Mary blushing profusely. Frustrating. Why do the others get special treatment, and not me? Tamika stomped her foot, pouting. You're always hanging around His Majesty, don't you feel enough? Williamji playfully tapped Tamika's head. Gil walked out of the palace, and Ricky, who had been awaiting his orders, immediately came forward. Howard, follow me to the Imperial Treasury to fetch something. Your subject obeys. Chapter 40. The 8 Treasures Spiral Dragon Spear, the Snow-Treading Black Steed. The Imperial Treasure Chamber of the Han Dynasty was not the national treasury but a secret room established separately. Only each successive emperor knew of its existence. The items stored within were spiritual legacies and special treasures each emperor wished to pass down to their descendants. As the chamber opened, candles lit up the treasure room instantly. Upon entering, they faced the memorial tablet of Xiang Jagger, the overlord of Western Chu, erected by Emperor Callan. Your Majesty, this? Mason couldn't help but be startled. Though he was a military general, he also had knowledge of history and literature. Don't panic. This is what Callan set up. Callan regarded Xiang Jagger as his lifelong enemy and close friend. According to the royal archives, when Callan was besieged at Biding Mountain, he sighed that if Xiang Jagger were the king, he would certainly have driven away the Xiongnu. Emperor Gil spoke while respectfully lighting incense for Overlord Xiang Jagger. After completing the ritual, the Emperor and Mason passed through countless treasures and documents until they reached the altar dedicated to the Cloud Platform's 28 generals. Inside the chamber, each general's name was accompanied by their armor and weapons on display, and the altars bore inscriptions detailing their numerous contributions to the Han Dynasty. Ricky was momentarily dazzled by the sight, constantly marveling at the displays. Your Majesty, why does General Charlton only have armor and no weapon? Ricky pointed to the memorial tablet and asked. General Charlton's situation is somewhat special. His weapon, the 8 Treasures Spiral Dragon Spear, was lost during Harvey Meng's reign. It can be found at the end of the general's memorial tablets. Gil pointed towards a grand statue, standing at the far end of the chamber. As they approached, Ricky realized it was a statue of the overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Jagger, holding a golden spear. This spear featured a dragon-shaped tail made from meteoric iron, both intimidating in appearance and with sharp blades on its sides capable of injuring enemy generals. The body of the spear was adorned with intricate dragon scales, along which a golden dragon seemed to emerge, opening it because of such divine weapons. Ricky and Gil left the chamber. Immediately, he waved to call his subordinate captain, who led out a pitch-black horse with white hair between its hooves. Seeing Gil, the horse reared up and neighed. Your Majesty, this horse is the offspring of a white horse from the western regions and General Lewis's red hair. This particular one is the most spirited and fierce. Even I could not tame it. But seeing how Red Hair submitted to your command, it seems only your Majesty can ride this horse. Ricky clasped his hands and spoke gently. At this moment, Gil was completely captivated by the horse. This horse is much like the Overlord's snow-treading black steed, truly miraculous. Gil, holding the 8 Treasures Spiral Dragon Spear, approached the horse, marveling aloud. Upon recognizing the spear, the horse instantly lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against the golden spear. Gil immediately ordered the horse to be outfitted with a full set of tack and attached the spear to the saddle. Mounting swiftly, he spurred the horse forward. The snow-treading black steed, feeling the weight of Gil, charged wildly out of the palace gates. Ricky, Jeremy asked Jalen. Ordinary horses aren't as swift as I am, naturally unimpressive. But this horse of the Emperor's clearly surpasses Ricky's. See how it runs all night, while our men are exhausted, yet it shows no signs of fatigue. Jalen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Don't envy, generals. Once we pacify Liang province and stabilize the northern front, I will reopen the Silk Road to the western regions, bringing fine horses, wine, and even dancing girls. Gil joked with the generals, having grown closer since his wedding. Now, for the relief of Mileshing, do you have any plans, generals? Your Majesty, our army lacks stone-throwing catapults and oil bombs. Most of Mileshing's defenders are infantry. To leverage our cavalry's advantage, we should ambush on either side of Mileshing, catching Igor off guard. Ricky suggested respectfully. That's exactly my plan. On arrival at Mileshing, send a captain to inform Uncle Gregory about our strategy. I'll lead 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers directly to Jaggersian, while you position 10,000 Black Warrior soldiers near Mifeng County. When the enemy attacks, your forces should encircle them first, while I intercept at Jaggersian. Gil unfurled a map on his horse and pointed. Your Majesty, isn't Jaggersian a key passage? Isn't it too risky for you to go there? Ricky expressed concern over the map. Military tactics dictate attacking with regular methods and his limitations in saving the Han Dynasty from its impending downfall. So while he continued to perform his duties, he often communicated with Gil, expressing his loyalty. In Darian's mind at this moment, if Gil were to die, the Han would crumble immediately, especially with the powerful families dissatisfied with Gil's previous policies, ready to bury the Han. Uncle, please do not worry. With Emperor's talent and the protection of Generals Su and Adebayo, he should be fine. What we need to focus on is following the Emperor's orders and confronting the enemy outside the city tomorrow morning. Hardy bowed, comforting Darien while speaking. Yes, Tutor Alexei is right. Tomorrow, you and I will patrol the city, drawing Igor to attack us. Guarding the city is entrusted to Master and Tutor Alexei. Darien regained his composure and said to Brock, Shindura, go ahead. Even if I fall in battle, I will not leave the city. Should be revised to, Schwanda, go ahead. Even if I fall in battle, I will not leave the city. In this context, Schwanda is the correct way to refer to Darien's courtesy name in Pinyin romanization. Elias patted Darien's shoulder. This old general, already in his 70s with white hair, still wore armor and held a weapon. Darien and Brock bowed and left for the barracks. Tutor Alexei, it has been many years since I last saw his eyes. Though it appears as three-pronged assault, each route has different priorities. Although Edison rebels in Xiaoyang, much of it is due to Amerigo's incompetence. If strong forces are used to suppress them, it will create a rift between Edison and Lincoln. Meanwhile, Kit, after defeating Arden, heads south with dwindling supplies due to natural disasters, intending to sustain the war in Suzhou. As for Igor's route, they aim to cause internal strife behind our lines, hoping to annex Jingzhou. Though minor, it cannot be underestimated. If Igor breaks through Mileshing and advances into Luoyang, there would be no defenses left. Indeed, it holds hidden intentions. Elias finished, causing Hardy to pause. While he had considered these points, he still questioned why the Emperor chose to confront Igor personally. After all, in Hardy's view, Mickey's troops weren't formidable. His brightest stars, the Sun Clan, were besieging Xiangyang, not a significant threat at present. Wait, Xiangyang. Mickey attacked Briar because Lu supported Kit, but now he bypassed Xiangyang to enter Suzhou. Could Briar be deliberately withdrawing to wait for an opportune time? A flash of realization struck Hardy. Elias smiled. It seems Tutor Alexei understands the Emperor's reasoning. A wolf lurking behind a tiger requires caution. How does the old general know the Emperor suspects Briar's loyalty? Noon, Ricky arrived in Mi County, setting up camp and dispatching scouts to send secret messages to both Gil and Mileshing. Meanwhile, Gil was en route to Jagarxian. From villagers' reports, he knew Igor's position. Why are you studying the Jingzhou map, Your Majesty? Jalen asked curiously. Think about it. Igor has two escape routes, back to Jagarxiu or to Jingzhou. Since Mickey's forces are besieging Xiangyang, where would he go? Gil smiled, asking. Certainly Jingzhou. Returning home after defeat would invite suspicion from Mickey. Jeremy answered immediately. Indeed. I've sent a message for Ricky to collect Igor's flags and weapons after defeating him. We will follow him back to Mickey's camp. Gil patted Jalen's shoulder. Majesty, the villagers reported 2 different flags among Igor's troops. A captain approached, reporting. 2? Understood. From now on, call me General. Send a fast rider informing that Jude's troops may be mixed within Igor's forces, to Ricky and Mileshing. Understood. The captain wrote down the order and rode off. Continue marching. We must reach Jagarxian by dawn. Gil urged on, leading his light cavalry swiftly through the forest paths. Chapter 42. The Weakness of the Archer Girl. The next morning, Hardy had already opened the military dispatch sent by Gil. General, Jude's forces might be mixed within Igor's main army. It seems as His Majesty asked loudly. You? Who are you? How dare you barge into the county office without permission? The magistrate, steadied by the youth, asked with a slightly startled voice. Jalen revealed his tiger talisman in front of the magistrate. Seeing this, the magistrate trembled involuntarily. And may I ask which troop the officer belongs to? Gil waved his hand and personally said, the Mileshing Defenders, I am Darien's nephew. What brings the general here? The magistrate widened his eyes and asked, just on patrol duty. No need to worry. Although an army has passed through, my uncle has already explained that Briar will launch a counterattack soon against Igor's troops. Smiling, Gil continued, since there's nothing wrong here, let's move on to the next county. Gil turned around, giving Jalen a glance, who nodded in understanding and pulled out his short halberd from his waist. Attack. Protect the magistrate. With a roar, Gil drew his sword, forcing the youth away from the magistrate with a swift strike. As the youth retreated, a dagger hidden in the magistrate's belt was exposed. General, they're using the sun banner. The magistrate, now hidden behind Jalen, shouted loudly. So loyal. Come out, all of you, and take your leave. The youth shook off the numbness in his arm caused by Gil's blow and commanded, leading 10 white-clad swordsmen to Gil's notice. Once everyone left, Gil held up a small knife, drawing it near the youth's face. From the Sun family? Stubborn. General likes both men and women. No need to speak. By tonight, you belong to me. Gil grinned mischievously, lifting the youth into his arms. A faint fragrance wafted into Gil's nose, making him think, indeed, there are such beautiful youths in the military? Is Ricky mass-producing them? Placing the youth on the bed, Gil started to remove his shoes. As the white socks slid off, revealing a pair of delicate feet, the youth panicked. Why you stay away? I'm a girl, not a boy. Oh, General likes both. Lady dressed as a man, it fits my fancy well. Gil started removing the other shoe. The disguised young woman realized her fate, blushing and biting her lip, remaining silent. Amused, Gil thought about how this reminded him of a TV show he had watched before traveling back in time. He picked up a straw from the mat, tickling the sole of the young woman's foot while laughing mischievously. She felt a wave of ticklishness, opening her eyes to stare at Gil stoically, enduring his actions silently. A few moments later, ha ha ha. Her laughter filled the tent, reaching the ears of Jeremy and Jalen guarding outside. His Majesty really knows how to have fun. You, shameless scoundrel. Why don't you just kill me? Brilliant plan. Send an urgent order for Steven to attack Shochuan. Chapter 43. The First Clash by the Ing River. Below Mileshing, Brock had been cursing for an entire day, but not a single warrior from Igor's camp emerged to fight. Damien, Are they waiting for Jude's reinforcements? Darien, mounted on Delu, asked slowly. Eldest brother, even if the whole Sun family joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for me. Tomorrow, I will challenge them again. I don't believe they won't come out. Brock wiped the sweat from his body and said nonchalantly. In Igor's tent, a general clad in red armor walked in. General, this subordinate has arrived. Oh, Jude, how many troops did you bring? Igor asked. 3,000 soldiers from Jiangdong. Jude replied coldly with a respectful gesture. Just 3,000? Did you know General G called you here to reward your achievements? This handful of men, what sort of vanguard is that? Go guard the rear instead. To Igor's left, Jean Clifton, who carried the Zhang flag on his back, spoke bluntly. Jean Clifton and Igor were both major generals under Mickey, commanding most of the Renan troops. Ridge, Mileshing has only 5,000 defenders. Your troops should be saved for breaking through Xiangyang. Igor glanced at Jean Clifton. Although he admired Jude's bravery, it wasn't enough to motivate him to support Jude. This subordinate understands. Jude's face was as cold as yin. With a roar like thunder, Brock intimidated Jean Clifton so much that his spear trembled and missed its mark. He cowered, looking for death. Brock easily dodged the spear thrust and, as the horses passed each other, he hurled his 18-foot spear with great force, which pierced Jean Clifton's back, pinning him to the ground while his horse fled back to the ranks. Seeing this, Igor's face turned pale. He rushed forward with a poleaxe, ready to end the blackguard. Don't hurt my brother. Blaine charged out from Brock's side on a white horse, barely blocking Igor's enraged slash with his twin swords, but nearly falling off his horse in the process. Now Brock was weaponless, and Darien lost balance. What better time to strike? Advance front line, capture the enemy general first, then attack the city. On Igor's order, the front 5,000 troops rushed out, about to encircle the two men. Brother, get out of here. Brock desperately tried to retrieve his weapon, but Blaine swayed wildly on his horse, calling out in despair. Suddenly, hooves pounded from the right woods, shaking the earth. Blaine looked up to see a young general on a white horse with silver armor leading troops, none other than Roman Howard. Uncle Emperor, Wing Virtue, don't worry. Changshan Roman Howard is here. Xuanwu army, charged through the enemy lines. Ricky pointing defenders, began to crumble. Soldiers, it's time to establish glory for the Han. Follow me. Elias shouted, and the entire army followed, charging at Igor's front line with deafening cries. Igor's elite front line of 5,000, now trapped between Ricky and Elias, suffered massive casualties, exacerbated by Brock's ruthless slaughter. Retreat. Igor deflected Ricky's attack and ordered a retreat. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, Gil received news of the battle. He donned his armor and mounted his black warhorse, Tashuai Wucai. In this battle, annihilate Igor's main force. On orders. With the command, 5,000 light cavalry charged along the Ing River toward Igor's rear. As Gil raced, he saw weapons and armor floating downstream, heartening him. Jalen, Jeremy, speed up the march. Just then, a lightly armored force approached down the river, led by a general on a red horse in red armor. Form up. Gil raised his 8-treasure dragon lance, and his 5,000 light cavalry prepared for a charge. Who dares approach? Both Gil and the red-armored general asked simultaneously. A colonel under Igor. A colonel under Darien of Mileshung. They smiled at the coincidence. Big brother. Kenna, bound behind Gil, cried out seeing the red-armored general. Little sister? You. Rogue general. Release my little sister. Jude, raising his lion-head flaming spear, charged at Gil. Chapter 44. Gil roasts lamb before the battle array. Jude is hesitant. Gil held the 8-treasure dragon spear and issued orders to the 2 warriors behind him, Jalen and Jeremy. You 2 go and intercept the 2 generals behind Jude. Just hold them off. Do not cause any harm. Understood. Jeremy and Jalen responded immediately and then charged out of the formation. Seeing the imposing figures of Jalen and Jeremy, Jude couldn't help but be startled, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Gil. How can this young warrior command such fierce soldiers? As he pondered, 2 long spears clashed together. Since learning spear techniques from Zachary Jagger, Gil had frequently practiced with Ricky, Arvid, and others. His martial arts were certainly not shabby. But the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix style he practiced placed more emphasis on skill, featuring complex attacks that left people dazzled. Jude's spear technique, however, was more forceful and direct, relying on brute strength to break through clever defenses. He had earned the title of Little Tyrant during the counteroffensive against Changsha. Jude pursued him, engaging in combat while guiding his horse. After several clashes, their mounts headed towards the Ing River. Noticing the separation of the 2 generals from the main force, Jeremy and the others stopped fighting, sheathing their weapons and rushing to pursue Gil and Jude. Jude, your father was killed under Briar's hand, orchestrated by Mickey. Why do you harbor enmity against my Han family? Gil lunged his spear, questioning sternly. Seeing the approaching spear, Jude leaned backward to evade. My mother and younger brother are in Shochuan, held hostage. How can I not heed their threats? No sooner had he spoken than he seized Gil's 8-treasure dragon spear with his right hand, trapping it under his armpit. With his left hand, he thrust his own spear angrily toward Gil. Gil swiftly raised the tail of the spear, deflecting Jude's sudden strike. Unable to stabilize his weapon, Jude found himself at a disadvantage as Gil seized the lion head fire spear. With their weapons now locked, the 2 engaged in a raw test of strength. Jude, you led 3,000 men not to rescue Igor but returned to Jaggerjo. Could it be you wished to betray your master? Gil questioned as he struggled. Ridiculous. My father died serving Mickey, who betrayed him despite his achievements. Am I to repeat that mistake? Jude's face flushed red as he suddenly exerted his strength, nearly pulling Gil by Jude. A heavy punch landed, making Gil feel dizzy, with a trickle of blood running from his nose. Seeing the enraged Jalen behind him, Jude realized his certain demise and reluctantly released Gil, collapsing into the river from exhaustion. Jalen grunted coldly, helping Gil up. Your Majesty, are you alright? No major injuries. The little tyrant's bravery is indeed well-deserved, Gil said as he got up with Jalen's support, pinching his nose ruefully. His teacher Zachary Jagger had warned him before the campaign that while he could handle second-rate warriors, facing top-tier ones would require caution. Today's ordeal proved his teacher's advice right. Your Majesty? Jude, drenched and tousled, rose abruptly from the water, unable to believe the current emperor would personally lead troops and charge into the enemy's rear. What? Does it not look like me? Gil revealed the imperial sword hidden beneath his cloak. Jude stared at Gil, his throat moving, overwhelmed by emotion, yet unable to articulate a response. Jalen, order Jeremy to set up a fire before the battle array. We fought for a while, and I'm hungry. Bring 2 jars of liquor as well. Gil wrung out his wet cloak and said slowly. Jalen glanced at Jude, and then at the 3,000 Jiangdong troops far away. Trusting Gil outweighed his doubts. Understood. Soon, a lamb roasted. I will appoint you as the inspector of Milesjo. You can lead your troops and provisions back to your hometown with full justification. This position allows you to resist Mickey from one side and keep an eye on Briar, waiting for the right moment. As Jude listened, he grew increasingly excited and involuntarily nodded in agreement. But then, thinking about leaving his sister behind, he hesitated again. General Sun, rest assured, I am the Son of Heaven and will not harm your sister. Keeping her here is merely to ensure we maintain communication even if you are far away in Milesjo. Sun Wentai was originally a minister of Han. It is only right for his descendants to continue the legacy. Don't you wish to return to the Han dynasty? Having said this, Gil drew the imperial sword and cut off a half-cooked lamb leg, handing it to Jude. Taking the lamb leg, Jude's hands trembled. Seeing this, Gil continued, Jalen, have the soldiers set up pots to prepare meals. Let Sun General's troops also have a good meal. And bring Kenna here. Understood. Jalen glanced at Jude as he left, adding, a true man cannot achieve great things if he hesitates. Gil handed the lamb leg to Jude, who accepted it with trembling hands. Gil observed this and added, Jalen, let the soldiers prepare food so that Sun General's men can also have a hearty meal. Bring Kenna here. Junming. Kenna was brought over by Jalen. Upon seeing Jude and Gil sitting together, she felt strangely relieved for some reason. Eldest brother. Younger sister. Why are you not in Shochuan? Why did you come here? Jude asked with concern, gazing at Kenna. Since childhood, she had been favored by Richard, and as an elder brother, he naturally treated her like their father. Kenna recounted how she and her men fled the city under cover of night, and revealed how Gil saw through her disguise in the county office. Hearing this, Jude immediately knelt before Gil. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my sister. Your Majesty? Kenna looked at Gil doubtfully, and then turned to her brother. Seeing this, Jude pulled her down and made her kneel. He is the current emperor. Show respect. No worries, she has already been disrespectful enough. Gil waved his hand dismissively and continued roasting the lamb. These words reminded Kenna of the time Gil tickled her foot, and her face instantly flushed red. She felt both embarrassed and angry, experiencing mixed emotions. General Sun, make your decision quickly. Even if you disagree, I will not force you, but a mighty tiger should not be subjugated by jackals. Gil looked into the distance where Ricky was battling Igor. He knew the sooner he reached the front lines, the sooner he could demoralize Igor's forces. May I have a word with my sister? Joffrey, I can do it myself. Do you know, your brother ruined my plans? Gil ignored Kenna, pulling her into his arms and whispered gently. What plans? When Igor attacked Milesheng, it was my wedding day. I even postponed my honeymoon to personally lead the charge. Gil sighed and released her. It's Mickey's fault, not my brother. Kenna blushed and fled into the tent. Gil smiled and looked at Jeremy and Jalen. After the soldiers finished their meal, advance immediately to assist Howard. Yes, Your Majesty. Both responded and walked away, laughing heartily. However, Gil didn't return to his tent as expected. Instead, he dined and chatted with his guards. Kenna, seeing Gil not coming, wanted to ask many questions but lost the chance. She became somewhat impressed seeing him mingle so freely with his soldiers. Meanwhile, Ricky's troops pursued Igor's main force relentlessly. Knowing all hope was lost, Igor fled along the Ying River. Damn Jude. To abandon us in battle, I'll report this to my lord. Igor spurred his horse furiously. Out of his original 20,000 elite troops, only 10,000 remained after heavy losses and relentless attacks by Ricky. Order the Xuanwu cavalry. Do not let Igor escape. Capture the traitorous general alive. Ricky roared, infecting the entire army. After pursuing for several at once, Jeremy and Jalen, eager to fight, took command. Jalen charged forward alone. Seeing this, Jeremy ordered, Zhujiao cavalry, form the crane wing formation, encircle the remnant forces, don't let a single man escape. Gil sat calmly on his horse, watching his soldiers sweep through the enemy ranks like autumn winds scattering leaves. Do you not fear I might escape? Behind him, Kenna, dressed as a man, rode closer. If you want to leave, go. I help your brother for 2 reasons. His heroism and because he can guard against Mickey and Briar, allowing me to focus on the western chaos. Gil said without turning. Why didn't you let me return in front of my brother? Kenna huffed and asked again. I act as I see fit. If I let you return openly, would anyone believe your brother came to aid? Gil glanced at her and stopped talking. Within 3/4 of an hour, the bloodied Ricky emerged from the rear of the enemy lines. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission, but Igor escaped with 100 men via a side path. Should we pursue? Gil dismounted and helped Ricky up. No need, he won't reach Shochuan in time. He's heading for Mickey's forces near Xiangyang. Howard, take command here. Those who surrender will be integrated into Milesheng's garrison. The brave ones will join the Xuanwu and Zhujiao armies. I'll return to Milesheng to greet my uncle and the old general and make further decisions. Saying this, Gil galloped towards Milesheng, with Kenna following closely behind. She found herself increasingly intrigued by this emperor. Seeing this, Ricky smiled and charged back into the fray shouting, "Surrender, and you won't be harmed." ####Chapter 46. Gil takes another risk, personally visits Nanyang to seek a famous physician. Inside Mileshing, Emperor Gil sat majestically on his dais, with Kenna standing silently behind him. Hardy approached and handed over a military report. "Your Majesty, in this battle, our Mileshing garrison fought fiercely against Igor's troops. 1,000 of our men were killed, and 800 were wounded, while the enemy was completely annihilated. General Ricky pursued Igor's main force as ordered. The Xuanwu army suffered 800 dead and 3,000 wounded, all of whom are recuperating within the city. Igor's main force was almost entirely destroyed, and he managed to escape back to Jingzhou with only 100 men. The Zunio army had no casualties. Your Majesty, this is the current situation. What the army most needs right now are physicians. There aren't many skilled doctors in Mileshing. It's nearly summer, and if we don't treat the wounded soldiers promptly, an epidemic might break out," Hardy said with a bow. "Asher, being from Nanyang, you must know the revered Mr. Hewitt?" Gil asked slowly. "Do you mean the divine physician? Mileshing is resolved. I will bring Mason, Rolf, Jeremy, and Jalen. As Asher is from Nanyang, he shall join us. Uncle, should there be any reports from Shiliang, they can be addressed when we attack Nanyang." Gil nodded and left the mansion, returning to his tent in the city. Kenna followed him like a newlywed bride. "You are quite brave." Watching Gil handle military affairs in the tent, Kenna spoke slowly. "Why do you say that?" Gil asked without turning around, daring to lead a small force deep into Nanyang. "Bear in mind, Mickey has been fortifying Nanyang since Breyer became the governor of Jingzhou. The commander there, Brevin, commands 10,000 elite troops. Plus, Mickey has surrounded Xiangyang City and can come to Brevin's aid anytime." Kenna pointed at the map before Gil. "Indeed. That's why I need you by my side. Knowing both sides inside and out, one can never lose. My 4 generals are unmatched warriors, so it's like having 40,000 troops. Can we not match their 10,000 guards?" Gil smiled. Easy to say. Do you not know siege warfare differs from field battles? You don't seem like an emperor who is ignorant of military matters. Why such recklessness?" Kenna realized she misspoke and covered her mouth. "Don't worry, you are pardoned. Do you know that Igor fled back to Jingzhou after a great defeat? Hence, Brevin would be the first to learn of his defeat. We have this advantage. I will bring trebuchets from the capital, which are excellent siege weapons. That's the second point. As for the third, it's your elder brother and Stephen." Gil counted on 3 fingers, smiling. Kenna traced her finger over the map from Shuzhou to Runan, then from Jagarxian to Runan, and finally from Luoyang to Wancheng in Nanyang, feeling a chill. "You're a young emperor, raised in the palace. How could you know military tactics?" "Haha, not only am I the student of Emperor Louisguo, but also the disciple of Aaron and Donnie." Gil chuckled. "Emperor Louisguo, I don't believe it. Ryder wrote to my elder brother saying this is a scheme by the young emperor to regain power." Kenna lifted her head, somewhat disdainfully. "Ah, Zhou Gongjin indeed has insight. If there's a chance, I must meet him." Gil closed the scroll and rubbed his temples. "You'll stay in Mileshing tomorrow. No need to accompany me. I've prepared quarters for you. It wouldn't be proper for a woman to linger in the military camp for too long." Gil waved her off. "No way. What's so good about staying in Mileshing? I'm coming with you to see how you fail." Kenna stomped her foot and darted into Gil's inner tent. Remembering the embarrassment of being tickled, her face flushed. "If you want to follow me, you need an identity. I'll appoint you as my attendant." Gil sat on the bed, speaking calmly. "What? An attendant must be dutiful. Otherwise, stay in Mileshing. Even if you don't care about reputation, I do." Gil began removing his armor. "What? Unwilling?" Seeing this, Kenna pulled out a dagger, darted behind Gil, and pressed the tip to his neck. "Aren't you afraid I'll stab you?" Facing Gil's calm demeanor, Kenna felt lost. "If you wanted to stab me, you would have done so already. Moreover, your brother relies on my favor to return to Mileshou properly. Decide if you will stab me or help me undress." Gil tried several times to untie the straps on his armor, but couldn't manage it, growing frustrated. Plink. The dagger dropped. Kenna's fists lightly pummeled his back. "You bully." She sobbed as she helped Gil undress. Gil ignored her tears. "Cry enough and fetch my dinner." "Humph, even if I can't poison you, I'll slip some centipods to make you suffer." Kenna stomped out of the tent. "Naive girl, if you truly intended harm, would you announce it?" Gil tidied his armor, cleaned it thoroughly, and oiled it before hanging it up. The next morning, Gil packed his armor, changed into civilian clothes, selected a dozen valiant warriors, and set out with his 4 generals and Kenna, disguised as grain traders. They passed through Milesti, over Lushan, and entered Wancheng directly. On the road, they drove wagons. Off-road, they rode horses guided about with Gil. "Good sir, could you please do us a favor and escort my sister and me into Wan City?" As he spoke, a young girl accompanied by a seemingly dazed child blocked Gil's path. Gil scrutinized them. Dressed as peasants but intercepting a merchant caravan on the official road, it aroused his suspicion. "Miss, greetings. May I ask where you're from?" "We are merchants transporting grain and cannot easily travel with others. Please understand." Gil dismounted, clasped his hands together, and politely said, "The young lady is from Yexin County. We're heading to Wan City for my younger brother's medical treatment," she replied softly. "I see. We've come from Jagarzhou. Is the Nanyang official road safe?" "This, checkpoints are set up along Nanyang at present, so there won't be any highway robbers." The young girl paused briefly. "Thank you. Let me consult our master. If he agrees, we'll invite both of you onto the cart." Gil bowed, then ducked into the carriage where only Kenna was present. "Is there anything suspicious about their accent?" Kenna shook her head. Gil felt reassured. If their accent is correct, they must be from Jingzhou. If they were local farmers and there are no highway robbers, why would they need a merchant caravan to get past the checkpoints? But that dazed boy does seem genuine. It's likely they're from Breyer's faction. After thinking this over, Gil returned, "Please come aboard. Our master has agreed. Thank you very much." As soon as the two entered the carriage, Gil gave his generals a look to be cautious. Thus, this convoy paid money at every checkpoint and proceeded smoothly all the way to Wan City. After some cursory questioning and bribery, Gil and company mingled with the crowded crowd and smoothly entered Wan City. "Hey, did you hear? Divine Dr. Zhang is offering free diagnosis again. How could I not? People from nearby villages want to bring their whole families. Since Divine Dr. Zhang doesn't charge fees, it's those gate guards who benefit most." Listening to the locals, Gil realized why their passage was so easy and thanked the Divine Doctor inwardly. "Horses aren't allowed within the city. Please protect our master. The passengers in the carriage can join us to see the Divine Doctor." Gil shouted toward the carriage. "Thank you." The voice of the young girl echoed from inside. Following the crowd, Gil soon saw Hewitt's sign. The 4 large characters, suspended pot healing, particularly striking. Yet such a renowned physician had set up a humble stall outside other pharmacies, seeming quite modest. Most of the villagers queuing were for follow-up visits. Gil paid several strings of coins and quickly moved to the front. "Sir, I see your brother is seriously ill. Why don't you go first? We're just here for preventive checks, no urgent illnesses." Gil lifted the curtain and saw Kenna tied up with a dagger at her neck. His general's next. "Speak quickly, little brother. With these words, my disciples will have guidance." Seeing Hewitt hooked, Gil waved. "First, please treat the patient. Cough. Everyone, my free clinic ends here today. Tomorrow morning, I'll continue at the usual spot." Hewitt bowed to the queue, packed up, and hopped into Gil's carriage. "Little brother, can you ask the woman to leave? Only leave me with the patient. I live in Ye County. Please escort me home." Gil nodded. First, he wanted to observe Hewitt's skills, and second, upon hearing Ellen's name, he intended to recruit her, as her father was Coyle. He personally carried Kenna down. Ellen, holding her brother, exchanged looks with Hewitt, who eyed the black horse warily. Once freed, Kenna lunged at Ellen. Gil stepped between them, urging peace while driving. "My fault, please forgive me." Ellen bowed deeply, decisive like no ordinary woman. Kenna, seeing her efforts for her brother, forgave her. Exiting the city, the guard extended his hand again. "Sir, this is the Divine Doctor. We're taking him home." Gil showed the doctor, avoiding unnecessary bribes. The guard bowed and let them through, improving Gil's mood. Before traveling 10 li, Hewitt's voice came from inside. "Little girl, this illness isn't easy to treat. Your brother has a solitary young constitution." Gil, he first froze, then quickly knelt down. "Itinerant physician Brendan pays respect to your majesty." Seeing Brendan kneel, Hewitt also looked at Gil's mount and bowed down together. "Your majesty, please forgive me for my poor fortune-telling skills. I couldn't identify the true dragon." Gil hurriedly helped them up. "Fortune-telling? In response to your majesty, fortune-telling is fundamental for healers. The 4 diagnostic methods, observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, are all part of this. With your majesty surrounded by national destiny, who else could you be but the son of heaven?" Brendan lowered his head and explained. "You can see the destiny of Han? Of course. A healer treats people by observing their balance of Yin and Miles energy. When magnified to the level of a nation, it represents national fortune." "I see. I have witnessed the prowess of both divine physicians. Please treat young Master Gregory first." Gil then carried Gregory Clifton, Coyle's young son, from the carriage. Sunset approached, and his departure for battle was imminent. Brendan glanced at Gregory Clifton and nodded at Hewitt. "Your majesty, your humble servant can cure this illness, but you must answer one question." As Brendan spoke, Hewitt began preparing the medicine. "Please ask, divine physician, is his majesty still in the state of pure Miles?" Brendan raised an eyebrow as he asked. Hearing this, Gil blushed but, to save Gregory Clifton, nodded awkwardly. "In that case, it's simple. This disease requires a dose of the Emperor's blood, along with tonic medicine to restore his vitality. Within half a month, he should recover to normal, but his lost lifespan cannot be restored." Brendan stroked his beard and smiled. During their conversation, the others arrived on horseback. An anxious Eileen heard about her brother's treatment and knelt before Brendan, pleading tearfully. "Lady Gregory, begging old man Brendan will not help. You need to plead with his majesty. Moreover, are you ready? Even if we cure your brother, his lost years cannot be restored." "Your majesty?" Eileen looked doubtfully at Gil in civilian attire, but her attention was drawn to her sick brother. "Divine physician, is there any way to preserve my little brother's lifespan?" "There is a way, but if we do so, your brother will live a life of mental retardation, with his supernatural strength gradually fading until he dies stiffly." Eileen was startled. Despite her military upbringing, she was still a young woman faced with the dilemma concerning her loved one. "Divine physician, how long would he live if his consciousness returns? And how will he die?" Gil interjected. "A man born into a military family cannot live in bed without honor or dignity. If I were your back to Han, there are thousands of wounded soldiers in Mileshing awaiting your compassionate skills." Gil spoke straightforwardly. As for brother Brendan, he has dedicated his life to wandering and saving lives. As for me, I have no interest in serving the court. Your majesty might be disappointed if you came for that." Hewitt replied while boiling herbs. "Do you not wish to hear more, divine physician?" "True, but it's better than being confined in a palace and isolated from the suffering world. I have built the Hongwen Academy, as both of you know. But what you may not know is that I've reserved a courtyard for medical practitioners. First, to support renowned physicians in writing books and documenting their knowledge, and second, to offer apprenticeships for students interested in medicine, increasing the number of Han's skilled doctors." Without hiding his intentions, Gil revealed his greatest offer, a significant move for those who wish to pass on their medical legacies. The 2 old men exchanged glances, and their throats quivered. "Can your majesty guarantee our number of disciples?" "The treasury will subsidize the training of doctors. Those who fail to excel in literature and martial arts will naturally switch to studying under you. Moreover, we already have village physicians in Han, whom I can sponsor to start trials in Suzhou, holding a medical congress where you can choose your successors. The old man's hands trembled uncontrollably. In times of chaos, few were willing to study the time-consuming art of medicine. Chinese medicine required extensive clinical experience and mastery of classical texts. Brendan had traveled for years, mostly encountering fraudulent disciples using his name. The rest were deterred by the monotony of studies and financial pressures. Thus, he lacked a worthy successor even to this day. How can the Son of Heaven joke? If you refuse, I will leave and seek other renowned physicians. Ah, Your Majesty, you're too impatient. Aside from Hua Lao and me, most Han physicians are mediocre. Such important matters concerning the continuity of medicine cannot be entrusted to mediocrities. Hewitt grabbed Gil's hand, smiling. I am at war with Mickey. It's best if you decide quickly. Lao Zhang, righteousness should not be shied away from. This old man wants to find a successor for the Green Silk Book. Brendan stroked his beard and continued. Besides, the national fortune around you far surpasses that of Emperors Huan and Ling. How about betting on you once? Since Brother Hua says so, I won't be coy. I only ask that Your Majesty open the Imperial Library to assist me in completing my treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases. Hewitt bowed to Gil. Not only that, I will share the remaining teachings of great Dr. Precision with you, and have my court physicians assist in completing your works. Counties to gather information. Your Majesty, after listening to your words yesterday, I have decided that I want my younger brother to live with dignity. Ellen handed over her handkerchief and spoke slowly. It's best if you think so. In that case, I will ask Physician Brendan to prescribe medicine, Gil said with a smile, waving his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Ellen knelt on the ground. If Your Majesty is willing to save my little brother, Woody is willing to serve you for life. Upon hearing this, Gil immediately helped her up. As their eyes met, he carefully observed Ellen for the first time. Under her arched brows and star-like eyes lay an overpowering heroism. If Kenna possessed the grace and capriciousness of a Jiangdong woman, then Ellen exuded the restraint and tenacity of a Central Plains woman. I don't like forcing people into things. Moreover, everyone has their place. If I were to make you stay in my harem for life, how could that be your wish? Gil smiled gently, brushing the dust off her clothes with her own handkerchief. Your hands are meant for drawing bows, not for serving me. Having said that, Gil walked into the straw cottage, leaving a stunned Ellen behind. In her heart, she always felt that apart from her father, no one would recognize a woman soldier. Throughout her life, there had been many who pointed at her, telling her what women should or shouldn't do. Butterfly, therefore, I am using virgin young male's blood along with medicines to increase yang energy. After consuming these, the patient's overly strong yang will turn to weaken. At this point, we replenish yin, balancing the yin-yang. Brendan explained in a way Gil could understand. Why must it be my blood? Your Majesty is protected by state luck, incomparable to commoners. Not to mention most men at your age have lost their virginity. Even if some haven't, the risk is much higher for the patient compared to using your blood. Brendan wrapped up the wound and began checking Gil's pulse. Your Majesty has been overly anxious lately. Please rest for a couple of days. Don't worry, doctor. Leave it to me. Kenna rushed to Gil's side, supporting him back to his room. You're the Emperor and still a virgin. Looks like you really didn't get married before coming to the front lines. Says you, as if you're married. Gil shot back. And Sister Gregory isn't married either? Kenna glanced at him angrily, pushing him to bed. She commands as a military officer under her father, though you also learned martial arts, but never went to battle. You. Gil hit a soft spot of Kenna, causing her to storm out, leaving Ellen to deliver the soup and food. As the sun set, several generals returned from different counties. Gang and General Jagariju. Old man here has patience, let me fetch them first before you search. Without waiting for Hewitt to enter, Brock interrupted. I'll take care of them. No need for trouble. Wing Virtue, don't be impulsive. The two officers mentioned by Physician Zhang are generals under Brevin. We're so close to Wancheng. If one escapes, it will bring Brevin's army. Ricky sternly held back Brock. No worries, Your Majesty. There's a medicinal cellar underground in this cottage. Hide there, and you'll be safe. Picking up the mat under Gil's feet, Hewitt revealed a latched hatch door. Gil nodded in agreement. Outside, the patrolling soldiers noticed Gil's carriage parked outside the straw cottage. Hey, such fine steeds pulling carts? Jagier Ju gazed at taxis now Wuzhuei with greed. Lao Jagier, look at that white horse. Andre noticed Ricky's white night lion. Strange, such valuable horses, even the richest person in the world wouldn't use them for carts. You're right. Could it be rebel generals hiding in Dr. Zhang's hut? Mileshing rebels defeated Igor. Let's send scouts first. Andre pulled Jagier Ju aside, whispering softly. Jagier Ju nodded and motioned two soldiers. Remember the portraits? One room each, go. The two soldiers drew their swords and rushed towards the straw cottage. 100-foot soldiers quickly surrounded the thatched cottage. Really? Oliang, are you sure? Didn't the message say specifically to kill him? Jagier Ju asked hesitantly. They both serve Lord Jagarin, but we follow the one from Runan, not Habe. We must understand our lord's intentions. Andre smiled faintly. Don't worry, Brother Jagier. Once we capture this thief, we will report to Lord Jagarin on the front lines of Xiangyang together. All right, Brother Liang, your foresight is commendable. I shall follow your lead. With that, they stood outside the encirclement, waiting patiently. Jalen and Jeremy exchanged glances. Though unarmed, they grinned menacingly and charged toward the surrounding soldiers. Damien, help Miss Gregory. Upon Gil's command, Brock dashed into another room, followed shortly by screams. He reappeared wielding a steel knife, emboldened by activity. A roar from Brock sent the nearest soldiers into a panic, falling back in fear. These soldiers only knew they were to suppress bandits, oblivious to Gil's true identity or his formidable generals. Seeing this, Jeremy seized a soldier, threw him high into the air, and and sent him crashing back among the spears, causing chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Jalen leaped towards the carriage, lifting a large wheel buried underground. Stand clear. With he used his spear to pry the twin halberds loose. Jalen, laughing grimly, wiped blood from his wounds and resumed battling, standing back-to-back with Ricky. Praising Ricky's skill, Brock observed the divine doctors and the two women with Gregory, Sue successfully gathering their belongings. Seeing this, Jeremy chuckled and urged Gil. Your Majesty, it's time to ride away on Yuzui. Without waiting for a reply, Jeremy slashed forward. Howard, clear the path for His Majesty's mount. Ricky and Jalen joined forces, fiercely protecting the black steed from being seized. Would you dare touch the Imperial steed? Jalen roared, slicing the soldier holding Yuzui. Yuzui then charged straight towards Gil, knocking down anyone in its path. What do we do, Brother Liang? Jagier asked anxiously as the group seemed poised to break free. I'll seek reinforcements immediately. Andre commandeered a nearby yellow horse and raced towards Wanching without waiting for a reply. Rebel, don't run. Reacting quickly, Brock hurled his spear. Though Andre dodged, he was wounded in the abdomen, yet he persisted, galloping away towards Wanching. Miss Gregory, take Gregory, Sue and flee, Gil instructed, pointing to the broken wall inside his room. Your Majesty, please be safe. Gregory Wadii replied resolutely, carrying Gregory, Sue's Majesty, and take him away. Jalen was now drenched in blood, looking like a divine killer. The mere glance from his eyes made Ricky feel overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Ricky whistled sharply. Sure enough, within moments, the White Lion Jade horse broke free from the soldiers dragging it and galloped toward Ricky with great urgency. Mounting his horse, Ricky immediately rode to Gil's side. As Ricky left, Jalen's flank was exposed. Jeremy saw the opening and, with a powerful strike, chopped down several heads before swiftly moving to support Jalen. Seeing that Gil was now vulnerable, Brock roared, Scoundrels, prepare to die. He threw his steel blade, piercing through the soldier who was about to attack Gil. Without waiting for Gil's reaction, Ricky struck the Emperor's neck with the end of his spear. Gil, already half conscious, vaguely remembered being lifted onto the horse and carried away by Ricky. Rolf, with His Majesty gone, we can fight without holding back. Jalen laughed as if nothing was wrong, shouting loudly. Indeed, with Gil gone, the three formidable warriors no longer held back. Although they were injured, these soldiers were like autumn weeds, easy to cut down. Two esteemed physicians, please follow the direction where His Majesty fled. Mason will surely come for you, Jeremy said, guarding Brendan and Hewitt until they disappeared into the hole in the thatched hut. He then rushed back into battle. Miss Sun, let me down. How can Asher's fate compare? County. Kenna removed her belt and secured Gil tightly to her waist. Struggling, she urged her horse forward. Gil, you must not die. Outside Nya County, Ricky encountered the two doctors fleeing. He gave them his horse and pointed them in the right direction before charging back into the thatched hut. Lu Ji, seeing Gil escape, led a dozen cavalrymen around the hut to chase after them. They encountered the walking Ricky, who used the snake out of cave technique to impale one rider before mounting a horse to engage them. Dust rose behind Ricky as Andre arrived. Lu Ji was delighted. Brother Liang, let's pursue along the river. Andre glanced at his injury and gritted his teeth. Be cautious, Brother Lu. I'm going. Suddenly, Ricky felt anxious. Despite his usual calmness, he understood the disadvantage of facing multiple opponents. His silver spear wavered, nearly getting hit by a cavalryman's spear. Meanwhile, Kenna, though fast, was slowing down from fatigue. Ricky's Romanite Jade Lion passed by with the two doctors. Oh, His Majesty. They attempted to dismount, but were waved off by Kenna. Go along the river, to donghua Pavilion. No, even if we're not warriors, we know our duty. We promised His Majesty, and we cannot abandon him. Miss Sun, our horses are slow. We should switch horses. In case of danger, you carry His Majesty away. Brendan and Hewitt insisted, forcing Kenna to agree. Yet, the sound of pursuing hooves soon caught up. 100 cavalrymen changed horses frequently, quickly closing the gap between them and the horses carrying Gil, Wuziu, and Yelishi. Pondering, Hewitt looked at Brendan, turning their horses around and dismounting. They slapped Wu Zue's hindquarters, urging it to catch up with Gil. By the time Kenna realized, it was too late. No, we can't leave them. Don't leave them to die together. Die, together. Gil struggled, uttering 3 words. Kenna was taken aback. Having seen many leaders as the youngest daughter of Richard, none showed such loyalty. Although impressed, she continued riding forward. The two doctors closed their eyes, preparing to meet their end. Unexpectedly, Andre simply waved them past without a second glance. They exchanged looks, smiled wryly, and continued along the river. The unburdened Wu Zue regained strength, catching up with its master. It neighed, urging Yelishi to speed up. Andre's cavalrymen, changing horses, were now less than 5 miles behind Gil. The discarded horses benefited the 2 old men, allowing them to keep pace. Minutes later, the distance shrank to less than a mile. Seeing the relentless pursuit, Kenna tearfully prepared for the worst. Noticing the speed of the horses, Andre nodded to his lead riders, who ready. Ellen held up her long bow and issued the order to rescue Ricky and others. Only after this personal army undercoil's command disappeared from her sight did Kenna remember to ask Hardy what was going on. Gregory Girl originally had her father's order to take her younger brother from Xiangyang frontline to Wanching for medical treatment. They discovered checkpoints between Wanching and Xiangyang all over the roads, so they bypassed and stationed their troops near Dongwuting. Hardy was speaking when he noticed a bright red trace trickling down from the night luminous White Lion horse. Is His Majesty injured? Kenna immediately lifted Gil off the horse upon hearing this and turned around to find an arrow lodged into Gil's shoulder. Seeing blood flowing from Gil's shoulder, tears instantly sprang from Kenna's eyes. Her hands hesitated as she tried to pull out the arrow. Please wait, let us take a look. In the distance, 2 elderly men rode horses previously owned by Andre et al., rushing towards them hurriedly. Hewitt rushed forward and knelt to check Gil's pulse while Brendan opened his medicine box, took out a sharp knife, and cut open the clothes on Gil's back. Only after the wound was revealed did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is just a stray arrow, with little power and not a fatal injury. Please start a fire, fetch water, and set up a pot, Brendan said. Hardy and Kenna immediately began, are also seriously injured. Let's treat them quickly. I will stay by the Emperor tonight, Roman Long suggested. The two generals glared at him, but seeing it was Howard who spoke, they nodded and obediently allowed the doctors to tend to their injuries. Brendan cut through Jalen's bloody clothing to examine his injuries. The back was marred by 4 or 5 deep slash wounds, flesh torn and exposed. If it weren't for Jalen's anger, an ordinary person would have fainted in pain. Brendan glanced at Jalen, ladled out a bowl of anesthetic soup from a pot, and gave it to him before proceeding to treat the injuries. After simple treatment stopped the bleeding, Ellen had the soldiers carry them back to her camp in Dongwooding. Kenna knew only after seeing Gil asleep on the bed in the camp that the night's battles were truly over. She carefully wiped the sweat from Gil's feverish body with warm water. Just as she wanted to say something, Ellen walked in. The two doctors said His Majesty might run a fever tonight. You've been busy all day. Leave the rest to me. Ellen stood by the bed without approaching. Kenna stubbornly shook her head. Do you think the Emperor cares more about ministers than himself? I don't know, but according to books, Emperor Xiang Jagger of Western Shu, and perhaps the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did such things, Ellen replied softly, looking at Gil. Feng, Zane. Gil murmured weakly on the bed. He regretted not bringing Aloysius call Asher over. Breathing heavily and weakly, Gil said, just tell me what you want. I'll note it down and send General Roman. Kenna shot a glance at him. Unwilling to part from him, the two ladies stayed put, leaving Gil no choice but to narrate his instructions aloud. Break camp overnight and rush back to Milesjing. Brevin's troops are approaching. Breathing heavily after uttering these words, he continued. Upon reaching the city, consult Elias for military matters and Asher for logistics. And most importantly, keep news of my injury secret. Understanding the urgency, the two ladies immediately instructed Ricky to pass on the message. Hardy, upon receiving the message, assisted Ellen in withdrawing the troops without delay. Ellen commanded mostly infantry, moving slower than cavalry. By the time Gil reached Milesjing, it had been 2 days since they departed. The arduous journey left Gil, despite being physically strong, with a mild cold, while Kenna and Ellen cared for him tirelessly, one out of gratitude, the other claiming she was his attendant. In the main hall of Milesjing government office, Gil recounted the events to Elias and Uncle Darian. Listening intently, both felt alarmed but didn't forget their duties. Your Majesty, this letter came from the capital. 3 days ago, several members of the Jagran family were found collaborating with Kit of Hubei. After verification by Taisher Eldon, His Majesty had already instructed Dr. Zhang to win him over. I have invited Dr. Zhang here. Let's hear what he has to say. Elias stroked his graying beard and slowly explained. Your Majesty, this is your servant Hewitt, reporting for audience. As soon as he finished speaking, Hewitt entered. There's no need for ceremony. Speak directly. Reporting Your Majesty, indeed. I have deep ties with Lachlan. A few days ago, during my medical outreach in Wanqing, I repeatedly discussed the idea of returning to Han with him. Though he didn't explicitly agree, if Your Majesty's army approaches, I can leverage our relationship to request his cooperation. Hewitt spoke with a hint of resignation on his face. It's challenging for you, Dr. Zhang. Wanqing and Nanyang are Han lands and home to Han people. I too hope that we can minimize casualties among our soldiers. Emperor Gil waved his hand gently. Teacher, having an inside man is only part of it. Milesjing has barely more than 10,000 able-bodied soldiers. The rest are wounded. Military strategy dictates that an army should outnumber the enemy by tenfold to besiege effectively. How can we attack hastily when our forces match those of Wanqing almost evenly? What if Mickey from Xiangyang sends reinforcements? Wouldn't we be like sheep entering a tiger's den? Darian asked, looking at Elias. Shwanda, you are being too rigid. The art of war teaches that attacking the mind is paramount. Now that His Majesty upholds just governance and has the people's support, our army waging war against injustice gives us a great advantage in morale, first and foremost. You don't know about the petroleum bombs His Majesty had made by the skilled craftsmen. These weapons can breach city walls and are formidable. Moreover, according to General Ellen, Mickey and Briar are locked in battle and cannot possibly aid Wanqing. This offers us geographical advantage. Lastly, His Majesty has ordered Stephen to march on Shochuan, along with Jude's 3,000 Jiangdong troops. If Shochuan falls into chaos, Mickey will undoubtedly divert forces there. But with Briar watching from Xiangyang, any retreat by Mickey would result in pursuit. Thus, the only usable force left for Mickey would be the 10,000 troops under Brevin. Elias detailed these advantages calmly, making Darian nod in agreement. Your Majesty, this old subject requests to lead the campaign. Elias knelt before Emperor Gil, pulling his robe aside. Just as Gil was about to agree, Hewitt shook his head silently. Old General, give the younger generation some opportunities. Gil understood Hewitt's meaning. While Brendan treated the wounded, Hewitt had examined the generals, revealing that Elias's health wasn't in good shape. Understood. Ricky accepted the order and prepared accordingly. Your Majesty, please join me in commanding the central forces. 5 days later, including recovered wounded soldiers, move forward with the catapults. Elias bowed deeply. Since you are the commander, I will follow your lead. Thank you, Your Majesty. Elias bowed again and headed to the camp, living alongside the wounded soldiers. Late into the night, Gil wrote intensely in the office. Why divide the troops when the numbers are already even? Kenna, serving his medicine, questioned. Rude. You may disrespect me, but not the old general. Without Generals Elias and Evander, Han might already be lost. Gil frowned, showing respect for the aged but valiant general. The reason behind his decision isn't clear yet. The Milesjing troops aren't elite, they're reserves. We'll see more upon reaching the front. Gil continued writing. What are you writing? A military anthem, for soldiers to sing during training and battles. To what end? Miss Sun, this has many benefits. It boosts morale and familiarizes new recruits with orders. Hardy entered, bowing. Your Majesty, Uncle has returned with the catapults and brought this confidential letter. Gil recognized Fiki's seal on the envelope. Fiki said the transport soldiers were carefully selected from the Imperial Guards, proficient with her. Hardy sang the song aloud, feeling its stirring energy. Your Majesty, I dare set music to this song and spread it through the army. Go ahead. Pleased, Gil watched Asher leave and began drinking his medicine. Thanks to Kinna's care, his illness had nearly subsided. Speak up. For saving me, what reward do you seek? Gil asked Kinna. The translation preserves the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone of the original text, ensuring a natural, fluent English rendition. Will you let me go back then? Kinna widened her eyes and immediately asked. Chapter 54, Nanyang Commandery, Siege of Wan City Part 1. When Gil heard this, he was somewhat stunned. You did all this to go back? Thinking about how Kinna had been busy these past few days, barely getting any rest, an indescribable emotion surged within him. I was just worried about my mother and little brother, so? Forget it, go ahead. Choose any horse you like from the military stables. Gil waved his sleeve and turned back into the inner chamber. Kinna thanked him and left without looking back. Lying in bed, Gil felt a tightening in his heart, filled with a sense of loss. 3 days later, Hardy arrived at Gil's residence with war report. This battle for Nanyang is a warning to Clem. Mario has already planted spies in Runzhou. If not for the conflict between Clem and the governor of Dongjun, Cannon, the forces besieging Suzhou would be fourfold now. Gil shook his head. While planting spies was true, the discord between Clem and Cannon was something he had known about from the start as a time traveler. Let me know if you need further adjustments or have other parts of the text you'd like edited. I made sure to maintain the natural flow while ensuring the meaning is accurately conveyed. Is your Majesty planning to promote Cannon? Yes, Cannon used to be the inspector of Runzhou and is familiar with its affairs. By continuing to provoke his relationship with Clem, I can claim neutrality and assume control of Runzhou. I've already tasked Mario with devising the strategy. If Asher is interested, write to Mario to see if there are areas that need improvement. As Gil spoke, he reviewed the advance routes of Dennis and Mifong on the map. Report. Miss Sun. Miss Sun has sent a letter. The officer outside the door, holding a secret letter, said somewhat awkwardly. Asher, you read it aloud. Gil didn't look up, speaking slowly. Sire, personally opened. Jude's troops have made contact with Stephen's vanguard, Mohammed. They will reach Shochuan in one day. When Mohammed attacks, Jude will use Igor's defeat and lone retreat to save the city as a pretext to enter the city. Gil looked at Hardy, knowing this was the translated version. Yes, good. Give these 2 letters to General Liu for his coordination. Your subject obeys your command. Hardy laughed awkwardly and immediately left. 2 days later, Elias did not make any pre-battle speeches. He only ordered the troops to march rapidly towards Xie, looking at his black steed, then at Elias's old horse which he refused to replace. Gil sighed inwardly. Did I save the Han dynasty, or do these old generals refuse to let the Han dynasty be crushed by history's wheels? Gil thought privately. He realized that many dynasties in history had commonalities. Whenever a dynasty collapsed, there were always treacherous officials in power, but correspondingly, there would also be heroic figures willing to sacrifice their lives to fight against historical trends. Riding this warhorse makes me feel like I'm back in my youth, launching campaigns. It feels like I've grown 10 years younger. Truly satisfying, Elias remarked as he rode closer to Gil. I have watched your Majesty grow up. When young, your Majesty was timid. Ascending the throne amidst the power struggles between relatives and eunuchs, I feared the downfall of the Han. As a Han minister, the thought of losing our status was enough to bring me to tears. Battles impacting the national treasury and livelihood. Thanks to Gil's involvement, 5 years ago, Price had brought back the remnants of the Yellow Turbans from Qing province. This strengthened his own base and indirectly eased the crisis in Runzhou. Over the years, Runzhou remained peaceful except for Suzhou. Moreover, its strategic position could establish trade routes with Su province, allowing goods to flow into Mileszhou. Therefore, taking Runzhou would significantly alleviate Gil's financial burden. Your Majesty, Runzhou is wealthy, but without a stable rear, splitting troops to invade Runzhou could give Kit multiple fronts to exploit. At present, although Bing province isn't directly under your Majesty's jurisdiction, it won't submit to Kit. If Mickey recovers and takes Bing province, their strategies would diversify. 1. They could directly invade Yuzhou, aiding Edison and Lincoln to conquer Yuzhou before moving into Suzhou. 2. They could invade Suzhou via Bing province, heading straight for Luoyang. Thus, I advise your Majesty to resolve the crisis in Liangzhou first, using it to strike deep into Bing province, right into Kit's heart. After Elias finished, Gil found his advice aligned closely with his and Aloysius's plans, nodding in agreement. If your Majesty worries about logistical congestion, consider Hua's Yubing's strategy of self-sustenance through war. Gil gasped. Wouldn't that harm the populace? Your Majesty, kindness doesn't command armies, and righteousness doesn't manage finances. As long as it's not your Majesty leading, other generals can bear this responsibility. Align these cloths every half day, otherwise, the soldiers might fall ill before the battle even starts. Hewitt held Jeremy's hand and spoke slowly. Though he couldn't stop Elias, he would do his best to prevent the Han army from getting sick. General Jalen, please take the troops to the west gate of Wancheng and persuade them to surrender. Use this document as your script and read it aloud. Elias handed over a prepared document to Jalen, who looked left and right, only to find many characters he didn't recognize, making him feel at a loss. I need Asher to go along with you. After pondering for a moment, Elias quickly thought of a solution. Teacher, why send General Adebayo to call for surrender at the west gate while we attack the north gate? Darian asked, puzzled. I will decide on this matter myself. You'll understand once the battle begins. Elias waved his hand dismissively, offering no further explanation. That afternoon, Ricky opened Elias's secret letter in Ye County. Despite his doubts, he followed the military order and began preparing the golden liquid as well, sending men with gongs and drums to loudly shout under the walls of Wancheng. Underneath the walls of Wancheng, Brevin stood on higher ground, looking toward the southern gates formations. Heavenly forces are here. Tomorrow we'll attack. Surrender now or die with the city. Ricky's men shouted incessantly. His Majesty promised Grand General Liu. Have you ever seen His Majesty back down from a promise? Jalen scoffed. Well, it's noon. We should switch to iron rock projectiles soon. There are only 10 of them, so after firing, we'll return and wash up. This weather is unbearably hot. Jeremy complained, ordering the soldiers to prepare the new projectiles. At the walls of Wancheng, the defenders struggled against the summer heat, exacerbated by the fires from the oil-filled projectiles, turning the walls like scorching iron pots. Hurry, fetch water to extinguish the fire. We cannot let this wall keep burning. Lachlan hurriedly directed his men to draw water, a method suggested to him secretly by Hewitt on behalf of Elias. Given Hewitt's life-saving deeds and the apparent effectiveness of this method, Lachlan executed it without hesitation. Soldiers formed a line, passing buckets of water up to douse the heated walls, generating thick white steam. Standing on the wall, Lachlan felt a faint tremor but dismissed it, believing the method effective. Meanwhile, Jeremy's side had completed loading the massive iron rock projectiles, waiting for the command to launch. These projectiles consisted of iron shells filled with petroleum-soaked rocks and a fuse ignited just before launch, which caused internal combustion upon impact, exploding into fragments with blazing flames. Fire! Quickly! General has said we can rest after this fall, though a gap this large might take months to fix. Brevin's face darkened as he contained his anger, coldly asking, what happened? Lachlan recounted the events, nearly making Brevin faint. You're a general and yet you know nothing of military strategy? How did ancient people split mountains? By first using intense heat and then pouring cold water, causing rocks to crack naturally. Upon hearing this, panic, regret, and the heat pierced Lachlan's mind. I've fallen for a trick. He collapsed, losing consciousness. Seeing this, Brevin ordered Lachlan to be carried away. Fortunately, Elias did not take advantage of this opening, giving Brevin some breathing room. Back in Gil's camp, the same question was raised. Old General, the city is breached. Why don't we attack? Jeremy respectfully asked. Not yet, wait. Even with such extensive damage, it would take a month to repair. Elias kept his eyes on his military book, completely calm. Your Majesty, this is a good opportunity. Jeremy turned to Gil. Gil waved his hand. All matters of this battle are under the command of old General Liu. Jeremy, order the soldiers to rest well in the afternoon. At night, General Roman will also launch projectiles. You and General Adebayo are to harass the city nightly to prevent repairs. But, is the main water source for Wancheng. Won't this harm the people inside? Hardy asked hesitantly, though he understood Elias's deeper intention but couldn't bear to see the civilians suffer. This is my order. As your commander, I'll bear the blame. 2 divine physicians have already prepared remedies for abdominal disorders and plagues. Once we break through Wancheng, we can treat the people. Go quickly. Elias spoke sternly. Yes, sir. Hardy gritted his teeth in response. Gil listened intently, amazed at how unconventional yet effective Elias's strategy was. It wasn't recorded in history books, yet based on his knowledge and experience, Gil admired its cunning. This plan not only neutralized the numerical disadvantage, but also minimized casualties during the assault. On the 3rd day, in the Wancheng government office, General, the Bai River is polluted. Scouts report that the upstream has been blocked by the Han army, with troops guarding it. Civilians are now fighting over the well water guarded by soldiers. Alas, if Andre and Jagier had listened to me, we wouldn't be in this dire situation. How is Lachlan? Brevin asked. General Lee is better after taking the herbal remedy and is organizing repairs to the wall. A message from Xiangyang just arrived. The captain pulled out a letter sealed with wax from his robes. Hurry up. It must be the Lord's reply to my request for aid. He will come soon. Brevin stood up excitedly and tore open the envelope. You're certain Brevin will flee tonight? Gil passed tea to Elias. Thank you, Your Majesty. I've had scouts monitoring the area. Earlier today, they reported fast riders entering Wancheng from Xiangyang, dressed as peasants. I see. Gil smiled. That night, disturbances at the west and south gates drew Brevin's attention. Weren't the messengers from the west? Brevin called the captain. They came from the west, disguised as farmers, the captain replied confusedly. Tell Lachlan to keep all soldiers alert. No one rests tonight. Everyone to the east gate. No more wall repairs. Understood. The captain rushed off. Could Stephen's attack on Shochuan be linked to the Han army? That's why they ignored the east gate. Brevin pondered aloud, looking at a map. The Han didn't assault after breaking the gate. Their numbers must be limited. They just want Wancheng without fighting. If so, maybe Bo Harvey is worth a try. Brevin summoned Lachlan. Lachlan, if the Han attack from the north, we'll leave through the east gate immediately. I'll lead 3,000 men via Bo Harvey and Duyang, then return to Jagger State and reinforce Shochuan. You lead 7,000 to Wuyang, gather boats and head downriver to Jagger State. We'll meet there. Understand? Lachlan nodded grimly. General, really abandon Nanyang after all these years? It's beyond. Wounded soldiers along the way could not stop the elite troops under their command. Adebayo brother, one of the captured wounded soldiers, mentioned that Brevin's residence is near the north gate. What do you think? Jeremy said to Jalen beside him. Not a good idea. Disobeying orders can lead to caning or beheading. Jalen instinctively waved his hand. He was used to following whatever Gil commanded. Adebayo brother, look at how the city is almost undefended. It appears the defenders have already fled in large numbers. If we capture Brevin now, won't this be a great achievement? Jeremy pulled Jalen as he continued to persuade him. If all else fails, we'll send someone to report back. If something happens, at least His Majesty will know. Seeing Jeremy's insistence, Jalen reluctantly agreed. Together, they led the 3,000 soldiers directly to Brevin's mansion within Wan City. At this moment, Brevin was preparing to leave with his guards when he encountered Jalen and Jeremy who had just arrived. East Gate of Wan City. Lachlan had received orders from Brevin and was about to direct the 7,000 defenders out through the East Gate when he noticed flames rising from the direction of Brevin's mansion, followed by cries of battle. Trouble. The Han forces have entered from the North Gate. If our commander falls, all generals are doomed. Brother. Elias coughed up blood after speaking, indicating his old age and current agitation had exacerbated his illness. Gil asked the physicians to treat Elias and donned armor, picking up his spear, riding away on horseback immediately. Outside Brevin's mansion, Jeremy and Jalen, who were initially unstoppable, were now under fire from Brevin and Lachlan. Jeremy promptly reorganized his troops into a circular formation, defending while retreating toward the North Gate. Atabeo brother. This time it's Zhongkang's fault, Jeremy sighed, wielding his sword. Why say such things? We're brothers in life and death. As His Majesty often says, warfare changes constantly, water adapts its shape. Let's break out quickly. Jalen laughed, breaking out solo to kill several enemies before retreating to rest. Despite their valor, casualties were heavy. They were outnumbered and lightly armored, less effective in close combat than the well-trained defenders of Wan City. Within moments, Jeremy had lost 1/3 of his men. Brothers, this is my fault. If any of you perish today, I will ensure your families are taken care of, no matter what. Brothers, reinforcements from the Emperor will arrive soon. Hold strong. Jeremy roared and charged out with Jalen, stopping another wave of attacks. Zhongkang, big brother. Mason is here. Under the cold moonlight, Lachlan, acknowledging Brevin's authority, immediately mobilized his troops to the East Gate. Brevin looked at Ricky's heavily armored troops and sighed. Han still holds power. My lord, you acted too rashly. Unfortunately, we did not burn Wan City's grain depot. Well, it's done. Brevin then ordered his subordinates to take his family towards the East Gate, still commanding the front line personally. As Ricky and his men fought fiercely, a black horse emerged from the dark. Mason, take 1,000 men to guard the grain depot. Brevin will try to escape. Capture as many as possible. Turning to Jeremy, Gil said, Zhongkang, head to the East Gate with your men to intercept the enemy. Capture as much supplies as you can, and don't act recklessly again. Jeremy swallowed hard and obeyed immediately. Seated on Wuzue, Gil addressed the remaining defenders loudly. I am Emperor Gil of the Great Han. Wan City is also part of the Han territory. Blame rests with Mickey. Soldiers who surrender will not be harmed. ##### Chapter 58. Capturing Wan City, winning the two Chow sisters. The front line of Wan City's defenders, on the verge of collapse, heard Gil's rallying cry and clung to it like a lifeline. Immediately, voices from the enemy ranks called out for surrender. One voice led to another, with the sounds of armor being discarded rising in waves. Though the defenders of Wan City were elite, they were only human. First, their Mason proceed. Gil dismounted, tightly gripping the 8 treasure-coiling dragon spear. Together with Ricky, they butchered the nearly exhausted 1,000 men. After the battle ended, Gil and Ricky sat on the ground. Gil looked at Ricky's blood-stained cloak and recited, blood stains the red armor through. In Nanyang none dare contend. Ancient warriors saving their lords in peril, white horse and silver spear, Roman Mason. The Xuanwu army cheered upon hearing the emperor praise their general, further elevating Ricky's reputation. Even his weary face seemed to gain vigor. Your Majesty flatters me, Ricky said modestly. Mason, there's no need for humility. You saved my life. Come, let's find Zhongkang while the troops clean up the battlefield. Gil patted Ricky on the shoulder, smiling. Your Majesty, what about me? Jalen asked sheepishly, aware of his earlier mistake. This is not your fault. I know Zhongkang's character. Come along. With that, Gil led the two towards the East Gate. Meanwhile, Jeremy, responsible for intercepting at the East Gate, had already won the battle. His 1,000 troops had captured several carts of grain, medicines, and silver. Seeing Su Zhu's bloodied face, Gil sighed and continued forward, heading towards Brock's ambush at Bawang Slope. Brevin and Lachlan had already fled the city an hour ago. To ensure safety, Lachs, prepare for battle and act according to plan. Brock donned his armor and charged out with his snake spear. Ellen smiled and positioned her archers on high ground. By noon, Gil and his entourage arrived at the entrance of Bawang Slope. The terrain was narrow, high on both sides and sloping upwards, making it advantageous for ambushing despite numerical inferiority. Just as Gil marveled at this, he heard thunderous shouts from within Bawang Slope. Brevin, my commander ordered us to ambush here. Look around. Brock stood atop the slope, brandishing his snake spear, signaling the hidden troops. Archers revealed themselves, while Milesheng's defenders waved their banners. Truly caught. Brevin dismounted, resigned. Will you spare my men? Pondering, Brock replied, if your men drop their weapons and you bind yourself, I will let them go. Ellen, surprised by Brock's mercy, watched approvingly. Daddy, what about our family if you surrender? The two Chow sisters emerged from the carriage. Emperor Lu personally commands. The Han army will respect women and children. Perhaps we can meet him. Closing his eyes, Brevin allowed his men to bind him. Seeing this, the exhausted troops dropped their weapons and collapsed. Gil arrived just then, and Brock immediately led his men to kneel. General Chiao, will you join the Han? Gil asked calmly. I am guilty. Choking on his words, Brevin struggled to speak. Joining the Han will ensure your family's safety. I need talent now, and you can serve well. Would I be less righteous than Mickey? Gil leaned closer. Will you not treat my father unfairly? A young girl peered from the carriage, her beautiful face innocent and charming. Little sister. No disrespect, Marlene quickly intervened, revealing her elegant beauty to Gil. Gil was struck by her appearance, recalling the saying, North has Mary, South has the two Chows. Technically, the Chow sisters were daughters of the Marquis Chow, but given the timeline, It was more plausible they were Brevin's daughters, as Mickey controlled the area. If you join, you will be greatly valued. An emperor's word is never false, Gil promised. Brevin, noticing Gil's gaze, quickly accepted. Thus, Brevin submitted to Gil, setting the stage for new alliances and challenges ahead. Chapter 59. Composing a poem in honor of Elias. After capturing Josh Rue at the Battle of Bawang Slope, Gil immediately led his troops back to Wancheng. Upon arriving at the city walls, he saw that the entire city was draped in white. Gil's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Rolf, settle the surrendered soldiers. The rest, come with me quickly back to the government office. Without pausing, Gil rushed into the city. The main battlefield had been around the city walls and the north gate, so the city's interior was mostly undamaged. The streets were filled with commoners crowded by medics due to golden juice wounds. Gil dismounted and pushed through the crowd. At the government office of Wancheng, Hewitt lowered his head and handed over a letter with slightly messy handwriting. Your Majesty, this is your loyal Minister Elias, 3 times bowing before you. In the past, when the Yellow Turbans rebelled across provinces, Minister Evander and I fought hard outside Luoxong with hundreds of thousands of Han troops, but they could not match your Majesty's 4 armies today. Seeing your Majesty charging forward on horseback evokes images of Emperor Callan and Luosgu reincarnated. Your talent already surpasses the 2 emperors before you. Yet our Han dynasty faces a crisis worse than Harvey Mang's usurpation. Now, Fan Yu Kit holds Ji province in the north. If he cannot defeat Kermit Manuel's forces, he will likely annex Yuzhou and Bingzhou to support his army. Although Governor Hoyt of Yuzhou is wise, he does not excel in military matters. With a strong force, Kit could conquer Yuzhou in 3 months. And in the south, Mickey remains a threat. Despite this victory, the Jagran family of Runin has vast resources. Losing one city is nothing significant. If Mickey insists on fighting, there might be opportunities for your Majesty. If he retreats to Jagerzhou and attacks Mileszhou, it would buy you a year to plan an attack knowledgeable enough in classics. If your Majesty wishes to employ them, please let them study in the Imperial Academy. Very well. As per General's wishes. Lady Lu, why is the General only dressed in a single garment? Gil's heart ached. Elias hadn't sought any benefits for his children until his death. Such loyalty. He sighed, removed his battle robe, laid it on the ground, and called for ink and brush. From dawn in the Han army to evening gray. Pulling back the tide and sealing heaven's breach. Lifetime water stillness with soaring ambition. All loyal courage for the Sovereign's counsel. General Elias should be honored alongside Confucius. I will personally honor him. Gil added, Fan Miles's Lu clan is righteous and loyal, exemplars of our great Han. Then he inscribed exemplar family on the letter and returned it to Lady Lu. Thank you, your Majesty. My late husband can rest in peace now. Gil nodded and draped his poem-inscribed robe over Elias's body. Hardy, send my order to escort the general back to the capital for burial with 3 Excellencies honors next to the imperial tomb. Your orders will be carried out. Hardy admired Elias's detachment from fame and fortune, but also his readiness in times of crisis. Brevin felt conflicted seeing such kindness, especially since the general fell ill battling his forces. Gil was shocked at Mickey's decisiveness. Hardy, send urgent messages to Dennis in Shochuan and Stephen in Suzhou, warning them. Our victory at Wancheng has freed our troops to reinforce Shochuan. Understood. Brevin, do you know Cannon? He's my clan brother. Though we share the same surname, we aren't very close. Good. Temporarily appoint Brevin as front army commander to accompany me. Gil dismissed others except Ricky and Hardy. Do you wish for Brevin to join Clifton's planning for Yenzhou? Yes, but I'm uncertain. Giving him a key role without thorough trust might unsettle my generals. Marry his 2 daughters to ensure his loyalty. Is that wise, Hardy? Gil glanced at Hardy, asking with some surprise. Having the Emperor issue an edict directly wouldn't be wise, but if General Howard were to go and hint to Brevin, this could work. Asher looked at Ricky and slowly said, yes, I also believe it's feasible. Besides, the beauty of Chow family's 2 daughters wouldn't disgrace your Majesty either. Upon hearing this, Ricky immediately clasped his hands and responded. Gil's eyes twitched, but he felt secretly delighted inside. What loyal ministers and fine generals, helping me take someone else's daughters and even worrying that they might not be good enough for me. How considerate. Then, this matter will be entrusted to Asher and Howard. Not know that General Roman is from the same school as His Majesty. They often practice together. If Roman says the Emperor is interested in your daughters, it's not mere talk. However, Ricky is usually straightforward and rarely speaks. He likely feels he overstepped and thus excused himself, Hardy explained with a smile. General Chow, your daughters will eventually marry. Although the world is divided and strife-ridden, given the Emperor's extraordinary talent and strategy, unifying the realm is only a matter of time. But for ministers, acting sooner rather than later is wise. Hearing this, Brevin's eyes lit up in his tipsy state. Master Asher speaks truly. However, how might I gain the Emperor's favor? Hardy leaned in and whispered slowly, General Chow, follow this plan, and success is assured. Late at night, Brevin drove his carriage to Gil's residence. Jeremy and Jalen saw him and let him through with wide smiles. Gil was still inside reading by candlelight. Military reports were summarized every 3 days by Fiki and sent from Mileszhing to wherever Gil was located. With a creak, 2 women dressed in red gowns were pushed into the room. Though both wore red, they presented very different images. Marlene was elegant and graceful, exuding quiet poise. Gianna was playful and blushing, shyly looking at Gil. They had heard Brevin's instructions, knowing Gil wasn't their first choice but recognizing him as the best option amidst the chaos. Sit down. No need to stand there awkwardly. Gil glanced up briefly and pointed to 2 embroidered cushions by the door. Gianna stayed close to Marlene as they cautiously sat down. After an hour, sounds of leg tapping echoed from the women's side. Rubbing his temples, Gil saw their discomfort and motioned to the bed behind him. Come sit on the bed. The 2 women were startled, faces turning crimson, but afraid of disobeying him and endangering their father. They slowly moved like snails toward the bed. Gil didn't bother with them. Though the Chow sisters were indeed beautiful, he wasn't as lustful as Unkit, understanding that affection needed time to grow. Their presence today was merely to secure Brevin's loyalty. Seeing them sitting uncomfortably, Gil stood up and stretched. You, what do you intend? Don't think you can do as you please just because you're Emperor. Marlene pushed Gianna away, drawing a hairpin from her hair and pressing it to her neck. Gil yawned, looking at the older Marlene and shaking his head helplessly. If I were a tyrant, do you think threatening me with suicide would work? If I said I'd order your father executed if you didn't comply, what then? Gil crossed, smiling at Jeremy. That's enough jesting. The military reports showed Edison and Lincoln recruited barbarian cavalry, expanding their forces to about 50,000. I fear Ray won't win quickly. Tomorrow, I'll lead my troops straight to Liang. Thoughts? Hardy considered. I suggest you return to the palace to discuss with the ministers first. Good advice, but returning to the palace takes too long. Send a message to Fiki and have key officials meet outside the city. My lord, isn't this long march too taxing? Perhaps our generals should go instead? Ricky bowed respectfully. Howard, this Liang campaign is crucial to our encirclement of G province. I cannot wait in the palace. No more arguments. We follow Emperor Louis Gui's example. Gil patted Ricky's shoulder. The Chow sisters rest in my chamber. I'll stay in camp tonight. Early tomorrow, we depart for the capital. Your will be done. Asher, one more task. Starting tomorrow, Jeremy and Jalen will study literature and tactics under your guidance. Your Majesty, we're rough men. What use is learning to read? This was General Elias's last wish. If you disagree, take it up with him, Gil retorted sharply. Hearing Elias's name, Jeremy deflated. Cry brought elite Shuke soldiers rushing into the room, tightly surrounding the three women. The leading centurion smirked as he tore off the Shadow's face mask. Miss Sun? You came to assassinate His Majesty? The centurion recognized Kenna. Most of the Shuke troops knew her too. Who are they? Kenna frowned and asked sternly, pointing her sword at the Chow sisters. The daughters of surrendered General Brevin. They were presented to His Majesty tonight. What about your Emperor? Kenna's anger intensified as she asked hastily. Now, Miss Sun, please don't trouble this soldier. Please cooperate, and I will take all three of you to see His Majesty. The centurion bowed, then had the women tied up and escorted to the Emperor's camp. Matters of the Emperor were beyond his jurisdiction. Though the three women were reluctant, they had no better choice and thus proceeded to Gil's tent under the escort of the Shuke soldiers. Gil had just fallen asleep when Jeremy reported the situation. He changed and stepped out of the inner tent. That's enough. You can leave. I have this handled. Seeing Kenna in night clothes, Gil guessed what had happened. He rubbed his temples and used his sword to cut the ropes binding the Chow sisters. This is not your fault. It's late. Rest here for the night, and you'll return with me to the capital tomorrow. Seeing that Gil didn't blame them, the two to kill him, I wouldn't have saved him back then. Why would I do this now? Kenna was clearly desperate. Gil interjected, you may not know, but Miss Sun once saved my life. At the time, she was my servant. To repay her kindness, I allowed her to return home upon her request. Gil explained the events with the Sun family, so the two women could understand why he let Kenna behave so boldly. Humph, since you've returned, why come back? Gianna glared at her harshly. Don't meddle. I came back to help my brother. Now that my family has been rescued from Shochuan, how could I break my word? Gil nodded. Is Jude well? Has he gone to Wu Commandery? My brother is fine. He and Ryder agreed to use the supplies taken from Shochuan to raise troops in Wu Commandery in response to your orders. He sent me to deliver the message. Gil listened and replied, since the message is delivered, you should return to Wu Commandery. I'm heading to Xiangyang. You're kicking me out? Do you really want to go where Briar is, considering he is your family's mortal enemy? Kenna blushed and pointed at the Chow sisters. And what about them? Before Gil could respond, Gianna sulked. Didn't you see we're both in red dresses? Of course, we're following the Emperor. Hearing this, Marlene shot Gianna a puzzled look but maintained her composure not to lose face before Kenna. Gil couldn't help laughing at this unexpected development. The two women had unwittingly made their own agreement in defiance. Why can they go, but not me? Gil, you stripped off my shoes and socks that day. You owe me. The sisters who attend to. Gil pretended to read a silk scroll. The three women, still chatting, entered the inner tent hand in hand. Sister, His Majesty seems quite handsome. That day, I saw him riding a black horse, clad in golden armor, truly majestic. Gianna leaned towards her sister, admiring Gil. The translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. To speak of this, the young emperor is indeed quite exceptional. My brother Jude has been known as the young overlord since childhood and was close to your father, General Brevin. This young emperor actually matched my elder brother in battle. If not for that, my brother wouldn't have trusted him. Kenna said with pride. Really? I've also heard father mention General Sun's exploits. His Majesty could really engage with him? Marlene became interested upon hearing this. The next morning, the grain convoy set off for the capital, while Gil led the Juke and Ari troops, totaling 10,000 men, along with Ellen's personal guards, towards Xiangyang. Why is His Majesty sitting in a carriage today? Could he be ill? Ricky spurred his horse to catch up with Jeremy and Jalen and asked. Mason, last night Miss Sun bumped into the two Chows in His Majesty's quarters and was brought to His Majesty's tent by my subordinates. This morning, His Majesty was found resting on the desk, and the three hood and know some techniques to aid sleep. Would you like to try them? Ellen asked upon seeing his condition. Gil nodded in agreement, finding it hard to resist the headache that had begun to bother him. Ellen bowed and immediately entered the carriage, placing Gil's head on her unarmored leg. She gently massaged his temples with warm, firm fingers. The two Chows and Kenna watched Ellen closely. Seeing their intense gaze, Ellen quietly explained her acquaintance with Gil and how he saved Gregory Sue by giving a bowl of blood. Leaning against her legs, Gil breathed in the mixed fragrance of the four women and soon drifted into a light sleep. I never imagined His Majesty would be so devoted and righteous, Gianna sighed. Echoing the thoughts of the other women, they conversed warmly inside the carriage as if they had been lifelong friends. Zugongming, should we inform His Majesty that the consorts will welcome him along with the Cordelia Dowager? Hardy asked hesitantly, hearing the laughter within the carriage. Perhaps not. His Majesty can manage state affairs competently. Matters of the harem should be handled appropriately, Ricky replied after a moment's thought. Ricky hasn't married yet. He doesn't know the power of women, Hardy chuckled, thinking of his betrothed, Gregory Jaggerying. The army moved continuously southward along the White River toward Xiangyang. Upon learning of Gil's arrival, this Liu Jeffrey. No need for formalities, Gil responded, reining his horse. Seeing the young commander addressing them, the generals exchanged incredulous glances. Pete, is this truly the Emperor? Ari whispered to Coil. Indeed. According to my daughter's report, His Majesty has often led from the front. He even stormed Wan City. Ari's respect grew for Gil. Please let His Majesty camp at Deng County before entering the city, Ari proposed formally. Why such trouble? Gentlemen, ride with me? Gil urged, not waiting for their response. He spurred his horse toward Xiangyang. Jalen, Jeremy, and Ricky followed without hesitation, and Hardy quickly took command of the rear, summoning Ellen to lead the way. With no choice but to comply, Ari and Coil mounted their horses and pursued. Coil glanced at his daughter, understanding her intentions without a word. Meanwhile, on the Xiangyang city wall, Briar and his family eagerly awaited the Emperor. Dear husband, the Emperor must reclaim Nanyang. Otherwise, it's an unnecessary loss of troops, Mona suggested, holding Briar's hand. Yes, my love. Prepare a feast. You and Song shall greet His Majesty, Briar instructed lovingly. With pleasure, Mona replied joyfully, hastening home with her attendants. Within moments, Gil's swift steed reached Xiangyang. Observing Zhou belongs to the Ace family, not the Liu. Does Ace overpower you? A dashing young warrior in white joined Gil. Briar studied the newcomer, noting his remarkable presence. Without interrupting, Ricky dismounted and kneeled beside Gil, awaiting orders. Ah, indeed, Your Majesty. Public opinion can be misleading. The Ace family is strong but essential to Jingzhou. The governor cannot be dominated internally. At that moment, more riders arrived, with Jeremy and Jalen kneeling beside Gil, while Ari and Coil bowed to Briar. Recognizing the clear hierarchy, Briar felt a pang of defeat. Would it be acceptable if His Majesty entered the city now? Very well. All of you rise and follow me into the city. I have heard much about the prosperity of Jingzhou. Today, I shall witness it for myself. Gil waved his hand, and the three generals immediately rose, following behind him like three protective deities. Chapter 63. Emperor Gil attends the banquet, served by three beauties. In Jingzhou City, the streets were not crowded with people, but lined with shops displaying a variety of goods. Commerce in Jingzhou is indeed flourishing. I should learn from Jeffrey. Upon hearing this, Briar immediately clasped his hands together and bowed. Your Majesty overpraises me. I merely take advantage of Jingzhou's convenient waterways and roads. Perhaps due to his age or his long tenure as governor, Briar had become increasingly cautious, losing the vigor of his youth. Soon, they arrived at the largest and most luxurious mansion in Xiangyang. Briar bowed deeply as he welcomed Gil into the courtyard, bustling with activity and dozens of servants cleaning. Jeffrey truly lives in grandeur, rivaling even my imperial palace. Gil walked into the main hall where Mona had already prepared everything. However, she sat firmly beside the main seat, clearly signaling her intentions. Seeing this, Briar paused, aware of propriety as a member of the Liu clan. Just as he was about to ask, Mona glared at him, and he reluctantly invited Gil to sit as a guest. This must be Gigi? Gil squinted, eyeing the woman on the main seat. Immediately, Jeremy and Jalen approached like twin demons, glaring at Mona. Startled by their armed appearance, Mona lost her bravado and fled to Briar's side. Your Majesty, this is my wife. Please do not blame her. I've indulged her too much. Briar, although embarrassed, felt a twinge of satisfaction. Mona, though beloved, had become increasingly presumptuous over the years. Many officials had warned him about her ulterior motives, but anyone who dared to advise was punished by her. Jeffrey, no need for formality. We are family. You can. Mona forgot her anger and instantly tried flattering Briar again. Briar, don't be shy. Take whatever you want when you visit the capital. Gil pushed the wine and silk toward Briar. Appreciating quality goods instinctively, Briar examined the brocade's delicate colors and smooth texture, understanding Stephen's fascination. Your Majesty, I have an impolite request. Not so fast. These treasures are for your wife now. Let's talk more after a few rounds of drinks. Gil opened the wine jar, filling the hall with its rich aroma. Briar, familiar with brewing, realized his own wines paled in comparison. The world has such exquisite liquor? Common knowledge to some. My merchants mainly trade in Suzhou, preferring safety near the capital. Gil smiled and turned to Ricky. Moments later, Da Qiao and Xiao Qiao entered in white dresses, while Kenna wore red, blending like a peony among lotuses. They knelt beside Gil, serving the wine. Kenna subtly expressed her dissatisfaction, while Da Qiao respectfully poured the wine. Briar, experienced in recognizing beauty, saw that these women were extraordinary compared to his wife, feeling inadequate momentarily. But he thought, Gil is an emperor. Having such beauties attend isn't unusual. This shows he understands human affairs, not just divine rule. This made him feel closer to Gil. Thus, instead of jealousy, he felt a paternal approval. Your Majesty is truly blessed. Even your servant girls are so beautiful. As Briar spoke, he nudged Mona with his elbow. Only then did she snap out of it, perfunctorily pouring a goblet of wine for Briar before continuing to admire the brocade in her hands. Chapter 64. King's long-term illness raises suspicion. Briar seeks medical relief. Briar sipped the wine from his goblet, feeling the warm liquor course through him like a thread of heat. Your son Augustus pays respect to father and your majesty. Briar was about to praise him when he noticed his second son approaching and immediately introduced him to Emperor Gil. You are Lord Augustus? I have heard that Abdullahi, another name for Briar, in his youth was known for his handsome appearance and noble demeanor, ranking among the 8 heroes. Now, seeing you confirms this reputation, Gil nodded at Augustus and continued, however, I've also heard that Abdullahi has another son who greatly resembles you in his youth. Why is he not here? Gil's words were skillfully crafted. They both praised Augustus and complimented Briar indirectly, but with a sudden shift, clearly suggesting that Augustus did not resemble Briar. Augustus frowned slightly, his eyes falling on Mona. Mona was not Augustus's birth mother, but he had married her niece, aligning himself with the Ace family. This made it crucial for Mona to support him wholeheartedly. My lord, she has been ill for many days and might be unfit to meet his majesty, Mona said respectfully as she poured Briar another cup of wine softly. Yes, your majesty, my eldest son king is indeed frail and may offend your majesty's sacred gaze. It would be best not to see him. Briar sighed, waving his hand. Originally, Briar favored King, who resembled him in his younger years, but after years of persuasion by Mona and Dave, he had become estranged from his eldest son. Abdullahi, what nonsense. Your eldest son is also a kinsman of mine. I have 2 renowned doctors in my army who can treat him. Howard, fetch Dr. Brendan and Dr. Hewitt. At once, Ricky swiftly exited the hall upon hearing the order. Abdullahi, please bring your eldest son forward. Hearing this, Briar immediately agreed, not out of concern for his son, but due to the fame of these 2 divine physicians. He had tried multiple times to invite Hewitt, all in vain. As a regional warlord, who wouldn't wish for a divine doctor by their side to ensure longevity? Moments later, Brendan and Hewitt arrived beside Gil, followed by King, who dragged his weak body forward. Cough. I pay respects to father and your majesty. King knelt feebly, rising without assistance, highlighting his lack of influence. Had he not been the eldest legitimate son, condition should not have worsened to this extent. Hewitt spoke just as Brendan placed the last needle, causing King to vomit a mouthful of black blood. Brendan quickly removed the silver needle, inserting it into the black blood. Upon pulling it out moments later, the needle showed no changes, deepening Brendan's frown. Upon seeing this, Mona and Augustus let out a sigh of relief. Brendan immediately bowed towards Gil. Your majesty, I request to inspect the medicinal residue the eldest son has been consuming daily. Granted. Proper diagnosis is essential before prescribing medication. Howard, accompany them to ensure no tampering occurs. Gil glanced at Ricky and added, Your majesty, if anyone obstructs us, what shall we do? You carry a sword at your waist. There's no need to ask me. Concerning the safety of the eldest son, I believe Abdullahi will understand. Gil waved his hand. Briar had been silent since then, mulling over how Jingzhou wasn't short of medicine and how his son's condition shouldn't have worsened. His concern wasn't for his son, but the realization that someone within his rule had been acting secretly, arousing a sense of betrayal. Your majesty speaks truly. If anyone attempted to harm my son and I stood idly by, it would violate filial piety. Briar waved his sleeves and stared intensely at his officials, pondering everyone's motives. Please extend your tongue for examination. Briar complied. You do not have any major ailments, but you should limit alcohol consumption and restrain bedroom activities. Here's a prescription combined with the Wu Qin Shi exercise, which will rejuvenate your appearance. Brendan whispered only for Gil and Briar to hear. Briar blushed but felt relieved. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Not only Briar, even Gil leaned over curiously, intrigued by the topic. Brendan winked at Gil, signaling that this was something for men. Gil, understanding the implication, sat back down. Beside him, the 3 ladies laughed behind their hands. Hua Shenyi's Wu Qin Shi is indeed wonderful. We should promote it back in the capital. This translation adheres to the guidelines provided. The names are kept in pinyin format where appropriate, and the tone and style of the original Chinese text have been preserved. The narrative remains fluent and coherent with the previous context. Chapter 65. Emperor Gil cleverly saves the eldest prince. Gigi escapes a disaster with her charm. During the banquet, Gigi heard Brendan's diagnosis and immediately collapsed onto Briar's body, her face filled with grievance. Emperor Gil watched this silently, inwardly sighing. What a formidable woman indeed. She knows Briar's Achilles heel perfectly. Poisoning King might only result in Briar distancing himself from her, but the power in Jingzhou would still remain in the Ace family. Once Augustus succeeds, she will continue to be a person of great influence. But if she were to harm Briar, that would amount to treason. Not only would she die, but the entire Ace clan would also suffer as a consequence. Such deviousness perhaps even surpasses the most venomous strategists in the world. As he thought about this, Gil turned to look at the 3 women beside him. Gianna had clear eyes. Marlene was dignified and composed. Just as he was about to look at Kenna, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. While the 2 Chows did not understand the meaning behind Gil's gaze, Kenna was crystal clear. Her fair face showed disdain for anyone who sought advancement through treachery. Just as Gil was about to take another drink to ease the awkwardness, Ricky, Coyle, and Airy returned together. Report to Lord, this scoundrel saw 2 generals asking for the dregs of medicine. Under the pretense of retrieving the medicine dregs, he intended to throw them into the furnace. Fortunately, General Roman's swordsmanship was swift, cutting off the villain's hand. Airy dragged the steward from King's residence like a dead dog and brought him forward. Quickly have the divine physician examine the dregs. Upon hearing this, Briar pretended to carefully identify the steward's face, which he vaguely recognized. He asked immediately, name yourself and explain why you attempted to harm my son. The small man is from Jiangxia. Before the steward could finish speaking, Augustus drew his sword and stabbed the steward in the back. Vile villain, how dare you try to harm my elder brother? How can I let you live? After shouting, Augustus was about to apologize to his father when he noticed Gigi's disappointed expression, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Young master has truly skillful means, but the true steward is by my side, said Hardy, bowing. Greetings, your majesty, lord. I was ordered to bring these people here and await your judgment. Augustus looked at Hardy and the trembling steward beside him, his blood boiling as he raised his sword. One could find excuses for such actions once, for the sake of one's elder brother, but repeating it made things too obvious. Even Briar wouldn't be able to find an excuse for his son anymore. Rebellious child. How dare you attack again? Briar threw a wine cup from the table, loudly shouting. Actually, replacing the steward was something even Gil hadn't anticipated until Ricky mentioned encountering Asher after the ambush, leading to immediate planning. Only then did Gil realize this well-planned scenario. Gil looked at Hardy and smiled approvingly. Hardy nodded and whispered a few words into the steward's ear. Seeing the servant lying in a pool of blood and fearing young this matter concerned the legitimacy and reputation of his reign. Even if Gil tried to make amends with Augustus, it couldn't change the deeply ingrained notion of succession in this era. I'll speak. It was lady and young master who instructed me. Upon hearing this, Jalen respectfully returned the imperial sword to Gil. By now, Gil had drunk several cups and was slightly tipsy. He stood up, sheathed his sword, and helped King up. Divine Dr. Hua, is there anything unusual in the dregs? Brendan and Hewitt had already examined the dregs taken by Airy. They awaited Gil's cue to reveal their findings. Your Majesty, there is additional aconite root in the dregs. If used in moderation, this herb can improve blood circulation and reduce dampness. However, it is toxic and must be processed carefully. Long-term use could cause symptoms similar to those seen in the eldest prince. After examining, I know how to treat the eldest prince. Though not an emergency, his condition requires gradual treatment to fully recover, Hewitt added. Thank you both. Gil nodded, looking at King with an enigmatic smile. King, understanding the implication, expressed gratitude. Jingzhou is under Jingshang's administration, so I shouldn't interfere much. However, harming the eldest prince is a grave crime, not to be overlooked easily. Occurrences. Understood. Very well, today I'll return with the eldest prince. It was clear Gil supported King. All salute his majesty. Briar held back his fury as Gil walked away, disappearing into the distance before bursting into rage. I knew you favored Augustus, but who gave you the audacity to harm Chi? Was it Dave or Gregory Zhu? Briar pointed at Gigi. Wife is innocent. With evidence present, how can you claim innocence? Briar narrowed his eyes, fiercely questioning. Do you not consider the possibility that the steward was sent by one of the Emperor's strategists? Could this be the Emperor's plan? Silence. Vicious woman, daring to defame the Emperor. Briar raised his hand in anger. Please wait, previously you were on good terms with Kit. The Emperor knows this. Perhaps he aims to warn you. Briar slowly lowered his hand. Though he knew Gigi was fabricating, it provided him a reason not to confront the Ace clan directly. Disobedient son, go to Jiangxia and do not return without orders. Briar shouted, pointing at Augustus. He was furious, but the primary reason wasn't that his younger son had tried to harm the elder one. Instead, it was because the actions were so foolishly carried out that they were exposed right there and then. This would make him seem weaker before Gil in the future, perhaps even having to concede more when discussing matters of interest. Water to wash his face, which helped sober him up a bit. Inside the room, Hardy and King sat at the table. Hardy, being originally from Nanyang, was familiar with Jingzhou because his father-in-law Abdurrahman was an elder of the Gregory clan there. Naturally, King knew him well. With Hardy present, King felt less restrained. Once Gil took his seat at the head of the table, he cut straight to the chase. Prince, what are your thoughts on Jingzhou? Your Majesty, Jingzhou is a land that has seen many battles. It borders Miles, Jagger, Josh, and Silly, and any misstep could easily lead to endless warfare. King inhaled deeply before responding calmly. Oh, your views seem somewhat different from those of your father, who believes Jingzhou benefits from its convenient river and road networks for promoting trade. Gil took a sip of the hangover soup served by the two Chiaos and continued. Indeed, but this is precisely what makes Jingzhou so dangerous. Under your father's administration, Jingzhou has largely been spared from the Yellow Turban chaos, instead drawing in many displaced people. This influx increased Jingzhou's population and enriched its fertile lands. Your father has also accumulated substantial military manpower, giving Jingzhou a formidable army of 10,000 soldiers. However, this isn't enough to withstand Kit and Mickey, not to mention the threats from Nicholas and Ezhou, Ebenezer and Joshua, and Jude and Miles. Jingzhou is indeed a rich prize. Even I would be tempted. However, relying solely on Jingzhou's navy and land troops may not suffice to defend against all enemies. Sadly, Prince King does not seem to be Governor Briar's first choice. Gil smiled, acknowledging this. King, please help me secure Jingzhou. King immediately knelt again, pleading. Your Majesty saved my life. Your Grace has rebirthed me. If I can secure Jingzhou, I will not fail you. Very well, you are a wise man. Let me be clear. To stabilize your position in Jingzhou, you must marry a woman from the Ace family and mend ties with them. Secondly, you need to befriend the Gregory clan, and I will have Asher introduce you to Mr. Abarak. Can you do these things? Gil struck the table and laughed. A great man knows when to yield and advance. I can do it. King gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. In his heart, he had tasted enough of being betrayed. Only by standing at the top of Jingzhou could he live without fear. Excellent. As expected, your father will visit tonight. I will assist you in joining the Jingzhou army for a trial. But your Majesty, I lack military experience and have no supporters in the army. How can I stand firm? Don't worry. I will have General Coyle assist you. Follow his lead in military affairs, Gil reassured him with a smile. King's expression flickered momentarily. Faces such exclusion, there are usually only two outcomes, death in battle or defection. His best option is to come here. Even if King fails, I gain a formidable general, don't I? Marlene's gaze became complex. Your Majesty's scheming truly lives up to the name of a ruler who plays the empire like a chessboard. Why the sigh? Today at the banquet, Jingzhou people saw us serving wine to your majesty. Will we really have other options in the future as you promised? Marlene glared at him. Such an emperor frightens us. Us? You already have an empress. What else should we call ourselves? My sister has adored you ever since seeing you ride and wield a spear. Gianna blushed furiously and nudged her sister. We can only resign ourselves. We ask only that your majesty does not harm our father. Gil inwardly rejoiced. They're submitting so quickly? Must be due to my heroic charm. Rest assured, Captain Xiao is vital to the Yin province strategy. I will not put him in danger. As he tried to embrace the sisters, they deftly avoided him. You have not officially betrothed or married us. Such liberties are unbecoming. We are not like Christie. Marlene's rebuke made Gil blush deeply. Chapter 67. Briar rewards the army and sends supplies to Nanyang. Gil presses Abdullahi with goods. Your Majesty, Briar requests an audience. Outside Gil's chamber, Jeremy's voice sounded. Upon hearing this, the two women promptly retreated into the inner room without needing further instruction from Gil. Please invite Abdullahi in. Gil cleared his throat and instructed. Moments later, Jeremy and Jalen pushed open the door, revealing Briar standing outside, bowing respectfully. Gil immediately greeted him, taking Briar's hand and guiding him to sit down. Why has Abdullahi come to see me? Your subject. I wish to express my gratitude for your Majesty's intervention in rescuing Jingzhou from its peril. I offer to cover the expenses of the campaign. Oh, that is thoughtful of you. However, I haven't calculated the exact cost of the campaign yet. Instead, after capturing Nanyang, I was so pleased that I appointed my uncle Darien as the governor of Nanyang. I must apologize to you for this. Having said that, Gil immediately stood up and made a formal gesture of respect. Your Majesty should not bow to me. Briar hurriedly supported Gil. All land under heaven belongs to the Son of Heaven. I will provide 30,000 dan of grain and 50,000 strings of coins to support the Imperial Army. As for Nanyang, your uncle Darien is royal family. We are all one family and should work closely together. Briar spoke through gritted teeth, inwardly vexed that if it weren't for today's banquet and the incident involving King's assassination attempt, he would have used the pretense of supporting the army to claim Nanyang. Thinking of this, Briar felt even more disdain towards Augustus. How could his idiot son draw his sword and kill in front of his majesty? If not for his majesty's restraint, just this act alone would have been enough for Ricky and his 3 generals to execute the entire family for treason. Abdullahi, you've already offered Nanyang and now supplies for my troops. This makes me feel rather embarrassed. Speak your heart. If there's anything you ask, I will certainly grant it. Do you want a promotion or a higher title? Gil smiled warmly, holding Briar's hand. Your subject does not dare seek rewards. Securing Jingzhou is the greatest favor. However, I do have a request. Your Majesty's brocades and fine wines are treasures. If they could be supplied to Jingzhou, they would surely be highly sought after throughout the states. Gil waved his hand. You speak of this matter. It's somewhat difficult as I have contracts with imperial merchants. Leading the breach myself could tarnish my name. Your Majesty understands the difficulty, but our Hua family from Jingzhou also participated in your Majesty's auction. Is it possible? Oh, by saying this, I understand. However, the Hua family is ultimately a powerful clan. By the time I wanted to confess, it was too late. It remains my lifelong regret. Briar, as a father, was moved. Your Majesty's filial piety is truly commendable. I will go see Chi. Thank you for saving my son's life. Among family, no thanks are necessary. Abdullahi, go quickly. Ensure your son doesn't misunderstand your care. Gil wiped his tears, nodding. Your subject takes his leave. Briar exhaled, leaving the room and rushing to see his son. Father and son engaged in heartfelt conversation. Briar discovered his eldest son King was quite talented, not much worse than Augustus, whom the Ace family often praised. More importantly, King was now appointed by the Emperor to oversee trade. Such an important position made Briar even prouder. After Briar left, Gil returned to his usual demeanor, reviewing documents sent from the capital by Fiki. Your Majesty would make a superb actor. Marlene emerged, smiling. It's just giving him a way out. Years of estrangement between father and son need bridging. For rulers, their heir's capability and influence always take precedence over sentiment. Gil sighed. Humph. Gianna stomped her foot, clearly upset. How is there no genuine affection? Isn't Prince Bohai alive and well? If I were cruel, he'd be dead long ago. Gil turned to explain. But see what my leniency brought? Kit rebelled using Prince handed the documents to Gianna, gesturing she could read aloud. She glanced at Marlene, unsure how to proceed. Do I really feel thus? Marlene's eyes met his, filled with emotion. Certainly. My consorts study classics with the Imperial Preceptor. Gianna reading these documents. Who dares question? The two sisters felt their hearts racing. Numerous suitors courted them, none meeting their standards. Their ideal husband was to be scholarly and valiant, a true hero. Now hearing Gil's words, wasn't he exactly who they sought? Moved, Marlene kissed Gil's forehead, and Gianna, not wanting to be outdone, kissed his cheek. Don't forget, without proper engagement, any physical contact is improper? How can your Majesty compare yourself to us? Marlene laughed softly, her touch gentler. Gil. Suddenly, Kenna jumped through the window, shouting loudly. Why do you always come in through the window? Chapter 68. Abrahman secures a match in a few words. Gil recognizes yet willingly submits. The next morning, Coyle brought Ellen to pay respects to Gil. General Gregory, please be seated. Ever since Gil started practicing martial arts with Aaron and Donnie, he made it a daily habit to practice in the morning, so he did not have the tendency to sleep in. Your Majesty is indeed one of the military men. The moment I entered the courtyard, I heard the sound of your Majesty practice. Unwilling to lose so easily, Coyle roared and ignored formalities, using the saber to deflect Gil's spear and delivered a swift kick toward Gil's abdomen. Seeing this, Gil pulled back sharply while swinging the spear. Coyle swung his saber fiercely in pursuit, landing 5 blows in rapid succession. Seeing Coil's exhaustion, Gil deflected one slash, twisted away from another, and countered with a skillful thrust, stopping just 3 inches from Coil's throat. At the same time, Coil's next slash stopped barely an inch from Gil's head. Coil looked puzzled at Ricky and the other generals, who showed no intention of intervening. This was indeed unusual. I apologize for my rudeness. Coil retracted his saber and bowed. Practice is like battle. Formalities aren't necessary. General Gregory is skilled. If this were real combat, your majesty would indeed be at a disadvantage. Gil put down his spear and added, during my feigned retreat, if you had launched your 3 consecutive arrows, I would surely have been injured. How does your majesty know about my special skill? Coil was surprised. Looking at Ellen, Gil replied, she frequently mentions it, so I remembered. Coil smiled gently at his daughter, who quickly hid inside to prepare tea when she saw her father's gaze. I have yet to thank your majesty for saving my son. Should your majesty need anything, I will comply. General, there's no need for such formality. As the Emperor of Han, how could I command? Liang goes to invite Andrew and Master Gregory to join us here. Jeremy nodded and left promptly. Moments later, Hardy supported an elderly man holding a cane and escorted King into Gil's room. This humble subject, Abdurrahman, pays respect to your majesty. Abdurrahman shook off Hardy's support and wobbled to kneel before Gil. Gil waited until he finished his prostration before helping him up. Old master, today we set aside rank and closeness. Do you recognize this general? Abdurrahman looked toward Coil, understanding Gil's intentions. Why, isn't this Pete? How is Sewer's illness? He grasped Coil's hand. Why didn't you come to me? I know 2 divine doctors. Since we are distant, I hesitated, Coil sighed. He had tried, but Abdurrahman never received the requests, always suppressed by the Gregory family. Turning to look at the young emperor, Coil felt that Gil seemed more sincere than anyone else. You fool, blood ties aside. We are family. Abdurrahman turned to Ellen. Dance Butterfly hasn't married yet, has she? Don't worry, I'll find her a good husband. No, granduncle. Dance Butterfly. She belongs to his majesty. Coil paused mid-reply, seeing his daughter's angry face. Since his majesty saved Sewer, she has pledged herself. Even if his majesty declines, so I believe we will see results within half a year, Abdurrahman immediately said. It was Andrew who reminded me of this matter, making me realize the breadth of your majesty's vision. How could the Gregory family not do its utmost to assist? This translation adheres to the original text structure, ensuring accuracy and maintaining the natural flow and tone of the novel. It uses only English, keeps the Chinese character names in pinyin, and preserves the original tone and style. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors, ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content. The same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text are maintained. ##### Chapter 69. Kent's execution, Briar surrenders. If this can indeed be achieved, Elder Gregory will have left a legacy for generations to come. My Nanmiles prefecture is governed by the Imperial Uncle Darien. Elder Gregory can begin his experiment there. If it proves successful, we can gradually expand it, but don't rush the process. Gil smiled. This was something he hadn't considered before, given that most of these aristocratic families were not enthusiastic about promoting the use of paper. He couldn't help but look at Asher with admiration. After glancing at Asher, he realized the old man was still helping his son-in-law. Gil felt moved. Having such an in-law was indeed worthy of being recorded in history. Of course, Asher could achieve this on his own as well. Your Majesty speaks wisely. This old man wishes to discuss trade routes with the eldest prince. Since your Majesty has yet to dine, I shall not disturb you further, Abdurrahman said, and then tactfully pulled Coil and King away without looking back. Your Majesty, please forgive him. Father-in-law isn't. Asher immediately clasped his hands and spoke. Asher, no need to explain. Fathers love their daughters and naturally their sons-in-law too. It's human nature. Why would your lord and servant misunderstand over such trivial matters? Gil patted Asher's shoulder and slowly said, Asher, go ahead and receive the supplies from Lu Jingsheng. We shall return to the capital soon. Your orders. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted off Asher's heart. He was deeply against his father-in-law's behavior, fearing the emperor might think he had advanced solely due to connections. Seeing everyone disperse from the room, Gil immediately took Ellen's hands. Instinctively, Ellen tried to pull away, but Gil firmly held her hand. Your Majesty, my hands are rough from practicing with weapons. That's fine, I don't mind. Who says women can only embroider in their chambers? Consider Fu Hao of the Shang dynasty. Even as queen, she held responsibilities in warfare and sacrifices. Upon hearing this, laughed and entered the hall. Kent glared coldly, huffing in response. Briar, however, greeted him with a smiling face. Welcome, Your Majesty. I, Gregory Zhu, welcome Your Majesty. Gregory Zhu knelt alongside Briar, causing Kent to pause. Seeing this, Gregory Zhu glanced at him but remained silent. Dwayne Erlai, this man doesn't bow to me. What punishment should he receive? Gil turned to Kent and suddenly demanded, hands behind his back, signaling for the 2 generals to stay outside. Jalen and Jeremy exchanged glances and declared from the entrance, he should be executed. Yes, drag him out and execute him. Jeffrey won't be reluctant, will you? Gil looked at Briar, who hesitated for a moment before nodding instinctively. Seeing this, Kent widened his eyes in disbelief. Having corresponded with Kit monthly, he knew Kit despised Gil, thinking him an incompetent emperor. Now, he was to be executed by the same ruler in just a few words. Thinking of this, Kent reached for his sword. Brazen! Gil caught the movement from the corner of his eye. As Kent's hand moved, Gil already had the imperial sword drawn and thrust through Kent's throat. Kent gripped the sword with one hand and his neck with the other, staring fearfully at Briar and Gregory Zhu, who remained kneeling without any reaction. Drag him out. Attempting regicide here, consider sparing his clan as Jeffrey's relatives, but no more. As you command. Jalen and Jeremy stepped into the hall and dragged the still-breathing Kent out. Ricky closed the door behind them. Outside, the sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed into the quiet hall, causing Briar and Gregory Zhu to tremble. What a fool. The Emperor has already secured the Gregory family. Kent forcing a coup without waiting for the Emperor to leave. Such idiocy deserves death. Briar inwardly cursed, trying to find ways to placate Gil. Jeffrey, General Gregory, why do you remain kneeling? Did I not say rise? Gil helped both men up and turned to Ricky. Ricky gave a slight bow, his armor rustling. Indeed. Your Majesty did not say so. Ah, my fault. Jeffrey, I remember your wife is also from the Ace family, isn't she? Gil held Briar's hand and sat down. You're still young, and with Brendan's elixirs, perhaps consider taking more concubines? Briar, trying to mollify Gil, nodded quickly. Your Majesty is wise. I concur. From what I've seen, the Gregory family has excellent character. Their unmarried daughters must be fine matches, suitable for Jeffrey. Gil nodded and continued. Your Majesty is wise. I'll send someone to propose immediately. Briar eagerly agreed. But Your Majesty, despite Kent's failure, can Prince Chi still marry into the Ace family? Ah, I'm not a tyrant. No need for collective punishment. Our agreement stands. Agree, General Gregory? Looking at Gregory Zhu, who was silently bowing. Before leaving, Abdurrahman had sternly instructed Gregory Zhu to agree with anything Gil said. Your Majesty is wise. Briar paused, realizing the opportunity to bolster the Gregory family's influence. He then understood Gil's deeper intent. He wants Prince Chi to be the sole pillar of the Ace family, balancing both factions effortlessly. Is the Imperial Palace a realm of demons? How can a 16-year-old possess such depth of strategy? Briar swallowed hard. Your Majesty, I am at fault. Misled by villains, I allied with Kit. Please punish me. Jeffrey is correct. Though related by marriage, aiding the enemy is a serious crime and cannot be taken lightly. Briar's mouth opened wider than a fist. But, considering you were misled, a penalty of 30,000 stones of grain and 50,000 strings of cash is fair, isn't it? Briar paused again, realizing the sum matched the supplies sent. Understanding Gil's intention, he offered, Your Majesty's leniency shames me. I'll pay double. Diligence are commendable. Remember to maintain order in Jing province and contribute to the stability of our Han dynasty, Gil reminded, clasping Briar's hand one last time. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let you down, Briar replied sincerely. With that, Gil mounted his horse and departed, leaving Jing province behind. As they rode toward the capital, Gil felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that Jing province was now more secure under Briar's governance, ensuring its resources and manpower would support the central authority. The journey back to the capital was smooth, and the news of Kent's execution and Briar's submission spread quickly among the officials and the people. Gil's actions demonstrated both strength and wisdom, reinforcing his position as the rightful ruler of the Han dynasty. Chapter 70. Gil returns to the capital but refuses to enter the palace. Civil and military officials kneel to beg his return. The next morning, Briar and King respectfully saw off Gil from atop the city walls. Briar held King's hand and asked, Do you know why Father didn't make a move against His Majesty? King thought for a moment. All of His Majesty's troops are in the city, and the 3 generals beside him are almost unmatched in Jingzhou, except by Airy and Coil. But Coil has long pledged loyalty to the Emperor. If we had made a move in the hall, our family would have surely perished. Briar looked at King, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Indeed, King was more suited. Regardless, he bears the surname Liu, helping his own officials undermine his own realm. What foolish plan is that? Hardy laughed heartily. Dave and his ilk are nothing but swine and dogs. Asher, you've worked hard on this trip. From observing your handling of internal affairs and logistics, you're no less competent than Memphis Oyu. After returning to the capital, how about we swap positions? Hardy's face showed surprise. Your Majesty cannot do this. I am not as capable as Minister Clifton Shua, and the Ingchuan elite families are all serving in court. How can I be reassigned? What you say is true. Then you will manage the commerce in Jingzhou, while occasionally discussing matters concerning Yinzhou with Memphis Oyu. This way, your reputation in court will grow, right? After pausing for a moment, Gil added, I'll take care of it. You've contributed greatly. Besides, your teacher once said you have the talent of a recluse. How could I not use you? Pass through Nanyang and pick up Jaggerying. When I return from Liangzhou, I'll arrange your wedding. I'm not a narrow-minded person. I've heard Jaggerying has great mechanical talents. Once in the capital, she can join the 100 Crafts Institute to continue her studies. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness towards my wife. Hardy felt immense happiness enveloping him. Asher, when you return to the capital, I have another task for you. Integrated into the army by Hardy. Initially leaving with 15,000 men, only 12,000 returned. The battle in Nanyang wasn't a direct confrontation, but without Elias's strategy, few of the 10,000 might have survived. 3 days later, at the gates of Luoyang, several senior ministers, along with Gil's consorts and the Cordelia Dowager, welcomed him back triumphantly. Greetings to His Majesty. Carmine led the civil and military officials and the students of the Imperial College, bowing deeply. Gil stood on horseback and flicked his whip. Rise. Will Your Majesty not dismount? Carmine's expression was calm, but his tone betrayed urgency. Father-in-law? Is something wrong? Why speak so? Your Majesty, this is a petition jointly written by various officials. Please review it. Gil took the scroll from Carmine's hand and quickly understood its contents. He raised the scroll high and addressed the assembly. Is this what all the ministers think? Please, return to the palace, Your Majesty. Inevitably, external threats, though strong, pale in comparison to internal strife. Gil grimaced inwardly. The balance between the aristocracy and the imperial power needed to be disrupted. By the age of 16, Gil had led 2 successful expeditions and gained tremendous popularity among the people, far exceeding any noble clan's influence. Such a situation was unacceptable to the aristocrats. If royal power combined fully with popular support, the advantages of the aristocratic families would vanish. Without leverage, the aristocrats couldn't restrict Gil's reforms, which would redistribute their wealth. Having grown up with modern education, Gil well understood these dynamics. He pondered, with William and Clifton leading the Ingshuan clans, their advice is mostly about regulation. The Jagarin clan, though powerful under Grand Tutor Jagarin, remains unstable due to his old age. Lastly, the vacillating Hongnong Miles clan will feel pressured after my actions against the Ace and acquiring the Gregorys. A slow approach is necessary. Gil found a solution immediately. Do you not hear the tensions on the borders of Ji province? Edison and Lincoln aimed to besiege Bingzhou alongside Kit. Gil spurred his horse to his bodyguards and shouted loudly. In the west, Clem has seized Su province. To the south, Mickey declared himself governor of Mileszhou. Do you wish to see Handan become another capital, dividing our nation? Silence filled the court, but many hoped for this division. Only with Fuhua brothers rising would Gil rely more on them, slowing down the recruitment of talented commoners and non-nobles from the Imperial College. This time lag would give the aristocratic note. The translation preserves the original structure and tone while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It maintains the same paragraph and line breaks as the original text, providing coherence with the previous content. Chapter 71. The Emperor skillfully resolves aristocratic difficulties, but faces troubles at home. Indeed, there are great generals in the court, but as the son of heaven, I have the duty to defend our land and protect our people. If everything is left to the generals while I indulge myself in the palace, why did Emperor Louisgu risk his life riding into battle? I know what you think. The Han dynasty rests solely on my shoulders, doesn't it? Gil sneered. The state is too important. Your Majesty cannot take such risks. The ministers, without any prompting, immediately repeated their rehearsed phrases. Fine. Since the fate of the state rests on me alone, let me tell you 8 words. Asher, get the pen and ink. Gil took the silk scroll from Hardy's hands, dismounted from his horse, and sat on the ground, writing furiously amidst the rustling armor. Righteousness and evil cannot coexist. The Han shall not settle for peace. Gil threw the written scroll to Carmine, who read it aloud with excitement. He had always supported Gil, and being pushed forward by other officials was only due to his stepmother who dared to kill Eldon in the Temple of State when he was only 10. Your Majesty, this minister supports you, but please establish 3 rules to avoid excessive risks that could harm the state. Fiki smiled and stepped behind Carmine, bowing respectfully. As long as Mario requests, I will comply. For this campaign to Shiliang, I will only oversee. Will you be satisfied? His Majesty is wise, the ministers collectively acknowledged. With Gil's tactical retreat and advance, they realized further opposition would only spell disaster. Since all agree, please focus on your duties. I need to consult with Mother Cordelia and then head to Shiliang. Grand Preceptor, Mario, Harvey Situ, Lord Ace, the Intendant of Jingzhou, Tutor Jagarin, Chamberlain Zhang, and Lord Jagarin Pang stay. I have matters to discuss. Your wish is granted. Once the ministers were dismissed, they gathered outside the pavilion to discuss. Mario, I've brought back General Brevin and plan to appoint him governor of Duanxiu to support your strategy in Yenzhou. What do you think? Gil motioned for them to sit, addressing Fiki. Your Majesty's plan is excellent, Fiki replied, thinking of Brevin's relation to Dongjun Governor Cannon. Also, concerning commerce with Jingzhou, you must work closely with Chamberlain Zhang. The profits will cover military expenses. Your Majesty, it's hard to manage just with me and the libationer, Chamberlain Zhang bowed. Rest assured, the route is already planned. We'll enter Jingzhou via Nanyang. Though it's a detour, the Gregory family in Nanyang will be my clan, showing the loyalty of the Jagarin family. I understand. Gil helped Saul up, appreciating his actions, which had silenced critics in Hebei and Runan. Great Preceptor, I will grant you the title of loyal and righteous Marquis. Saul, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked Gil repeatedly before being escorted away. With senior officials gone, Cordelia Dowager finally approached with her 4 consorts. Suddenly, 2 figures rode towards them, Ellen and Kinna, followed by a carriage carrying the 2 Chiaos, who joined the women behind Gil. Your Majesty, are these? Cordelia Dowager asked, eyes bright. These are the consorts I acquired during the campaign. Please inspect them. As Gil introduced them, the consorts grew increasingly envious. My son, what skills you have. Initially, I opposed this campaign, but if you bring back such heavenly consorts, I am pleased. Cordelia Dowager, delighted, beckoned the 4 women closer. Karis and Catherine, followed by Tamika and Mary, surrounded Gil. Jalen and Jeremy ordered the troops to step back and stood guard. Your Majesty is truly fortunate. Others lose lives in war, but you gain happiness. First, Mary spoke coldly, revealing deep jealousy. Well said. It was agreed to love only one. Yet your Majesty breaks your word to women. Catherine followed, glaring at Gil, unable to touch his armor. Tamika, usually talkative, remained silent but wrote something. What are you writing? This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved to match the original text. History books. I wish to learn from Mr. Sylvia and record all of your Majesty's romantic affairs, so they may be passed down to future generations. Upon hearing this, Gil coughed dryly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Has your Majesty's illness improved? Karis, after her sisters had vented their anger, thought about herself. Her worry for Gil ultimately outweighed her annoyance, so she gently asked in a soft voice. Hearing this, Gil felt warmth in his heart and immediately took her jade-like hand. I am fine. It is still the Cordelia who understands me best. Gil immediately used the Empress's concern as an opportunity to explain his situation with the other women and expressed his own grievances. Your Majesty, are you feeling any better? Karis, after waiting for her sisters to finish venting their anger, thought about herself and ultimately worried more about Gil than being anxious. Indeed, Your Majesty. Are you saying that you have no true feelings for these younger sisters and are merely flattering them? Upon hearing this, Mary walked over to Gil's side and asked loudly. Chapter 72. Jealousy in the Imperial Harem. Ajay and Daxton joined the campaign. When Mary spoke, all the women present, including Janie, immediately turned to look at Emperor Gil, awaiting his response. Gil's eyes widened. He never imagined this icy beauty could be so jealous. Well, you let them read books, now they can debate with you fluently. Gil felt bitter, but couldn't voice it. They have shared life and death with me. How can there not be affection? They are all my beloved consorts. Only their wedding ceremonies haven't been held yet. Upon hearing Gil's words, Tamika immediately rushed forward. What about us? Cordelia and the 3 consorts have been my childhood friends and confidants. How could I not know my heart towards you? Humph, emperors throughout history have always been fickle-hearted, favoring the new over the old, retorted Mary. While Gil's words pleased Ellen and the others, Mary and her group were less impressed. Consort Jean has excellent literary talent. Gil praised her, pulling her into his embrace instantly. His strong arms wrapped around Mary's slender waist, her ear, making Karis blush deeply. Of course, Catherine and Tamika didn't escape his clutches either. Only after kissing each of the 4 consorts did the mockery stop. You mustn't bully the newcomers. Study diligently together, for I have great plans for your future. The concubines obey your majesty's order. The 4 women obediently bowed, now as docile as little white rabbits. Mother, it is time for me to leave for the campaign. Gil turned to see his mother smiling, which made him feel like a teenager caught in early romance. Your Majesty, rest assured. As one who has experienced such matters, if only the late emperor had half of your tenderness, I would have no regrets. Go on. I will ensure the Cordelia and the consorts manage the harem well. Janie took the hand of Marlene and Gianna, speaking calmly. She preferred their gentle ladylike demeanor compared to the martial attire of Ellen and Kenna. Your Majesty. Ellen and Kenna looked at Gil pleadingly. Oh yes, mother, these 2 have been soldiers since childhood, skilled in military affairs. Can they join me? Rest assured, nothing improper will happen. Gil said this more for the benefit of his 4 consorts. Janie understood immediately, nodding. Indeed, having close companions with the army can help care for your Majesty's needs. The 2 women thanked the Cordelia Dowager and followed Gil. Seeing this, Karis instructed Mary to give Ellen and Kenna the prepared documents. These are notes we've compiled about your Majesty's daily habits. Please take good care of him. Gil watched the scene, noting the slight peak among these beauties. Ellen quickly tucked the documents into her sleeve and thanked Karis along with Kenna. Gil bowed respectfully to Janie. Take care, mother. I depart for the campaign. With that, he mounted his horse with the 2 women and headed toward Xianyang's Anding Commandery. Heroes throughout history are often accompanied by beautiful women. It seems we sisters must endure. Mary mused as she watched Gil ride away. Jan sister, why did you surrender so quickly? The Emperor already has 8. I can only accept 9 at most, which is quite minimal. Any more? Before Tamika finished, Catherine interrupted. What will you do if there are more? More, and I will advise the Emperor to focus on state affairs. Cordelia Karis looked at the group, exuding an air of regal grace. Do you agree, Cordelia? Indeed, as the Empress of Han, having numerous concubines is not unusual. Janie smiled, understanding the lady's concerns. As a mother, she was satisfied. Her daughters-in-law were all exceptional beauties from influential families. Good. Let's write a letter to advise the Emperor to be prudent and study the situation thoroughly. General Evander leads the elite infantry from Shanglua. While fierce, they are primarily archers. Only Ray and Garrett command the White Tiger Cavalry. Meanwhile, Edison and Lincoln have long cultivated Xianyang, with 80% of their forces adept at both mounted and dismounted combat. For quick victory, your Majesty must win their hearts. Ajay paused, looking at Gil. Do you mean sowing discord between them? Gil narrowed his eyes, smiling at Ajay. Chapter 73. Gil enters Xianyang. Li Shang uses tactics skillfully. Your Majesty is wise. I have reviewed the letters sent from Xianyang to the capital in recent years. Edison and Lincoln often expressed dissatisfaction with the late Grand General. I believe the conflict between these 2 rebels and the court is not significant. Your Majesty can offer one of them the position of governor of Xianyang, causing their alliance to splinter, allowing us to defeat them one by one, said Ajay respectfully while riding on his horse. Curtis, do you think Edison or Lincoln would be more suitable? After Ajay's explanation, Gil had already considered the gold knife plan. His inquiry was merely to gauge Ajay's mindset. I believe Edison is the better choice. Firstly, he is a descendant of General Ma Jagran, and secondly, Edison has Chang blood, making him highly respected among the Chang people. If we can win over Edison, we can secure peace in Xianyang. Lincoln, though a former governor of Jincheng, started as a leader of the Chang rebellion. General Evander has fought against him and knows his capabilities well, Ajay respectfully added. Curtis's plan is feasible. The only issue is how to arrange a private meeting with Edison. If we use a scheme to lure him during a battle, he might think that the Han dynasty fears him, thus demoralizing our troops before the fight even begins. This matter should be discussed thoroughly with General Evander. Gil nodded, then fell silent. Anding Commandery borders Xi Prefecture, but once they reached the border of Xi Prefecture, a desolate feeling engulfed the surroundings. The Chang have ravaged Xianyang for centuries. No Huji remains untouched by war. If the Feathered Forest soldiers could stand until they were white-haired, would the Xiongnu dare to cross the Zhochuan? Note, Feathered Forest is a more accurate translation for Palyao in this context, referring to elite imperial guards or troops. The rest of the sentence flows naturally and retains the original meaning. The scenery beyond the Great Wall, vast and tragic, evoked memories of the valorous sacrifices of Han soldiers through the ages. Inspired, Gil recited his poetry aloud. Little brother, did you record the Emperor's poetry? Ajay asked seriously, explained immediately. How many of the 4,000 Shanglu troops remain? About 10,000 dead or wounded. Most of the injured can only receive basic medical care here, so their recovery is slow. Never mind. We have Dr. Brendan with us this time to treat the wounded alongside local physicians. Lead me to Gaoping County and introduce me to the old general. Understood, Your Majesty. Ray quickly mounted his horse and led the way. Without someone familiar with the terrain, it would be easy to get lost in the vast lands of Xiliang. With Ray leading, Gil's forces could advance at full speed. That night, Gil arrived at Gaoping County. Despite being a county, it still had an earthen wall surrounding it, though its defenses were quite worrying. In the county office, Evander greeted them in the tent. Although it was a scorching summer, a bonfire was burning inside the tent, with a sizzling lamb roasting over it. Your Majesty, this humble servant, Evander, greets you. Evander swept aside his armor and knelt down. Old general, there's no need for formalities. In this battle, you are the commander, and I am just a subordinate general. Evander chuckled as Gil lifted him up to the main seat. Your Majesty, did General Elias suffer any pain when he passed away? After hesitating, Evander finally asked. General Elias had a divine physician by his side when he fell unconscious due to sudden illness. It's believed he didn't suffer much. That's good. For Elias to die on the battlefield doesn't diminish his lifelong service. Evander raised his goblet to toast Elias with all the officers present. After the tribute, Gil recounted AJ's plan. I agree, Your Majesty. Since the beginning of our engagements with Edison and Lincoln, I've never deployed more than 3,000 cavalry. This made the enemy underestimate our cavalry strength. Edison frequently sends his subordinates to raid in Ding Commandery. By using hostages as leverage, we can draw Edison out. This was the real reason Evander hadn't used the White Tiger Army. Without cavalry, how do you combat the Xiliang Iron Cavalry? Do you know of the Han General Li Ling who surrendered to the Xiongnu? I do. He was General Li Luisk's grandson and held off 80,000 Xiongnu cavalry with just 5,000 infantry. Had he enough arrows and supplies, the outcome could have been different. His surrender wasn't entirely dishonorable, Gil observed. Correct. Li Ling used supply wagons as barriers to build makeshift fortifications in the desert, defending with bows and arrows to repel repeated Xiongnu cavalry charges. Using that strategy, our infantry will carry extra supply wagons loaded with sandbags. When the enemy cavalry attacks, we'll push the wagons forward, building defensive structures using shields and sandbags, then counterattack from within, Evander explained. Impressed, Gil clapped his hands. Old general, excellent tactics. I wouldn't claim credit. This method can hold ground but cannot launch offensives. Cavalry can attack or withdraw freely, leaving us at a disadvantage. Initially effective, now they order retreats once they see our formations. Behind him, Daxton busily recorded this tactic in detail. Since the plan is set, I shall conduct a night raid on Beatty Commandery, Evander said, rising to bow. Old general, wait a moment. I have a question. Speak, Your Majesty. If I publicly retreat the cavalry from Pyongyang with full banners, and if Edison and Lincoln attack, how long can you defend the city? Gil pointed to Pyongyang behind Gaoping on the map. Evander paused briefly, then his eyes sparkled. If given 3 days to fortify, I can hold for half a month with the current supplies and arrows. Excellent. I'll give you 5 days. Please send scouts to Niyang and Beatty Commandery to check if Edison is stationed there. If so, lead him to retreat first. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Edison's troops are mostly in Fuping, far from Niyang. No need to worry. Good. Where is Lincoln's camp? Your Majesty, although the seat of Wuwei Commandery is in Guzhong, Lincoln has stationed 10,000 troops in Zulai County, nearest to Gaoping, and another 20,000 in Jianing County near water sources, which way, Gaoping remains besieged for long periods, and Edison suffers supply losses. He'd have to humbly seek supplies from Lincoln. If our troops move from Niyang along E2 Channel straight into Gaoping's rear, even if we don't destroy them completely, we can heavily damage their forces. Gil held Daxton's hand while explaining on the sand table. Your Majesty is truly a divine strategist. Daxton, seeing the strategy illustrated on the sand map, instantly understood its brilliance. Credit isn't mine alone. If it weren't for the old general holding back the cavalry, how could we win using such a clever stratagem? Gil waved his hand again. If we win this battle, the old general deserves the credit. Your Majesty, I have another question. What if Lincoln and Edison, seeing that Gaoping is hard to capture, abandon it and strike directly at Anding's rear? What should we do then? Seeing that Gil did not mind Daxton's questions, Ajay decided to ask as well. Good question. If they abandon Wuwei and Beatty, they can indeed bypass Pyongyang and directly invade Sili. But Edison and Lincoln don't know that our troops are unguarded in Pyongyang and Sili. Such a risky move might lead to victory or failure. If you were in their shoes, what would you choose? Gil pointed at the map and counter-asked. Well, if I were in charge, I'd seize Pyongyang to cut off Gaoping's supplies, raid the place, then retreat back, but I wouldn't dare go deep into Sili. Exactly. Therefore, after capturing Niyang, we can split our forces. One group can attack, and another stays in Niyang. If enemy troops aim for Pyongyang, our 3 armies can encircle and annihilate them. A garrison of 5,000 troops is enough to make Edison and Lincoln think twice before entering Sili. Gil pointed at Niyang while speaking. Niyang's location is special, close to both Pyongyang and Sili. If the enemy raids Pyongyang, our troops in Niyang can pretend to return from Sili to surround Pyongyang, creating an illusion of strong border defenses. Your Majesty is wise. I volunteer to stay in Niyang. Since I'm more like a county magistrate leading troops rather than a general, my relative obscurity can help convince the enemies that Sili has many troops. Ajay immediately knelt down and said. Gil, hearing this, thought that while Ajay and Hardy were comparable in wisdom, their personalities differed greatly. Brother, you don't know military affairs. How can you lead an army? Your Majesty has military officers. I just need to show myself before the enemy. I don't need to command the troops. Ajay quickly explained. Ajay is right. This task can be assigned to him, but given Edison and Lincoln's fierce generals, we should pair him with a lesser-known but formidable general from Xiliang. I have 5 days. I will send a letter to recruit my teacher students, Hart and James, directly to Niyang. Gil picked up paper from the desk and began writing. Ajay was naturally delighted, knowing that military exploits were the most valuable achievements in chaotic times. The next morning, Brendan was busy teaching medical knowledge to doctors within the city, improving their skills through practical lessons. Meanwhile, Evander led his soldiers in constructing the fortress walls using mud. Since Xiliang was poor in stone resources, most constructions were made of dry soil. Seeing this, Gil promptly shared the brickmaking method developed by his engineers. Evander immediately organized the troops accordingly. Except for regular patrols and night scouts, the remaining soldiers were divided into quarry teams, water-fetching teams, and mud-mixing teams. Although quality stones were scarce in Xiliang, crushed stones were abundant. Quarry teams collected crushed stones and plants, grinding them in mortars. The resulting materials were dried into lime and fibers, then mixed into the mud slurry. This method produced durable mud blocks with enhanced defensive capabilities. Within 3 days of intense labor, Gaoping's walls had grown significantly. Evander marveled at the effectiveness of Gil's methods. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, other units have unique tiger amulets, which we cannot command. Being cooped up in tents is boring, so we borrowed these guards to patrol the walls, just in case. Ellen replied, bowing. Jalen, take Jeremy and count the troops. I'll handle this. Gil nodded to Jeremy. Yes, Your Majesty. Jeremy immediately dragged Jalen out of the tent. Cough, this was indeed an oversight on my part. You've been devoted to military duties since childhood. General Gregory also once saved me from peril. However, for this campaign, I have no troops to assign to you. See how I, too, have no personal troops. Gil raised his hands and spoke slowly. ####Chapter 75. Marching out of Gaoping County, planning to capture Niang City. Kenna frowned, catching the implied meaning in Emperor Gil's words. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. With a single order from you, which soldier in the city would dare not obey? I and Sister Gregory have been idle. Constructing the city defenses doesn't require our help, nor does training the troops. Kenna bowed respectfully and continued. Your Majesty is brimming with ingenious strategies. Even offering advice isn't needed from us. We might as well return to the capital. Return to the capital? That's fine. I'll immediately send both generals back. Gil agreed at once, knowing this wasn't what they really wanted. Your Majesty, you promised Wu Dai that she could join the military as an officer. Ellen immediately responded with a salute, her tone filled with grievance. I did say so, but there are no troops available for this campaign. How about this? After a great victory, I will establish a special division for both of you, dedicated to orphan soldiers' children. It will also accept women. What do you think? Gil rapidly thought and proposed this solution. Kenna's face lit up instantly, almost clapping in joy, while Ellen held her back. What about this time? You're pressuring me. Here I am with my strategic prowess, yet I'm being coerced by my own wives. Damn. Gil inwardly sighed, but kept his expression neutral. How about this? Let Jeremy and Jalen command the palace guards. Both of you can protect me first. After all, we need military achievements to gain everyone's recognition, right? Gil asked tentatively. All right, your word is law. Your servant will follow the edict. Ellen answered without hesitation. From then on, wherever Gil appeared, Kenna and Ellen were always nearby, wearing their armor, followed closely by Generals Jeremy and Jalen. The sudden actions of the two women were due to secret letters sent by Mary, urging them to watch over Gil carefully. The two saw the earnestness in the letter and immediately complied. If Gil knew of this collusion, he would certainly lament that they were learning bad habits from him. 5 days later, Gaoping was fortified, making it formidable. Emperor Evander opened the city gates grandly, sending off Gil with 3,000 cavalry. The remaining forces, led by Ray and Garrett, would depart in batches under the cover of night. 3 days later, in Zuli County, Lincoln received a report from scouts and immediately forwarded it to Edison, instructing his subordinates to prepare for an assault on Gaoping. Meanwhile, Edison and Fuping received the message but hesitated. Father, why hesitate at such a golden opportunity? Edison's legitimate sons, Amin and Leighton, both questioned him respectfully. As your father, I find something odd here. This isolated Gaoping is surrounded by enemies, yet its defense has decreased rather than increased. This makes no sense, Edison stroked his beard and explained. Cousin, maybe the imperial court, facing multiple fronts, is short on supplies and has been forced into this decision? Ma Dai, Edison's nephew, stepped forward. Steph, what do you think? Edison turned his gaze to his illegitimate eldest son, Kobe. Though he had never favored Kobe before, sending the letter during the battle is better. Whether to deeply penetrate Silly still needs more thought. Edison waved his hand, still unsure. Father. A clear voice pierced through the serious atmosphere. A beautiful woman in armor, holding a spear, entered confidently. Jagernlu, why are you here instead of at home? Though questioning, Edison's face showed affection. Father, Jagernlu wants to join the battlefield. Mother agrees. Gabrielle smiled mischievously, staring at Edison. Nonsense. Military matters are not for women. Before Edison could continue reprimanding, Gabrielle interjected. Daughter heard the young emperor's army has women. Why can't I fight? Her words left Edison speechless. Eventually, Kobe intervened. Father, let sister follow me. I'll ensure her safety. If Steph says so, I trust you. But you must prevent her from causing trouble. I understand. Kobe bowed and accepted. Report. General, scouts from Niang reported that the Han army has taken Pyongyang, seeming to plan an attack on Niang. Edison was alarmed. Bad news. If Niang falls, our march to Gaoping leaves us vulnerable. The Han army could rush through Yakuteo Strait to Fuping. Father, Evander only has 3,000 cavalry. Including Gil's personal guards, that's just 10,000 men. Let me lead 5,000. Chapter 76. Gil personally leads the vanguard. Ricky commands the rear guard. The next morning, Ray and Garrett led 3,000 cavalry to encircle Niang City tightly. Upon seeing this, the defenders of Neong raised white flags in surrender. Recalling Gil's words, Ray shouted from the front lines, "Who knows if you're feigning surrender? We will besiege you for a day. If we see smoke rising from within the city, then we'll know the truth." General, there are really only 300 of us in Neong. A lieutenant defending the city poked his head out, speaking with great distress. Whoosh! Just as the lieutenant finished speaking, an arrow landed on the wall where he was hiding, frightening him so much that he dared not raise his head again. Gil halted his horse at the rear of the formation, calmly picking up a cluster of grapes to eat. Meanwhile, Ricky had already been ordered to station troops at Iju County. Upon arrival, they immediately halted all civilian activities outside the county, providing 2 days' rations for the people and exempting them from taxes for 6 months. It was deep into the night when Ray reported to Gil and immediately led men to attack the city. The defenses of Neong were merely a somewhat sturdy earthen wall. Soldiers pushed battering rams without much resistance, opening the gates of Neong easily. Thank you, Lieutenant. How many attacked? Kobe asked immediately. Around 3,000, all cavalry, led by Ray. Little Gil truly dares to assault Neong alone. Fine. The entire army, rush to Neong now. 3,000 can't match our 5,000 cavalry. Kobe waved his tiger-head gold spear and shouted. The cavalry became excited like wolves encountering sheep. Kobe's forces indeed differed from Ray's, as more than half were Chang cavalry who were incredibly fierce and far superior to regular cavalry. However, the Chang people had issues with following orders and often acted aggressively, becoming the strongest force when advantageous and turning against their allies when not. Kobe knew well the strengths and weaknesses of these Chang cavalrymen. Before each major battle, he distributed money, women, and meat to keep them loyal, allowing them to plunder freely after victories. Using these simple methods helped the Ma family rise above other Xiliang warlords. Back in Neong, Ricky's forces entered the city gradually, while Gil, unusually early, removed his armor and returned to rest. "Your Majesty, why aren't you working today?" Ellen asked after tidying up Gil's armor. With 2 legions guarding the city and Edison's total strength being only 20,000, even if he received news early and launched a full attack, I'm not afraid. With no urgency, I decided to rest early. Gil waved dismissively. "Why did you let the divine destiny?" Kenna, always spirited, leaned closer to Gil. "Little Emperor will be remembered for history, starting with helping me remove my boots." Gil blushed deeply and quickly released her hand. "Report. Your Majesty, General Roman's troops have all entered the city without disturbing the residents." A lieutenant reported from outside. "Good. Order Ray and Garrett to lead 3,000 cavalry north to Itsu Canal at dawn tomorrow. Ricky's troops shall leave 5,000 for Ajay to follow an hour later." "Yes, sir." The next morning, Hart and James arrived from the capital. After briefings from Gil and Ajay, they understood their tasks, blending in with the remaining 5,000 defenders. Gil's generals, except Ricky, didn't recognize them, ensuring utmost secrecy. Leaving Neong and traveling the Itsu Canal, there were no towns for 100 miles, leading soldiers to sing Gil's marching songs. Gil slowed the march, observing. Intense summer heat makes the march arduous. Inform the army to water horses and rest briefly. Gil dismounted, personally watering his black steed. Puzzled but obedient, Ray followed the order. As the sun set, less harsh, he commanded the troops back on horseback. "Report. Your Majesty, 10 miles ahead is a cavalry unit approaching via the canal." Gil nodded. "How many? And keep them from defying me." Pointing his spear forward, Kobe immediately charged towards where Gil was. "They're coming. When Jagarin, it's up to you." Looking at the dust far away, Gil already had a plan. Ray promptly went out with Garrett, spurring their horses ahead. The 2 armies clashed 30 miles outside King County on the E River path. Kobe rode a white horse with silver armor, somewhat resembling Ricky. Stopping his horse before Gil's camp, Kobe shouted, "Young Emperor, see Kobe before you and surrender quickly." Kobe's words provoked laughter among the Chang soldiers behind him. Gil, however, suddenly recalled the story of Jeremy battling Kobe in the nude and felt a bit curious, but seeing all his generals eager to engage, he couldn't show favoritism. "If I send Ray, Kobe might die. If I send Garrett, Kobe might flee, but not without being frightened. Jalen? No question, less than 10 moves would make the Ma family our eternal enemies." Ultimately, Gil chose Jeremy. "Zhong Kong, go. At your command." Hearing this, Jeremy brandished his saber with glee. "Kobe, don't shout. Let me, Tiger Obsession, teach you a lesson." With that, Jeremy spurred his horse straight toward Kobe, who instantly charged back with his spear. For a warrior, accepting a duel is beneficial if confident. It increases reputation and demoralizes the enemy. Roll on. Their horses circled around due to the struggle. Within moments, Kobe sweated profusely, his strength waning. Seeing this, Gabriel charged forward, ignoring male combat rules. Gil, closely watching the battlefield, knew Jeremy had the upper hand over Kobe. Concerned about potential Chang ambushes, he acted swiftly. Spotting Gabriel, he urged his snow-tread black horse forward like a gust of wind. Though snow-tread black wasn't the best in endurance, its short-distance speed rivaled even red hair. Seeing Gabriel aiming for Jeremy, Gil intercepted her with his 8-treasure dragon halberd just in time. Feeling the violent jolt, Gabriel was startled. "Mastef, I am no petty person and disdain sneak attacks. Face my tiger obsession honorably, don't deny defeat." Swinging his halberd, Gil separated his general from Gabriel. "Are you the emperor?" Gabriel asked in surprise. "What if I am? Does an emperor personally fight for his subordinates?" Pausing, Gabriel questioned. "You've seen it today. If you wish to fight, then let's fight. My tiger obsession will best your brother." Gil smiled, signaling his horse's readiness for battle. "Then I'll skewer you." Enraged, Gabriel charged at Gil, believing her brother unbeatable since their uprising. Gil, undeterred by Gabriel's spear, knew her lighter build meant she wielded a slender lance compared to his heavy 8-treasure dragon halberd. Without controlling his horse, which moved in sync with his intentions, Gil easily deflected Gabrielle's strike. Gabrielle, surprised by her own mount retreating, realized distraction in battle. Battle requires focus. Gil spurred his horse and precisely knocked off Gabrielle's helmet with the halberd's tail end. Black hair spilled freely, revealing Gabrielle's exotic, pale face. Both sides watched in awe. Even Ellen and Kenna exchanged glances. Blushing, Gabrielle muttered, "You?" Seeing her predicament, Kobe called out, "Jagernlu, return to the ranks. Now you think to leave?" Gil smiled as his horse galloped towards her. Note: maintaining the paragraph structure, style, and context of the original while ensuring natural and fluent English translation. ####Chapter 78. Veteran soldiers of the sunken camp hold the line. Roman Howard's army advances. Gabrielle watched as Gil charged at her like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey and immediately reacted. Just as she was about to turn her horse back into formation, she felt an immense force in her abdomen. Gil had already galloped beside her in the blink of an eye and single-handedly grabbed her slender waist. With a burst of strength, he "Hold your horses. Does Kobe recognize Jean Gerhard?" Kobe turned to see Ray leading 3,000 iron cavalry charging toward him from Gil's forces. Although Ray wasn't widely known in Central Plains, he had considerable fame in Liangzhou. Combined with Garrett's veterans of the sunken camp, his reputation alone could scare away most Chang bandits. The two armies clashed immediately. Kobe, filled with rage, tried to break through the enemy lines but was stopped by Garrett calling out, "Kobe, come and fight me." Enraged, Kobe charged at Garrett without backup. On Gil's side, he dismounted with Gabrielle still in his grip. "Wicked fiend, release me," Gabrielle screamed. Gil simply threw her to the ground with a slap. "You." Gabrielle, used to her wild ways, had never been treated like this. She pulled out her sword from her belt and swung it at Gil. Gil kneed his horse forward and then stopped again. "Your Majesty sure has a lot of restraint, flirting with an enemy general on the battlefield?" Kenna halted her horse and drew her longbow, aiming an arrow. If Gabrielle moved, she would be shot. Gabrielle raised her sword to strike again, but was stopped by an arrow that broke her sword mid-swing. Turning around, she saw Ellen arching her bow from 100 paces away. Why is the Emperor's guard so strong? Shooting arrows from 100 paces to break swords. There is no justice in this world. I consider you as the descendant at Gil, and then pointed at the endless iron cavalry behind her, deflating like a frost-bitten eggplant. "Your Majesty, I have arrived late." "Not late. Go support one far. Don't let a single one of Kobe's cavalry escape. Those who refuse to surrender are to be killed." Gil smiled and instructed. "Understood, Your Majesty." Ricky immediately led 15,000 troops forward, like a dark cloud enveloping the battlefield. This elite unit had 15,000 men but nearly 30,000 horses for long-range maneuvers. Typically, such units wouldn't commit fully, but now, given the situation, they surged forward without hesitation. 30,000 hooves trampled Liangzhou, creating a thunderous roar. The Chang soldiers, already entangled with veteran soldiers, were frightened out of their wits and dropped their weapons, unable to escape. Ricky surrounded Kobe's forces, and the entire army shouted, "Surrender!" This deafening call shattered the last hope within Kobe. Even the Chang surrendered without resistance, with only less than 300 of Kobe's loyal guards holding their weapons awaiting orders. "Kobe, surrender." Kobe closed his eyes, dropping his tiger-head spear. For short words seemed to exhaust the heroic spirit accumulated over years. Born illegitimate, he had always fought with everything he had. Why rebel against the Han? Gil looked directly at Kobe and asked bluntly. "Amerigo is incompetent yet insatiable. His actions have incited the Chang people to revolt. We merely seized the opportunity to rise up. Even without us, Amerigo would still fall to the Chang," Kobe sighed, speaking calmly. The Grand General is indeed as Steph describes. I thought he could hold on for at least 10 years. It seems I overestimated him." Gil nodded, acknowledging Kobe's words. "Amerigo is your uncle, isn't he? Why do you speak of him this way?" Gabrielle, kneeling on the ground, lifted her head to ask. "He may be my uncle, but he is also incompetent. Liangzhou is barren. 200,000 troops cannot be sustained by one region. Tell me, how much did Kit offer you?" Kobe was taken aback, opening his mouth in surprise. "Half a year's supply of 50,000 shur of grain, 10 million strings of cash. If we take Anding Commandery and join with Bingzhou, Kit will appoint father as inspector of Bingzhou, and Lincoln as governor of Liangzhou. I've heard from the old General Evander about Lincoln. He lacks capability and does not match your father's ability or the prestige among the Chang people. It appears Kit arranged this out of fear of your possible defiance. If Edison were to become governor of Liangzhou, within 3 years, he could train a letter in both your names to redeem yourself, requesting he meet us on the battlefield." Gil watched Kobe closely, not missing a single expression. Emperor, you miscalculate. Though I am Edison's son, I am illegitimate. After such a defeat, would he redeem me? As for my sister, captured during battle, the Chang have a tradition of bride abduction. Why risk himself for another's wife?" Gabrielle blushed furiously, glaring at Kobe. "In that case, let's wait and see. For now, rest within our camp." Gil waved them away, thinking, if only Gordon were here to handle matters with the Chang leaders. Upon arriving at Gaoping County, Evander informed Gil that Aloysius had already left for Wudu to persuade the Kanlang and Bai Ma tribes to remain neutral in the conflict between Lincoln and Edison. Without this arrangement, Gil would not dare to deploy his forces this way. If these tribes allied with Lincoln and Edison, encircling Gaoping, it would place Evander's army in peril, even risking direct invasion into the imperial region by the Chang. "Your Majesty, Scholar Edward returns." "Gordon has returned. Bring him in quickly." Gil stepped out of the tent, greeted by a young man dressed in Chang attire. "Gordon, Your Majesty, your servant fulfilled the mission. Both tribes received silk, wine, silver, and grain. agreeing not to engage in hostilities for 5 years. Is this reliable? Your Majesty, it is true. I stayed several days with both tribes. Would you accept? Kobe felt dizzy. A defeated general. Why such favor? Don't undervalue yourself. The Kanlang and Bai Ma tribes won't attack anymore. They've retreated. With my support, Lincoln and Edison are isolated. Given your prestige among the Chong, I advise the Emperor to promote you over your father. Will you cooperate, earning redemption through service? Aloysius urged, leaving Kobe alternately surprised and nodding. Being illegitimate means nothing. I once lacked the previous Emperor's favor. In these chaotic times, heroes aren't judged by birth. I seek talent. Kobe's eyes gleamed with hope. Subject Kobe, I pledge allegiance to the Han dynasty. Never again shall I betray. Kobe knelt, declaring loudly. Chapter 80. Evander's favoritism, Seth with separate agendas. 2 days later, beneath the walls of Gaoping County, Lincoln and Edison joined forces with 45,000 men and laid siege to Gaoping for an entire day. Evander stood atop the city walls, gazing at the distant camps. Order all units to defend but not counterattack. The Emperor wants me to hold this city for half a month. I aim to hold it for at least a month. Yes, sir. The officer took this from Gaoping. Though this road is easier, it's much longer. Aloysius pointed at the sand table, showing 2 routes. One route, though faster, could easily be detected by enemy forces. If they retreated before Gil's arrival, only Edison's forces might be caught. The desert vastness would make pursuing Lincoln into Wuwei difficult, and beyond Wuwei are Zhangye and Jiuquan. Pursuing Lincoln fully would drag out the western campaign. The other route, though undetectable, would take 200 miles. Despite having elite cavalry, it would be time-consuming, testing Evander's endurance. Your Majesty, we have the advantage. No need to risk it. Taking the Sanshui route may ensure victory in Shiliang, Aloysius suggested. I agree. Ricky, Ray, Garrett, and even Jeremy nodded. Very well, order the army to advance full speed towards Sanshui. Without extra stops until we reach, Gil paused, send swift horses with letters. One to Gaoping saying Kobe has surrendered, another to Edison's camp, proposing a meeting between Sanshui and Gaoping for ransom talks. Understood. Your Majesty, if Gaoping is besieged, wouldn't sending letters mean delivering them into enemy hands? Jeremy questioned. Dwayne, these letters are meant for Lincoln, Aloysius smiled. Jeremy scratched his head, still not understanding but trusting their judgment. Orders were given, and the army headed towards Huan County, then north for 100 miles, aided by no sign of Kobe or tribal responses. Why not take this opportunity to seize control? Lincoln's son-in-law Jethro proposed. Nonsense. Edison and I are sworn brothers. How can I betray him? Lincoln angrily replied. Father, amidst chaos, can we afford sentiment? If Gaoping isn't taken soon, we'll suffer greatly. Can we conquer Shiliang with heavy losses? Father, kit supplies were mostly taken by Ma family. Do they remember brotherhood now? I advise seizing control. If you're worried about kit, I can send someone to G. My clansman Yinzhong can speak with kit in G. Jethro knelt and pleaded. This? Lincoln hesitated, wary of affecting his reputation among Chong. Report. A secret letter intercepted from Kan County to Gaoping. Bring it here. Jethro quickly handed the sealed letter to Lincoln, who opened it, trembling upon reading it. Seeing Kobe surrenders, Jethro urged, Father, indecision brings ruin. Let's see Edison first. Lincoln left with Jethro and 100 guards towards Edison's camp. Meanwhile, Edison also received the letter explaining Kobe and Gabriel's capture and suggesting ransom discussions between Sanshui and Gaoping. Kobe boasted, oh, is Brother Ma unwell? Hearing this, Lincoln immediately hid the superstitious object in his hand and continued. If that's the case, I'll take my leave then. Uncle Han, please walk safely. Leighton politely replied, then immediately and seriously ordered the military doctor to enter the tent. Father, Edison's illness seems suspicious. But whether it's real or fake, with this secret letter, your actions won't be unjustified, Jethro said sternly, mimicking a sword gesture. Shinger, send troops to keep an eye on them. Report immediately if there's any unusual activity. Our troops are currently attacking the city. If Evander notices, he will certainly lead his troops to attack us. This matter must be handled cautiously. Do you understand? Lincoln, holding the secret letter in his hand, narrowed his eyes and said, I understand. Jethro responded and continued. I've heard that Edison has a daughter of exceptional beauty. When the time comes, I will present her to father. Yenner, your father is getting old. This legacy must be passed down. As long as you treat my daughter well and marry another concubine, such small matters would not displease me. Lincoln, understanding Jethro's intention, patted his shoulder. But Edison, you. Hearing this, Edison's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced back at Amin, who quickly turned his horse around and disappeared from sight. Your Majesty, please speak. How can we ensure the safety of my 2 sons? I admit that Amerigo was incompetent. I wish to appoint General Edison as governor of Liangzhou. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Edison laughed. At that moment, he believed Gil was showing weakness since he only had 3,000 men. Ancient Confucian etiquette ran deep. Ambitions were not formed overnight, but grew uncontrollably as power increased step by step. Edison bowed deeply. Such great grace from your Majesty. Perhaps you could come to my camp for further discussion? As he finished speaking, Amin led a large contingent of troops to join Edison from behind, raising dust and the sounds of hooves echoing. Is General Ma trying to intimidate us? Gil sneered. Please allow me to explain. In these chaotic times, the Han dynasty still needs strong ministers to support it. With such a formidable army in Shiliang, why wouldn't your Majesty use your talent appropriately? If that's the case, let me show you what the might of the Han Empire looks like. Gil raised his golden spear, sending orders through scouts every few miles. Shortly thereafter, Ricky's forces began to move into action. 20,000 soldiers shouted in unison to expend resources chasing him. Or he might retreat to Wuwei Commandery, increasing our pursuit costs. Both scenarios would trap His Majesty's main force in Shiliang. If Kit and Mickey persuade Yi, Jagger, and Qing provinces to attack the imperial region, the Han dynasty would be in grave danger. Ascari explained carefully. While Kinna vaguely understood, Ellen noted Gil and Ascari's strategic foresight and praised them. Sir Gordon and His Majesty are like pine trees and cypresses. You comprehend each other without words. Gregory girl, you flatter too much. Since His Majesty was 10, I and Mario have managed state affairs at the Imperial Temple. Then His Majesty didn't hesitate to ask questions, solving many problems early. Strategies for dealing with the surrounding regions, military deployment, and training have all been pre-planned, refined by us. Mario once praised my unparalleled intellect, but compared to His Majesty, I fall short. Ascari removed the wine gourd from his saddle, sipping while explaining. On the battlefield, Gil and Edison dismounted together. Gil waved for Jeremy to bring 2 jars of the strongest liquor he brewed. Once the clay seals were opened, the strong scent of alcohol filled the air. Shiliang, known for its harsh climate. Thus, I have not harmed your children. If you agree, I will release them now. Gil extended the promise of reconciliation, hoping to win Edison's loyalty. As Gil spoke, he winked and gestured discreetly to Jeremy, urging him to pour the wine. Jeremy immediately understood, and replaced the wine intended for Gil with Shifenglai. Even a connoisseur wouldn't detect the difference from a distance. Does His Majesty truly mean these words? Edison asked, extending his hand to receive the wine while staring intently at Gil. Gil, as he spoke, gave Jeremy a series of meaningful glances, urging him to pour the wine. Jeremy immediately caught on, switching the wine meant for Gil to Xiefengli. Even a connoisseur would not be able to tell the difference from a distance. The translation provided by the user mostly conveys the meaning accurately, but misses the part about Gil's interaction with Jeremy and Jeremy's action of switching the wine. The edited version includes these elements to ensure completeness and fluency. Note, Shifenglai is a literal translation of the Chinese name for the strong liquor. For better fluency, it could be referred to as fierce west wind, or simply described as an exceptionally strong liquor. Gil, while speaking, winked and gestured to Jeremy to pour the wine. Jeremy immediately understood, and replaced the wine for Gil with Shifenglai. Even a connoisseur of wines would not be able to detect the difference from a distance. Gil finished speaking, and then raised another goblet with Edison. He held back the urge to vomit from intoxication. Your Majesty, if this succeeds, I can guarantee Liangzhou will no longer suffer from the Chang tribes. Hearing this, Edison hastily drank another goblet. Even sober men could be felled by this wine, and now Edison had drunk 3 goblets, feeling a wave of alcohol rising to his head. Good indeed, General Ma's words console me, but I have no document here. How about we exchange tokens as proof instead, for future generations to admire? What do you think? Gil pulled out a golden silk whip he had prepared beforehand and handed it to Edison. Seeing this, Edison immediately stood up and accepted it. The cool wind brushed past, causing the alcohol in his system to bubble up, making him flush red as he nodded in agreement. The Emperor's great grace. Whatever token you desire, Your Majesty can ask. At this moment, Edison felt rejoining Han was not bad. After all, his initial goal was to rule Yangzhou on his own terms, and slowly plot further ambitions. While relying on Kit was good, Kit did not possess the valuable goods cherished by Western merchants. In these times of warlord division, resources were paramount. With ample resources, manpower and cavalry would not be scarce. Your Majesty, release Kobe. He knows what to do. Gil could no longer hold back the dizziness and nausea. He felt waves surging in his chest, and finally vomited. I'll retreat to Sanshui for rest. You all follow the plan. Gil returned to camp, assisted by Jeremy and Jalen, unsteadily riding his black stallion. Zhongkong, Eli, you both lead my personal guards ahead. How could we miss out on such a great opportunity? Leave me with 300 men. They left joyfully after agreeing. Now only Aloysius, the 2 ladies' son and Gregory, and captured Gabriel remained behind. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Golden Saber stratagem has succeeded and will surely be passed down through the ages. Aloysius laughed, bowing. Gil, overwhelmed by intoxication, just waved. A report. We intercepted a secret letter from Bingzhou. A captain rode up, seeing Gil leaning on his horse, handed the letter to Aloysius. Aloysius opened the envelope, scanned a few lines, frowned slightly, appeared surprised, and quickly put it away. Turning to the 2 ladies, he said, please prepare something to help sober the Emperor. This letter is extremely important, and must be shown to him as soon as he wakes. In the city. Let them fight. The Emperor's reinforcements will decide the outcome. You should prepare half the troops at the south gate. Once the enemy moves towards Pengyang, immediately pursue them. Evander stroked his white beard, calmly saying, Captain obeys. The captain nodded and executed the plan. Edison, still returning, moved slowly due to drunkenness. Why not retrieve Kobe and Jagernlu? Mashio asked. Foolish boy. With Gil's forces nearby, any misstep could result in annihilation. We brought only 8,000 men against their 20,000. Few would survive an assault. Gil's offer isn't bad. Instead of fighting to the death, taking a provincial governorship and ruling Liangzhou, aiming for greater ambitions, while watching if Lincoln submits or remains defiant. Edison said, gaining admiration from Mashio, father's wisdom. To think of all this while drunk, I'm no match. Haha, focus on leading our troops back quickly. Don't let Lincoln notice anything. Son obeys. Mashio bowed and led troops back rapidly. Below Galping City, shouts were quickly blown away by the western wind. Edison's remaining troops, attacked by allies, faced fierce resistance but couldn't withstand Jethro's prowess. Holding Leighton's severed head, Jethro began persuading the remaining Ma forces. Reporting to father, most of the Ma clan surrendered, except for Reginald. Jethro told Lincoln. Report said Edison Gates, leading the troops inside. He accused you of treachery and claimed you had already surrendered to Han. Reginald lamented with a bow. What? Father's golden saber was with Gil? Amin felt his head about to explode, unable to understand the situation. Ha 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 ha. What a brilliant plan by His Majesty. His Majesty, what a brilliant plan. Edison sat on his horse, spitting out blood slowly, looking up at the sky with hate-filled eyes. Such an excellent golden saber ploy. A ruler doesn't need a knife to kill. Seeing this, Amin remained bewildered, but spoke hastily due to the urgency. Father, what should we do? Lincoln could attack at any moment. Should we retreat to Fuping for further plans? Edison narrowed his eyes, glaring viciously at Amin, silently sighing at his son's ignorance. Reginald, seeing Edison was silent, pleaded urgently. My lord, please decide quickly. If we engage now, we will surely be defeated. Fight? Even though Lincoln has suffered losses, he still has about 20,000 men. We only have 8,000 cavalry who just faced defeat. We will certainly lose if we fight. Escape? 200 elite cavalry from Gill's army are behind us. Every step we take back puts us in mortal danger. Edison sighed, laughing bitterly. Father, let's turn our weapons against Gill. Amin bowed. Fool. Steph and slaughtered or, after breaking out, losing their territory to Lincoln. Given this, choosing Gill was simple, the path to historical legacy, prosperity, and ensuring Kobe's rise. Father, I will follow you to death. Amin sighed, realizing all efforts went to that illegitimate child. All soldiers listen. His Majesty bestowed upon me control over Liangzhou. Now the traitor Lincoln betrayed and ambushed us, killing my son Leighton. Justice demands retribution and bloodshed. Rest assured, His Majesty's 200 iron cavalry are behind us. This battle will be victorious. Edison raised his spear, rousing the troops' morale. Led by Edison and Amin, the 8,000 Ma family cavalry charged towards Lincoln's 20,000-strong army. Kobe had been released by Ray. Knowing only that Gill was persuading his father to surrender, he urged his horse forward to advise otherwise. If Edison surrendered, and given Gill's preference for Kobe, he would inherit leadership. General Kobe, why are you here? Reginald rode up, blocking Kobe's path. Reginald? Aren't you supposed to be outside Gaoping? Reginald explained the dire situation and handed over Edison's letter. As expected, Edison detailed in the letter the betrayal by Lincoln, fearing Kobe might act impulsively. He instructed Kobe to protect his sister and ensure she entered Gill's harem to show loyalty. If Kobe became Gill's brother-in-law and held a vendetta against Lincoln, it would be the most potent proof of allegiance. Holding the bloody letter, Kobe gritted his teeth. Old traitor Lincoln, shameful and hateful. Lingming, come with me to seek reinforcements from the Han army. General, Lord Ma said if Lincoln surrenders, you must follow the Emperor's arrangements and not act rashly. Forget this now, come with me for aid. Sighing, Kobe dragged Reginald back to the Han army. At this moment, Ricky and Ray led the troops while Aloysius approached from behind. Howard, Gerhard, if Kobe seeks help, give him the surrendered soldiers and continue advancing normally. I must return to Gaoping County. Let's meet in the city. Before Ricky and Ray could respond, Aloysius sped towards Gaoping. Soon after, Kobe arrived seeking aid. Without hesitation, Ricky gave Kobe the surrendered troops. Kobe expressed gratitude. Generals, if this battle is won, I wish to swear brotherhood with you. The two nodded and escorted Kobe 10 miles before returning. Howard, Kobe's forces are insufficient, like a drop in the ocean, Ricky remarked. I think the Emperor wants them to wear each other down for mutual benefit. In Sanchue County, Gil woke up after drinking 2 bowls of sobering soup. How is the front line? Gil asked. Gabriel was tied up in Gil's room, while Ellen and Kenna attended him. Noticing Gil awaken, Ellen replied, no news yet from the front lines, but Imperial scholar Aloysius rushed to Gaoping after reading the letter. Gil immediately took the letter upon hearing this. Just a cursory glance made his back go cold, and the remaining alcohol in his system was dispelled by shock and fear. Chapter 84. Gabriel learns the truth. Gil acts on genuine emotion. Ascari clearly stated in his letter that there were no substantial troops guarding the rear of Scilly. Furthermore, he advised Edison and Lincoln to bypass Gaoping with their armies and directly invade Scilly. From Liangzhou, through the border regions of Scilly, all the way to Bingzhou's border and back into Bingzhou. Inspector Rog nominally served the Han dynasty but had secretly reached an agreement with Kit. Once Edison and Lincoln entered Bingzhou, Rog would immediately rebel, join forces with them, and retake Xilyang. After stabilizing Xilyang, Rog would send troops from Bingzhou while Edison and Lincoln marched from Liangzhou, attacking Scilly together. Truly a poisonous strategist, Ascari's talent rivals Gordon and Asher. Gil was chilled to the bone by the contents of the letter. If Edison and Lincoln hadn't fallen for the trap but received this letter instead, within 2 years, Scilly would face multi-front attacks. Your Majesty, who plans so meticulously, actually praises others? Kenna brought another bowl of sobering soup, smiling brightly. This person is my greatest enemy, the general situation. Upon hearing it, Gabriel felt immense rage. Release me. I want to kill Lincoln and that scoundrel Kit with my brother. Gil looked at the beauty from the western regions, tear-streaked face causing his heart to soften. He realized the golden knife plot was the root cause of Edison's family's destruction. The two women exchanged a glance and stepped forward to comfort Gabriel. Gil, our Chong people have a custom of marriage by capture. Since you abducted me, I am your wife. How can you sit idly by while my father is in peril? Gabriel stared at Gil, screaming hysterically. You two, leave. Gil waved for Ellen and Kenna to exit. Kenna tried to argue but was pulled out by Ellen. Gil slowly rose and stood before Gabriel. I'll be honest with you. Lincoln attacked your father and brother because I deliberately gave him the golden knife and the secret letter about Edison's surrender. So, Edison found himself caught between 2 fires, forcing him to counterattack Lincoln. Gil began untying her bindings as he spoke. Slap. A sharp slap echoed across Gil's face. He lifted his head to look at Gabrielle, her fists clenched tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. Military actions and strategic planning. Along with the daily conversations with Sun and Gregory, she even considered marrying Gil a viable option. It could help her father secure power and wed her to a hero amidst chaos. Yet now, all her good impressions were shattered. She could not marry someone who indirectly caused her father's death. Conflicting emotions, goodwill, love, hatred, resentment, swirled in her mind. Seeing Gil silent, her frustration grew, and she suddenly hugged him, biting his shoulder. Guh. Gil grunted but did not resist, letting her vent her fury. After all, the secret of the golden knife plot required her to bear this burden for her brother and Gil. Blood flowed into Gabrielle's mouth, mixing with her tears, dripping down Gil's shoulder. Your family should not be rebels. I guarantee if your brother does not rebel, he can inherit and rule Yangzhou indefinitely. As for Lincoln, for you, I will not accept his surrender, honoring your father's memory. Gil's gentle voice calmed Gabrielle's heart, loosening her bite, seemingly expending all her strength. She leaned on Gil's shoulder, deep in thought. How can I trust you? Gabrielle sobbed softly. I can issue an imperial decree. I've never gone back on my word. Would you believe me now? Why? Do you love me? We only met once. Your Majesty's plan leaves no choice for my father and brother, nor even for a woman like me. Gabrielle pushed Gil away, with a trickle of his blood still at the corner of her mouth. She gave a bitter laugh and said, You're wrong. When I captured you on the battlefield, it was like Black Dragon restraining White Horse's reins. Beautiful maidens attract worthy gentlemen. I genuinely took a liking to you. If it were just a ruse, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. After the plan succeeded, Kobe would eventually offer you to me anyway. If that were the case, you wouldn't know anything. Gil shrugged and slowly explained. I appreciate your Majesty's kindness, but it makes Jagernlu uncomfortable. I don't know how to respond right now. I only beg you to send troops to save my father and brother. Gabrielle, upon hearing this, laughed bitterly and knelt on the ground, pleading. Chapter 85. Aloysius led his troops in pursuit for 100 miles, while Lincoln fled in panic into Beatty. My main forces are right behind General Edison. How could I not come to the rescue? Gil said, regretting that he had spoken the truth. But he really couldn't afford to lie. If exposed later, considering the Ma family's temper, Kobe would surely rebel, and Gabrielle might even assassinate him within the palace. Gil did not dare take such a risk. I can only tell you that Edison must be willing to sacrifice himself in order to defeat Lincoln. Only this way can he secure the future for your family. If you truly hate me, I allow you to leave my domain, anywhere except Shilyang. Seeing Gabrielle still kneeling, Gil waved his hand and walked out of the room alone. The two women naturally listened at the door and were now deeply conflicted. Since Sun and Gregory families were not genuine vassals of Han at the moment, they also wondered if Gil would plot against them similarly. Gil glanced at the two women and smiled. After all this time with me, do you doubt me? Your Majesty, you saved my brother. Should the Gregory family rebel in the future, I will commit suicide on the battlefield, sparing your Majesty from concern, Ellen said solemnly, bowing her head. Humph. With Ryder under my brother's command, any such scheme would surely be seen through. Besides, you have shown kindness to our Sun family, and my brother values loyalty too much to turn against you. Kenna looked at the wound on Gil's shoulder and added with a glance. Gil chuckled, nodded, and immediately ordered the preparation of his armor and mount to pursue Ricky's army. Ellen, however, disregarded his orders and pressed him onto a bench, signaling Kenna to help bandage the wound. As your Majesty's concubine, even without formal wedding rites, why should you be angry? Ellen couldn't help but laugh. His subordinates hesitated to fully engage. Seeing Kobe approach, Edison drew his sword and shouted, Steph, remember this. Our enemies are Jaggerin and Han, not Han. With that, Edison smiled grimly, cut down an incoming Han soldier, then slashed his own neck. Kobe, though bitter about his father's neglect, rushed forward and retrieved Edison's body. Kill Lincoln. Holding his father's corpse, Kobe yelled, finally spurring his troops into action. At this moment, smoke signals from Ricky and Ray signaled their flanking attack. Noticing Lincoln's retreat, they charged the rear guard. Realizing they were surrounded, Lincoln's remaining soldiers panicked. Some fled through gaps, others awaited the inevitable hoofbeats of the Han cavalry. An hour later, Ricky and Ray regrouped. 15,000 troops pursued Lincoln, while 5,000, led by Jeremy and Jalen, cleaned up the battlefield. Kobe reclaimed his father's body, met Gil. Steph, inherit your father's post. From now on, you are governor of Liangzhou. Edison's remains will be sent to the capital and interred in Jagernchue with other heroes. Thank you, your Majesty. Kobe glanced at Gabrielle, feeling mixed emotions. Gabrielle dismounted upon seeing her father's body and fell to the ground in tears. Head lies insignificance. A mere 5,000 cavalry, no match for us. Overcoming Niyang means resurgence. Fight with all your strength. Victory promises plunder, women, wealth, food. Everything in Niyang is ours. Inspired, the exhausted men readied themselves. Lincoln, sword drawn, led the charge against AJ's forces. Chapter 86. Hart displays his might, defeats Abel in battle. The enemy has come from afar. Their troops are weary. Hold the line and repel them. Dempsey drew his sword from its scabbard at his waist, his hand trembling slightly. The heavy eight-faced sword of Han, not easily wielded by non-military men, demanded considerable strength. Fortunately, they had Generals Hart and James leading the charge, clad in ordinary officer's armor. James, although a disciple of Donnie alongside Hart and Ricky, was inferior to them in spear techniques but excelled in archery, especially mounted archery. So much so that even Donnie acknowledged his prowess. Now galloping swiftly, James's face remained calm as he swung his long spear over his shoulder and reached back for his short bow. He plucked 3 feathered arrows, his eyes sharp and focused. 3 rapid bowstring sounds echoed, and 3, I am the one who nearly killed Gene Kobe when he defected to Han. How do you compare? Abel spurred his horse, viewing Hart merely as a capable officer. Hart sneered, excellent. Today, I will claim your head and make my name known in the north. Their spears clashed, each testing the other's strength while holding back reserves. In the second pass, Hart maneuvered his mount skillfully, launching 3 quick spear thrusts. Abel, caught off guard by Hart's coordination with his horse, began to respect him as more than just an officer. The true test for a warrior lies in how well they synchronize with their steed and perform martial arts on horseback. Naturally, exceptions like Jalen exist. What a hidden talent. If all Han officers were like this, which feudal lords would dare defy Han? Abel sarcastically remarked after another clash. You shameless general. With such weak skills, you dare challenge me for your head? Hart shot back, spotting his fellow disciple preparing to shoot. He gestured for Abel to attack. Enraged by this insult, Abel charged but was immediately met with an arrow whizzing past him. Stunned, he barely avoided it. Just as he prepared to retort, Hart's spear pierced his chest armor. Lincoln, witnessing his son-in-law's death, fled hastily, leading his 100 guards towards Bingzhou. This battle was commanded not by Hart or James, who now turned to Dempsey, overwhelmed and unable to give chase. Gil's disciplined soldiers could not act without orders, forcing the tses were then reported. Ray lost 3,000 White Tiger soldiers and captured over 1,000 barbarian riders. Ricky lost 2,000 Black Tortoise soldiers and captured fewer than 800. Evander reported over 10,000 dead or wounded defending the city. Emperor Gil, feeling the weight of the losses, pondered his next move. Surrendered troops, if willing to stay, should be dispersed among our units. What is the status of our grain supplies? The scene set the stage for further strategic planning and emphasized the cost of war. Emperor Gil sighed, then turned his gaze toward Aloysius. There are over 8,000 wounded soldiers in the city who need medicinal herbs and meat. These are what we urgently lack, though our grain supply is enough to support the army for half a year. Aloysius said with a bow and continued, Your Majesty might order a senior general to proceed to Jagernwa County, which is the seat of Lincoln's administration. Your Majesty, I volunteer to go to Jagernwa, to slay Lincoln's entire family. Hearing this, Kobe immediately stepped forward and said with a bow, Your Majesty, I request to go to Jagernwa, to slay Lincoln and his entire family. Upon hearing this, Kobe immediately stood up and gonged at his hands, speaking with determination. // Upon hearing this, Kobe immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and spoke with determination. Gil sighed and turned to look at Alan can be used for your relocation to Guzong. As for your father's remains, I have already ordered them to be brought back to the capital and interred among the heroes of the Jagern Terrace. Gil's intention was clear. Guzong was the administrative center of Liangzhou, its nerve center. Thank you for your Majesty's kindness. I still need to learn more from you about governing a province. I'll return within 3 days. Kobe thanked him with clasped hands, but he knew there were still many things to do. Leaving Gil now to take charge as governor could lead to future suspicion, so he needed to offer his loyalty soon. All right, since Steph insists, let's do it your way. Ellen, Kenna, Gabrielle, listen up. The 3 women immediately knelt upon hearing him. Take my 3,000 iron cavalry to Jagernwa County. Follow General Ellen's orders. You have free rein to handle matters as you see fit, but you must return within 3 days. Your command is received. The 3 women responded and left the tent with Kobe. Gordon, I ask you to make a trip along the Changdao route, trading grain for medicine and livestock. If any Chang tribesmen wish to join the military, recruit them into my personal guard. The Chang are fierce on horseback and can quickly become soldiers. Looking at Aloysius, Gil said, Your Majesty, trading grain for goods is fine, but if we try to raise troops using grain, the regions of Dingxiang, Jagrenzhong, Wuwei, Shuafeng, and Shangjuan fell into the hands of various nomadic tribes. Afterward, with the unrest, Bai Bo led a revolt, capturing Shihan. Then Ding Jagren took over as governor of Bingzhou, incorporating both Han and non-Han into the military as the renowned Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. With their prowess, Ding Jagren reclaimed Shangjuan, Taiyuan, and Shandong, stabilizing Bingzhou. Ray continued, explaining the history which even Huo Pusong only partially knew. Ding Jagren later entered the capital, and Unkit lured Pedro with red hair, turning him against Ding Jagren. During this time, Ding Jagren had Rog serve in the Western Garden forces. After Ding Jagren's death, the Grand General sent Rog back to Shandong to raise troops. Ray recounted Bingzhou's chaotic past, reminding Huo Pusong of Rog's former role. Your Majesty, Rog is incompetent and once attacked Shandong unsuccessfully. He later betrayed to Unkit and became governor of Shandong, a traitor. Under Fan Yuanxi's control, he only holds 4 regions, Shangjuan, Shihan, Shandong, and Taiyuan. The rest are controlled by foreign tribes. He lacks courage and strategy, so he won't easily ally with Kit or launch attacks. Huo Pusong bowed and concluded. Bingzhou is indeed complex. No wonder its iron cavalry is so formidable, Gil sighed. But 3 of the 4 regions border our territory. How can we not be cautious? Your Majesty, the Bai Bo army has enmity with Unkit's old troops and nominally follows Rog but controls reform. Years of warfare have depleted their resources. They cannot move south, only north, needing to capture Yuzhou. But Hoyt has alliances with neighboring tribes, costing Kit more manpower and resources. Over time, Your Majesty's chances of victory increase. But with Ascari by Pedro's side, capturing Bingzhou and Ji will be tougher than Shiliang. Gil expressed concern. True, but Kit's strategic advantage wanes with internal challenges. Your Majesty's foresight gives us an edge. Ascari's presence does complicate matters, but we can adapt. Aloysius reassured him while drafting official documents. Your Majesty, why fear Ascari? Haven't you heard that Kit has many renowned scholars from Hebei under his command? Avon, Eddie, Roberto, Cui Yin, and Darwin. All are distinguished scholars of this era. Despite having such scholars by his side, wasn't he still blocked at the border of Ji province by Manuel's army? Aloysius smiled. Gil glanced at Aloysius, waved his hand, and felt much better. Why did Kit rebel against the Han? It was because he had a large number of followers and numerous disciples and students from the Jagran family during the 4 generations of 3 Dukes period. In such chaotic times, it would be chargers, wielding long lances suitable for breaking through enemy lines. This force served as the foundation for forming your Juke army. The second is the Abdul, a special light cavalry armed not only with lances and sabers, but also bows and arrows, thus having weaker charge capabilities but excelling in pursuit and encirclement, performing excellently against the Wuhuan tribes. The third is the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, situated between the Shiliang Iron Cavalry and the Abdul. They possess both heavy armor charge capabilities and methods for pursuit and encirclement. The most elite units within this force are called the Xian Shiring, praised for their ability to dismount and break through enemy lines on foot. Ray said respectfully. Does that mean the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry adds archery capabilities to the Shiliang Iron Cavalry? Gil was astonished. Your Majesty, it's not like that. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry is also a heavy cavalry unit. If they added bows and arrows, it would be too much for the horses, preventing guerrilla-style maneuvers. Typically, Bingzhou cavalrymen carry long lances, punished curved swords, and specially designed short spears. These short spears have short handles and long blades, making them very effective against armor. When the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry charges within 200 paces of an enemy line, they use these spears. Garrett explained with a bow. So that's why. No wonder the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry seemed so fierce. But when I fought against Pedro, I didn't see such tactics. Gil asked slowly. Your Majesty, at that time Unkit had strong armor-piercing abilities. However, bows and crossbows function differently. In a cavalry skirmish, archers only need to incapacitate or kill the enemy horses, leaving riders vulnerable to the subsequent cavalry charge. After dismissing the two generals, Aloysius spoke up, Your Majesty, I have included the requirements for hand crossbows. If the Black Mountain Army does indeed align with the White Wave Army towards Bingzhou, they may not attack the Imperial territory directly but rather aim to seize Bingzhou. Aloysius looked at Gil and continued. Gong Xiao speaks truly. If the Black Mountain Army joins, Bingzhou will become chaos. Southern Xiongnu, Xinbei, Chang tribes, Rog, Evander, and my own troops. 9 counties of Bingzhou, each governed by its army. Gil laughed, finding some excitement in this situation. Your Majesty, Xiliang is settled. Who should lead our troops into Bingzhou? I'll go with General Evander. The region bordering non-Han peoples needs a commander who is brave and resolute. Aloysius nodded in agreement. In the following days, Ajay and James returned to Gaoping County, while Kobe and Gabrielle brought back wealth from Fuping and Jagernwa. Meanwhile, wounded soldiers in the city were recovering under the care of Brendan and medical officers. Your Majesty, we've counted the supplies brought back by Generals Kobe and Ellen. There are 50,000 dan of grain from outside. Gil read a letter sent by Fiki from the capital. Your Majesty, Stephen in Su Province has retaken Langya. Clem retreated to Tai Mountain Prefecture. Initially aiming to pursue further, Stephen encountered Mickey who seized Xiapi and advanced towards Pengcheng. Stephen and Clem agreed to peace, and Stephen is personally leading 5,000 Dan-mile soldiers to aid Pengcheng. Also, Zhu declared war in Wu Commandery per your imperial edict last month. Commander Yin Baishu was defeated and fled to Xavianji Commandery. Now Jude is urgently attacking Dan Miles' commandery. If he captures Dan Miles, he will connect with Stephen in Su Province to jointly counter Mickey. Gil didn't hide the letter's contents and read aloud to the 3 women. Brother is indeed valiant. Kenna cheered. Not so fast. Jiang and Lu commanderies are controlled by Mickey, Jaggerjiang and Dan Miles by Lu Yao, while Yin Baishu fled to Xavianji Commandery, where no strong forces exist. Should he revive there, he could become a formidable adversary. The situation in Miles Province rivals the complexity of Bingzhou. Gil sighed. Why not urge Briar to resist Mickey from Jingzhou? Ellen asked, assuming Jingzhou was already loyal to the Han dynasty. Gil shook his head. Lu Jingshang can do business well but fighting isn't his forte. I'm satisfied as commanderies of Jingzhou. The mountains surrounding Longxi are treacherous and difficult to navigate, making travel akin to ascending the sky. Meanwhile, Jingzhou's water route requires control over key checkpoints like Baidi and Yiling. This is why Hardy considered Arvid's loss of Jingzhou a grave mistake. Imagine if Jingzhou hadn't been lost. Shu could have sent troops via waterways from Yizhou, quietly reinforcing Jingzhou, then launching attacks into Sili or Jaggerzhou without crossing the perilous mountain paths. Such an advance would leave few strategic passes to defend, and leveraging Arvid's reputation, they could strike right at the heart of Wei. Gil sighed and slowly closed the map on his table. At his side, Lady Gabrielle stood silently, her face cold, offering him a goblet of wine. Eldest brother spoke to me before he left, telling me to remain by your Majesty's side. Gil took the goblet and looked at her slightly distant expression. What do you think? I've heard that you didn't slaughter Lincoln's family but provided them with silver and grain. Is this true? Why? Does your Majesty suspect me of secretly aiding Lincoln? Gil turned to Kenna, recognizing the familiar tone, undoubtedly influenced by her. Of course not. But I want you to decide your stay voluntarily. Regarding your father, I can apologize personally, even accept another slap from you, but I won't admit fault publicly. If you don't hate Lincoln, you will blame me. I cannot keep someone who hates me close. Gil turned to face Gabrielle again. Sensing the gravity of the conversation, Kenna and Ellen exited the tent to stand guard outside. Your Majesty, night. Always the same place. Though pained, Gil couldn't blame her, only sighing. Your Majesty said I shouldn't hit you. A bite is all I ask. Why? Because you already have 8 wives. With that, Gabrielle bit his earlobe, making Gil itch uncontrollably. Reason battled desire in his mind, but ultimately succumbed to her provocations. Just as he was about to proceed, Gabrielle regained her strength, pushing him down and drawing a dagger from her belt to press against his neck. Gil recognized this trick, another influence of Kenna. Wife. Must you stab me to forgive me? Gabrielle blushed. Who's your wife? You think bride kidnapping absolves you of formal engagement? I have both Chang and Han ancestry. Han customs must be observed. Father's death involved your Majesty, but his rebellion is undeniable. Thank you for explaining. Please don't hide important matters from us women in the future. Us? Multiple wives plotted against me. Should we count this as treason? Gil chuckled. All right, there are many eyes here. If seen, I'll punish everyone, including those who planned it. Gil raised his voice. Don't worry, Jaggernlu. Generals Jeremy and Jalen are patrolling. We're alone now, came Kinna's voice from outside. Instead of panicking, Gil felt more delighted. He dodged the blade, caught her hand, and thrust the dagger into the ground. Using his strength, he pinned her beneath him. Since we're alone, let's continue. Gil moved to untie her waistband. Just as the white undergarment was visible, the two women outside rushed in upon hearing Gabrielle's cry, halting Gil's actions. Despite this interruption, Gabrielle wasn't overly upset, sensing his genuine affection. The other two women, however, looked less impressed. Gentlemen seek virtuous ladies. It's natural human behavior, Gil explained, trying to regain his composure. In the future, Jaggernlu will join them, staying close by my side. Gil smiled awkwardly, returning to his documents. After 10 days, the army prepared for their next move. Kobe and Aloysius returned with a force of 10,000 Chang cavalry. Gil assigned 4,000 to bolster his personal guards and advanced towards Bingzhou. The remaining troops and Chang cavalry were placed under Kobe's command. His capable subordinate, Reginald, began training them immediately. Minister, I see you off. Kobe escorted Gil for 50 miles as a gesture of respect. Stop here, Steph. Beididi County is Bingzhou's gateway to Liangzhou. I've appointed Hart to aid you. Govern the other counties diligently, especially Longxi. Though treacherous, it's crucial for controlling troops from Yizhou. Kobe bowed. Your Majesty, the funds provided are sufficient for expansion. Once I secure the regions, I'll send the household registers to the capital. Gil noted Kobe's insight, a rare quality among generals, likely influenced by Aloysius. Excellent, Steph. Your efforts spare me from leading the army to avenge General Edison. Gil waved and continued forward. During this time, Reginald absorbed much from Gil and Kobe. Initially planning to reveal Gil's reforms honestly to Kobe, he changed his mind after witnessing everything. Translation completed as per your instructions, maintaining the original paragraph structure and ensuring coherence with the preceding narrative. Chapter 90. Hart's army besieged. Ray leads reinforcements. Though Liangzhou borders Bingzhou, there are few roads leading into it, primarily due to the surrounding mountains that make passage difficult for large armies. That day, as the troops arrived at Niyang, there was no sign of Hart, the governor of Beatty Commandery. Just as they were about to rebuke this, a writer reported, Your Majesty, Governor Hart has led 3,000 troops to engage Devon, 3,000 cavalry at the border of the commandery and emerged victorious. What? The southern Xiongnu forces have already reached Shan Commandery? Gil asked incredulously. Your Majesty, during summer and autumn, the Xiongnu frequently raid Liang by the roadside. Men stabbed from front and back, women in tattered clothes, clearly violated before being killed. Seeing this, Ray seethed with rage and ordered rapid advancement. Howard, something's amiss. Gil said to Ricky, eyeing the corpses. Does Your Majesty mean these bodies? Yes, all bear knife wounds but no arrow wounds, not like refugees but more like livestock used for sport by the Xiongnu, Gil nodded. The guide reports we're 100 miles from Qixian, said a local guide. Hart, advancing so deeply, isn't he afraid of ambushes? Gil sighed regretfully, suspecting Hart might have already been defeated. However, Ajay and James's supply convoy was still ahead at Qixian, making it difficult to retreat. Your Majesty, my brother-in-arms is unparalleled in bravery. Being from Westliang, he understands Xiongnu tactics. Howard requests to lead troops ahead to find him. No need. Splitting forces could fall into Xiongnu traps. Gerhard, did you mention White Wave Army activity here recently? Sire, most of the White Wave Army is in Shiha and Taishan. Since Shan Commandery neighbors Shiha, it's unsurprising if some are here. But composed mostly of Han from Bingzhou and Hadong, they once resisted Unkit alongside the Xiongnu. If Devon convinced them to ally, entering Bingzhou will be difficult. Gerhard, slow down. Let Garrett catch up. This terrain favored, they split the troops, charging like twin blades into the Xiongnu lines. Xiongnu struggled to adapt, facing heavily armored Han soldiers. Unnerved, they looked toward a hilltop where Devon, dressed as Xiongnu, and White Wave Army leader Amrit observed. How strange. When did Han become so formidable? Devon asked Amrit. Humph, dismiss it. Kit's intel was false. Luckily only your new recruits died. I warned you Han armies are different now. That's why we retreated from Hadong. Amrit spat on Kit's letter. How fast this Han emperor subdued Westliang. Who do you choose, Kit or Liu Clan? If the price is right. Kit wanted us to strike Sea Region's rear, but this shows it's suicide. Clever Rog got credit for saving Lincoln. Well, I'm heading back to Shiha. Amrit turned to leave, but Devon blocked his path. Just 5,000 Han soldiers. Can't we capture them with our 10,000 troops in ambush? These 5,000 have another 5,000 mid-force, followed by over 30,000. Stay if you want, but I need reserves for Rock. Amrit smiled, turning his horse and leaving. Note asterisk I've maintained the structure and style of the original text while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Character names are kept consistent and in pinyin format. Jaggerfalu sighed heavily at this. What a loss. And I didn't share the money and grain that Kit gave me with this fool. The Xiongnu troops, seeing Gil immediately tore the letter to pieces and threw it on the ground. Your Majesty, many of our generals in the army are still unmarried. We really dare not disobey the lady's orders, Jeremy said helplessly with his hands spread open. Seeing no immediate danger as Ricky and Ray were performing exceptionally well, Gil didn't insist, just this once. As soon as Gil finished speaking, Jalen raised an eyebrow and urged his horse into the chaotic battle, leaving only Jeremy to hold him back. I apologize, Your Majesty. My brother and I agreed to take turns. Jeremy smiled sincerely and ordered the Imperial Guards to protect Gil. Frustrated, Gil had no choice but to gaze into the distance, watching Ray like a possessed warrior, using his crescent spear to continuously reap heads around him. He led over 100 cavalrymen toward the densest part of the enemy lines. With each sweep of the crescent spear, countless Xiongnu heads fell. I am the commander of the Imperial Guard of Han, Jean Gerhard from Yinmen. Foreign villains, how dare you challenge our might? With one loud roar, Ray leaped into the Xiongnu's encirclement, tearing through their defenses single-handedly. Seeing this, Hart promptly ordered his troops to withdraw until all remaining soldiers escaped the encirclement before returning alone, only for Ray to target the flag directly. With a snap, the Xiongnu flag fell. Losing or failing to capture the flag would result in death for the flag officer. Desperately drawing his curved saber, his headless corpse remained seated on the horse for a moment before his head landed on the ground, crushed by Ray's steed. Flag captured. Bannerman slain. Proudly announcing in unison, Ray and Hart laughed and plunged back into battle without delay. Originally, the Xiongnu cavalry pursued by Hart numbered less than 2,000, totaling 4,000 with those ambushing them later. Now, Gil's troops gained immense morale, each rider shouting victory. The Xiongnu, seeing this, became terrified. Some tried to flee while others sought mercy, only to be mercilessly hunted down or trampled underfoot. I never thought our Han troops could unleash such power against foreigners, Gil sighed. Your Majesty, our soldiers despise bandits who rob our civilians. Didn't historians remind the soldiers of the Xiongnu robbing our women and grain and forcing us into marriages? Who wouldn't want to kill a few Xiongnu after hearing that? Jeremy replied instantly. Gil nodded silently, realizing, indeed, ideological education enhances cohesion, which can be converted into combat strength. Clean up the battlefield quickly. Escort Hart's injured to Chiyuan for treatment, and accompany me there. Stopping beside the stone monument inscribed with Chiyuan, blood-soaked characters met his eyes. The stench of decay and burning made even veteran soldiers feel nauseous. Chapter 92. The tragic scene at Chiyuan enrages Emperor Gil. Gil stared at the rows of grain carts lined up at the village entrance, but saw no sign of Ajay or James. He could only suppress his nausea and continue walking deeper into Chiyuan County. This county was small, almost more of a cluster of nearby villages. Otherwise, how could it lack even an earthen wall? In the slightly larger houses, he saw faint embers still smoldering. Beside these houses, Gil finally noticed the red uniforms of the Han troops. Your Majesty. Almost everyone in Gil's personal guard recognized him. A soldier with a tearful voice greeted him. Gil waved for the soldier to continue putting out the fire. But no matter how much water they fetched from the well, it only produced thick black smoke. Is there someone inside? Looking at the dark water seeping from the charred body's eyes, Gil couldn't help but ask. The soldier simply nodded and continued pouring water. Gil drew the Emperor's sword from his waist and pushed open a half-burned door. The last rays of sunlight revealed a burned corpse hugging a piece of charcoal-like object. The inside of this charcoal was barely visible pink. In Yin provinces resorted to cannibalism. Seeing this, Gil felt a surge of anger, nearly fainting from shock. Luckily, James quickly steadied him. Your Majesty, what should be done here? What should be done? Gather all soldiers and historians. Let them witness this. This is why Emperor Wu waged relentless war against the Xiongnu. Order the army artists to paint this scene and send it back to the capital. Show our nobles the true face of the Xiongnu, of foreign tribes. Gil shouted, drawing his sword. Just as Gil's rage intensified, a loud cry came from the partially burned granary. After confirming they weren't mistaken, the three rushed over. The locals had built hidden storage areas within the granaries, concealing themselves while feeding the invaders with surface-level grain. Gil quickly ordered the opening of these hidden chambers, which could only accommodate squatting women and children. To his surprise, these chambers extended deep underground. With torchlight, Gil saw women and children huddled inside. Fear not, we are Han soldiers. As Ajay approached, one woman pulled out a shiny dagger, not aimed at him, but at herself. Step back, I have already ordered supplies for refugees. Wait until they arrive. Sighing, Gil realized these people had developed a psychological fear of armored soldiers. Trust was hard to rebuild. He ordered guards at the granary and started digging new wells alongside his troops. Despite removing immediate needs, hunger and cold, night brought freezing winds. Soldiers distributed warm clothing to refugees. Clean clothes and hot porridge gradually bridged the gap between army and civilians. Seated around the campfire, Gil held a child, asking, do you want revenge? Instantly, several children gathered around. Though they didn't fully grasp revenge, their eyes gleamed with hope. Curtis, send orders to the capital. I will reinstate Emperor Wu's old system and recruit orphan children into the Imperial Guards. Drawing his sword, Gil looked at the children. I will give you swords, swords of the Han. Tears mean nothing. Only blood makes the barbarians fear us. We've defeated them before. They think us weak, afraid, allowing them to invade again. But I tell you, they're wrong. The Han haven't lost our strength. We have me and my brave soldiers. From today, we will never negotiate or cease fighting. Until they surrender, we will fight every day. Just then, a scout reported, Your Majesty, the envoy from Jagarfu Luo has arrived. ##### Chapter 93. Rebuilding Chi Jagaran draws refugees. Han sword points to Ira. Come in, Gil said with a cold smile and an intimidating expression. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of the Xiongnu entered. He looked around as he walked, clearly astonished by how quickly the Han army had managed to restore the ruins of Chi Jagaran County. Greetings from the Brady to the Emperor of Great Han, the man said formally. No need for pleasantries. Get to the point, Gil replied coldly, his hand resting on the imperial sword. A few days ago, the Brady received funds and grain from Ji province. They wish to ally with us against Your Majesty, but the Brady believes that Your Majesty is the legitimate ruler of Han, so he sent me here. To negotiate terms, right? Gil laughed and interrupted the envoy. The generals present were taken aback upon hearing this. Although their emperor had initially refused negotiations and ceasefires, it seemed that offering tribute to pacify the Xiongnu might be the best strategy given the circumstances. Your Majesty is wise. The envoy bowed deeply. Do you have some misunderstanding? Since the time of Emperor Wu, we've never needed to negotiate terms with your kind. Even Emperor Louis Wu provided asylum to your southern Xiongnu. Now you dare to take advantage of the chaos, massacring our people and seizing several counties in Bing province, expecting us to provide you with food and money? Have you been drinking too much? Gil stepped closer, towering over the envoy. Think carefully before you answer. If talks break down, the G province authorities will be delighted, the envoy stammered. So be it. Let them rejoice. At least they are still Han. No matter who controls this land, it remains under Han rule. You wish to fish in troubled waters? When Jagarin, restrain him. Yes, your majesty. Before the envoy could react, Ray firmly pressed him to the ground. Gil slowly drew the dagger from the envoy's waist and handed it to a young boy. Cut off his ear. The child hesitated, looking between the envoy and Gil. Don't hesitate. Go ahead. I'll watch over you. The boy nodded resolutely, approaching the envoy. He struggled to use the knife properly, cutting slowly and repeatedly, finally severing the ear amidst the envoy's cries of pain. Good job. Did you know? This is your military merit. I hereby appoint you as a feathered guardsman in my personal army. Do you accept? The child, though bewildered, understood the significance and immediately knelt to kowtow. Gil tossed the severed ear back at the envoy. Listen well. Tell your Brady to prepare himself for me. Any soldier who brings back the left ear of a Xiongnu will be rewarded with 1 rank of military merit. Zhongda, write a proclamation recruiting brave men from Hebei. Those willing to join the fight against the Xiongnu will receive 100 gold coins and 10 measures of grain. Understood. I will write it immediately, Ajay responded, immediately spreading out silk to draw the emperor to issue commands but did not act, leaving Price to leverage the emperor to unify the north, starting with wars against foreign tribes. In 10 years, I will have an elite force of orphans, who will be the sharpest spear against the barbarians, Gil mused, looking at the young boy. The next day, reinforcements arrived. Evander listened to Gil's response and chose to focus on selecting strategic locations around Jagarin County instead of voicing concerns like other generals. With the twin proclamations issued by the Abner brothers, many refugees who intended to join the White Wave Army now rushed to Jagarin County. Gil began organizing efforts to help settlers cultivate the land, training suitable men for military service. In the capital, Fiki expanded his intelligence network into Bing province after Gil declared war on the Xiongnu. Despite limited information due to Xiongnu and Xinbei control over much of Bing province, Fiki identified major forces and defenses within each county. According to his intel, the current Han forces in Shangjuan bordered the White Wave Army in Xi'an and the southern Xiongnu under Ira in Shuafang. Ira did not get along with the southern Xiongnu outside Han borders, harboring deep animosity. Securing Dingyang as a transit route for supplies. The siege weapons should reach the front lines within 10 days. Gil nodded in agreement. If Ira's reinforcements come from the north, our army can engage in guerrilla warfare between Gonghuan and Dingyang to wear down their forces, Evander explained, pointing at the sand table depicting the counties and elaborating on his strategy. The generals present all agreed that this plan was feasible. If we capture Jiaoyin, we can link up with Aaron's corps in Hudong. This way, we can advance to encircle the White Wave Army in Xi'an and retreat for support from Aaron's troops, securing the pass into Shangjuan. Gil nodded immediately upon hearing this. General, your experience and wisdom are invaluable. We shall proceed according to your plan. Commanders, return to your posts immediately. In 3 days, dispatch 5,000 elite soldiers to camp 30 miles from Diaoyin, in Fuxing County. Yes, your majesty. The generals responded in unison, each beginning to prepare for their assigned tasks. Chapter 94. Gil exploits the power of thunder and uses grain to lure the White Wave Army. After the generals left, Gil began to assess his forces. He was not one to underestimate his enemy, especially considering the mobility of the Xiongnu. If they didn't defend Diaoyin, it would be difficult for Gil's troops to encircle and annihilate a large number of Xiongnu in the rear of Shangjuan. Therefore, this battle must be handled with extreme caution. Gil's cavalry mainly consisted of Ricky's 10,000 Ari troops and Ray's 10,000 Baihu troops. These numbers were only maintained after reinforcements from the Chang cavalry. Both the Ari and Baihu armies were heavy cavalry, but their tasks on the battlefield differed due to different weaponry. The Ari troops, besides their long spears, were equipped with large Han ring swords for close combat, tasked with dispersing the enemy formation after the first charge. On the other hand, the Baihu troops carried 2 long lances and a single-handed round shield made of wood to fend off enemy arrows. Gil had initially planned to equip these troops with handheld crossbows. Compared to the Ari, the Baihu were more suited for repeated charges to demoralize the enemy. Once armed with crossbows, their tactics could be greatly enhanced. After assessing his cavalry, Gil turned his attention to the 3 Yuan troops under Felix's command. While well-trained, they also performed agricultural duties, so their training intensity, combat effectiveness, and stability were far below that of Gil's elite guard. However, compared to bandits and regular garrisons, they were still a formidable force. They consisted of 10,000 spear and lance soldiers, 10,000 sword and shield soldiers, and 10,000 archers and crossbowmen. The archers required the most effort to cultivate, as despite the relatively advanced crossbows of the Han dynasty, which reduced training difficulties, the limited national power and metal resources prevented them from being widely distributed. Hence, the main to improve traction in muddy conditions. Afterward, Gil visited the historians' quarters. Despite not participating in combat, these historians played a crucial role in recording events. These historians are carefully selected based on their hometowns. Before enlistment, they undergo specialized training to facilitate storytelling among fellow soldiers during leisure. Your Majesty, Minister Riggs welcomes you, said Daxton as he knelt in greeting. Shuda is here too. I have matters to discuss with the chief historian, and you may listen in. The chief historian, Chen Chuan, greets your majesty. Charlie emerged from behind Daxton, respectfully bowing. Charlie was an outstanding student from the Ingzhuan Chen family recommended by Elton to serve as the chief historian in Gil's army. Zhangwen, please rise. There is something important I need to say. Gil helped Charlie up and continued, I've heard from refugees that the Xiongnu morale rises on clear days, but retreats during thunderstorms. Zhangwen should compile this information into stories based on Xiongnu beliefs to share with the soldiers. Understood, Your Majesty. Charlie nodded without further questioning. Daxton recorded Gil's words meticulously, prompting Gil to explain further. I observed in the Imperial archives that the Xiongnu respect heaven and earth, and frequently hold rituals. Given what the refugees say, it's plausible they fear thunderstorms. They're naming the White Wave General as anti-slave general, granting him autonomy, and praise his past contributions. With this, I can offer supplies and money. Your strategy seems like Mario's ploy to let the tiger eat the wolf, remarked Gil. Not my idea entirely. Mario and Asher suggested it. I merely refined it. Gil nodded in agreement. Gil, hearing this, knew that the plan was devised by his 3 trusted advisors together. How could he not trust it? He immediately agreed to Aloysius's request. Chapter 95. Howard positions troops in Fujian County. Gordon cleverly persuades the enemy. War is often an extension of diplomacy, and diplomacy has been a subject of study in China since the Shang dynasty. As the saying goes, the highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy's strategy, which means that planning should not focus on troop movements or surprise attacks during battles, but on various preparations and predetermined strategies before the war begins. 2 days later, Aloysius had already arrived at the Beitu camp. Aaron briefly heard the outline of Aloysius's plan and immediately led 5,000 troops to accompany Aloysius northward to the Bai Bo army's main camp in Xihexian County, Lishur. On the morning of the next day, Ricky led the vanguard, departing while it was still dark, heading to garrison Fujian County. The place resembled Chiyuan, presenting a scene akin to hell on earth. However, Ricky did not order his troops to clean up Fujian but exchanged glances and immediately dismounted, leaving their 5,000 Han troops outside. They only brought 10 personal attendants into the camp. Having heard that the Bai Bo army has resisted the Xiongnu and sheltered Han refugees, your reputation lives up to its billing. May I ask if I can meet Generals Jim, Arthur, and Archibald today? Aloysius asked Bodhi beside him as they walked. The envoy is too polite. Our troops are just refugees struggling for survival. Bodhi's face turned slightly embarrassed, but he continued leading the way. Lishur camp is General Miles's headquarters, and the other leaders are stationed elsewhere. Pity, but seeing General Miles as the leader of the Bai Bo army will not be in vain. Please lead the way, General Su. Aloysius bowed, following Bodhi and Aaron into the main tent. Inside, Amrit was drinking wine. He and Bodhi were fellow townspeople, so in Amrit's army, apart from himself, Bodhi held the most influence. Seeing the visitors, Amrit looked up sharply. He knew Aaron's fame. What brings the Han envoy here? Aloysius did not respond immediately but first bowed, noticing the murky wine in Amrit's goblet and the dried meat nearby. Seeing this, Aloysius smiled slightly. I come by the order of His Majesty to commend the general. He then pulled out an imperial edict from his sleeve, ready to read it, but was interrupted by Amrit. Wait, the Bai Bo army has plundered Hadong and Hunan. Why does His Majesty wish to commend me? Does the sky drop pies for free? Amrit narrowed his eyes. Majesty is more generous than that scoundrel Kit. Suppressing his growing desire, Amrit took a sip of wine and asked, what conditions does His Majesty have? There are no conditions. Your actions are those of a righteous army, and His Majesty merely wishes to ensure your well-being. Aloysius's words made both Bodhi and Amrit widen their eyes. Han envoy, General Harvey, please take a seat. Amrit gestured towards the stools, and Aaron and Aloysius promptly sat down. Once seated, several decently dressed women came from the back and served them turbid wine. Noticing the cloudy, sour-smelling wine, Aloysius immediately poured it on the ground. What is the meaning of this, Han envoy? Amrit frowned, asking sternly. Oh, I didn't realize the general was enduring such hardships. His Majesty especially instructed me to bring 10 jars of Shifeng Lai. If the general agrees, I'll order my men to bring them in. Both Bodhi and Amrit felt a surge of anticipation. They had heard of the Emperor's fine wine, yet such luxury items were beyond their reach. I haven't received an imperial edict, wouldn't it be improper? Amrit hesitated, waving his hand. I'm impressed by the general's loyalty. Let me make it up to you. How about I gift you some of the remaining wine in my gourd? Aloysius sighed apologetically, then surprising here. Han envoy, you really don't need Amrit's cooperation with the Han army? I've heard the Han army declared war on the Xiongnu, and Jagar-Fuluo sent cattle and sheep, hoping for temporary peace. Amrit exhaled deeply and asked Aloysius. Chapter 96. Aloysius wins Amrit's trust with skillful words. Amrit delighted by new patron. Ha ha ha, is the general referring to the meat on the table that looks like kindling? Aloysius burst into laughter, continuing for some time until he noticed a rising anger in Amrit's face. He then continued, has the general not heard of Kit funding the enemy? The Jagarin family, having held high offices for 4 generations, has always been wealthy and powerful. They funded Jagar-Fulu, who brought such emaciated animals to the general. Isn't this a sign of disrespect? Upon hearing this, Amrit's anger grew, but not towards Aloysius, rather towards Jagar-Fulu. If not for his advice to withdraw from Kaiwanshan, Jagar-Fulu might now be crippled or even dead if he had truly engaged with the Han forces. Amrit looked at another cup of fine wine, pondering inwardly, could it be that Jagar-Fulu relies on selling women and children and sees me as someone less than him? Seeing the subtle change in Amrit's expression, Aloysius added, if Jagar-Fulu truly respected you, he would act as the emperor does, prioritizing the general's needs and concerns. About to rise, Aloysius pressed him down, whispering, General, without hiding anything from you. It was I who recommended you before the emperor. Is there a quiet place in your camp? Understanding immediately, Amrit responded, we can discuss matters in my inner tent. Do I have a treasure sword? Can I show it to you? Aloysius deliberately spoke loudly. Yes, it's inside. If the Han envoy doesn't mind, let's go together. Amrit led Aloysius into the inner tent. Gordon, where are you going? Seeing this, Aaron asked, but Bodhi stopped him. General Harvey, please wait. Inside the tent, Aloysius leaned close to Amrit. All you need to do is remain inactive in Zyhexian, and all this grain and money will be yours. Oh, what do you gain from helping me, envoy? Amrit narrowed his eyes. Alas, General, you should know that the court is dominated by the Ingshuan aristocracy. Although I am from Ingshuan, I am not an aristocrat. How could they tolerate me? Since promotion is unlikely, I must think of myself. I know the general lacks grain. If you share half the silver with me, it would help ease the burden on the general. Hearing this, Amrit felt immense relief. Being a small man himself, he trusted those who also sought personal gains. So, you are from a humble background. Rest assured, I am not greedy. Half the silver to gate. So he spoke mostly truths. In times of war, women and children often perished first, leaving more men than women, a problem that Emperor Gil found troubling. By addressing this, Aloysius not only gained Amrit's trust, but also helped resolve part of the Emperor's dilemma. 2 days later, Aloysius returned to Emperor Gil's camp. The Emperor praised Aloysius's efforts. Gordon, your negotiation with Amrit was masterful. Removing the White Wave threat isn't easy, but if they keep supplying the enemy with humans, it's a great concern. Now, Amrit doubts Jagarfulu. Truly clever plotting. Emperor Gil commended. Your Majesty, my trip also yielded 2 other benefits. First, Amrit has a valiant subordinate named Bodhi who can serve the Emperor. Second, I discovered internal divisions among the White Wave commanders. If Amrit's dealings become known, the others will lose loyalty. This skillful maneuver showcased Aloysius's unique ability to adapt and strategize, distinguishing him from intellectuals like Fiki and Hardy. If, after your Majesty subdues Jagarfulu, I can then be sent to the other parts of the White Wave army to instigate internal strife. When you and General Aaron encircle Leisure, I can persuade Bodhi to surrender. Aloysius waved his hand and said slowly. Hearing Bodhi's name, Gil, as someone from a later era, naturally knew he was an outstanding general of his time. But Gil cherished Aloysius even more. Having such a strategic advisor truly made governance easier. Just as Gil was about to praise him further, Aloysius immediately added, Your Majesty, this matter relied heavily on Mario's intelligence and Asher's counsel. I dare not claim all the credit. Having said that, Aloysius promptly pulled out a joint advisory letter written by Fiki and Hardy from his sleeve. Note, Mario is the courtesy name of Fiki, and Asher is the courtesy name of Hardy. Chapter 97. Jagarfulu's supplies running low. Emperor Gil advances from Chi Jagaran. Gil took the letter and began reading it. The opening was Fiki's analysis of Amrit's current situation, suggesting that Ascari should focus on observing the expenditure within Amrit's camp. Meanwhile, Hardy had roughly calculated the living conditions in Bing province, speculating that apart from Kit's support, the White Wave army might also be involved in human trafficking. Finally, both men directly advised that when dealing with such despicable people, it was unwise to try to persuade them with righteousness. They could only gain their trust by being equally despicable. Gil felt a wave of relief upon finishing the letter. It was slightly furrowed. I wish we could confront them head-on, but how many brave Han soldiers would die? How many families would lose their husbands and fathers? Your words carry weight, and I will heed them. In the future, when Han is peaceful, I will rectify my ways. Gil smiled, undeterred by Gabrielle's criticism. If he couldn't handle this, how could he please 9 breathtakingly beautiful wives? Gabrielle, expecting him to be angry, had ready some teasing words, but hearing him call her wife made her heart flutter. Her face flushed red, but she stomped her foot in frustration and turned away. Seeing this, Kenna stared wide-eyed at Gil. Little Emperor, something's wrong with you. Where's the Emperor who gets upset when teased? That's true, but Jagarnlu wasn't like this before. Leading requires responsibility. It's all because of you. Shall I ask you to receive military punishment outside the tent? You. I saved your life once. How can you treat your benefactor like this? Kenna crossed her arms angrily, never showing him much respect privately. Beside her, Ellen pulled her back. His Majesty is just teasing you. But indeed, His Majesty has great tolerance. He doesn't mind your lack of respect. Ellen's words struck Kenna. She realized her rudeness, something Ellen reminded her of given her upbringing as a young lady of Jiangdong. Thinking about this, she lowered her hands and looked lovingly at Gil as he handled military affairs. Reporting to your Majesty, General Roman has returned with 3 Xiongnu prisoners for your decision. A captain knelt outside Gil's tent. Quickly summoned General Ray. Putting down his pen, Gil immediately ordered. Soon, the prisoners and Ray entered the tent. Gerhard, interrogate them about the number of Xiongnu troops in Daoyin City, their supplies, and Jagarfulu's location. Ray nodded, drew his sword, and started questioning them in the Xiongnu language. But the 3 captives turned their heads, refusing to answer. Without hesitation, Ray beheaded one and questioned again. The remaining 2 begged for mercy, slowly revealing the information Gil sought. Reporting to your Majesty, Daoyin City has 30,000 Xiongnu troops and 8,000 Han civilians. Supplies will last less than a month, and Jagarfulu is discussing a retreat. Nodding, Gil asked, how many troops are in Shuafang? After a moment, Ray replied, they've been stationed in Shangjuan for years without returning to Shuafang. However, they say Shuafang has Xiongnu and Xinbei troops allied. Smiling, Gil thought, now there's hope. The Xinbei, compared to the northern and southern Xiongnu and Wuhuan, were relatively closer to the Han dynasty. Since the reign of Louis Wu Emperor, they defended the Han borders faithfully. Though they sometimes raided during the decline of the Han, after part of the northern Xiongnu merged with the Xinbei, their power increased until the alliance broke due to attacks from Wuhuan and southern Xiongnu. Today, the Xinbei tribes closest to Han, especially the Suzhou tribe, viewed Wuhuan and southern Xiongnu with suspicion. Gil intended to use this mistrust to ally with one tribe, attack another, and intimidate the rest. Since he vowed to fight the Xiongnu to the death, why involve the Xinbei? With Jagarfulu's supplies lasting less than a month, this was the perfect time to cut off his retreat. Gerhard, hand them over to the displaced civilians and gather the generals for discussion. Ray complied, dragging the captives out. They thought they'd be spared, only to face the wrath of refugees long abused by them. Soon, The generals gathered as the cries of Xiongnu filled the air. Gil informed them of the captive's revelations. Garrett, take 5,000 troops to join Ricky, circling around Diaoyin's rear to investigate. General Evander, lead 30,000 infantry with siege equipment towards Diaoyin. I will personally lead the remaining 10,000 cavalry with Ray to flank Diaoyin. Evander raised concerns about possible traps, which Gil acknowledged. He suggested cutting off Diaoyin's water supply for 3 days first. Understood. Troops out of Chi-Jagarin. He rode toward the other side where Ricky had marched, following the mountain foothills along the border of Bing province, pushing urgently toward Diaoyin. Chapter 98. Ira holds the Han people hostage in Marlin. Marlin spurred his horse and glanced at the sky. The moon was bright, but sparse stars could be seen. Clouds occasionally covered the moonlight entirely. A cool breeze blew at this moment, bringing relief to the soldiers who had been enduring the muggy heat all day. Does your majesty also observe celestial phenomena? Callan rode up beside Marlin and asked. Marlin wanted to respond but held back. He couldn't explain barometric changes and precipitation patterns to Callan. Just a little knowledge, he replied. The upper commandery bordered with the southern Xiongnu's Itok banner, where the southern Xiongnu, led by Blaze, had rebelled and killed Ira's father, Eric. Itok banner and upper commandery have a temperate continental climate, characterized by distinct seasons and low rainfall concentrated in specific periods. In simple terms, once it rains in upper commandery, it is likely to be a heavy downpour. Being part of the Lus Plateau that connects to the grasslands, the terrain here is relatively flat, perfect for large-scale cavalry maneuvers. This meant if Ira abandoned the city and tried to escape, the Han army equipped with anti-slip horseshoes could chase him relentlessly until his entire force was wiped out. Additionally, due to Ira's relationship with the Itok banner, Marlin was not concerned about them coming to his aid. Though compared to the southern Xiongnu under Blaze, Ira was more pro-Han. Marlin had no choice but to make an example in Bingzhou to showcase the might of the Han army and deter other ethnic groups from encroaching. However, despite these risks, Marlin's strategy carried its dangers. Fortunately, there were already signs of the Xinbei presence in Shuafang Commandery, indicating they were already absorbing various Xiongnu tribes. In the original Three Kingdoms period, the Xinbei had almost unified the Hu groups in northern Bingzhou. Thinking of this, Marlin smiled faintly. Within 2 days, there will surely be a heavy rainstorm. When I left the Bai Bo Leisure camp, I heard you ordered historians to document the fact that the Xiongnu fear thunderstorms. Can your majesty foresee the future? Aloysius asked with a bow. Perhaps the fortune of our great Han assists me. Marlin responded quickly, thinking fast on his feet. Indeed, several consecutive victories, the establishment of schools, bountiful harvests in Sili compared to other provinces, and the reopening of trade routes in Liang province all contributed to the national fortune, even though the imperial seal wasn't with him. Truly a dragon among men, Callan praised with a bow. Marlin smiled slightly, saying nothing further as he quietly urged the troops to speed up. By mid-afternoon the next deeply, my envoy seeking aid from Amrit hasn't returned. We are alone now. The Han army doesn't know Upper Commandery's climate. Why not leave a decoy force to draw them into attacking the city while we retreat to Gaonu? The general suggested immediately. Ira narrowed his eyes. Take 3,000 men north to Gaoquan and see if it's unguarded. If so, your plan can proceed. Understood. The general bowed and left. Hold. Take 1,000 Han civilians with you. If you encounter the enemy, use them as the vanguard. If they refuse to charge, drive them forward with arrows. Brilliant, Brady. The general's eyes gleamed as he followed the order. Ira sighed, pondered deeply, and summoned writing materials to compose a letter of surrender, using the Han civilians as leverage to exchange Diaoyin for a way out. After writing the letter, he dispatched a swift rider to send it towards the Han forces near Chiyuan. That evening, Evander received the letter and, after much deliberation, forwarded it to Marlin. Saving or not saving the Han civilians inside the city had significant implications. Not saving them would mean preparing for a massacre without letting anyone spread the news. If he saved them, and Ira feigned surrender, it would lead to severe losses, possibly hindering further advances in Bingzhou. Deep into the night, Marlin read the letter in his camp, uncertain how to proceed. Disaster. I've dug my own grave. Ira remembered dispatching scouts to Gaoquan and ordering them to use Han civilians as the vanguard if they encountered the Han army. He knelt and prayed fervently that Gaoquan was unguarded. Brady, I'm back. The returning general's voice made Ira shudder. How did it go? Ira grabbed the general. Brady, thank heavens you ordered us to take the Han civilians. Otherwise, our 3,000 men would have been crushed at Gaoquan. There are 10,000 Han cavalry there. How many of the Han civilians we took, died? Ira asked, trembling. Chapter 99. Quentin releases people in batches. Gil's army conducts segmental ambushes. Report to the Brady. All those who dared not charge were killed by arrows. After killing half of them, the other half fled into the ranks of the Han army. The general chuckled, while Quentin felt a heavy dizziness and almost fell over. Excellent, excellent. Send for someone. Cut off this man's head and send it to the Han army. On Quentin's order, the general was immediately taken away. That night, the moon was hidden and stars scarce. Gil received 2 letters and a severed head in his tent. Looking at the head, he first read Ricky's letter. After reading it, his hands trembled slightly, and a flood of murderous intent surged from his eyes. He then desecrate the graves of your ancestors to avenge the massacre of my people. I entrust this letter to Wenjagarin to deliver personally tomorrow morning. At once, your majesty. Ray bowed and replied. Jeremy, Jalen, inform the entire army about the Xiongnu using our people as human shields. I will speak to them shortly. As ordered. Jeremy and Jalen responded and rushed out of the tent. Gil put on his armor and stepped out, looking up at the sky. Feeling the summer breeze, he was nearly certain that the storm would come within the next couple of days. Walking towards the excited soldiers, these men were his personal guards, trained, fed, and conversed with daily. Therefore, they had developed deep loyalty to him beyond just their roles as soldiers. Your Majesty. Seeing Gil approaching, the soldiers made way for him. I simply want to ask, if Quentin releases the Han people, should we let him go? If he doesn't release the people, would you hesitate during the assault? Gil casually sat by the campfire, cloak billowing, and asked. The soldiers remained silent. Only the crackling of the fire and the sound of clenched knuckles filled the air. I understand. You may fight freely, and if any blame arises, I will bear it alone. The people in the city are treated like pigs and dogs. Our great Han stands tall and proud. If any Han person is killed during the defense of the city, do not mourn, do not feel sad. Continue wielding your swords and dismounted and bowed humbly. As proof, I will release half of the citizens first. Quentin immediately ordered his men to bring the civilians forward. Gil nodded, agreeing. The emaciated Han civilians moved slowly. Quentin patiently waited for them to enter the Han army lines. By noon, release all the citizens, and I allow you to leave the city and return north. Holding his 8 treasure dragon spear high, Gil shouted loudly. Do you mean it? Quentin narrowed his eyes cautiously. My word is gold. With Gil's assurance, Quentin's eyes lit up, and he immediately retreated to the city. Despite having 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry, the approaching rainy season made the Xiongnu eager to return home, weakening their morale and combat effectiveness. Quentin did not want to lose everything here, fearing that upon his return to Shuafang, he would become easy prey for the Xianbei and Ordo Xiongnu. However, Quentin wasn't foolish either. Knowing the mistake of using civilians as frontline soldiers, he decided to release the residents in batches. Every 10,000 Xiongnu leaving the city would release 1,000 Han civilians. Black clouds loomed over the city, pressing down as Quentin ordered the gates opened. Leading the first contingent, Quentin knew Gil anticipated a northern exit, so his forces marched there promptly. After each batch of Han, the foundation of the Han dynasty stood here, and in this chaotic era, it could not be shaken. Otherwise, on what grounds would he attract talented individuals from all over? At this moment, Gil pushed past Jeremy and Jalen's attempts to hold him back and led the charge alongside Rey. Seeing their emperor leading from the front, the morale of the soldiers behind him surged. Crack! A strange bolt of lightning flashed through the dark sky, momentarily illuminating the gloomy battlefield. The rear units of the Xiongnu saw the red-armored Han soldiers pursuing them like demons. Raindrops fell upon the dry, yellow earth, growing heavier by the minute. In that split second of distraction, the ground beneath the Xiongnu began to turn muddy. They immediately spurred their horses into flight, but the slippery ground caused their mounts to slip. Not far into the run, several riders fell off, causing a chain reaction among the troops. Crack! Another thunderbolt tore across the sky, its booming sound piercing the Xiongnu's resolve like a chisel. The front ranks lay scattered, blocking the path for the rear units. The Xiongnu urged their fallen comrades to rise while praying the Han soldiers would slip as they did. Gale force winds whipped up the rain, and dark clouds obscured the ground, making it impossible for the Xiongnu to see the approaching Han army. Only the pounding of hooves was heard. Gil slowed his pursuit to ensure every resisting Xiongnu soldier was killed. Hooves trampled blood-soaked ground as the cold rain failed to douse the burning fury in the hearts of the Han soldiers. 10,000 strong, they launched repeated charges against the last group of fleeing Xiongnu. After each pair of charges, the elite cavalrymen returned to change horses before charging again. When they became exhausted, they were relieved by fresh reinforcements. This wave-like alternating charge strategy maximized the endurance of each horse and rider while increasing the Han army's striking power. Seeing the Han cavalry advance like a flood, driven by thunder, the Xiongnu's mounts became uncontrollable. By the time the outer ranks were destroyed, the inner Xiongnu lost their will to fight, abandoning their armor and surrendering. With such overwhelming force, Gil's forces only suffered a few hundred minor injuries. He left 1,000 men to guard the Xiongnu captives and then continued toward Donghuan. Unlike Gil, Ricky's inspection placed the Han and Xiongnu forces intermingled. Realizing they couldn't escape, the Xiongnu mustered their final courage and fought fiercely. Ricky redeployed most of his forces to block any escape route. If even one Xiongnu rider alerted Quentin, he might become the besieged party. Garrett led 3,000 veterans to handle this challenging task. In groups of 3, 2 wielded shields and knives while one held a spear. Dismounted, they formed a barrier, preventing passable force. Chasing the fleeing Xiongnu, he broke their formation and isolated individual fighters. Thunderbolts frequently struck, further eroding the Xiongnu's resolve. Most kneeled in prayer on muddy ground, but their pleas went unheard by the unyielding Han blades. When Gil and Rey arrived, Ricky's troops were already celebrating victory. Your Majesty, we captured 3,000 Xiongnu. The rest perished, not one escaped. Gil waved a hand and immediately ordered, withdraw to Diaoyin. Including Gil's 2,000 captives, 5,000 Xiongnu were captured with less than 2,000 Han casualties, mostly minor injuries. Their anger had turned into formidable combat power. Unfortunately for Gil, Quentin managed to flee with 10,000 survivors back to Gaonu. Any attempt to pursue now would likely drive him back to Shuafang at best. Chapter 101. The Price of Heroism, Gil meets Everard. Though the Han army had achieved a great victory, the city was filled with mourning attire. This setup by Gil made it clear even before entering the city that the Xiongnu would not be able to raid the regions of Sili and Liangzhou this year due to their dire grain situation. Yet, there were still people surviving in the city, but only enough supplies to keep them alive during emergencies. Gil sat in the relatively intact government office within Diyin City, gazing at the heavy rain pouring from afar while listening to the military clerks describe the grim conditions inside the city. Women were inevitably the most affected by the war's cruelty. The surviving males were mostly craftsmen from nearby villages, blacksmiths or carpenters, who could be directly absorbed into Gil's army. However, the majority were children barely taller than cartwheels, spared by the Xiongnu army according to their 3 no-kill rules. No killing artisans, no killing messengers who surrendered, and no killing children under a certain height. Of the 8,000 civilians, the majority were children. These children were essentially the least useful to Gil's army, as they couldn't farm or fight. After some contemplation, Gil remained uncertain how to resolve the issue. Your Majesty, this time we have received 8,000 starving civilians in the city. With the addition of these people, the total number of civilians under our jurisdiction exceeds 20,000. If we are to support them, our grain reserves may not last more than 2 months, Aloysius said with a bow. Send the children and women to Dingyang and ask Aaron's troops to escort them to Sili. Gil thought for a moment and finally gave his decision, adding, if they are orphans, send them to the capital's martial school, under the supervision of my 2 teachers. Their daily expenses will come from my own treasury. The remaining craftsmen, half should be sent to Baijiang, and the rest should stay here in Di'in City to recover their strength before joining the army. Gil rubbed his temples. These 20,000 people, if dispersed to any county, wouldn't quickly convert into productive labor, and might even bring disease back to Sili. Orphans, especially, represented a financial burden now, considering that much of Sili was already practicing military colonization and civilian farming. Distributing them to various counties would only increase the local burden. Therefore, Gil decided to support them using his personal treasury to avoid criticism. Your Majesty, almost 70% of Sili's revenue is already used to support the army. If your treasury is also spent on supporting orphans, it might cause hardship in the palace, Aloysius warned immediately. There's no other way. Being a hero has its price, Gil mused. We can only hope to establish trade routes with the Xinbei through Shangjuan to support these people. So your Majesty insists on quick victory to trade with the Xinbei? Ajay asked, suddenly enlightened. That's one reason. Most importantly, after a century of turmoil in Bingzhou, the people's loyalty wavers. If the barbarians seize this opportunity to erode our territory, it would betray our ancestors' legacy. Now that the Xinbei and Wuhuan are strong, swiftly attacking the Xiongnu is just a warning shot. Without such actions, we cannot negotiate on equal terms. Gil then turned to Aloysius. Are the grain reserves in the capital sufficient until harvest? Aloysius nodded reluctantly. This was Gil's utmost concern. Price's 10,000-strong army and conscripted civilian labor consumed massive resources, but Aloysius nodded, and Daxton began recording Gil's orders. Afterward, the 20,000-strong cavalry started repairing buildings and cultivating farmland near Gangquan, while Evander's army moved toward Gaonu. The rain lasted intermittently for 5 days. By then, Di'in began to look like a proper city again. Although Gil continuously sent refugees back to Sili, this still affected the grain supply for Bingzhou. A messenger reports that Everard of Iatok Banner personally led 3,000 troops into Ushan Banner and agreed to meet your Majesty in Xi'an County. The captain finished and withdrew. He came in person, showing some sincerity. It seems life isn't easy in Iatok Banner. Howard, Gerhard, follow me with 3,000 troops to Xi'an County. General obeys. While preparing for the meeting in Xi'an, Gil informed Evander. Gaonu was the closest Han stronghold to Xi'an. 3 days later, Evander led 10,000 troops and stationed 50 miles from Xi'an, while Gil personally led 3,000 into Xi'an. Everard's forces were already waiting. As soon as they met, Everard dismounted and greeted Gil. Thank you, great Emperor of Han, for removing a threat. Everard struck his chest with his right hand, performing the Xiongnu greeting. No need for formalities. Let's be brief. I have 5,000 Xiongnu prisoners. Do you wish to redeem them? Without dismounting, Gil asked. Everard looked up and saw a young emperor, momentarily feeling a slight disdain. What does your Majesty want in exchange? Operating westward trade routes. If you share this, we can offer countless cattle, sheep, and horses to the Han court. Gil fell silent, contemplating. I can open a market in Xi'an County for mutual trade with your tribe, and you can purchase these goods from us, but you must adhere to 3 rules. First, there must be people in your tribe who can teach the Chinese language. How can business be conducted without a common language? Second, I allow you to trade fur, grain, cattle, sheep, and horses, but you must not raid our Han territories anymore. Third, you are forbidden to sell Han people as slaves to outsiders. Of course, I will agree to intermarriage with the local populace, but for every 3 Han women you marry, 1 man from the grasslands must join the family as a son-in-law. Can you agree to this? Gil counted off the points on his fingers one by one. The more Gil spoke, the more difficult it became for Everard's expression. Seeing that he had made his point, Gil immediately instructed Ray to fetch the brocade from Luoyang and handed it over to Everard. Emperor of the Great Han. What is this? Chapter 102. Ray reasserts his might. Gil opens the silk road. The appearance of the Luoyang brocade immediately caught the Brady's interest. This is silk brocade from Luoyang. If you want to buy my fine wine, you must also purchase this brocade. These 2 items must be bought together. And I can tell you that while the price of the wine can be lowered, the price of the brocade cannot. Gil paused as Daxton promptly reported the prices of both the wine and the brocade to the Brady. This was a strategy Gil had arranged before his journey, keeping the total cost unchanged but lowering the price of the wine while increasing that of the brocade. This would make the wine more accessible to commoners while the brocade would become a status symbol for the Xiongnu aristocracy. For any 2 powers, economics and trade are equally significant battlefields. The side that profits usually has a wider variety and higher quality of goods. Over prolonged trading periods, a trade deficit would form, where one party exports a large volume of goods without relying on imports from the other, leading to substantial outflows of gold or equivalent valuable items from the other side. This dynamic weakens the opposing nation gradually, forcing them to depend on our commercial system. Considering the era, highly potent alcohol and high quality, mass-produced brocade constituted a kind of dimension-reducing blow against ethnic minorities at that time. Do not entertain low thoughts, Brady. The Han people in Shang Commandery either died in wars or from famine. If I relocate more civilians here, strict household registration control will be enforced. If you violate the agreement, I will halt mutual market trade immediately and station troops to prevent your encroachment on Han territory, Gil said slowly, raising a cup of wine, the soldiers to retract their lecherous gazes. Meanwhile, Marshall convened a meeting with the tribal nobles during this interlude. After the dance ended, Marshall emerged from the inner tent accompanied by a robust man. Emperor of Han, this is our tribe's archer hero. He does not believe that Han cavalry could drive away our archers. After repeated persuasion failed, may His Majesty dispatch a general to challenge him? Gil smiled slightly at the towering hero, and Ray immediately bowed, saying, I am willing, Your Majesty. Gil nodded slightly, and Ray removed his armor, revealing well-built muscles and scars from countless battles. How shall we conduct the trial? Ray asked sternly. The archer hero stepped forward, blocking Marshall, slapped his chest and shouted, Dare you engage in a life-or-death duel? Is there any fear? Ray replied. The archer hero brandished a curved saber, and Marshall handed it over. Just as Gil was about to pass him his imperial sword, Ray declined. Why use a cleaver to kill a chicken? An ordinary soldier's saber will suffice. He unsheathed a ring-pummeled saber from a guard and moved outside with the archer hero. Everyone followed closely behind as a decisive combat involving interests began. Although the Xiongnu lacked iron ore, their metallurgy equaled Han standards, making their sabers prominent close combat weapons both mounted and on foot. The Han ring-pummeled saber shone brightly in Han-Xiongnu conflicts due to its single-edge design, enhanced durability, and piercing capability absent in curved sabers. Ray wound a cloth around the ring handle tightly since the lack of a crossguard demanded higher skill. Once preparations were complete, Marshall struck a copper gong under Gil's approval, initiating the deadly bout. The archer hero charged, swinging his saber and emitting high-pitched shouts. Ray met him head-on. Their weapons clashed fiercely. Clearly, the ring-pummeled saber surpassed the curved saber in such close-quarters combat. In the first round, they gauged each other's strength, separated, and regrouped. The archer hero calmed down and cautiously approached. Ray raised his saber, accelerating towards the archer hero, feinting strikes that were deflected effortlessly. They seemed evenly matched. By the third round, Ray unleashed full force, lifting the ring-pummeled saber and delivering a powerful downward strike. The archer hero stumbled back, unable to counter. Seizing this chance, Ray rolled on the ground, parrying the hurried counterattack, then targeted the archer hero's legs with successive slashes. Caught off guard due to his height and bulk, the archer hero received 2 deep cuts before falling. Upon hitting the ground, he saw Ray leaping towards him. Before he could react, Ray swiftly slit his throat, spurting blood covering Ray. Indifferent, Ray returned to Gil's side. I have not failed my mission, Ray bowed, returning the saber to the guard and standing beside Gil motionless. Brady, my general is from Bingzhou and has always been unmerciful in battle, Gil said while handing Ray the Luoyang brocade. Seeing this, Marshall panicked and waved. Your Majesty, I concede. We accept Han's terms. I wish to exchange 1,000 cattle for the 5,000 captives. Marshall gulped and bowed. Brady, if you agree, I can send experts to teach you agriculture. We will purchase crops at high prices. Gil smiled and lifted him up. Hearing this, Marshall's eyes gleamed. I'm willing to cultivate on the eastern side of Urtok Banner. So be it. I am not greedy. I will help resolve your concerns. Gil gestured for attendants to bring the wine and brocade. The Xiongnu offered fattened sheep, and both sides indulged in a grand feast before parting ways. Back at camp, Gil issued an order relocating 10,000 settlers from Shanglua to Shan Commandery for cultivation. Returning refugees would replenish the settler numbers. Any Han settlers coming to Shan Commandery would be exempt from taxes for a year, and outstanding individuals could receive agrarian kits. Move aims to penetrate Yu province, linking the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes. Despite the vast family wealth of the Jagarin clan, the grain supply across the 9 provinces is inadequate. Trading money for grain with barbaric tribes is faster, Evander added, nodding silently in agreement. His logic held, just like the southern Xiongnu who started trade with ample money and grain to barter goods, eventually resorting to precious livestock when supplies dwindled. I think given this year's lack of disasters, Kit may be targeting the Liaodong autumn harvest. With northern alliances with foreign tribes, if he swiftly captures Yu province, Kit could possibly send forces southward to Qing, Su, and Yin provinces, Ajay suggested with a bow. Abner Curtis's assessment, though distant, is not implausible. Our troops guarding borders are sufficient, but initiating other conflicts elsewhere will weaken us. If Kit leverages this to cross into Sili, allying with Mickey to the south, it will indeed be problematic, Gil remarked, contemplating withdrawing troops to Bing province. This land here was barren, entirely unable to sustain war efforts. With the impending autumn harvest, should Kit defeat Hoyt and secure new grain from Yu province, the dynamics might shift. Aloysius quickly understood Gil's thoughts and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, capturing Yin province now benefits our army. All the generals nodded in agreement to escort Ajay into Shuafang with troops. Back in his tent, Ajay was met by Daxton rushing in. Do you truly have a plan, brother? Did Edward Xiuchong have a definite plan when he embarked on a mission to the White Wave Army? Ajay countered with a smile. He probably didn't have complete assurance, but had the skill to retreat safely. The Xianbei favor the Han, especially after our recent victory over Jagarfu Luo. Our prestige remains. While I cannot emulate the Emperor's forceful approach with the southern Xiongnu, I am confident in establishing trade with the Xianbei. Ajay patted his shoulder reassuringly. Why does it feel so challenging, brother? Shuda, if the Emperor withdraws, the grain expenses will drop sharply, plus the cattle and sheep from the southern Xiongnu can aid negotiations with the Xianbei. Ajay rested, but Daxton asked another question. Such a costly deal. Won't the Emperor reprimand you? Shuda, do you understand the Emperor's deeper motive? In the Warring States era, merchants were often spies too. Given the Han's superior products, once they gain popularity among the Xianbei, small investments will yield significant benefits, Ajay replied, shaking his head before sending Daxton out. Next morning, Ricky led 3,000 iron cavalry, escorting Ajay to Ijan Holo Banner along the official road bordering Shuafang and Shiha. Wouldn't we face unnecessary disaster? General Ricky, Bodhi guiding us already shows interest. Had he no intention, he would have ignored us, Ajay reasoned, urging onward. Curtis's talent rivals Asher and Gordon, Ricky sighed, riding ahead. After half a day's travel, they spotted smoke and grazing Xianbei. Friendly greetings came from locals, many speaking basic Chinese, guiding them towards their khan. This fertile land contrasted starkly with neighboring regions, showcasing prosperous Shinbei residences every few miles. No wonder the Emperor believes the Shinbei can unify the northern tribes. Such flourishing amid chaos highlights their prosperity, Ricky remarked. Upon entering Ijin Holo Banner, word reached the Shinbei Khan immediately. However, their Khan did not send anyone to welcome them or to block their path, with the intent of letting them witness the strength of the Shinbei. However, their great Khan neither sent people to welcome them nor to block them, aiming to let them witness the strength of the Shinbei. Ajay naturally understood this intention well. However, their great Khan neither sent anyone to welcome them nor to block them, with the intention of letting them witness the might of the Shinbei. All of this was clear to Ajay. Chapter 104. Envoy to the Ejin Horo Banner. Ajay debates the Shinbei tribe. Only when Ajay and Ricky led their troops to within 100 steps of the Shinbei Golden Tent did a group of Shinbei cavalry begin to form ranks on either side. I am the leader of the Suatu tribe, Kori. The elder cut a piece of meat and placed it on a silver platter, one of many identical platters before him, following the Shinbei tradition that only the chief could distribute food before anyone could eat. Greetings to chieftains Kori and Abram. Ajay bowed slightly, continuing. Our great Han Emperor desires to establish trade with the various Shinbei tribes. Do the two chieftains have any interest? The young man behind Kori glanced at Ajay upon hearing such a direct question, but his movement was quickly quelled by Kori's glare. Why does the great Han, having already traded with the southern Xiongnu, seek out our tribes? Kori asked while cutting more meat. Is it to let us fight the southern Xiongnu for scraps, resulting in bloodshed? Your Highness misunderstands. Ajay clasped his hands. The Shinbei have suffered under the Xiongnu for years. Now, with the division of the Xiongnu into north and south, isn't this a great opportunity to annihilate them? Doesn't the Emperor clearly state that the southern Xiongnu must not enter Han territory, without instructing you to leave the Han land? This favoritism, doesn't your Highness notice? Ajay finished, causing Kori to laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Abram sat beside Ajay. Han Envoy has excellent oratory skills. Even we, the Shinbei, once mistreated Han people. Does the Han Emperor not resent us? No problem. Father Chief, I can still ride. The man looked at Kori and rushed out of the tent. A breeze stirred inside the tent, dispersing the alcohol fumes. After 3 steps, he collapsed. The Shinbei riders immediately helped him up, but as soon as he stood, he began vomiting uncontrollably. Call the medic quickly. Kori roared. Do not worry, Lord. Though this wine is potent, vomiting will help him recover faster. 2 days of rest, and he will be fine, Ajay reassured, smiling. This scene undoubtedly damaged some dignity. Kori nodded awkwardly, placing slices of meat before Ricky and Ajay. Please enjoy. Ajay smiled. As long as the Shinbei didn't expel them, there was room for further discussions. From the time of Emperor Louisgu, the Han dynasty has welcomed your tribes in the northern regions of Bingzhou. Though over a century has passed, the kindness remains. Our Han Emperor seeks to maintain this legacy and deepen mutual understanding through trade negotiations. Kori's brow furrowed at the word, welcomed. Though true, it sounded somewhat condescending. He waved a hand. In the past, my Shinbei people suffered greatly under the Xiongnu. Indeed, we owe much to the ancestors' grace. Map. The southern Xiongnu control only Ejin Horo Banner, while your alliance can unite the northern Shinbei tribes. With your power over the northern steppes, wouldn't the southern Xiongnu fall easily? Ajay finished, and Kori stared at the map, deep in thought. Indeed, since their entry into Bingzhou, they had considered moving further north to conquer other Shinbei tribes. First, due to recent natural disasters. Second, lacking the decisive strength. The thoughts in his heart were suddenly exposed by Ajay, invoking a murderous intent. Please note, this sentence seems to imply a significant emotional reaction. For better context and flow within the narrative, you might consider elaborating on the character's thoughts or the situation leading to this point. Here's a more detailed interpretation. The thoughts that Kori had been concealing were abruptly laid bare by Ajay's words, stirring a deadly impulse within him. ####Chapter 105. The Shinbei assist the Han with trade. Gil's army returns. Ricky noticed Kori's unfriendly gaze and placed his hand on the sword at his waist, ready to respond if necessary. Kori stared intently at Ajay, his eyes sharp like an eagle's. However, Ajay showed no fear. Would the Han envoy be willing to enter our tribe? The Khan jests. I am merely a reader in the Emperor's court, insignificant but these national treasures cannot be given lightly. If you don't offer something equivalent, even if the Emperor agrees, the ministers may not. Before Ajay finished, Kori waved him off. What does the Han Emperor want? Loyalty and consistent assistance. Ajay was concise, but Kori understood immediately. You're talking about Hoyt in Yuzhou, right? The Han Emperor doesn't want Kit to resolve the situation in Yuzhou too quickly. Even with Wu Huan aid, Hoyt can hardly stand against Kit's army. Isn't it asking too much for the Han envoy to require military assistance? Wouldn't this draw us into the conflict between the Han and Kit? Ricky found himself increasingly confused, as the conversation veered from Bingzhou to Yuzhou. But Ajay remained calm. The Khan could take this opportunity to annex the Wu Huan tribe, as both your tribes share common ancestry. Isn't this natural? How would this benefit the Great Han? The Khan misunderstands. Supporting the neighboring tribes is beneficial. If the Khan pledges to safeguard the northern frontier for the Great Han, why should strength be an issue? If the Khan were to have ulterior motives in the future, the Great Han has its curved swords and 8-sided blades. To risk future conflicts by spoiling current benefits is unwise. Ajay stood up again, waving his sleeve dramatically. I agree to the trade terms. If the Shinbei assist the Han and later attack the southern Xiongnu, the Han must not journey to everyone present. Aloysius marveled at Ajay's courage and strategic insight. Gil was elated. Curtis has done great service. From now on, follow Gordon and be my chief strategist. Thank you, Your Majesty, but what about the Shinbei dancers? Gifted by the Brady, they belong to you. Deal with them as you see fit. Gordon, prepare the troops to move out. You and Curtis ride with me. Too excited to worry about the dancers, Gil focused on the potential benefits. If the Shinbei could slow Kit's advance in Yuzhou, it would mean receiving Qing and Yinzhou almost effortlessly. Ajay blushed, unsure how to react. Curtis, why not emancipate them and let them become Han citizens along the borders? Aloysius suggested gently. Brilliant. Ajay rushed off immediately. The generals followed suit. But Gil's 3 concubines watched him closely. They were eager to arrange their royal wedding upon returning to the capital. Don't worry, I will return to the capital after this campaign. Besides the wedding, I'll also arrange the medical conference and support Hewitt's medical book project. Seeing the women satisfied, Gil ordered the troops to march south, heading straight for Luoyang. Upon receiving the news, the officials in Luoyang were overjoyed. They were determined to keep Gil in the capital this time. 10 days later, at Luoyang's north gate, officials and commoners welcomed the victorious army. This campaign had secured Nanyang, pacified Shiliang, captured Shangjuan and Bingzhou. From spring to autumn, Gil rode on his black steed, ordering the troops to divide and enter to minimize disruption. He entered through the north gate with Ricky, Ray, and Aloysius. The ministers welcome your majesty. Your victory is a great blessing to the great Han. All have worked hard in my absence. Thank you all. Approaching Fiki, Gil dismounted and took his hand. Mario, how goes matters in Yinzhou? Bridge Rue and Bridge Mao are working closely. Bridge Mao agrees to host Han troops in Yinzhou. Nodding, Gil turned to Hardy. Asher, how are the trade affairs in Jingzhou? Your majesty, profits are substantial. Surplus goods from Shiliang have been shipped to Jingzhou. Prince King controls the southern command with General Coyle's help and promises tribute next year. You two are truly my Xiao He and Hideo. Follow me back to the palace. The ministers wanted to urge Gil to stay, but he announced his return directly, leaving them speechless. Back at the palace, Janie led 6 consorts to greet him. Mother, I have matters to attend to. After dinner, I will visit you. After speaking, Gil glanced at the 3 women behind him and left them with Janie. He then led Aloysius, Ajay, Fiki, and Hardy back to his own sleeping quarters. Chapter 106. The general's marriage is set. The 2 chows lure Gil. Does his majesty have a fondness for men? With so many beautiful ladies in the palace, shouldn't he greet them all? Janie murmured softly, watching Gil's retreating figure. Mother, his majesty has annex chambers in his sleeping quarters. Why don't we? Janie felt delighted at being called mother by Kenna. Her greatest wish now was to see her son establish his lineage. This, it might not be appropriate. Janie glanced at Cordelia Karras, who reluctantly nodded under the gaze of the other women. All right. In the inner chamber, Hayward knelt beside Gil, weeping and recounting how much he missed the emperor. Finally, after sobbing, he mentioned the profits from various commercial enterprises in the imperial estates. This year's treasury is quite abundant, but why hasn't paper been widely promoted yet? Gil looked at him and asked. Your majesty, apart from the academy and county schools, there are almost no other sales channels, Hayward replied, somewhat ashamed. This isn't your fault. I will find a way. Gil thought for a moment and immediately had an idea on how to promote paper usage. After addressing Hayward's matters, Gil immediately asked Ajay about the benefits of their journey. Fiki and Hardy both applauded the news that the Shinbei could delay Kit's military actions, making the conquest of Yinzhou within a month feasible. I plan to adopt same strategy, first capturing Yingxuan, then leading Yinzhou. Gil turned to Fiki. I don't want my key ministers to worry about anything else. Thank you, your majesty. Fiki immediately bowed in gratitude. Andrew, have the medical officials in the Imperial Academy been arranged? Tomorrow, your majesty can issue an edict inviting renowned physicians from all over the empire to the capital. Hardy bowed and said. Gil nodded approvingly. These 2 advisors were truly well chosen. Andrew, did you find suitable matches for the affairs before I leave? At this, Fiki and Hardy exchanged knowing smiles. Reporting to your majesty, my clan has a younger sister suitable for General Howard. Hearing it was a Clifton family girl, Gil naturally agreed without hesitation. Wonderful. Why not celebrate their weddings together? Considering the number of unmarried generals in my army, I should issue an edict for them to choose noble daughters and marry on the same day. What do you think? The 4 immediately bowed in agreement. Not only them, but you too. Look at Andrew. He should start a family at his age. None of you can escape this. Gil laughed heartily, deciding the matter instantly. The 3 unmarried individuals couldn't refuse. Ajay needed to return to Jingzhou to discuss with Interrupting her, Gil reassured. Mother, don't worry. I will ensure they all marry girls from noble families, maintaining their social status. Very well, I am relieved. Janie nodded contentedly. Is there anything else, mother? Gil asked when she didn't leave. Janie frowned. You must remember you have 4 consorts. You need to decide which palace to visit tonight. Gil nodded, still focused on his documents. Mother is right. I'll stay in Cordelia Palace. Gil wasn't unaware but wanted to tease his wives a little to avoid ridicule later. Hearing this, Karras felt both elated and shy, trembling as she nearly dropped Gil's dinner. Why not have dinner in Cordelia Palace? I will come after reviewing this document. Gil smiled at Karras, who hastily withdrew with the meal, followed by the other consorts back to the Cordelia quarters. Biener, you are not a woman and don't understand the plight of women in the deep palace. Please treat them well and make me a grandmother soon. With that, Janie took her leave. Gil paced slowly, pondering his beautiful wives. While he wanted to be intimate, he feared repeating past mistakes, which would embarrass him forever. Lost in thought, the silver moon hung high. Forget it. Can I fear them forever? Gil coldly scoffed, heading for the Cordelia chambers. Entering, he saw red silk decorations and flickering candles. Surprisingly, no one was in the hall. Walking forward, he entered the sleeping chamber. Inside, 3 red candles barely lit the bed area. On the table near the bed lay steaming hot food. 4 veiled beauties sat elegantly on the bed. This scene would shock any wise ruler into exclaiming, what a short, beautiful night. Gil's heart raced, forcing himself to remain calm, swallowing hard. An indulgent ruler does have its advantages, Gil thought, continuing forward. Suddenly, he heard sounds from 3 directions. Alarmed, he saw Ellen, Kenna, and Gabrielle holding short sticks, grinning at him. Am I to use force to enter this bridal chamber? Gil chuckled, easing his breath. I just wanted to vent. As for them, I'm not sure. Gabrielle swung her stick, looking defiant. Adebayomi says you like novelty. If left unchecked, you'd surely err again. This is our way of advising you. Kenna explained promptly. Using sticks for advice? Tamika says reprimands use wooden boards. We only have sticks here, so we use them. Turning to Ellen, Gil asked, Dance, are you joining their antics? He never called her Dance, causing her to blush. Why, your majesty, trying to drive a wedge between us won't work. Adebayomi anticipated this before you arrived. Gil looked at the bed, feeling like seeing an oasis in the desert. If I had my spear, would I fear you? Well, since you misunderstood me today, I'll go back to... It sparked his curiosity. Just then, under the silver moonlight outside the hall, 2 women dressed in red appeared and started dancing gracefully. One was tall and full-figured, the other short and exquisite. The moonlight shone through their thin red robes, revealing their perfect curves faintly. As the dance continued, Gil alternated his gaze between the voluptuous one and the delicate one, completely forgetting he was supposed to leave. Chapter 107. A night of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The dance under the moon was so captivating that Gil was momentarily entranced. Swish. Once again, the sound of a short stick breaking through the air came from behind him. It landed solidly on his shoulder, causing him pain and instantly snapping him out of his reverie. Seeing the 3 women advancing with ferocity, he quickly waved his hand. 3 days from now, it will be your turn. Let's leave some room for future encounters. What your majesty says makes sense. So, when we have our grand wedding, there will be other entertainment awaiting your majesty. Gabrielle and Kenna exchanged glances and said. Gil looked at Gabrielle and Kenna. One sought to avenge her humiliation in battle, while the other wanted revenge for the foot slap. They would certainly not let him off easily. However, Ellen was different. Among the 3, she could be the breakthrough point. Gil took a large step forward, directly heading toward Ellen. Being the most skilled martial artist among the 3, she couldn't fathom why Gil would charge towards her. Before she could react, Gil was already close, gripping one end of her short stick with one hand and moving his body behind hers, making it impossible for the other 2 to assist. Dance, butterfly, be a good girl and let go, Gil whispered into her ear, holding her slim waist with one hand while gripping the stick with the other. This move left Ellen's mind blank. She instinctively nodded and actually released her grip on the stick. Gil then withdrew his hand from her waist and gave her a gentle push on her lower back. Ellen uncontrollably fell towards the other 2, providing Gil an opportunity to seize control of the short stick and deliver powerful blows. Bam bam. 2 sharp sounds echoed as Kenna and Gabrielle's sticks were nearly simultaneously knocked away. AI, you just know how to bully Gregory's sister. Humph. In 3 days, your subject will await your majesty, Gabrielle coldly replied, leading Kenna and Ellen out of the main hall. The 2 Chow sisters, being naturally gentle, did not interfere further. Gil sighed, closing the main hall door. Upon entering the sleeping chamber, he noticed that the cup. Please drink another cup, your majesty. Cordelia, isn't it unnecessary? I'm in peak condition. Why do I need blood wine? You may not know, but this wine also includes the secret formula of divine Dr. Brendan. Gil stopped resisting and drank another cup. Feeling the wine's effect mounting, he hurriedly ate some dishes to counteract it. The combination of alcohol and medicine intensified the effects. Over dinner, Karis persuaded him to drink 5 cups of wine. By now, sated and intoxicated, Gil no longer allowed Karis to persuade him any further. He seized her waist, intending to engage in playful combat. His hands moved like iron cavalry, probing and attacking. Finding her defenses weak, he aimed to gain strategic high ground. His relentless assault forced her back. Iron hooves trampled the high ground, shaking it continuously. With insufficient troops, Karis's defenses inevitably faltered, but she countered ingeniously, launching a surprise attack into his territory. Realizing the threat, Gil pulled back one unit of cavalry, advancing along the high ground where the terrain favored horsemen. Although Karis sent another unit to counterbalance, her forces were outnumbered, forcing a delaying tactic. Gil adhered to his strategy, combining conventional tactics with surprise maneuvers. He ordered a direct attack on her core. The forceful assault overwhelmed her, yet Gil, anyone here? Your Majesty, I'm here. An attendant bowed and approached. Bring me water and grapes from Shiliang, Gil ordered, focusing on quenching his thirst. As he waited, he undressed and entered the warm pool, leaning against the edge, enjoying the steam. Just as he closed his eyes, a figure appeared in the middle of the pool, dancing gracefully behind thin curtains. Chapter 108. Gil borrows medical books, promotes paper. Gil was just about to ask when he saw the figure cross the bath and slowly walk towards him. Her skin, whiter than snow, glistened as droplets of water slid down her arms. The scene immediately reminded Gil of that night when he witnessed the 2 beauties bathing together. Just as Gil reached out, an attendant approached, offering grapes and cool water. In such a hot environment, Gil naturally did not suspect anything amiss, drinking it all in one gulp. Only after drinking did he realize something was wrong. It was clearly the blood wine from earlier. Before he could turn to reprimand, the attendant removed her clothes, revealing a sheer robe that barely concealed her body. Your Majesty took 4 wives at once. How can you show favoritism? Tamika giggled, bending down and feeding Gil a peeled grape. At this moment, the woman danced gracefully before him, the wine and steam creating an addition of the other women, scolded Gil. He had intended to share the bed but found it full, so he dragged his weary body back to camp. The next morning, Gil awoke, the effects of the wine gone. His body felt fine as he changed and exited the bedroom. 4 empresses waited outside, their faces rosy, chatting, and preparing to greet him. Their hairstyles and ornaments were gifts from Jamie, adding a unique charm. Approaching them, Gil felt awkward recalling last night's antics. Cordelia, did you rest well last night? He asked lightly. Do you think so, Your Majesty? Karis smiled faintly. Why are you so different? You were quite ferocious last night, Mary said, holding Angelica's hand and looking up at him. Ahem, it must have been the wine, Gil blushed, saying quickly, Sister, don't listen to him. The physician said it was just to enhance the mood. It shows his true nature, Tamika added. Franz, is it nearly time for morning court? Let's go. We shouldn't keep the ministers waiting. Doesn't the Emperor want breakfast? The Cordelia asked, but Gil was already out of sight. In court, Gil arrived first. After eating, he addressed the ministers, announcing that the medical school was ready. He offered to select students from the Palace Academy for Brendan and Hewitt to teach directly, inviting talented scholars to join. All expenses would be covered by his government, and outstanding, we pay homage to Your Majesty. To them, Gil was like a god. Without the academy, most would never enter politics unless supported by a clan. They would either forget their studies and farm or serve local governors. Note, the translation retains the original tone, structure, and character names as instructed. Don't think that joining a district governor is a good assignment. First, it's uncertain whether they will even consider you. Even if they do, friction among district governors is common, and state governors often attack each other. Most people would likely die in the chaotic military conflicts of this late Han era. On the other hand, Gil not only provided them with opportunities for advancement, but also ensured their livelihoods. Furthermore, with the Han army's consecutive victories, this made them more optimistic about the future of the court they served under the Han dynasty. Chapter 109. So-called Machiavellianism. May I ask which classic work you are teaching the students? Gil inquired with interest. Your Majesty, I am currently instructing the students on the records of Emperor Wu, replied Elton respectfully. Gil looked slightly surprised. Traditionally, teachers would focus extensively on the reigns of Emperors Wan and Jing, while only briefly covering Emperor Wu. Of course, this wasn't due to Master. Elton did not hesitate. He bowed slightly and sat down on the cushion. When Your Majesty first ascended the throne, it was very similar to when Emperor Wu first became emperor, despite the centuries separating them. Upon reflection, Gil realized that if Amerigo hadn't died in the Liang Rebellion, and if he hadn't divided the military authority between the northern and southern armies, he indeed would have been heavily influenced by the Cordelia Dowager. Nodding in agreement, he continued listening. The concerns of Your Majesty are similar to those of Emperor Wu, yet there are differences. Emperor Wu could vent internal court frustrations and chaos through external wars, reinforcing his authority and prestige. You can learn from the first part, but not the second. The first part involves revitalizing the Han dynasty by defending against foreign tribes, promoting military prowess, and reforming policies. The second part, however, entails overburdening the people to achieve imperial ambitions. If you pursue both paths, the people will grow weary of change. Even with your talents, if your successor lacks ability, the Han dynasty may fall into chaos again. As Elton spoke, Gil's expression grew increasingly grim. Not only had Elton exposed Gil's plans, but he also advised him not to overextend militarily. Do you speak so candidly about Emperor Wu and me without fear? Gil asked. Of course. Diminish its importance gradually, turning it into honorary positions. By recommending 2 disciples now, Elton signaled his willingness to be the vanguard of the Academy faction. Are you truly willing to do this? Isn't this why you asked me here to teach? Gil felt a hint of fear. Understanding an emperor too well could be dangerous. If Elton were to push through the final changes too quickly, it might cause the current gentry and aristocrats to rethink their investments, spreading their bets across different factions. This was what Gil feared most. Contemplating for a moment, Gil sighed. Mr. Xue Ming, your name befits you. I admire you. Suppressing his urge, he bowed deeply. In reality, Elton was taking a huge risk, risking his life. If Gil killed him, the foundation of the Academy would crumble, and the influence of the gentry and aristocrats would surge, making the Academy's purpose futile. Additionally, his students, Hardy, Ewan, Ushvin, and others would leave Gil to join rival forces. If Gil spared him, Elton would willingly lead the charge, gaining posthumous fame and ensuring his descendants' success. It was a political exchange. Leading the charge did not mean sacrificing himself. After all, among the 3,000 students were members of prestigious families. Your Majesty is too kind. An old minister merely fulfills his duty to the state. As a subject, I must prioritize loyalty to a wise ruler before thinking of the country. This reply reassured Gil. You are wise and far-sighted. I agree to your request. Let Jagaranzi and Shiwan follow me to better understand medicine. Seeing Ushvin and Ewan bow first to Gil and then to Elton, Gil suspected Elton wanted to infiltrate more people into his inner circle. Does His Majesty wish to compose poetry to encourage learning? Would I dare display my rudimentary skills before renowned scholars? Your Majesty is a great ruler of Han, with both martial prowess and literary renown. Only then can you achieve lasting fame. Do not refuse. Gil now fully understood Elton's wisdom. By offering praise, Elton reminded Gil that these students belonged to him, not Elton. Impressed, Gil marveled at the wisdom that produced a genius like Hardy. Chapter 110. Ingenious woman enhances water wheel, aiding agriculture. Alright, let me compose a poem to encourage students in their studies. Gil spoke, and Hayward immediately understood, arranging for ink and brush. He specifically had someone bring paper instead of silk. Scholars rise to the 3 excellencies through governance. Generals secure border peace for nobility. Who knows today's hardships? The Magpie reports spring from the High Mulberry medical office together, Gil said, and Hayward immediately began leading the way. The medical office required herbs to be decocted and dried, as well as cultivated. Therefore, its location was chosen along the Luo River next to the Imperial Academy, in a quiet courtyard that was once a private garden during Emperor Huan and Emperor Ling's reigns. They entered the compound, which had 3 courtyards on either side and behind the main hall, ample enough for 2 renowned doctors and their direct disciples, with additional space for storing herbs and medical texts and treating patients. Gil then proposed, "Great physicians, I believe medical practice should be emphasized. If I open the medical office to the public, would it affect your teaching?" Brendan and Hewitt widened their eyes and bowed. "If your majesty truly does this, it would be a great boon to the people." Gil waved his hand. "Don't flatter me. You must focus on training students. Afterward, I intend to extend this model to counties. You needn't be too excited. When famous physicians arrive in the capital, the first topic for discussion will be military medication and treatment of external injuries." Both men knew Gil's intentions and agreed without hesitation. "Now that you've agreed, from today, both of you may reside here. The proclamation for gathering renowned physicians has been sent out. Within 5 to 10 days, we'll hold a grand assembly. I'll attend incognito. As for Jagaranzi and Shiwan, return to the palace with me today. Visit the palace with Asher and meet my consorts who study under Grand Tutor Carmine." Moved by this, Gregory Jagaring realized her husband's words were true. "Since childhood, I studied under Feng Gongzhu, mastering Mozi and the secret writings of the 6 Jia. These include mechanical engineering and mathematics. If you approve, I am willing to instruct the craftsmen free of charge." "That's admirable. But if I don't grant you an official position, wouldn't it discourage talented individuals? I appoint you master craftswoman, overseeing all craftsmen. Will you accept?" "If it pleases your majesty, women can hold office?" "Why not? Did you not hear how Cordelia Dowager Deng permitted Sylvia to participate in politics? Although the title is granted, it will remain within the academy for now to protect you from criticism. I hope you understand." "I understand, your majesty. I will tell only my husband." In Jingzhou, I encountered droughts and saw farmers struggle for water. I used old farmers' wisdom to design a water lifting device. Please examine this. She handed Gil a drawing, which depicted a water wheel. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, this invention already existed, perhaps created by you? The farmers in my hometown call it a chain pump. One person can operate it from above, lifting water to higher elevations. However, it easily damages in rapid currents. I've improved it further, she added, handing over another diagram showing a noria, a more efficient water wheel using natural water flow, requiring less labor. Remarkable. This greatly benefits the nation. You can experiment in the medicinal fields before the medical office and my imperial estate. All expenses are covered. Grateful, Gregory Jagaring agreed to try. All craftsmen in the 100 Crafts Hall are at your disposal. If you need additional manpower, inform Asher. Today, I won't disturb you further. May His Majesty be honored. Gregory Jagaring bowed respectfully as Gil left. Thinking about the water wheel, Gil felt elated. With this invention, not only could the impact of droughts be reduced and surplus manpower be freed up, but farmlands could also be cultivated at higher elevations, significantly increasing the arable land area around the Sili region and Xiliang. Take Longxi as an example. This area is not short of water sources, but it has continuous mountain ranges. The farmers here need to carry water up the mountains, which is both labor-intensive and time-consuming. Whenever a natural disaster strikes, the impact on these areas is several times worse than on the plains. If we have the water wheel, we can arrange for migrants to reclaim the lands in Longxi and Shangjuan. Once these areas are reclaimed, the grain production of the Han Dynasty could increase by about 40%. Chapter 111. Gil comforts Aloysius. Ministers prepare for weddings. That evening, as dusk settled in, Gil returned to the palace. Fiki presented the marriage lists. Ricky was matched with a daughter of the Clifton family. Fiki himself requested to marry a daughter of the Xiahou family. Ajay sought to marry a daughter of the Chen family from Yingchuan. And Aloysius most straightforwardly asked to marry a daughter of the Miles family from Hongnom. Other generals also arranged marriages with families that were most supportive of Gil within the court. As he looked at the marriage lists, Gil understood their goodwill, but worried about appearing to slight them. Your Majesty, I know your intentions, but are these truly everyone's wishes? Gil asked, holding the list and looking at Fiki. I cannot speak for others, but I chose the Xiahou family after analyzing various reasons and benefits, Fiki replied with a bow. You personally led the campaign in 3 provinces, achieving remarkable results. All the generals in the court willingly follow your commands. Yet, you entrusted General Kermit with command of an army without any restrictions on his power. This shows your intentions. Fiki continued when he saw Gil nodding. To be allied with the future regional governors of our Han dynasty, how could Fiki not be willing? Gil picked up on the implications in Fiki's words. The assembly? Your Majesty is wise. Doctors from various towns in the commandery are on their way to the capital. Here's the list compiled by the county heads, Hardy explained, handing over a list. Gil noted that only about 30 itinerant doctors were coming from the commandery alone. What about doctors from other regions? Those from neighboring areas can come, but those from other provinces may find it difficult to reach the commandery. Hardy lowered his head slightly in embarrassment. That's fine. If there aren't enough doctors, we can invite students who are dedicated to medicine to join. Understood, Your Majesty. Hardy bowed and left to arrange the assembly. Aloysius then presented a silk letter from his sleeve. Your Majesty, this is a message from the Xinbei Great Consibo Guju. Gil recognized the intent immediately. He's indeed a cunning old fox. He wants to benefit from both sides during the autumn harvest. Well, we need to expedite the arrangements in Yin province. The Xinbei won't make a real effort. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I've already written to Brevin, instructing him to invite Cannon to participate in the medical assembly. Aloysius bowed again. Gordon, go rest now. You have a wedding to prepare for soon. Gordon chuckled. Your Majesty jests. I come from a humble background with no assets or prestigious lineage. If not for Your Majesty's blessing, how could I marry the daughter of the Miles family? Do not underestimate yourself, Gordon. General Evander guarded Shangjuan, and Aaron stationed in Hadong. The capable generals Gil had at his disposal were limited. It seems I have to lead the expedition again. I wonder if the scholars will protest. Yin province required more strategy than battle. With the influx of migrants from Qingzhou, the population of the commandery had grown. However, the available troops were stretched thin between Sili and Liang provinces. Sending more forces wasn't feasible. To capture Brevin and Cannon in Dong Commandery, we can lure Clem to besiege them. Then, our Han army can use the pretext of aiding Brevin to advance into Qianlu, taking advantage of Clem's exposed rear and capturing key cities. First, send troops through Xinjiang and Asif, then hold Kaifeng. If Clem sends forces to Dong Commandery, we enter Qianlu and split into two groups. One group clears Clem's rear, cutting off his supply lines. The other goes through Shanyang to Dongping, attacking Luzhou and securing the undefended territories of Yin province. Gil studied the map repeatedly, confirming the plan. The key lies in how long Brevin and Cannon can hold Dong Commandery and how quickly we can capture territory. Again, I must defend two consorts. The importance of Yin province cannot allow personal feelings to interfere. Finishing his plans, Gil finally got some rest. 2 days later, red lanterns hung high in Luoyang, and the entire city celebrated. The palace was bustling with festivities. Gil married first among the officials, followed by attending their weddings. That night, he drank heavily with his ministers and generals, oblivious to Kinna's schemes. Carried into the bridal chamber, Gil was unconscious. I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. Kinna stamped her foot angrily. Well, son sister, if your maids really harmed His Majesty, Jeremy and Jalen would likely kill them out of anger, Ellen comforted. I need to give him a hard time, Kinna muttered. Gabrielle removed her veil, staring intently at Gil, trying to discern any signs of pretense. He's really passed out. What should we do now? She asked, raising her eyes. Do I know what you all mean, but is this truly everyone's true wish? Gil held the list and looked at Fiki. I cannot speak for others, but I chose the Xiahou family after analyzing various reasons and benefits, Fiki replied, bowing. Your Majesty personally led the campaign against the 3 states, achieving remarkable results, and the ministers are willing to serve under your command. But you alone trusted General Kermit enough to lead his army without any restrictions. This shows your intentions clearly. Seeing Gil nod, Fiki continued, climbing up the ladder of our great Han officials, how could Fiki not be willing? Gil caught the implications of Fiki's words. Majesty, doctors from various towns in Sili province are on their way to the capital. Here are the lists compiled by local authorities. Hardy handed over a list. Examining the list, Gil noticed fewer than 30 doctors listed for Sili province. What about doctors from other areas? Doctors nearby Sili province can easily come, but those across provinces may find it difficult. Hardy lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. No worries. If there aren't enough doctors, invite students interested in medicine to join. As your Majesty commands. Bowing, Hardy immediately left to organize the conference. Aloysius then presented a silk letter. Your Majesty, this is a message from the Xinbei Consibu Gu Duho. Glancing at the letter, Gil understood its purpose. He is indeed a cunning fox. Harvest time lets him enter Yuzhou. He wants to get 3 bites out of one piece. Fine, we must expedite plans for Yinzhou. The Xinbei won't genuinely help. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have sent a letter to Brevin, inviting Cannon to attend the medical conference in the capital. Aloysius responded, bowing. Gordon, go back and rest. The wedding is coming up soon. Are you prepared? Your Majesty jokes. Coming from a humble background, if not for your blessing, would the Miles family girl have married me? Aloysius laughed. Gordon, do not belittle yourself. Like a great rock rising on the wind, soaring to the heavens. With your talent, you can be my military. Wonder if the civil servants will fuss again. Sighing, Gil considered the strategic importance of Yenzhou. Due to immigration from Qingzhou, the population of Sili province had grown, but deploying more troops was reaching the limits of Sili and Liangzhou's capacity. Losing soldiers means losing strength. My elite troops trained for 5 years by Aaron, Donnie, and Ray are irreplaceable. To proceed, he needed Brevin and Cannon to raise troops in Dongjun, luring Clem to surround them. Using the pretext of aiding Brevin, Han troops would enter Qianlu while Clem's rear was exposed, securing key cities to demoralize his forces. Send troops through Xinjiang to Asif and occupy Kaifeng. If Clem attacks Dongjun, we can enter Qianlu, split into 2 groups, one to cut off supplies, the other through Shanyang to Dongping, raiding Luzhou and occupying defenseless cities in Yenzhou. Studying the map repeatedly, Gil finalized the plan. The key lies in how long Brevin and Cannon can hold Dongjun and how quickly we can seize territory. Unfortunately, this will offend 2 more ladies. Yenzhou is too important. Personal feelings cannot interfere. Reflecting on this, Gil sighed. Marrying sisters was a precaution against potential betrayal by Brevin and the influence of bedchamber whispers. Having dealt with these matters, Gil finally rested peacefully, soft-hearted. The 2 Chiaos sitting nearby immediately chimed in with laughter. Hearing this, Kinna's face turned crimson, and she shot them an irritated glance. Chapter 112. A clumsy marriage turns ingenious. Martial might shines on the battlefield. He takes up more than half the bed by himself, and there are still guests outside who haven't left. We can't even get out of here, Jagernluma said irritably as she pushed Gil slightly. I must restore the Han dynasty's glory and not let the 5 barbarians disrupt our Chinese land. Pushed aside, Gil resisted vehemently, muttering in his sleep while making slashing motions with his hands. Our emperor thinks pretty far ahead. He doesn't worry about Kit from Hebei, but rather the non-Han tribes of Liang province, remarked Camilla, earning her a glare from Jagernluma. The Chang people have lived in Han territory for generations. How can they be considered foreigners? Chang, people same lineage. If surrender, peace will come, Gil mumbled groggily. Do you only say this because you married an older sister from the Ma family? Camilla whispered teasingly into Gil's ear. I, as Emperor of Han, I shall naturally lead intermarriage between Han and Chang. Continue drinking. Tonight we drink until dawn. Gil waved his hand dismissively before continuing. Jagernluma's anger subsided somewhat as she recalled being captured by Gil during a battle and brought to the Han camp. I wonder how much of what the Emperor says in his of our times, added Jagernluma. My brother also told me that at 10, he personally led troops to defeat Unkit's vanguard, nearly capturing Jorge in battle. He is valiant, but oh so crafty, making it hard to know when he speaks the truth. Now, several senior wives mentioned that the eunuchs will come tomorrow morning to check for redness. What should we do? Gianna interrupted unexpectedly. Indeed, imperial rules dictated that any sign of blood meant expulsion from the palace. Perfect chance to see if Gil is sincere, replied Jagern Lama, earning nods of agreement from the others. That night, the 5 new brides simply curled up next to Gil and slept. The next morning, Gil slowly rose, sober and clear-headed. Last night, he had dreamed of inviting Stephen of Su province to retake his lost lands if he moved east to Yinzhou, thus reducing Clem's army morale. Gil tiptoed off the bed and opened the door, finding a eunuch waiting to enter. What is it? Must you disturb my consort's rest? Gil asked, narrowing his eyes. Begging your majesty's pardon, I came to check for evidence of consummation, which needs to be reported to the Cordelia and the Cordelia Dowager, the eunuch explained nervously. That won't be necessary. They're all well. Leave it be. Gil frowned, and the eunuch quickly retreated, bowing. Wife Chinshur is gentle and charming, isn't she? Everyone nodded except Ajay, who looked troubled, having married Charlie's sister. Now he had to defer to him. Enough jokes. Respecting our spouses is a virtue of the Han dynasty. Gordon, mind your health. Mario, improve your martial arts. Asher, continue your harmonious marriage. Curtis, wait for Charlie's letters from Sean Commandery. With business settled, Gil enjoyed lunch. Afterward, sure enough, the women came looking for him. Will your majesty keep your word? Asked Camilla formally. Will the Cordelia and all the consorts be coming too? Gil glanced incredulously at the 9 women. If your majesty finds it difficult, I won't go, said Kara softly. Very well, this once. All going together makes it too obvious, hard to hide. Gil summoned Hayward to deliver orders to Jeremy and Jalen, instructing them to train outside the city. Once the guards were dispatched, the women changed into men's clothing and headed to the guard camp. Gil watched the women dressed as men with appreciation, especially Mary, Catherine, and Karis, who exuded youthfulness. Thank you for your majesty's grace. I understand the trouble our sisters have caused. In the future, I will ensure better behavior, one of them assured Gil. Please confirm or provide further details. Helen, wearing casual attire, found themselves hindered by the crowd. Just then, Fiki arrived with Brevin and Cannon, so they all entered together. In a side hall within the medical officer's office, Gil sat opposite Brevin and Cannon. The 2 eminent physicians began with Brendan explaining common methods for treating external injuries and the efficacy and application of his anesthetic powder, mefezin. Brendan's remarks greatly benefited the itinerant physicians, who diligently recorded their thoughts on the paper Gil had ordered to be stockpiled. Cannon felt somewhat awkward and nervous at Gil's silence. Governor Chiao, do you know how many troops Clem commands? Fiki asked first. If we only consider Clem, he has 30,000 troops, half of which are yellow turban remnants. His subordinate, Egbert, governs Jibei with 5,000 men, and one of his generals, Camden, is quite adept in warfare, Cannon replied, bowing respectfully to Gil rather than looking at Fiki. Does Clem have any strategists? Fiki continued questioning. I've heard that Clem once summoned Abdullah from donghua, but Abdullah did not respond. After taking control of Langya, however, Clem captured Abdullah and forced him into service, but it's said that Abdullah refused to plan or advise him, choosing starvation over compliance. Additionally, Harvey Jagger, an adjutant in Clem's camp, recommended Abdullah to him, is not narrow-minded. He simply cares deeply about military medicine, hence leaving the seat. Upon hearing this, Cannon felt relieved. Meanwhile, Gil listened intently as Hewitt discussed treatment precautions for war injuries. In fact, external injuries aren't the main cause of soldier deaths. Soldiers mostly die from rapid blood loss and subsequent infection. I saw one case in your majesty's army where a soldier's arm was slashed. Normally, stitching the wound and applying herbs would heal it in 2 months. But because he rushed back into battle, sweat got into the wound, causing infection and gangrene. Fortunately, an old physician treated him using artemisia and prevented worse damage. Hewitt's explanation sparked excitement among the listeners, who recorded notes fervently. We discovered that burning artemisia can expel evil chi, thus preventing infection, Hewitt continued. On this basis, Huadua and I experimented further. Combining artemisia with wormwood and mugwort amplifies its medicinal effects. Adding Baiji treats cold damp syndrome, and mixing with mint, borneal, patchouli, cloves, cyperus, donghua, Baiji, chrysanthemum, calamus, artemisia, Evodia rudicarpa, and creating incense can prevent disease. These herbs are detailed in my book, Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, which I deem highly practical. One person asked, Divine Dr. Jean realized the profound meaning. This wisdom comes from ancient medical sages. Indeed, only by adhering to such principles can we earn the people's trust. If we exploit medical skills for money, wouldn't we be no different from beasts? Gil observed their enthusiasm, satisfied that sharing great physician's integrity had made a valuable contribution. Chapter 114, Elton's Gift. Your Majesty, Governor Chiao has agreed to join the uprising. Fiki approached Gil and bowed respectfully. Governor Chiao, since your disagreement with Egbert is personal, this time we should use the name of submitting to Han. What do you think? Gil asked, looking at Cannon. Cannon immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I am entirely loyal to the Han dynasty and your Majesty, without any ill intentions. Please be assured. Gil then walked over and patted his shoulder. There's no need for formalities. If you are truly loyal to Han, you should have joined the court when Clem attacked Su province. But don't worry, whether from the start or after a lapse, loyalty will always be valued. Your Chao family must ensure that our Yinzhou region remains well managed for me. Gil paused, then added, Oh, bring some Luoyang silk and imperial wine back with you. General Jagier also piques my interest. On the day of the uprising, I shall meet him in person. With that, Gil left with Jeremy and Jalen through a side door. Cannon felt more at ease. He was now aligned with the royal family, considering he and Brevin were kinsmen, and Brevin was Gil's father-in-law. Rise. After visiting the medical academy and seeing the strength of the Luo River, I thought about organizing the craftsmen. In this Hongwen college, we differentiate between scholars and martial arts, while various fields like agriculture and medicine have separate schools established by Elton. I believe we could organize the craftsmen similarly, thus discussing it with master craftsmen. Gil sat on a chair but was startled when it moved by itself. Your Majesty, this is a chair modified from a Hu stool by me. Seeing how kneeling causes poor blood circulation, I designed a more comfortable seat, but I ended up integrating elements from the wooden ox cart design. Excellent work, just remove the wheels. Your Majesty, it hasn't been named yet. Please give it a name. Well, let's call it chair, meaning reclining rest. Gregory Jaggerying beamed at this and Gil added, make sure one without wheels is sent to me. As you wish. Gil then outlined a division of labor within the craft sector. Agricultural tools, hydraulic engineering, stone masonry, carpentry, and military equipment. If complex projects arise, discuss them collectively. How does that sound? Your Majesty, this arrangement is brilliant. With over 100 craftsmen handling various daily tasks, it is challenging to oversee everything efficiently. Dividing into departments and assigning overseers can greatly improve productivity and allow me more time for research. Agreed. Choose the overseers yourself and post the grand ceremony. Organize another event for common craftsmen to learn from the imperial artisans and vice versa. With pleasure. Since the ban on private schools, many artisans hid their skills, sometimes combining techniques with superstitions to prevent prying. The new grand ceremony for doctors had raised the status of physicians among the people, and she aimed to elevate her fellow artisans. Leaving the institute, Gil noticed students carrying paper books and inquired, excuse me, what book? Before he finished, the student interjected, the 10th person today asking about this. We've been transcribing texts since a few days ago, and now the classics are available in the library. Library? Yes, built a few days ago by Master Clifton next to the dormitories. Gil thanked him and headed there. The library was small, about the size of 2 houses, but stocked with numerous scrolls and 4 cabinets. Gil began browsing when an elderly librarian stopped him. Please don't touch without permission. Which book do you need? Thank you. I want the Book of Songs. Cabinet marked, Samuel, top shelf, first book. Gil found it quickly and flipped through it. Indeed, the Book of Songs. Be gentle. Damages must be compensated. The librarian warned sternly. Don't worry, sir. Our master isn't short on money, Jeremy replied, patting his chest. Money? Don't dishonor our books. These papers are made by the current emperor's order, essential for education. With bamboo slips, who could afford it? Our rules are strict. Damages require replacing the book or copying it 3 times. The rules are excellent, Gil remarked, placing the book back carefully. These rules were set by His Majesty's reader, Alexei Asher, naturally well designed. The librarian added, shooing everyone out. On the door was a sign, only those with purpose, respect, and care for books may enter. Below it read, fire forbidden. Night violations punished by 30 strokes and 10 book copies. Quite strict indeed. Translation completed while maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. Names have been converted accurately to pinyin. Emperor Gil chuckled. Let's go, Your Majesty. If we accidentally damage anything, Scholar Elton might not dare to penalize you. But he could make us 2 roughnecks copy books, Jeremy remarked. Gil perked up upon hearing Jeremy's words. I've been worried that you 2 wouldn't study military strategy and books. Wouldn't this be perfect? Your Majesty, no. Copying books would be the death of me. Jeremy immediately pointed to Jalen beside him. Alright, regardless, you both need to understand military strategies and basic medical knowledge. The 3 kingdoms led the elite Vanguard Death Corps, which played a crucial role in subduing Zeke's White Horse volunteers. Hans led another powerful unit, the Great Halberdiers, making both units capable rapid assault forces renowned for their siege capabilities. As for Jorge's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry required no further explanation, but after Kit defeated Zeke, he assigned the structure of the White Horse volunteers to Jorge, significantly enhancing Jorge's strength. For Yuzhou territory, any one of these 3 forces would force Hoyt into constant retreat. Holding Yuzhou depended on Xinbei support and whether the governor of Liaodong, Barrett, would assist. Although Barrett had harbored ambitions early on, he maintained fairness in his administration, prohibiting the strong from bullying the weak. This demonstrated his capability. Moreover, due to the chaos in central China over the past few decades, many people fled to Liaodong, allowing Barrett to expand his influence as far as Goguryeo, declaring himself Marquis of Liaodong. Gil took a hands-off approach given Liaodong's distance from the imperial capital across Ji and Yu provinces, understanding that sending troops there would be impractical. Amidst this turbulent era, which powerful lord didn't harbor ambitions to rule all? Price, upon receiving Gil's letter, initiated several probing attacks. Observations indicated no change in Kit's key generals. Lord Gordon, I still find this situation peculiar. We need to accelerate plans concerning Yin province. Qingzhou will be the decisive battleground between our army and Kit. Gil's logic held true. Seizing Qingzhou allowed direct naval access from Beihai to Milezhou ports. If Kit controlled it, he could ally with Mickey. If Han forces captured it, Gil could sponsor the Sun family to unify Milezhou, threatening Mickey while circumventing the siege front to attack Kit's rear. I believe Barrett, despite his ambition, views Hoyt of Yuzhou as a mutual defense barrier against central warlords, having aided Hoyt when Zeke attacked Yuzhou. If Kit launched a major offensive, Barrett wouldn't remain passive, especially with the Xinbei threat nearby. Kit's campaign might face significant challenges, said Fiki. My view differs. Barrett suffered humiliations in his youth and tends toward impatience. Offered the prince title legitimizing his status, he may ally with Kit. Besides, his feud with the Wuhuan could lead Hoyt to mismanage relations, potentially losing his life, replied Aloysius, whose insight garnered Fiki's agreement. Mario, instruct Cannon to act in 3 days. Tomorrow, I will personally lead 5,000 Juke cavalry to Asif to join Ricky, Gil decided. Your Majesty wishes to command again? Fiki queried, given your prestige, is such risk necessary? And Clement Yenzhou, who doesn't wish for my throne? The Jagarin brothers have revealed their ambitions. Though the three Liu families haven't openly rebelled, they tacitly support Kit. In this turbulent time, the Han dynasty teeters on the brink. With non-Han tribes in Bingzhou watching, if Silly's defense fails, the Ma clan of Liangzhou will defect, and the Jagarin brothers will unite, with the Liu clans using loyalty as a pretext to seize opportunities. In this crisis, what remains of our Han besides the name? Without the loyal armies trained by me over 5 years, how many prominent clans and scholars would have already left? How many would try to manipulate the Emperor's authority to their advantage? Mother, wake from your idealized dream of a unified Han. Ambitions won't dissipate overnight. With Zhuge and city militias here, you can use the tokens to suppress any rebellion with Fiki. Afterward, Gil handed her the second token set and asked rhetorically about his consorts. Do you think I chose these consorts merely for their beauty? Mahjiang Kobi, Gregory clan of Jingzhou, Sun clan of Mileszhou, Bridge clan of Yenzhou, Harvey clan of Taiyuan through Americ, Ace clan of Chenlu through Oren, Jin clan of Zhongshan in Hebei. Even Cordelia Williams' Yingchuan clan isn't dominant locally, at best mid-tier. For the elite clans, who rules makes little difference, they must be called to serve. Their priority in turmoil is self-preservation. The mid-tier clans face extinction and thus align with promising, ambitious forces. Ultimately, as royal blood, my alliance carries minimal risk for them. Even if I fail, alternative options exist. Gil's explanation widened Janie's eyes. She had never considered these perspectives. Smiling gently, Gil continued, for the weaker families, supporting me offers them the smallest risk. Even if I fail, other opportunities await. After all, a power that gains the world must demonstrate its benevolence to win the hearts of the people. Sitting on this dragon throne, I exhaust my mind every day and night, thinking tirelessly, all for the sake of restoring the Han dynasty to its former glory. In times of turmoil and peril, extraordinary measures are required. As an emperor, one must dare to be the pioneer. I want to show those who only adhere to ancient principles that I am different from the emperors of previous dynasties. I am not a soft target. They cannot manipulate or bully me. I must establish new policies internally, set up new schools, and promote new customs. Externally, I will strengthen the new military, uphold the imperial authority, and reclaim lost territories. Only by doing so can I mend the heavens with my blood. Gil's resolve was clear. He sought not only to rule but to revolutionize, ensuring his reign would leave an indelible mark on history. His vision extended beyond mere survival. It encompassed a comprehensive reform aimed at rejuvenating the empire from within while asserting dominance without. Through relentless determination and strategic innovation, he aimed to steer the Han dynasty back to its zenith, defying all who dared question his authority or intentions. Chapter 116. The diligent Janie and the proud Gabrielle. But Janie was about to speak when Emperor Gil immediately interrupted her. Mother, the Han dynasty has been in existence for nearly 400 years. Has anything involving humans remained unchanged for 4 centuries? Even the loyalty preached by Confucian scholars has changed. In this chaotic situation, change is necessary. Just as Emperor Louisgu revitalized the Han dynasty, I too will use reform to bring the Han dynasty out of obscurity and into prosperity once again. At this point, Gil's youthful ardor surged, his eyes brimming with an indescribable heroism. Seeing this, Janie no longer objected. My son, go ahead. Although your mother does not understand literature nor have the strength to bind a chicken, I do as the emperor instructed, daily engaging with the wives and concubines of officials. If any of them have treacherous intentions, I can uncover it through their spouses. Janie tightened her grip on the military insignia. With your words, my son, I am reassured. Regarding Janie, Gil had absolute confidence. As the Cordelia Dowager, and being Gil's only son, even the slightest hint of rebellion would make her act decisively. However, Gil was not worried. After all, his mother's faults did not implicate him. If someone attacked him using her misdeeds, he could issue a self-censure edict, which would ultimately win him more public support. This reasoning was similar to Emperors Huan and Ling fostering eunuchs. Many times, direct imperial intervention left no room for retreat, leading to open conflict. Using intermediaries provided flexibility and freedom of movement, crucial for achieving greater goals. As for Mario, his involvement with the Cordelia Dowager ensured that no one questioned his loyalty. This is why Gil entrusted both the Cordelia Dowager and Fiki with the military insignia, rather than just one person. Imperial strategy required keeping plans hidden from others. If you let subordinates frequently guess your thoughts, they might think they could replace you or feel superior. In our Chinese history, it was often said that even princes and generals were not inherently superior. By the way, your majesty, mother truly does not understand why you do not eliminate the Jagarin clan in the capital? Janie asked as Gil was about to leave. Mother, while the two Gil bowed and left the Cordelia Dowager's chambers. Once he was gone, she summoned the consorts, relaying Gil's instructions while omitting parts about their backgrounds. Himph, not taking us, Kenna muttered, visibly displeased. Little sister's son, unlike the emperor, people already find the idea of educated ladies controversial. Bringing consorts along would provoke more criticism. The emperor is likely trying to protect you all from such backlash. Karis quickly defended Gil. Her explanation garnered nods of agreement from the other women, but Gabrielle seemed absent-minded, fiddling with her luxurious gown sleeve. In Gil's chambers, Hayward, knowing his habits, began packing Gil's belongings for his impending departure to camp. Grand Edwin, no need to pack. I will stay in the palace tonight. Hayward hesitated upon hearing this, but quickly fetched the plates with consort names on them, presenting them openly. Grand Eunuch is very considerate. Gil praised him, but struggled to decide among the remaining 5 untouched consorts. He hadn't planned for another night like last time. Even with Brendan's miracle drugs, such indulgence wasn't sustainable. Ultimately, his hand fell on Gabrielle's plate. Among all, she was the one Gil felt most indebted to, leading her to sometimes mock him like Kenna. Go then. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will not disturb the other consorts when... It's the palace rules. Only after the Emperor eats can we begin. Before that, we must wait at his side. Without looking up, Gabrielle kept her gaze on the chicken. Gil picked up his chopsticks, tapping her forehead gently. Don't worry, it's just the two of us here. Normally, I don't enforce strict etiquette. Eat with me freely. Gabrielle eyed Gil uncertainly, cautiously picking up her chopsticks, glancing around warily. Gil called out loudly, Hayward. Your subject is here. Hayward scrambled in, kneeling hurriedly. Gabrielle, startled, dropped her chopsticks. Do I look too old and frail that I can't feed myself? Tell those teaching palace etiquette that I and my consorts will dine without needing to wait on us. Thus, Gil laid down new dining protocols within the palace, emphasizing equality between the Emperor and his consorts. After Gil finished speaking, Hayward's heart, which had been in suspense, immediately relaxed. Your subject complies, I'll go deal with it right away. With that, Hayward ran out as if fleeing. Beside Gil, Gabrielle covered her face and laughed. This is the first time I've seen someone so flustered in the palace. Gil looked at Gabrielle's smiling face, picked up the chopsticks she had dropped, and handed them back to her. Don't think that this will make me forgive you. After all, her father had been indirectly killed by Gil. To secure her brother Kobe's position, Gabrielle had once vowed to herself that even if she stuck to his chopsticks, dripping white broth and emitting a rich aroma of meat. He took a bite and chewed, feeling the tender texture melt in his mouth before sliding down his throat. Delicious. Of course, this lamb comes from the Western Liang region. Gabrielle answered without looking up as she continued eating the chicken. Noticing her enthusiasm, Gil passed the vegetables over. Take your time. No one's going to snatch it from you. We don't have these kinds of vegetables in Western Liang. I've never eaten them before. Gabrielle responded almost like a common woman teasing her lover. Gil did not respond but instead opened a bottle of wine and poured a cup for her. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, Gabrielle lifted her head in surprise to see Gil pouring the wine for her personally. You're the first among my consorts who receives wine poured by me personally. Eat slowly and be careful not to choke. This wine is quite strong, so take small sips. Gil gently handed the wine to her and sat back in his seat. Gabrielle took a cautious sip, finding the wine indeed potent as Gil warned. She took another slow sip, even though she was used to strong drinks from Western Liang. The intensity of the wine forced her to quickly eat some vegetables to temper its heat. Seeing this, Gil resumed his meal, eating 2 more pieces of lamb stew when suddenly Gabrielle passed him the remaining third of the roasted chicken. Gil understood her intention and exchanged it for the lamb stew. People here really don't know. Gil still watching her. She felt playful and smeared the greasy residue from her finger onto his face. Why didn't you dodge? Seeing the grease on Gil's handsome face, Gabrielle couldn't help asking, Cloudy luck, even if it were a knife, I wouldn't have dodged. Are you foolish? Gabrielle asked with mixed emotions, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes, I truly regret using those tactics. Gabrielle covered his lips with her fingers. Don't say any more. Never speak of it again. Lowering her head, tears dripped onto Gil's imperial robe. I'm sorry, Cloudy luck. Gabrielle pressed her lips tightly, trying to hold back her feelings. But Gil's hand found hers, pulling her close without any repulsion. He carefully wiped her tears with a handkerchief, each stroke erasing their shared grievances. That day on the battlefield, Gabrielle had already admired him. Coupled with the custom of bridal abduction in Chang tribes, a part of her had unconsciously accepted Gil. However, the truth had come between them. Once her hands were clean, Gabrielle kept her head down. Gil did not force her, saying, It's okay. I can sleep in the side chamber where I often work. Unexpectedly, Gabrielle suddenly raised her head, cheeks flushed red with a mix of hate and dissatisfaction. Her hands swiftly encircled Gil's neck, and her red lips, scented with the oil of lamb stew, kissed him. Taken by surprise, Gil's heartbeat accelerated, and his face flushed. He instinctively embraced her waist, oblivious to the meal in front of them as they kissed passionately. Outside, Hayward saw the scene and silently admired his emperor's skill in comforting women, closing the door for them. After 10 breaths, Gabrielle panted heavily, resting her head on Gil's shoulder. Gil, thinking she might bite him again, felt his shoulder soften. Humph. If you ever treat me badly again, I'll bite you. Gabrielle whispered softly near his ear. How could I? The matter with father really should blame Lincoln. If father had surrendered to the Han court earlier, none of this would have happened. But you also had your faults. Your intentions were impure. I can't tell which words are true and which are false. Don't lie to me anymore, okay? Gabrielle's voice trembled, almost crying. Gil's heart ached as he replied, All right, I promise. The Emperor's word is sacred. They remained silent for a long while. Gabrielle stayed on his shoulder, poking the spot she had bitten. Does it hurt? Yes. But you didn't cry out. I did. If anyone saw, you would have been accused of treason. Hemph. You could have. Puzzled. Several of the sisters in the palace are like jewels of this world. Eating too much will make me fat. Gabrielle said this bashfully. Upon hearing this, Gil burst into laughter, holding his belly. After dinner, the two walked hand in hand in the backyard. She enjoyed listening to Gil talk about military matters, so he chatted with her for a while longer. With the silver moon high in the sky, they knew not to waste such a beautiful night. Naturally, this night would involve an intense session. The next morning, Gil woke up early and gently disengaged her arms that were wrapped around him, which woke her up as well. Be careful, don't get hurt, she cautioned. I won't, he replied reassuringly. They exchanged heartfelt words, and then she helped Gil put on his armor. Seeing that it was almost time, Gil dressed in his armor, fastened his sword, and headed to the court. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content, while preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks. Hashtag chapter 118. Baron unintentionally, Gil purposefully. The court ministers, seeing Gil's attire, already had an idea of what was to come. Just as they were formulating their responses, one person stepped forward. Your humble servant, Gregory Min Attendant Brit, wishes His Majesty a great victory and safe return. Following Brit's words, Carmine, Jagranpang, Emeric, Orin, Cassius, and other veteran ministers who were close to Gil also stood up and echoed Brit's sentiment. With the endorsement of the influential William clan of Ingchuan, the Zhong clan, and the Clifton clan, coupled with the backing of the senior ministers Emeric and Orin, the rest would not dare oppose them. As for the Hongnong Miles clan, having undertaken the construction of local counties on the borders between the Imperial Inspectorate and Xiliang, they had profited handsomely over the past few years. Therefore, they were staunch supporters of Gil. Weighing the influence of these veterans, the officials dared not speak up and instead shifted their gazes to the Grand Commandant Baron. Feeling the intense scrutiny, Baron grew angry inwardly, glaring back, silently cursing. Why are you all looking at me? To show my loyalty, my son Charlie is still stationed in Shangjuan without returning. Do I need to participate in this discussion? Under the burning gaze, Baron finally stepped forward. May your majesty leave the administrative regulations for wartime governance? Baron's words set the court abuzz. The minister's expressions changed from excitement to confusion, while the senior ministers pondered his intentions. Why are they still looking at me? I only thought that with your majesty away, handling various matters would be too complicated. As Grand Commandant, isn't it reasonable to suggest this? Baron wondered. Highest administrative officer, making many important decisions. Being older and less energetic, Baron had already spent much effort managing disagreements among officials regarding Gil's policies. This left him with little energy for other matters. Very well. Grand Commandant Chun shall be the first Minister of Personnel. Additionally, I will assign Orin to assist you. The Ministry of Revenue will be overseen by Jagranpang and Carmine, while the Ministry of War will be headed by Cassius, Fiki, and Emeric. Upon hearing this, they immediately bowed in gratitude. For Emeric, Orin, and Jagranpang, being appointed ministers was technically a demotion, but they would wield greater actual power. Especially for Orin and Baron, the Ministry of Personnel controlled official appointments, meaning their doors would be constantly visited once Gil left. Seeing the senior ministers agree, the other officials followed suit. After morning court adjourned, Fiki pulled Orin aside and approached Gil. Your Majesty, Minister Ace and I are here. Yes, I do have something to discuss. I need you both to undertake a covert role. Mario, select 500 capable men from the Zhuge army to form the Investigation Bureau while I am away from the capital. The Investigation Bureau will primarily gather intelligence externally and monitor officials internally. Orin looked puzzled, unsure why Gil wanted him for this task. Minister Ace, since you oversee the Ministry of Personnel? Not at all. Wherever I am, there is Han. But what if the fence-sitters rebel? I've prepared for this, Dwayne, so relax. Minister Mint, perhaps it would be better if either he or Jalen stayed in the capital. Dwayne, do you remember how I chose the captains of the Zhuge army? Yes, your majesty chose soldiers from the royal farm. And the platoon leaders? Also from the royal farm soldiers. That's right. Both lower and middle-level officers hail from the royal farm. Since I was 10, I've trained with them daily. Though I don't know each name, I know them well. So that's how. Jeremy finally understood. It's more than that. After their appointments, His Majesty reduced their families' taxes for a year and sent food and meat during festivals. Jalen glanced at Jeremy, adding, in the Zhuge army, they recognize only His Majesty first, then the command seals, and lastly us. The meticulous Jalen handled relations with mid to lower officers, something the coarse Jeremy never paid attention to. What if someone with ill intentions tries to sway the guards? Ah, where were you when His Majesty told you to study? Guards only maintain order and market safety, using sticks. Special weapons require retrieval from the arsenal. But the arsenal is under our control. The captain is personally chosen by His Majesty. A stubborn oldly who would execute anyone trying to access the arsenal without proper orders. To Brevin, instructing him to lead 5,000 men from Duanxiu to disguise themselves as merchant caravans or civilians and infiltrate Puyang within 5 days. 7 days later, order cannon to change flags and rise in revolt. Also, send a letter to Elliot, the postal supervisor of Gaoping County, inviting him to join in rebellion. Gil did not respond to Ray but first addressed Ricky. I obey. Hearing this, Ricky immediately left to prepare the letters. Gil studied the map on the sand table, deep in thought. Your Majesty, I will definitely take Ingchuan's capital, Xuchang, within 5 days. Ray insisted again. All right, Gerhard, you and Garrett will lead your 10,000 troops together. Paolo's forces are no threat. If he fortifies and does not emerge, do not advance recklessly. Once the 5-day deadline arrives, withdraw immediately from Ingchuan and head straight for Chenlu. Ray immediately agreed and withdrew from the tent with Garrett to prepare for the morning departure. From Asif to Ingchuan was a considerable distance, yet not too far either, a straightforward southward journey. Given Ray's personality, once he committed to capturing Xuchang within 5 days, there would be minimal chance of failure. Next was the most troubling aspect for Gil, the order in which to evaluate the various prefectures of Yenzhou. Shanyang Prefecture was centrally located in Yenzhou, and Clem would not station many troops there. If Elliot followed orders, Shans were invited by Cassius and Emeric to discuss in the temporary hall of the Ministry of War. Gentlemen, although His Majesty has not explicitly appointed any of you as officials in the Ministry of War, you are all experienced military strategists who have fought alongside the Emperor. This meeting is to solve His Majesty's dilemmas. The specifics have been thoroughly explained by Mario. At present, Ingchuan is merely an addition. Should cannon rise in Yenzhou, Clem's most likely counterattack routes have been marked on the sand table. What remains to be discussed is which regions should we prioritize with our current strength. Cassius posed the question to the gathered young talents. Notably, the retreat routes proposed by Cassius, Emeric, and Fiki included 2 additional possibilities besides the most probable one anticipated by Gil. Firstly, Clem could circumvent Dong Prefecture via Ji Province and dispatch Heston from Jibei. Secondly, enter Shanyang from Taishan, passing through Jingyin directly into Dong Prefecture, Puyang, Cannon's base. Jiagu began after some contemplation. If Clem avoids the circuitous route via Ji Province, divide the army into two. One force takes Shanyang to assist Elliot's revolt, and then persuade Heston in Jibei. The second force captures Qinlu. Hardy nodded, placing red flags symbolizing Han authority on Dong Prefecture. After Cannon's revolt, the Emperor will feint an attack on Qianlu, waiting for news from Yingchuan. Two scenarios arise. If Yingchuan falls, the Emperor bypasses Qianlu to take Jingyi. When the Qianlu garrison sees the Emperor retreating, they relax, allowing the Yingchuan troops to swiftly capture Qianlu. As Hardy finished, Ajay moved the pieces over Qianlu. Continuing, after capturing Qianlu, the troops, now weary from two battles, should proceed cautiously to Shanyang, aiding Elliot. Meanwhile, Hardy placed pieces over Jingyin. Retreat forces can strongly assault Jingyin to cut off Clem's rear and assist Cannon in defending Puyang, extending his resistance. In this simulation, Jingyin fell, aiding Elliot's revolt in Shanyang. Red flags of Han forces covered 4 prefectures of Yinzhou, halting the exercise. Why stop here? Asked Cassius curiously. Chapter 120. The three parties plot for Yin. Minister Miles, the subsequent arrangements will depend on the reactions of Clem and Mickey. This is already the best outcome His Majesty can achieve within this month, Aloysius explained with a bow, speaking on behalf of the two young strategists. In his eyes, there was no jealousy toward Hardy and Ajay, but rather an anticipation and admiration for these young geniuses. Geniuses often restrain their abilities in which could put Dongjun in peril. If Dongjun falls, our plan to take Yin would be seen as an unjust act by Han against its loyal subjects, said the unremarkable Brandon, adding his insights to fill in the gaps left by Ajay and Hardy. Currently, their plan seemed more solid compared to Aloysius's. Yes, thank you all. Please remain here to handle the government affairs and continue your duties. Minister Miles and I will stay as well. In case of any urgent matters, skip the formal meetings and make immediate decisions. Emeric nodded and quickly sent the two strategies he had recorded via fast horses to Gil. All of Gil's previous efforts, tightening the budget to establish academies and recruiting these young talents, were now paying off. The Ministry of War responded swiftly, conducting detailed simulations multiple times within 2 days after Gil left the capital. They even formed groups to simulate Mickey and Clem's responses. The final conclusion was that this battle was extremely risky but promised huge rewards. Should the war drag on, they would jointly advise Gil to secure what they had achieved and retreat. Meanwhile, in Gil's camp, he received the two plans discussed since he left the city. After reading carefully, he found they largely matched his own strategies, except for the simultaneous capture of Jin and Shanyang, which he hadn't fully considered. He handed the ministry's letter to Jeremy, Jalen, and Ricky. After studying the maps, they pondered for a long time. Possible is crucial. Cannon immediately nodded and wrote to Jagier Jin. We need to consolidate 20,000 troops. Clem alone has 30,000 in Tai Mountain, plus Egbert's 10,000. Holding out for a month is our best bet. Brevin studied the map. Understood. Our hope lies in His Majesty's leadership, Cannon sighed. Unbeknownst to them, upon receiving Cannon's letter, Jagier Jin efficiently organized the evacuation of civilians and supplies into the Puyang region, setting up defensive measures around the city. Meanwhile, Stephen debated internally about assisting Gil. His advisors feared entangling in Yin and exposing Su Province to Mickey's attack. Governor, remember the last time we supported Han? Let's focus on defending Langya first. Only if opportunities arise should we enter Tai Mountain. Otherwise, if Mickey uses Xiapi as a base, he could directly attack Su Province. Misai, I think if Han invades Yongzhou, they'll aim for Yingchuan. Using this opportunity, perhaps Governor can negotiate control of Xiapi from Mickey, making him believe Han will attack him. Misai's words struck a chord with Stephen, who wanted to protect his assets. Send word to Tsangba and Kermit Bao in Langya. If Clem returns, have them watch for an opening to enter Tai Mountain and possibly seize additional grain from Lu County if possible, Stephen decided. Writing a vague letter to Mickey seeking Xiapi, Jar, with his days numbered. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and adherence to the storyline and logic of the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as in the original text. Chapter 121. The day of uprising, flames of war ignite throughout Yinzhou. On this day, Jagier Jin had already arranged the defenses outside Puyang City. Cannon pinned down Clem's various atrocities and disobedience to the imperial commands when he controlled Yinzhou. The proclamation denouncing Clem's rule over Dong Commandery was immediately posted everywhere. All merchant caravans from Yinzhou heading to Dong Commandery were seized by Cannon. Meanwhile, in Gaoping County, Elliot assembled 1,000 local militiamen, aiming to overthrow Clem's rule in Shanyang Commandery. Gil, stationed in Asif, saw the opportune moment. Without waiting for Ray's report on capturing Yingchuan, he led an army of 15,000 troops straight towards Qianlu. From Asif, they could directly reach Qianlu through the main road. After marching day and night, Gil arrived at the walls of Qianlu early the next morning. Outside the city, Jirmahjong and pitfall traps filled the landscape. The surrounding trees and farmlands had been stripped bare. As Gil's army arrived at the city, the Jagger, Year, banners finally appeared on Qianliu's walls. Note: I've made slight adjustments to ensure the Li bowed in acceptance, leading his troops away. Order: Ray and Garrett's forces should head directly to Chung Commandery, seizing grain supplies and transporting them to Qianlu. Yes, sir. The messenger took the order and rode back to Ray's Baidiger army. Outside Qianlu, Gil ordered the Zhuge army to retreat 50 miles and set up camp with multiple defenses. They would patrol during the day and triple patrol at night, rotating daily. Your Majesty, what if Camden has a large force inside the city? Jeremy asked. If he does, he'll notice fewer soldiers in our camps and will surely attack. We must retreat while fighting, entering Silly where he won't dare follow. Once Ray reaches Chung Commandery, he can encircle Qianlu, forcing Camden to reinforce. When he pulls back, we strike, unsettling his troops and securing victory. Gil planned strategically against Camden, a renowned general who avoided unnecessary risks. Unlike Gil's calm approach, Ray and Garrett hadn't even wiped the blood off their armor after taking Yingchuan with only 300 casualties. Ray quickly replenished his forces from captured soldiers and redirected to Chung Commandery upon receiving Gil's order. In Chung Commandery, near Mickey's Runin, Clem wouldn't have placed many troops in such a small region. Advised by Harvey Jagger, Clem fortified the larger Chao Commandery in southern Yenzhou. However, Xiao's own troops faced troubles as Abdullah was brought in by guards. "Save me, sir," Clem pleaded, even bowing respectfully. "Hmph, I warned you disaster loomed," urging surrender to Han. Now facing death, you cry for help? "Sir, save me," Clem cried. "You have three options. First, surrender Yenzhou to Han, ensuring your safety but uncertain status. Second, surrender to Mickey. Kit is busy battling Han, making Aaron's Mickey a viable savior. Lastly, march to Jibei, aiding Heston against Dong Commandery. If the Han generals are weak, Yenzhou might still be saved." Abdullah wasn't deceiving Clem. These were three strategic choices, and choosing the third suited Abdullah's ambition to gain favor in Han court. Currently, surrendering to Gil seemed best, aligning with righteousness and sparing Clem harsh treatment despite his surrender. Even if removed from office, he'd live comfortably. Surrendering to Mickey was risky but advantageous, giving Mickey nominal control over Yenzhou and strengthening his power, making Clem indispensable in the short term. But Clem only thought about retaining Yenzhou, not considering surrendering to either side. In his heart, Gil was nothing more than a young boy of 16, who, despite having military achievements and merits, was likely overhyped by the court ministers. Only seeing the frontline troops of Taishan change from heavy cavalry to light leather armored auxiliary forces. The next day, in Jibei camp, Egbert agreed without hesitation to march east to Dong Commandery upon Clem's arrival. Despite his dislike for Cannon, out of years of camaraderie, he suggested persuading him to surrender. Abdullah quickly perceived this and subtly moved closer to Egbert. After establishing the siege plan on Puyang, Clem and Egbert entered Dongping Commandery swiftly, traveling without stopping. Yet Abdullah managed to find an opportunity to speak privately with Egbert. "General Egbert, do you know who is backing Cannon?" Abdullah asked mid-ride. "Backer?" Egbert, who had been preoccupied with the recent turmoil in Qinlu and Dong Commandery, hadn't considered this angle, thus he questioned back. "The armies of the Han Emperor. General, are you really going to resist the Imperial Army for Clem?" Abdullah struck directly at the heart of the matter. Egbert was stunned, momentarily forgetting to urge his horse, slowing down the pace. "How can that be? The Han army is fighting Kit. Moreover, they have taken control of Shan Commandery in Bing province. How did they rise so quickly from decline? Since Egbert took over Jibei, he had been busy dealing with. He didn't send reinforcements. My 5,000 men have enough experience to gauge troop movements. Still, he doesn't attack." Sitting on a stool in camp, Gil gazed at Qinlu City. "Your Majesty, perhaps it's a feint? It's possible, but I must persist if Camden is truly hiding a large force within. Any battle could lead to a major defeat for us, cutting off our retreat and affecting Jagran's forces." Camden held urgent letters from Shanyang, Jiyin, and Chen Commandery yet remained steadfast, observing the Han army closely. "If Shanyang, Jiyin, and Chen Commandery fall, we'll be isolated." One of his officers fretted, but Camden stayed resolute. "Anyone suggesting relief will be dealt with according to military law." Daily observations allowed Camden to deduce this Han army was likely the strongest opponent he'd faced. With only 10,000 troops, 5,000 from Jibei and 5,000 local militia, he dared not risk open battle with mostly infantry against superior cavalry. He had hoped Gil might bypass Qinlu to strike deeper into the region, giving him a chance to counterattack. But Gil remained firmly entrenched outside the city. Report from General Egbert arrived. Upon reading the letter, Camden felt a little relieved. It stated Egbert had joined forces with Clem and planned to capture Puyang, requiring him only to hold Qianlu. Were it not for Egbert's kindness, would I remain under Clem's command? Camden sighed, continuing to survey Gil's camp. "Received any intelligence on Mickey and Stephen?" Emeric asked, looking at Fiki. "Regarding Su province, they have decided to watch the conflict from the sidelines. As for Mickey, he used the pretext of returning Xiaopi to order his troops originally stationed there to pass through Chao Commandery. Once inside, they disguised themselves as bandits, causing chaos, clearly indicating Mickey's intentions towards Chao Commandery." After Fiki spoke, everyone focused their attention on Chao Commandery. This commandery occupies a significant portion of Yenzhou and borders Changqing. Everyone immediately understood why Emperor Gil had re-abandoned Changqing. How did His Majesty know about the situation in Chao Commandery without Mickey's intelligence? Ushvin couldn't help but ask. "Jagaranzi, this is simple. With bandits rampaging in Chao Commandery, civilians would naturally flee in all directions. The remnants of the Yellow Turbans in Yen and Qing were suppressed by General Kermit, dispatched by His Majesty. How could His Majesty not be aware of its significance?" Yuan explained immediately. From His Majesty's judgment, it seems he intends to join forces with the troops in Puyang to besiege Clem, forcing his surrender and then absorbing Yenzhou territory. Aloysius quickly flipped to the letter mentioning the cessation of hostilities and the stationing of troops at Lihu. "At this moment, we should send someone to Asif to secure supplies for His Majesty's aid." With Fiki's talent, serving as a strategist was well within his capabilities, but he never vied for suggestions, only speaking up when discussions veered off course. Understanding this, Ajay and Hardy realized why Gil entrusted Fiki to manage affairs during his absence from the capital. Sometimes, over-investing in one matter blurs the bigger picture. "If no better response than His Majesty's exists, I shall write the report immediately." Fiki bowed and looked around the room. His Majesty's plan is already the best choice. There's no better possibility. For a contingency plan, I suggest dispatching 10,000 troops from the Hudong contingent under King Aaron to support the supply operation, stationing them in Asif for His Majesty's ready use. Hardy thought for a long time before making this suggestion. Agreed. This seems like a good move. What do the two ministers think? Fiki asked, to which Harvey and Miles both nodded in approval. In court, James once accompanied His Majesty on campaigns. Let him lead this mission. Well, everyone, let's proceed. Cassius clapped his hands and finalized the decision. 2 days later, Clem's army was within 30 miles of Puyang but was thrown into confusion by the false formations set up by Jaghir Jean beforehand. Report to Lord. Along with the local levy's defection, he now commanded a 6,000-strong force. Within half a month, the Han army achieved consecutive victories, gradually capturing Yanzhou's core areas, cutting off southern Yanzhou. Following Gil's decree, Ray abandoned captured territories, using Elliot's militia to transport supplies back to the front lines at Qianlu. Defected levies were incorporated into the army, joining the defense at Lihu. In the afternoon, Clem's army finally advanced to within 15 miles of Puyang. After long marches without rest, his troops were worn out. Initially, Clem planned to encircle Puyang, have Egbert persuade Xiao Mao, and then prepare for siege. But now, they encountered similar obstacles. Obstacles like horse traps and trenches, and again found camps. Skirt around the barriers and pits, tear down the camps. Clem angrily waved his whip. This was the fifth encounter of decoy camps. Though reluctant, soldiers obeyed, pushed by the overseers. They entered the camp, finding silence except for the autumn wind. Thinking it another decoy, they began dismantling. Suddenly, Jaghir Jean and Xiaorui each led a force of 300, emerging from behind tents. Caught unarmed, the soldiers couldn't even cry for help as they were swiftly eliminated. Back to the city. In a fit of anger, Clem ordered the camp to be set on fire. However, this series of events had already begun to show signs of demoralizing his troops. On Xiao Mao's side, after firing 3,000 arrows, they managed to recover over 1,000 arrows from Clem's troops, along with inflicting casualties. Overall, it was a profitable exchange for them. Egbert had just retreated from the fortifications when he was immediately hit by a hail of arrows from the Puyang soldiers. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to quickly raise his shield to cover his body, preventing any injuries. Clem, seeing this, wanted to directly attack the enemy's commander, but alas, he hadn't ordered the removal of the picket fences and horse traps earlier. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Mao, with a look of triumph, led the 3,000 archers back into the city. Enraged, Clem ordered his troops to set fire to the camp. However, by this time, the morale of his army was already showing signs of crumbling. On Xiao Mao's side, they had shot out 3,000 arrows and recovered over 1,000 arrows from Clem's troops, not to mention the casualties they had inflicted. In summary, it was a profitable exchange for them. As the 1,000 men were about to retreat, cannon appeared on the other side of the Zhima picket fences, and Shema Kung, horse traps, with 3,000 archers. Egbert had just withdrawn from the camp when he was immediately hit by a barrage of arrows from the Puyang soldiers. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to quickly raise his shield to cover his body, preventing injury. Clem saw an opportunity to strike directly at the enemy's leader but regretfully had not ordered the removal of the Zhima picket fences, and Shema Kung, horse traps, earlier. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Cannon, looking pleased, led his 3,000 archers back into the city. Enraged, Clem ordered his troops to set fire to the camp. However, this series of events began to erode the morale of Clem's army, while Cannon's forces, having shot 3,000 arrows and recovered over 1,000 from Clem's army, along with the casualties inflicted, emerged decidedly in profit. Hashtag Chapter 124, Clem besieges Chengqing alone. Egbert's honest advice falls on deaf ears. Clem's forces had suffered minimal casualties, but Puyang's resolute defense clearly indicated that there was no way to persuade Cannon to surrender. Inside Clem's tent, he finally heeded Egbert's advice and halted the army for repairs. However, with the recently burned campsite still smoldering, the soldiers needed to wait until they were completely destroyed before rebuilding them in place. This naturally led some of Clem's troops to question his abilities from the very beginning. But with the presence of experienced General Egbert, these murmurs were quickly suppressed. Lord, they didn't have any grand plan. He just disliked Egbert thinking of retreat before battle and used this as an excuse. Hearing this, Egbert sighed deeply and then excused himself, leaving the tent. Abdullah followed closely behind, standing next to Egbert. General, even someone like me knows that now that the first advantage has been lost, shouting slogans about Cannon's rebellion is useless. But how can General Liu trust us so easily? If he trusted me, he would have long returned to the Han instead of ending up here. Abdullah sighed. When did you advise Lord to return to the Han? Egbert asked. During the conquest of Shuzhou and Langia, Stephen helped the Han army. But Liu seized the opportunity when the militia was weak and attacked their rear. This advantage was too hot to handle. Little did he know, the power of heaven is gathering like clouds in the sky, waiting to strike. Abdullah pointed to the heavy clouds accumulating in the sky, which resembled the current chaotic situation in Yanzhou. Alas. Egbert's lips moved, but ultimately, he remained silent. With Clem's rejection, he could only lead his 5,000 troops to dismantle the obstacles, which Clem saw as a private agenda. Though Clem wasn't foolish enough to confront Egbert openly, the tension between them simmered beneath the surface. In Puyang, Cannon celebrated his victory, inviting Jaghir Jean to a feast. Lord, the air attacks. What? Stephen dares to attack now. Realizing Stephen's swift retaliation, Clem panicked, pulling Abdullah for advice. With the Han Emperor at Qianlu, why not join him? Abdullah said impatiently. Join the Han? Clem pondered the idea. Though he was related to the Han royal family, he feared losing the chance to contest for dominance and dreaded seeing Cannon gain benefits from raising the Han flag first. Humph, let's see what happens after seizing Puyang. Clem dismissed Abdullah and returned to his tent to plan the next day's attack. His preparations for this siege were far from sufficient, relying mainly on ladders and battering rams. Puyang's defenses, while lacking a fortified outer wall, featured a moat and a sturdy 5-meter-high wall. A direct assault would surely result in heavy casualties. Yet, Clem, driven by rage, paid no heed. The moats would be rendered ineffective once the drawbridge was captured. With only 10,000 county soldiers in Puyang, a single push could break them. Securing Puyang's resources is crucial to reclaiming Taishan and defeating Stephen. Having made his decision, Clem drank 2 cups of wine and fell asleep. In contrast, Egbert's camp was brightly lit. Mr. Chung, forcing surrender on the battlefield isn't something Egbert can do. General Bao, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Aren't you a servant of the Han? Why not consider the future of your men? Abdullah urged urgently, aware that once the fight started, things would change irrevocably. He genuinely cared for Egbert and Camden because he had the protection of Fiki. Won't you consider the future of your subordinates? If the Han attack from behind during the siege, what will happen? Egbert fell silent. Surrendering to the Han made sense both politically and militarily, but as a subordinate of a regional lord, his loyalty to the Han dynasty wasn't as strong. After all, the Han dynasty had been in chaos for a century. Far from the central court, Egbert believed the corruption was too deep-rooted to change. Once a belief takes hold, it's hard to erase. This is partly why, even at the end of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, many soldiers chose to continue rather than accept imperial amnesty. The translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural flow and coherency with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as requested. Chapter 125. Clem divides his forces to attack the south gate. Abdullah is ambushed while sending a message. The next morning, light rain started to fall. Lord, it's raining this morning. Shall we wait for the rain to stop before attacking? Egbert stood in the formation with Clem in the rain. At this moment, Clem's soldiers were very grateful for Egbert's suggestion. Humph, the rain affects our troops but doesn't affect the enemy? General Bao, let's begin. Clem's expression turned cold as he spoke sideways. Seeing this, Egbert could not say more and had to order the troops to attack. Under a gray sky and on increasingly muddy ground, the soldiers braved the arrow storm from Puyang City and laid planks over the moat to allow the battering ram to cross. Meanwhile, Jensen in Puyang City had sealed the city gate completely the day before and now led his troops, using a huge wooden post to brace the gate from the other side. Ancient outer city gates were built by carving out a part of a continuous city wall. So, archers on either side of the battlements targeted the soldiers, pushing the battering ram haphazardly. Within an hour, over 100 of Clem's men had died at the city gate. The subsequent forces pushed their fallen comrades' bodies into the moat to continue advancing. Once driven onto the battlefield by the officers, Clem's soldiers rushed forward, stopping only when they reached the one blind spot inside the city gate where no arrows could reach. On the battlements, Brevin did not idle. He ordered non-archers to throw bricks and stones at the attacking forces. Although these wouldn't significantly reduce the enemy numbers, they greatly slowed the assault, making it easier for archers to hit their targets. This was the cost of direct assault. Egbert, seeing his dead soldiers dye the moat red, felt indescribable bitterness. This battle had become a personal vendetta between Clem and Cannon, yet the cost was borne by the troops of Yenzhou, something Egbert couldn't reconcile. General Bao, I've always heard that Jibei's troops are strong. Bodhi managed to defend Qianlu with only 5,000 men. You command 10,000. Surely you can capture Puyang? Faced with Clem's ridicule, Egbert helplessly arranged his soldiers to participate in the battle. Indeed, Jibei's troops were stronger, pushing the battering ram while holding shields and steadily approaching the gate, only 100 paces away. Finally, after half an hour, the first loud knock resounded under Puyang City. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound entered Egbert's ears. With years of experience, he knew the gate had been reinforced. Ladders forward. Without hesitation, Egbert ordered his soldiers to hold up shields against the arrows and set up long ladders. On the city tower, Brevin sneered. 500 armored Han soldiers lined the battlements. They showed no interest in pushing away the ladders, but instead surrounded the climbers with shields and knives. Fire! Egbert shouted again. Archers immediately picked up arrows from the ground, drew their bows, and fired. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows formed a net in the air, landing on the battlements. Most were blocked by the walls or deflected by the shields painted with fierce beasts. The formation must not scatter. Today's defenders will all be rewarded with meat. Brevin, we should head directly to Qianlu to persuade General Camden to open the city. Oh, my army split even further. I, Egbert, have followed such a fool. Egbert slapped his thigh, sighing deeply. Mister, if I retreat, it is disloyal. If I endanger Wanza, Camden, it is unjust. Let me send a letter to Qianlu to persuade him to surrender. He knows my handwriting and will trust me. Egbert bit his lip and handed a letter to Abdullah from his sleeve. Abdullah didn't hesitate and left with 10 of Egbert's attendants. As soon as Clem left, Egbert ordered a slower attack. Brevin noticed the division and slackness, ordering the archers to stop firing, waiting in standoff. Leaving through Puyang's east gate to Qianlu, Abdullah avoided detection by going east then south to Liu, circumventing Clem's likely route. Upon reaching Dongjuan's border, Abdullah instructed attendants to discard armor and uniforms, escaping O'Jagern and Ray's ambush near Liu. Who are you? O'Jagern sternly asked those captured by the captain. Do you serve as a Han general? Abdullah calmly asked, facing weapons. Seeing his composed demeanor, O'Jagern paused. Who are you? Abdullah quickly explained, General, I have 2 letters in my sleeve. One is from your Secretary General Fiki, and another is Egbert's message to persuade Camden to surrender. Please check them. O'Jagern pulled Abdullah's hand and retrieved the letters. After inspecting both, he found Fiki's letter indeed addressed Abdullah as brother, recalling instructions given by Fiki before setting out. Are you Abdullah, Chengzhongda? O'Jagern asked sidelong. Yes, it's me. General, please do not open Egbert's letter. O'Jagern frowned. Opening it would break the seal and reveal tampering, but ignoring it could be dangerous. Consulting Garrett and Ray, he decided to act quickly. Please make a decision. General Bao fights fiercely on the front lines. If General Camden surrenders, Egbert will also follow. Abdullah pleaded as the trio convened. Chapter 126. Mason brings a captive to Lu's camp. Abdullah attempts to persuade Camden alone. Mason, how reliable is this information? Ray asked. I can confirm that Minister Clifton Shangshu indeed has a friend named Abdullah, and this man does hold a letter from Minister Clifton. However, whether he truly is Abdullah remains uncertain, Ricky replied, expressing his concerns. Indeed, he dared not take such a risk when their emperor was just outside Chinlu. Can he prove his identity? Garrett, who usually kept silent, spoke up. This letter from Minister Clifton could serve as proof. Ricky shook his head, having considered self-verification for Abdullah, but mounted his horse named Romanai Jagarluzi, Night Shining Jade Lion, disregarding the shouts from Ray and Garrett, and galloped away. Abdullah, stunned, couldn't react before being forcibly carried on Ricky's horse. Sir, if you are indeed Abdullah, Ricky will beg forgiveness. Ricky spoke to Abdullah while riding. Abdullah, finding himself in an awkward position, repeatedly pleaded but was ignored. In the rain, he had no choice but to ride alongside Ricky uncomfortably. Speaking of Ricky's Night Shining Jade Lion, it was truly a magnificent steed. Despite the official road being available, Ricky still reached Gil's camp by early afternoon after traveling 300 miles in half a day. Seeing Ricky clad in armor carrying someone without weapons, Gil immediately welcomed him into the tent. With one bow, Ricky supported the drenched and disheveled Abdullah, dusting him off as he explained. Gil ordered hot braziers to be brought in to warm them. After Ricky finished speaking, Gil couldn't help but laugh heartily. Mason, you've labored hard. Whether Abdullah is genuine or not is irrelevant. Camden has many foot soldiers, but few cavalry. Even if he has 30,000 men, I fear no pursuit from him. Moreover, given Clem's impatience to attack after a single day's rest, if Chinlu had over 10,000 troops, he would have ordered Camden. Suggests avoiding detection by Clem. Egbert might cleverly mislead us, but if Abdullah stumbled into your ambush, his priority would be reporting the threat to Egbert. But upon meeting you, he aimed to persuade Camden without turning back, which could be another deception. So, if Abdullah doesn't enter Chinlu, it means death. I understand. Ricky realized, if he's fake, entering Chinlu would prompt Camden to mobilize. Then, retreating gradually and calling James from Asif would ensure our advantage. Precisely. Yet, I believe Abdullah is genuine. We'll know within an hour. Gil walked out, gazing at Chinlu, smiling under the moonlight. Camden carefully read Egbert's letter, with Abdullah, escorted by soldiers, standing nearby, ready to execute him if the letter revealed treachery. Egbert, do you really want me to surrender to Han? Camden read thrice, finding no discrepancies. He had known the battle's difficulty and the idea of surrender wasn't foreign, having warned Egbert about Clem. But did Egbert detect my trip to the Han camp? Camden demanded. General, if you refuse, please let me return to Egbert. We die together. Abdullah shifted the conversation. Together? What happened to Egbert? Camden, gripping Abdullah's collar, interrogated sharply. Clem forced Egbert to attack Puyang. The city was his. Camden no longer hesitated. Ever since the battle began, he had personally observed enemy movements from the city walls every day without fail. Now, feeling like a deflated balloon or a toothless tiger, his resolve weakened. Camden's body softened as he knelt before Abdullah on one knee. This officer is willing to surrender. Please go to the Han camp and plead for mercy for our soldiers. Please rise, General. Abdullah is willing to make this trip. Please send someone to guide me. Abdullah immediately helped Camden up. No. This officer wishes to bind myself and accompany you. If the Emperor executes me, please plead for General Bao and the soldiers in the city. Camden then ordered his personal guards, who bound him tightly, leaving only his legs free. Tears welled in their eyes as they did so. Camden further commanded that he be tied to the horse Abdullah rode out of the city on. Seeing this, Abdullah couldn't bear to ride fast and proceeded slowly under the moonlight. A middle-aged scholar led a captured general toward the Han camp. Gil's scouts, following Abdullah, witnessed this and quickly reported back. Without hesitation, Gil rode over with Ricky, Jeremy, and Jalen. Why has General Jagger done this? Gil drew his imperial sword and cut the ropes binding Camden with one swift slash. Your Imperial Majesty, this sinful officer Camden paid. Most rumors in Clem's army come from the two Jaggerans. Even merchants praising your majesty in Yenzhou are swiftly dealt with by Clem. So, no matter what people say, will we fear losing our reputation? Remember, in these chaotic times, if you wish to be renowned, first be vilified. If our enemies praise us, isn't that scary? If the two Jaggerans praised me, they'd be close to dominating Silly Province. Their insults make me feel relieved. Gil's words left everyone speechless. Camden swallowed hard, thinking the Emperor's mood might turn any moment, but Ouyang intervened. The rebellion by the two Jaggerans naturally speaks ill of his majesty. As for the mass killing of surrendered troops, that was towards Yufuro. He allowed the Xiongnu to kill Han civilians using my army's name as cover. He used the civilians in the city to blackmail the Emperor, leading to this unfortunate reputation. Regarding the taking of enemy wives and daughters, well, the Emperor indeed favors ladies. Ouyang whispered, calming Camden's concerns. Since General Jagger has surrendered, may you open the city gates and allow your soldiers to change into Han military uniforms? Gil asked cheerfully. Yes, I shall comply. Gil patted Camden's shoulder and untied the remaining bindings. By the way, what do you think of the unrest in Chao County? On horseback, Gil awaited his response. This sinful officer believes it is caused by soldiers fleeing from Mickey's defenses in Xiapi. Given the vastness of Chao County, if Mickey splits his forces, Runin will be exposed. Jaggeranzhou and Jaggerzhou are interwoven, with your majesty's troops nearby in Nanyang. Mickey wouldn't dare occupy Chao County, merely raiding for supplies. Camden analyzed without the earlier panic. Excellent, General Jagger. After pacifying Clem, you shall be governor of Chao County to support Emperor Darien in Nanyang and keep an eye on Mickey. Gil then rode off towards Chenglu. The other generals took it in stride, but Camden was stunned. Just like that, I am a county governor? Ricky halted his horse, turning back. Ma Steph met the Emperor only a few times before becoming provincial governor. The Emperor appoints people based on merit. General Jagger, hurry up and lead us into the city. Realizing this, Camden seized Abdullah's horse and led the group into the city. The soldiers followed closely behind, marching towards Qianlu. The next morning, all of Camden's subordinates wore Han military uniforms. In the city hall, Gil allocated the next moves. Howard, return to Lihu. Ambush Clem's southern gate tonight. If Egbert comes to aid, persuade him to. A group of Jiabei soldiers silently surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Clem immediately drew his sword from its scabbard, shouting, Egbert! Lord! The generals have been attacking fruitlessly for a whole day. Why must you blame General Bao? Harvey Jagger rushed forward from the ranks and grabbed Clem's hand that held the sword. My lord, let everyone rest for the night, and we will surely defeat the enemy tomorrow. Fine, it is my fault. General Bao, I apologize. Let the troops rest tonight, and we'll talk again tomorrow. Hearing this, Clem glanced at the menacing Jiabei soldiers beside him and quickly sheathed his sword, retreating on horseback to his camp. Once back in his tent, he immediately pulled Harvey Jagger aside. Where has Ellis gone? I don't know either. Earlier today, I saw him with Egbert. Harvey Jagger poured Clem a goblet of wine and said slowly, Not good. Egbert wants to surrender to Han and turn me over for merit. Clem took a sip, regaining some composure, and instantly came to this conclusion. Harvey Jagger stroked his beard and said, My lord, tomorrow you can order Egbert to attack the city while you supervise from behind. If Egbert attacks diligently, then fine. If he shirks his duty, you can execute him on the spot according to military law. In doing so, his troops will all come under your command. If the Han army does indeed attack, we can retreat north from Dongping to Jibei, or even further north to Kit. Counselor Harvey's advice is sound. Now that half of Yinzhou is under Han control, it's better to go north to Kit rather than being forced to surrender to Han. We'll wait for the right moment. Clem nodded grimly, accepting Harvey Jagger's suggestion. The next day, to ensure Egbert had no excuse, Clem deliberately delayed the attack until mid-afternoon. The autumn rain had stopped yesterday, and the fresh breeze made the soldiers feel invigorated after resting. Clem immediately ordered Egbert to launch an assault and compelled him to sign a pledge. Failure to capture Puyang's north gate by the end of the day would result in severe punishment, according to military law. With no choice, Egbert led his troops into a fierce attack. Watching the north gate remain intact, time ticked away, and the morale of the Jiabei soldiers plummeted. Meanwhile, Clem, far from helping, positioned his personal guards behind them. Any soldier who retreated would be executed for desertion. Meanwhile, hidden troops near Liu began their operations under the moonlight. Liu was just 50 miles from Puyang. Ricky sent Camden ahead to disrupt Clem's forces. Under cover of night, 2 cavalry units would emerge from the rear, securing victory in one battle. Camden received orders and immediately led Jiabei soldiers dressed in Han uniforms forward. An hour later, they were within 10 miles of Clem's rear guard. The scouts recognized Camden's flag and SS, and there is no fighting in Clem's camp. It must be due to imperial decree. General Chiao, can you help me? Egbert looked pleadingly at Brevin. As Brevin hesitated, Jaggir had already scaled the walls. General Chiao, we should give it a try. As long as we keep the gates closed, it will benefit us. Convinced by Jaggir words, Brevin agreed to Egbert's plan. Seeing this, Egbert turned his spear around. Jiabei soldiers, turn and form up. Don't let Clem's rebels take another step forward. By now, Egbert had lost all faith in Clem, both in wisdom and attitude. He believed that with Yinzhou's strategic position and wealth, any hero could achieve great things. But Clem, driven by petty gains and ignoring the people, was utterly incompetent. Supporting such a person would bring ruin. As a general, he could not let his brothers-in-arms die because of Clem's mistakes. The Jiabei soldiers immediately turned their spears around, glaring fiercely at Clem's guards, channeling past grievances into renewed vigor. Chanting war cries, they advanced towards Clem's guards with raised spears. Back in Clem's tent, he was drinking when Harvey Jagger burst in frantically. My lord, bad news. Egbert has revolted. His men are attacking us. Worse yet, the rear guard has been ambushed by Camden, suffering heavy casualties. Stunned, Clem dropped his goblet. Isn't Camden at Qianlu? He has surrendered to Han. These 4 words explained everything. The whereabouts of Ellis, Egbert's rebellion, and Camden's attack. Even Clem finally understood. Why did Ellis, who refused to offer strategies, suddenly advise him to raid Shuzhou? Why did Ellis suggest 3 paths but kept the last as a retreat? Why did his territory descend into chaos within a month? Ellis betrayed me. Ellis betrayed me. Fuming, Clem glared at Harvey Jagger. You recommended Ellis? Clem drew his sword, pressing it against Harvey Jagger's neck. My lord, if I colluded with Ellis, would I be here now? Harvey Jagger sobbed, continuing, Please flee. With Camden here, the Han army won't be far. We're encircled. Even a god of war couldn't save us. Clem swayed, recalling how he and Kit planned the division of power a month ago. Now he faced imminent death. Never thought my Liu family would produce another great ruler in 100 years. In a daze, he remembered Gil, whom he met years ago, a timid child. Observing his mother and uncle, Clem predicted the decline of the Han dynasty. Now, he would fall at the hands of the emperor born to a butcher, lamenting the irony of fate. My lord, no time for regrets. Flee now. Harvey Jagger's words brought Clem back to reality. Seeing the raging fires, he regained his senses. Order the front troops to become the rear and resist Egbert. The central troops will become the front and annihilate Camden's force, then proceed eastward. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural English language and adherence to paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 129. Clem meets his end. Gil cleverly grants a pardon. In the Lihu camp, Ricky and Ray saw flames erupting from Clem's rear camp. They immediately ordered their troops to march forward. The Xuanwu and Baihu iron cavalry charged out from the east and west sides of Lihu, racing directly towards Clem's forces. The thunderous hoofbeats shook the mountain and sent birds flying in alarm. Clem's soldiers, already under intense attack by Camden, now felt an unusual tremor through the ground. Veteran soldiers, understanding the situation, silently discarded their weapons, shed their armor, and grabbed bags of grain before fleeing in all directions. New recruits, seeing the veterans' actions, instinctively followed suit without fully comprehending the gravity. Thus, Clem's rear force completely lost its fighting ability, unable to hold back Camden's advance. Recognizing his mission was accomplished, Camden immediately ordered the G-Bay troops to remain stationed where they were, while the militia brought by Elliot quickly joined him. Seeing the Han cavalry passing by his flank, Camden leaped onto his horse and joined the charge into Clem's central camp. At that moment, Clem attempted to rally his central forces for a counterattack, but his flanks had been shattered by Ricky and Ray. He could now muster fewer than 8,000 troops. Retreat. Lord, retreat now while there's still hope. Harvey Jagger shouted as he rode beside Clem. Clem finally issued the order to withdraw eastward. East to Wancheng. Hurry. Of these 8,000 men, half were Clem's personal guards, and the other half were elite soldiers. They quickly found a way out amidst the chaos and broke through to the east, allowing Clem to escape. On the city wall, Jagier Jean observed the firelight movements and correctly deduced that Clem was attempting to flee east. However, from his vantage point, it appeared that no Han forces were positioned on that side. If Clem escaped to the east, he could reach Kit via Ji-Bay, thereby disrupting Izhou. As a native of Izhou, Jagier Jean couldn't sit idly by. General Qiao, I will lead men to pursue them to the east. Please hold the fort for me. Without waiting for Brevin's response, Jagier Jean immediately led his troops out of the city. Under the cover of darkness, Jagier Jean followed, realizing the battle was unlikely to expand further. Jagier Jean was anxious. If he pursued, he would have to navigate around his own obstacles and waste time. Most of his troops were foot soldiers, making it difficult to catch up with Clem's cavalry in the narrow paths. All he could do was keep firing arrows, weakening Clem's remaining forces until they fled too far to follow. When Jagier Jean returned to camp, the battle had almost concluded, and Camden had rescued Egbert in front of everyone. Hearing Clem had fled east, Ricky and others immediately led their cavalry in pursuit, but were always one step behind. After a night of fierce battle and chase, they finally reached Wancheng 100 miles away by dawn. Arriving first, Clem saw the Han flags on Wancheng's walls and looked at the less than 3,000 remaining loyal guards. He could only sigh, heaven does not favor me. Inside Wancheng, Gil, along with Jalen, Jeremy, and 5,000 Juanxiao soldiers, welcomed Clem with the grace of a victor. Seeing Clem's pathetic state, Gil didn't mock him but instead showed a regretful look. Governor Liu of Izhou, would you now submit to the Han? Clem gathered his disheveled hair and met Gil's gaze. Your Majesty, why go to such lengths? If you want Izhou, can I refuse? Friendly or not, if you sided with Kit, how can I believe your loyalty? Humph. A defeated general has nothing to say. Gil's expression turned grave. He waved, and soldiers brought a jar of strong liquor. Jalen, make him drink. Jalen responded, forcing Jeremy to drink until he burped after finishing the jar. His face flushed red. Drunk yet? A little, yes. Then drink more. After 3 jars, Jeremy's eyes blurred. Jeremy committed murder while drunk, understandable given the battlefield context. Death penalty exempted, but kneel punishment unavoidable. 100 strokes of the cane to be administered by General Adebayo personally. Also, Jeremy's salary for the next year will be docked to compensate Clem's family. Jalen chuckled and dragged Jeremy out for punishment. That afternoon, Cannon arrived in Wancheng with Camden, Jagier Jean, and Egbert, awaiting Gil's orders. Learning about Clem's execution and Jeremy's punishment, Cannon grew fond of Jeremy and rushed to the punishment site. Seeing the drunken Jeremy, Cannon approached Jalen. General Adebayo, I admire General Su's bravery. My daughter considers him her hero. May she care for him? Cannon added, slipping an expensive jade pendant into Jalen's hand. Jalen scratched his head. In his mind, although he had held back, after 100 strokes, Jeremy's buttocks would certainly be bruised and swollen. Staying in the army was indeed not as good as recuperating in Puyang City. He was about to agree but, looking at the jade pendant given by Cannon, hesitated. It seemed that only the Emperor had ever given him anything, and no one else had ever offered him gifts before. Chapter 130. Egbert does not surrender but advances, grateful. Seeing this, Cannon thought that Jalen found the offer insufficient. He immediately took out a jade pendant he carried with him. Seeing Jalen still unmoved, expressionless, he grew anxious. General Adebayo, please don't think it's too little. I have considerable wealth, though I do not carry it all with me. If you can do me a favor, after I return to Puyang, I will certainly send a grand gift. Jalen scratched his head and thought, where did this fool come from? Helping my own brother, and wanting to give me money. How absurd. A person like this can be a governor? General Adebayo, His Majesty is calling for you. At this moment, a military officer interrupted the two who were at an impasse. Jalen instinctively tucked away the items and looked at Cannon. Take it with you. I'll inform His Majesty. With that, Jalen turned and walked away. Seeing this, Cannon immediately ordered his men to help Jeremy up and sent him back to Puyang. In Gil's camp, when he saw Jalen return, he immediately asked about Jeremy's injuries. Your Majesty, look, this is what Cannon gave me, saying there would be more gifts afterward, said Jalen, recounting everything to Gil in detail, which made Gil laugh heartily. Abdullah bowed to Gil and stood beside Jalen, explaining, engaging with eunuchs has always been taboo for officials. General Adebayo did well. Jalen was unimpressed. These broken things he gave me, I wouldn't even consider them useful. They can't satisfy hunger or thirst. What use are they? Since it's a taboo of all dynasties, I should chase him down. Lulai, there's no need. Since he offered it to you, just keep it. You might not need it, but you can give it to your wife. Gil immediately stopped Jalen. In the future, if anyone sends you or Jeremy gifts, you can accept them. But remember to tell me, so I can also send them gifts in return. Hearing this, Abdullah broke into a cold sweat. All right, let's go. It's time to meet Cannon and the others. Gil straightened his robes and led the two out of the room. In the government office, Cannon, Brevin, Jagier Jean, Egbert, and Camden were already lined up on either side, bowing as soon as they saw Gil. Gil waved a hand and first addressed everyone. How many troops does Yinzhou have at this moment? Cannon stepped forward immediately. Your Majesty, Clem surrendered troops along with wounded soldiers, total less than 10,000. In Puyang City, we have 2,000 wounded soldiers, 3,000 dead, leaving us with around 10,000 able-bodied troops. General Egbert's 10,000 Jibei troops lost nearly half. The remaining are mostly injured, leaving 4,000. General Jagger's 5,000 Jibei troops had minimal casualties, totaling about 5,000. I have arranged all the doctors from Dong Commandery and the military medics to set up medical stations in Puyang City to treat the wounded as much as possible. Gil was impressed by Cannon's administrative ability. Calculating this way, Yinzhou had approximately 30,000 troops, including the wounded. This number was enough to defend a region, but insufficient for defending the entire Yinzhou. Just as Gil pondered a solution, Brevin stepped forward. Your Majesty, General Jagier Jean played a significant role in this battle and deserves the highest credit. Gil immediately grasped Cannon and Brevin's intentions. However, Jagier Jean was indeed a capable general suitable for commanding a region. But if Cannon's influence remained in Yinzhou and things went poorly against Kit, he could become a threat. After careful consideration, Gil looked at Cannon. Governor Chiao, the capital has established a new Ministry of Revenue. Would Governor Chiao wish to serve as a minister? Cannon was surprised yet delighted. He had expected Gil not to allow him to remain in Yinzhou, but hadn't anticipated being appointed to an official position in the capital. I, Your Majesty, am willing. Cannon had no reason to refuse and gladly accepted the position. General Brevin, you also contributed significantly in this battle. I hereby grant you the title of Lord of Jibei, overseeing Jibei territory. The 5,000 troops under your command will defend Jibei. General Chiao, facing Kit directly, your responsibility is heavy. Brevin was naturally elated. Being granted a fiefdom as a marquis, rather than a mere governor, meant far greater authority and autonomy. I will not fail in my duty. To Brevin, this was a great opportunity for the Chiao family to rise among the elite, though it also tied them closely to the Han dynasty. Falling into Kit's hands would have dire consequences, so he vowed to do everything to help Gil defeat Kit. After dismissing Cannon and Brevin, only Egbert, Camden, and Jagier Jean remained in the office. Gil helped Egbert to his feet and seated him opposite him. General Egbert, under your command, Jibei is well defended. Could you lead Yinzhou and establish a defense line against Mickey? Egbert first bowed. Mickey's forces are mostly preoccupied with Miles Zhou. There's no threat this year. Your Majesty, you said, Governor? Gil looked earnestly into Egbert's eyes. Yes, isn't General Bao qualified to lead a province? Initially, Egbert had heard about Gil from Camden. Now by heaven, you may take it as a sign of divine favor. Egbert immediately understood. Sinister Minister, I thank your Majesty. If I lead Yinzhou, I will fight Mickey to the death. Egbert knelt and bowed deeply. Gil lifted him up. Given Mickey's current raids in Xiao County, how would you handle it as governor? Your Majesty, I would first clear the raiders and then inform the world. Indeed. What about Stephen in Sioux Province, currently harvesting food from Mount Tai? He has aided your Majesty. We cannot afford to be overly cautious or too aggressive. I will permit this action this time but ensure our presence in Mount Tai once he withdraws, forming a strategic support with Lord Jibei. Egbert's responses pleased Gil greatly. General Bao, don't worry. I will send word to Stephen to restrain himself. As for the troops guarding Mount Tai, I suggest General Jagier Jean take charge. What do you think? I concur. Egbert acknowledged Jagier Jean's competence after their recent engagement and had no objections. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent with previous content, adhering strictly to English and preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. As for General Camden, he can be appointed as the governor of Xiao County. This way, he can join forces with Stephen to resist Mickey's eastern advance, and also unite with Nanyang and Yingchuan to jointly defend against Mickey's northern move. I concur. Thank you, your Majesty. After Egbert agreed, Camden immediately knelt down to receive the decree. In this manner, as long as Gil allied with Stephen and Jude, it would encircle Mickey's forces in Jagerjo. The southern layout was gradually stabilizing, and once Gil secured Yinzhou, Mickey would have no choice but to focus on attacking Miles Zhou. Firstly, to secure a retreat route for himself, and secondly, hoping that Kit could obtain either Yuzhou Liaodong or Qingzhou Jiaxdong. In this scenario, the two Jagrans could connect through the sea. Once the two Jagrans were connected, they would form a counter-encirclement against Gil. Hashtag Chapter 131. Egbert analyzes Qingzhou, Camden kills on the street. General Bao, you are stationed in Jibei. How much do you know about the matters in Qingzhou? Gil had captured Yinzhou precisely to gain control over Qingzhou, and more specifically, Beihai. If he could capture Beihai before Kit secured Yuzhou, he could launch a naval campaign directly to Liaodong, bypassing Kit's defenses and striking at his heart. He could also sail south from Beihai to Miles Zhou to support Jude, or to encircle Mickey. However, despite Gil being from the modern era, most of the states and counties outside of the territories controlled by the two Jagrans remained largely unchanged since Emperor Ling's death. There was very little historical documentation about the inspector of Qingzhou, which left Gil with only knowledge of Uriel of Beihai and the Yellow Turban leaders Inigo and Louis Chung. When Gil sent Price to Qingzhou to suppress the remaining Yellow Turbans, there seemed to be no significant resistance from local forces. Instead, everything went smoothly. Gil had even asked Price about this, who replied that he never met Inspector Qian, but worked closely with Uriel and his brave subordinate, Herb, to defeat the Yellow Turbans. This made Gil increasingly curious about Qian. Upon hearing this, Egbert thought for a moment before replying, Inspector Qian, whom I have never met, is known for his preference for philosophical discussions and beliefs in supernatural phenomena. Most decisions in Qingzhou are actually made by Uriel. As for Uriel, he has a reputation for virtue based on his childhood story of sharing pears. After your Majesty helped him quell the Yellow Turbans, he opened schools and repaired city walls, earning a good name among the people. I've also heard that Qian wished to propose Uriel as the governor of Qingzhou, but Uriel declined every time. Egbert did not mention that Uriel was a descendant of Confucius, as this was common knowledge among scholars. Below Uriel, there is also the great scholar Edlin, serving as the Minister of Agriculture, a leader of the Confucian school. As for Inigo and Louis Chang, they joined Uriel after their defeat. Beihai County connects to Liaodong in the north and Maizhou in the south. It can be said without exaggeration that Beihai is the most strategically important place in Qingzhou, Egbert said respectfully. Do you really think so? Qian likes to talk about gods and spirits, while Uriel seems quite practical. And such a trivial act like sharing pears became a famous story. Perhaps people often boast about what they lack the most. People are driven by self-interest. When one gives up something, it's usually because they hope to gain something even more valuable in return. Isn't that right? Gil asked Egbert, his eyes filled with interest. This observation made Egbert break out in a cold sweat. Such insight did not seem characteristic of a 16-year-old who grew up in the palace. Indeed, as your majesty suggests, there's a saying that when Uriel shared pears as a child, his brother ended up sacrificing his life. Also, it said that Uriel once encountered someone crying at a grave and, dissatisfied with the intensity of the crying, ordered them killed, ostensibly to make a statement about filial piety. Gil listened intently. These anecdotes matched what he knew from history, increasing his confidence in Egbert's ability to govern Yenzhou. Trivial as they may seem, such details often revealed useful information about an opponent's habits and alliances, potentially turning the tide in a conflict. In summary, Uriel is doing a decent job by establishing schools and repairing city walls. Whether he seeks fame or profit, I understand his motivations. But Qian, he intrigues me. Gil nodded. Just as they were discussing deeply, commotion came from outside the door. Your Majesty, it's bad, General Camden has rebelled. A messenger rushed in, breathlessly reporting the news. Explain clearly. Hearing this, Gil was unperturbed. At this moment, Camden had no reason to rebel. Egbert, however, looked worried. General Jagger killed over 10 militiamen from Supervisor Elliott's unit on the street. He's now surrounded by several generals who want to bring him before your Majesty. General Jagger insists on bringing Supervisor Elliott first. The messenger took a deep breath, finally managing to speak clearly. Gil instinctively looked at Egbert. It shouldn't be, your Majesty. Camden and Elliott have never had any conflicts. Yes, I understand. Tell the generals not to act rashly, Gil instructed. The messenger immediately sprinted away. General Bao, please accompany me. Egbert's expression hardened. Your Majesty, if Camden acted improperly, I will not show favoritism. No rush. Let's wait and see the full picture before jumping to conclusions. Gil patted Egbert on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. They immediately rode out toward the scene. The street was chaotic. The incident occurred in Huajia, the red light district where most brothels housed official courtesans, mostly the families of convicted officials and military officers. Gil and Egbert galloped forward, parting the crowd. Before their eyes lay over a dozen militiamen in Han army uniforms, sprawled dead on the ground. Behind the corpses stood Camden with 5 guards, swords drawn. General Jagger, His Majesty is here. Can't we discuss this calmly? Why draw weapons in the city? Jalen lowered his halberds upon seeing Gil, speaking loudly. Camden has done nothing wrong. Bring Elliott here, and everything will be clear. Camden did not fully trust Jalen and other Han generals. Deeper still, he didn't want to implicate Egbert. Camden, how dare you behave violently in front of His Majesty? Put down your weapons. Egbert dismounted, charged through the crowd, and kicked Camden. Despite the pain, Camden remained standing but obediently put away his weapons. How did these militiamen afford to visit brothels? Usually, they go to brothels outside the city. Gil quickly spotted the irregularity. Hearing this, Camden felt relieved, immediately bowing. Your Majesty, these rowdies wore our Han army uniforms, stormed into the brothel, and forced the women into service. I arrived here on patrol, and tried to enforce military discipline. They refused to recognize us as surrendered generals, insisted on abducting women publicly, so I had to defend myself with my sword. Hearing Camden's explanation, Gil turned to look at Jalen, who appeared bewildered. Your Majesty, I arrived when it was already over. Wei Lai, bring the madam here. Understood. Jalen squeezed through the crowd effortlessly, dragging the madam and the bouncer to Gil. Is what General Jagger said true? Gil asked gently. Why, Your Honor? Whatever you say is true. We wouldn't dare to contradict you, the bouncer stammered. Camden, standing behind him, felt the urge to skin him alive. I want the truth. Gil grasped the imperial sword, invoking a bit of national fortune, making his voice sound divine and indisputable. Yes, it's true. These men not only ate and drank for free, but also wanted to abduct our girls. Our courtesans are all registered under official records. With weapons, we civilians dared not resist. Fortunately, this general helped us. But these drunkards started a fight with the general over a few words. The madam pushed the bouncer aside and knelt before Gil. This translation maintains the original structure and tone, providing an accurate and fluent English version of the text. The riot by executing several men, which is why he hasn't yet come to see you. Cannon quickly defended Elliott, but Elliott seemed oblivious to Gil, remaining steadfastly kneeling before Camden. This person upholds justice without currying favor. He is indeed an upright official, Gil thought to himself, curious to see what he would do next. Everyone. Seeing that Camden didn't speak, Elliott stood up and addressed the crowd. Please listen to me, everyone. That's Inspector Man from Gaoping County. He's the famous clean official from the neighboring towns. People who recognized him began to introduce him, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone. These slain Han soldiers were conscripted civilians who rose up with me. They aren't formal Han troops, so they weren't fully aware of military regulations. But breaking the law is a crime. Gathering to loot grain and forcibly taking government courtesans is punishable by death. As their leader, I should also take responsibility. With that, Elliott walked to the brothel and picked up a thick wooden bolt. After testing its weight a few times, he handed it over to Camden. Since General Jagger has helped me eliminate evil, please assist me in establishing laws. Elliot spoke to Camden, who was somewhat bewildered. Everyone, actions start from the top. If we don't punish such wrongdoing, the citizens might fear our Han army in the future. As the leader, I must be punished. General Bao, rest assured. I wouldn't let someone like Inspector Man go. Gil smiled, allaying Egbert's concerns. After 30 strokes, Elliot remained silent, sweat washing away the blood on his face. He struggled to rise, supported by Camden, who discarded the wooden bolt and held him up. Subject Elliot has received the cane punishment and comes to see your majesty. Elliot turned to Gil and, despite his injuries, struggled to kneel and prostrate. Gil knew his nature and didn't pull him up, waiting until he finished before ordering him to be lifted. General Bao, handle the situation here. I'm taking Inspector Man back to treat his wounds. Gil personally placed Elliot on the horse in an awkward but safe position and led the horse back to the residence. Your majesty, this subject dares not. Don't argue. Consider this a thank you for establishing laws for me. Without turning back, Gil led the horse back to the residence. The scene of Elliot punishing himself while the Emperor led the horse became widely praised by the people of Puyang. In the residence, Gil placed Elliot on his own bed and ordered a doctor to tend to his wounds. Their first heartfelt conversation took place in this sincere setting. Your majesty, this subject looks untidy, please. Formality aside, tell me, why did these conscripts behave this way? Gil waved his hand and asked. These conscripts were originally law-abiding citizens, but their lands were seized by landlords. Hearing about pillaging armies in Yin province, they felt injustice and made mistakes, Elliot replied. Are there many powerful clans in Shanyang Commandery? Not just Shanyang, except for Dong and Xiao Commanderies, landowners across Yin province fled to the center due to war fears, leading to severe land consolidation. They even set up gambling dens, lending money to peasants. Losing, peasants could only forfeit their lands. Elliot expressed deep concern, ignoring his injuries. The most dangerous are these small gentry. They lack loyalty to the nation but exploit villagers. If I can't eradicate this, would Inspector Man be willing to try? I am ready. Elliot barely managed to bow on the bed. Organize your conscripts, make them wear yellow scarves. Revolution starts with destruction. Your majesty, no? Elliot looked horrified and waved his hands. How do you suggest we proceed? Enforce the law. Non-locals must return home. Locals lose illegal enterprises. Set village regulations, redivide land based on family sizes. If they resist, charge extra taxes for excessive holdings. If they use peasants' names for land grabs, establish agricultural officers in each county. Each year, measure the land, and penalize discrepancies heavily. Hearing this, Gil understood Elliot's methods combined military farming and equal land distribution, reminiscent of Louis Gu's policies. Even the illustrious Louis Gu Emperor faced significant resistance. Gil nodded and said, wait until the Han dynasty is reunified, then I will enact reforms, and you shall reform the land system. Final corrected version. As a modern person, Gil knew that land consolidation was an inevitable phenomenon in ancient times due to the underdeveloped commercial sector. Even with targeted policies, as long as people were involved, they would eventually be corrupted over time and become part of the profit chain. However, the suggestion made by Elliot could indeed significantly delay such occurrences. It's not the right time yet, Gil nodded and said, wait until the Han dynasty is reunified, then I will enact reforms, and you shall reform the land system. But the suggestion put forward by Elliot at this moment could indeed greatly delay such occurrences. Now is not the time, Gil nodded and said, wait until the Han Empire reunifies, then I will carry out reforms, and you will reform the land distribution. As a modern person, Gil of course knew that land consolidation was an inevitable issue in ancient times when commerce was not sufficiently developed. Even with targeted policies, as long as people were involved, these policies would be eroded over time and become part of the Li Lantao profit chain. However, the suggestion made by Elliot at this moment could indeed greatly delay the occurrence of such a situation. It's not the right time yet, Gil nodded and said, wait and we'll reform the land system. For clarity and consistency, here is a refined version of the paragraph. As a modern person, Gil of course knew that land consolidation was an inevitable phenomenon in ancient times due to the underdeveloped commercial sector. Even with targeted policies, as long as people were involved, over time they would be corrupted and become part of the benefit chain. But the suggestion put forward by Elliot at this moment could indeed greatly delay such occurrences. Now is not the time, Gil nodded and said, wait until the Han Empire reunifies, then I will carry out reforms, and you will reform the land distribution. Hashtag chapter 133. Baron sees through the imperial situation, trades places with his son, and retires to teach in the Imperial Academy. Throughout history, every great upheaval has been seen by onlookers as the work of individuals who rise amidst chaos. In truth, these figures are merely parts of the relentless machinery of disorder. A significant component of this merciless war wagon is land consolidation. This phenomenon represents a concentrated manifestation of distorted wealth distribution. Resources, since their inception, have been imbued with various meanings by humans and consequently flow between individuals. However, resources tend the Han following him closely. Gil believed that when central authority was truly established, these young talents would become his sharpest blades. This was why, compared to other emperors, he required more military achievements from them, only through which could he subdue the powerful clans with minimal cost. Elliot, are you interested in serving in the Ministry of Personnel in the capital? I am willing. Elliot nearly fell off the bed from excitement. Very well. Besides your duties in the ministry, I want you to join the Office of Censors, an institution that works directly for me, inspecting officials and operating in secret. Experience at the Office of Censors should greatly aid your future agrarian reforms. If you agree, I will personally write to Fiki to recommend you. Gil casually revealed his largest secret in the capital. Since Elliot had reached this level of trust with Gil, he was naturally without reservation. I am willing. Elliot nodded emphatically. Good. Rest well. Gil left the residence, immediately retiring to his study. He wrote eagerly to Fiki, praising Elliot's abilities, but omitted their discussion on land reform. In the capital, Fiki read Gil's letter with joy, glad that Gil was infusing fresh blood into the new Han he envisioned. Fiki promptly compiled Elliot's background and sent it to Minister of Personnel Oren and Baron, along with Gil's personal note. Naturally, both agreed wholeheartedly. Since taking office, Oren's threshold was almost, there are excellent doctors by the Luo River. No use. Time is inevitable. Just answer if you'll help me. Surely you can't let me beg your juniors like Clifton's family? A flash of clarity appeared in Baron's dim eyes, staring intently at Oren. All right, I accept. Oren bowed in agreement. That's good. Could you ask His Majesty to allow your disciple to return to the capital to study further? Minister Chun, you plan this? Oren laughed but did not refuse. We are old ministers. Haven't we seen the coming changes in the Han? Baron waived Gil's recommendation for Elliot. What do you mean by this, Minister Chen? His Majesty created a temporary department, adding new members. Isn't it obvious? Oren broke out in cold sweat, realizing the shrewdness of his old colleague. If His Majesty returns, if I live, I'll teach at the academy and retire. If I don't, please take care of my son Kun. Baron tossed his cane, attempting a bow. Oren naturally supported him. Don't stop me. This is a ritual for Kun to be accepted as your disciple. Baron loudly bowed 3 times before standing. 2 days later, Gil held a painting depicting Baron's 3 bows to Oren, with details of their conversation. He immediately handed the letter to Elliot. True old ministers think for the country and family alike. Elliot, go back to the capital first and succeed Baron. Let him teach at the academy. As my secretary, responsible for the Imperial Secretariat, you don't need to be so formal in the future. Gil waved his hand. He was most satisfied with gaining an able official like Elliot during this journey to Yenzhou. Your Majesty, propriety must not be abandoned. Speaking of the Imperial Secretariat, I wonder if we might be overcorrecting? If someday, unscrupulous individuals were to use the Imperial Secretariat to form alliances with officials, deceiving those above and below them, would that not go against your Majesty's intentions? Hearing this, Gil nodded seriously. Throughout Chinese history, apart from modern times, only the Qin dynasty had Manchang achieved a semblance of legal governance. Otherwise, rule by man and law often coexisted. Edit. Changed legal governance to a semblance of legal governance for better fluency and accuracy. Throughout Chinese history, apart from modern times, only the Qin dynasty had Manchang achieved a semblance of legal governance. Otherwise, rule by man and law often coexisted. Further edit. Improved phrasing for better readability. Throughout Chinese history, apart from modern times, only the Qin dynasty had Manchang achieved a semblance of legal governance. In most other periods, rule by man and legal institutions typically coexisted. Final refinement. Replaced coexisted with a more precise description to ensure clarity. Rupt. Gil patted Elliot on the shoulder and continued. If there's substantial evidence, penalize but do not kill. If they have literary renown, strip them of their positions and have them compile books at the Imperial Academy. Understanding immediately, Elliot responded, Your Majesty, regarding matters in the capital, I will consult with Chancellor Ace and Chancellor Clifton. If these two cannot decide, we will report to Chancellors William and Jagarin. Very well, Boning, you may go. I, your subject, take my leave. Elliot took 3 steps back, eyeing Gil, desiring more conversation with this young emperor. But reflecting on the past 2 days, he understood that his emperor had tasks to complete, and he himself had responsibilities to fulfill. With this thought, even though he had reached the courtyard, Elliot turned back, knelt down, and shouted loudly, Long live your Majesty. People do not live 10,000 years, but the Han River can endure for millennia. Boning, go slowly. We shall meet again in the capital. Gil stood up and waved his hand. After seeing off Elliot, Gil immediately summoned the military generals, including Egbert, who had been appointed governor of Yenzhou. Based on Egbert's analysis of the situation, Gil decided to move the administrative center of Yenzhou to Qinlu County in Qinlu Commandery. This location bordered Yingchuan, was close to the Inspectorate of Sili, and was just 1 commandery away from Jagurzhou. Additionally, Camden stationed in Xiao Commandery could provide mutual support. Gil agreed immediately and ordered James to transport half of the accumulated supplies from Asif to Qianlu. With these assets, Egbert could quickly assemble a force, but after being plundered by various powers, Yenzhou would face difficulties this year. Egbert also devised a corresponding strategy. Implementing the garrison farming system of Sili to gather civilians and focus on agriculture in border regions would weaken the small aristocratic families relocated to central Yenzhou. For these small aristocratic families to re-establish themselves in Han's Yenzhou, they must accept Egbert's proposed resource exchange conditions. This policy essentially redistributed resources from the wealthy to benefit the commoners. Of course, many small families would wait and see, lacking the foresight and power of large aristocratic clans from Yingchuan. Otherwise, why would they remain small? Egbert made it clear. If they did not cooperate gracefully, he would make them cooperate. This bloody decree could only come from a military mind. Your Majesty, won't these small aristocratic families flee? Asked Jalen, drawing laughter from everyone present. General Adebayo, isn't Mickey? As for Nanyang, it's General Elias's achievement. Shangjuan wouldn't have succeeded without Ascari's mission to the White Wave. Finally, Yenzhou belongs to Mario, Asher, Gordon, and Zhongda. Gil divided credit for strategic reasons. Firstly, to lay groundwork for promotions, and secondly, as a technique of royal governance. Scholars desired historical recognition, making this the best reward. Words from an emperor were recorded by historians, so by acknowledging them, Gil ensured their place in his historical records. Even to expand chapters about themselves, they would strive to help Gil restore a new era of prosperity for Han. Your Majesty, you are truly a sage ruler. Hearing this, Abdullah knelt, understanding his position was secure. Mr. Zhongda, renowned in Qingzhou, I need your assistance to enter it. Temporarily, you'll serve as advisor to my personal troops, despite any inconvenience. Gil personally helped Abdullah stand. Your subject will give all efforts. Your Majesty, I know Edlin well, and can write to inquire. Excellent. With no bandits or rebels in Qingzhou, attacking without cause would be unjustified. If invited by Master Edlin, I could lead troops from Jibei into Qingzhou and meet Qian. Your subject has met Governor Josh several times and can send respectful letters simultaneously. Perfect. Gil agreed, and Abdullah promptly wrote 2 distinct letters. The letter to Edlin expressed humility and admiration, emphasizing scholarly pursuits. The letter to Qian showed respect and focused on Qingzhou's defense, explaining Gil's, how could Uriel have achieved so much? If you hadn't recognized the Emperor's talent long ago, would you have allowed Kermit Manuel to take away the rebellious yellow-turban civilians from Qingzhou? Braden bowed and spoke slowly. Gongtai, please don't say such things. I just couldn't handle them all. Qian waved his hand and continued, how do you gentlemen feel about this? By this point, both men were familiar with the contents of the letter. Tim bowed again and said, Mr. Josh made it clear at the time. Whoever arrives in Qingzhou first will be welcomed, whether it be Kid of Ji, our current emperor, or Mickey of Runan. Now that the emperor is coming, why ask this question? Mancheng, you know military matters well but not politics. Qingzhou will merely be a tool for communication between Jiang and Miles if it falls into Kit's hands. If it falls into Mickey's hands, the result would be no different. So, if Qingzhou falls into their hands, it can still be stable. But if Qingzhou embraces the emperor, he will use it as a forward base, perhaps to launch surprise attacks on Kit and Ji or support Jude's campaign against Mickey and Miles. That would make Qingzhou a major battlefield. Qian smiled and stroked his beard. You're mistaken about one thing. Although I dislike warfare, Clayhai has always wanted to retake Donglai County from the Gongsun family. Surely the emperor's letter was also sent to Edlin. So even if Mr. Josh does not and was favored by Uriel, Herb, an exceptional general under Uriel, was famous for his archery skills, known as a godshot whose arrows never missed. Will. The emperor has taken control of Yenzhou. This letter comes from Ellis. Edlin, nearly 80, white-haired, quickly entered Uriel's office, cane in hand. Is this true, Sir Jineg? Herb's tiger-like eyes lit up with excitement. I've heard of the might of the Han army and the emperor leading from the front. Such a ruler truly commands admiration. Though displeased by Herb's words, Uriel didn't show it. What do you think of this letter, Sir Jineg? To me, the emperor wants us to provide a legitimate reason for his entry into Qingzhou. Edlin unfolded the letter on the table. Lord, this is a great opportunity. Though Beihai is rich and fertile, it lies between the 2 Jagarans and Stephen. If we can formally return to the court, it will benefit Lord's career and the people of Beihai, Left Qingzu explained. Humph, short-sighted. Jamie interrupted. Lord, we are not loyal followers. Given the current situation, the Han Empire holds the advantage over either of the Jagarans. But allowing Beihai to connect the 2 Jagarans could reverse this, hold off the Imperial army with just 3,000 defenders. Left Qingzu clearly analyzed each choice, ending with a question to Herb. Everyone looked to Herb. Lord, I have confidence in defending, but holding a county for too long will burden the people. Herb spoke diplomatically. Jamie, frustrated, snapped. Does Lord lack ambition? If we join Kit, Qian will step aside, giving Lord Qingzhou. We can then ally with Stephen to attack Yenzhou when the Emperor assaults Jagger or retake Donglai when Kit moves north. With such benefits, can Lord turn a blind eye? Let me think. Seeing the debate unresolved, Uriel massaged his temples, signaling them to leave. After Left Qingzu and Jamie left, only Edlin and Herb remained. Sir Jineg, what do you think? This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring readability and accuracy. It preserves character names using pinyin and ensures coherence with previous content. Haha, I am merely an administrator of agriculture. How can I decide on such significant matters? Edlin clasped his hands and continued. All I know is that His Majesty is establishing academic palaces and spreading great learning across the land. With such a ruler before us and Confucius after him, how could he not be heavily relied upon and achieve unparalleled feats? In these tumultuous times, heroes rise up and the barbarians stir restlessly. If we can bring peace to the land, I, Herb, will drive out the Wuhuan to the north and attack the Xiongnu to the west. And now, the emperor has entered Xiliang to ease relations with the Chang people, killed the Xiongnu in Shang Commandery, and traded with the Xianbei. I can see His Majesty's ambition. Lord, following the present emperor is the right path. Herb said with clasped hands. Seeing that both the literary leader and his top general had chosen Gil, Uriel made up his mind. Very well, please ask Lord Jineg to reply. Let's invite the emperor to mediate the situation in Donglai. The word mediate is fitting. I'll write back immediately. Edlin nodded promptly upon hearing this. Wesley, prepare the warships. Do not disappoint the emperor. I understand. Herb immediately complied. 5 days later, Gil had stationed his troops in Tai Mountain Commandery. He first received Qian's response, and on the afternoon of the same day, he also received Uriel's reply. During dinner time, Gil placed the letters, which he had not yet opened, on the table. Only after all the generals and Abdullah finished their meal did Gil begin to open the letters. Qian's letter was short, containing only 1 sentence, but it made Gil laugh heartily. Gil immediately passed Qian's letter to Abdullah. Abdullah respectfully accepted it, opened the silk scroll, and saw the words, I am willing. It makes sense for me to meet the old Governor Qian first. This will be reasonable. Understood. Abdullah immediately began writing the reply. Howard, Gerhard, command the central and rear armies. I will lead 5,000 Juke soldiers as the vanguard and set off for Linzi tomorrow. After entering Qingzhou, restrain your troops and do not act rashly. I do not wish to see any misconduct among my soldiers. The solemn expressions of Ricky, Ray, and Garrett, who were still eating, indicated their understanding. They commanded the emperor's personal guards, representing the imperial dignity. If such incidents occurred within the royal guard, the consequences would be dire. We understand, they answered unanimously. As for Jalen behind Gil, no reminder was necessary. The lower ranks to the officers in the Juke camp were all personally selected by Gil, making the Juke army the best trained of the 4. Your Majesty, this is correspondence from the capital and the front line of Sijizu. Gil took the letter from the messenger and immediately opened Price's letter. Price informed us that Horus's flags at the front lines were decoys. Arvid has been launching attacks on G province for days, confirming that the elite First Ascension warriors are not in Sijizu. Gil passed Price's letter to the assembly. Regarding the First Ascension warriors, Ray and Garrett, though they had not fought them directly, knew their reputation. Your Majesty, if Hoyt cannot understood, prepare accordingly. We depart for Qingzhou early tomorrow. After dismissing the generals and Abdullah, Gil reviewed a secret letter from Fiki on behalf of the surveillance office. The capital is stable, but there are communications between the Jagarin clan and Hebei. The office has dispatched forces to monitor this. Additionally, Kid has sent letters to Shang and Shiliang in Bingzhou. General Evander and Governor Kobe have returned the letters to the capital. Gil wrote a single character, yes, as a reply, adhering to his protocol with the surveillance office. Understanding that the Jagarin clan communicating with Kit was expected, Gil chose to keep them for their potential intelligence value. Should they deliver false information critical to Gil's plans, it could prove useful. Having addressed the surveillance office, Gil then instructed the military department to analyze Barrett, Hoyt, and Uriel of Beihai. Only after handling these matters did Gil return to his residence. The next morning, Gil left part of his military provisions in Tai Commandery and headed towards Qingzhou. With these supplies, Jagier Jean immediately began recruiting troops for Tai Commandery. Due to previous plundering, the region lacked resources. Without Gil's assistance, recruiting would have been difficult. Chapter 137. Entering Qingzhou, casual talk at the tea house. After passing Laiwu, they entered the territory of Qingzhou. Qingzhou's predecessor was the state of Qi from the spring and autumn and warring states periods. As Gil pulled a string of coins from his robe and handed it to him. Great, please take care of our horses for us. Gil dismounted and said, Sir, please wait a moment. May I ask what identity you will enter with? Huh? Is there a difference? If you enter as a representative of a school of thought or a participant in the discussion, no tea fee is required, but you must speak and win applause. Otherwise, you'll pay double upon leaving. If you enter as an official, only the seat fee is required. The shop assistant glanced at Gil's horse and the money he offered, inferring his status, and quickly explained. Sounds interesting. We will enter as officials. Got it, gentlemen. Please follow me to the upstairs private room. The shop assistant led them upstairs, which indeed came with a substantial seat fee. These private rooms not only provided a view of the stage on the first floor, where speakers stood to address, but also a clear view of the downstairs activities. By the time Gil and company arrived, it was noon, and the discussion was taking a break halfway through. He leaned on the railing with interest, gazing at the opposite private room. From the opposite room, music could be heard continuously, obscured by screens, preventing a clear view of those inside. Ladies and gentlemen, the first half is over. Today, no scholar has yet won the prize, money given to whoever receives full applause. Everyone, try your best. In the morning, we discuss the differences between Callan and the Overlord. In the afternoon, let's discuss why Callan succeeded. Discussion begins in 1 hour. The owner left the podium after speaking. Your Majesty, they are daring to privately discuss Callan. Shall I tear down this place? Jalen immediately alerted upon hearing this. There's no need. Such discussions are a custom of ancient Qi. Since we are guests, we should respect the host rules. Gil waved his hand. He had the grace to understand. An hour later, Gil's refreshments were served. Downstairs, students and scholars began voicing their opinions, but none piqued his interest, merely common knowledge. Leaning against the railing, Gil constantly shook his head, drawing attention from below. Young master upstairs, since you don't agree with our views, why not come down and discuss? One of the students called out from below. Gil hesitated, unwilling to respond, but realizing he might not leave if he didn't explain himself, he took Abdullah and descended. Gentlemen, when discussing the reasons for Callan's victory, everyone mentioned Xiaohe, Delbert, and Hideo. While correct, it's rather superficial. Gil bowed respectfully before starting his speech, referencing previous conclusions, capturing the audience's attention. In my view, the Chu Han contention can be likened to a balance scale. On in his death. Gil paused as the audience pondered. Historical records only mentioned withdrawal to Bahang. Secondly, knowing people well, when Callan indulged in pleasures, Xiaohe entered the Qin Prime Minister's residence and the censorate. Why among the three, Xiaohe stands out? Precisely because of this action. The Prime Minister's office held population registers and maps, essential for understanding each region's output, population, and taxation. Also, it contained the most complete legal records of the Qin dynasty, allowing Callan to continue policies without disrupting governance, avoiding potential civil unrest. As Gil spoke, the screen in another room lifted, revealing Kian, Tim, and Braden. This young man, despite his youth, possesses profound insight. Truly an exceptional person in turbulent times. Kian praised. Braden nodded in agreement, unique viewpoint, striking at the heart of the matter. To further discuss the reason for victory, we must mention Chu's downfall. Compared to Callan, the Overlord appeared superior but fell short in two areas, failing to reward merit and appointing based on personal ties rather than virtue. Too ruthless in minor matters, yet overly cautious in major decisions. Conversely, Callan used Qin's resources to counter the Overlord's advantage, tipping the scales 6-4. The audience burst into an analysis of the laws governing objective phenomena. This is why strategists like Hardy and Ajay could devise clever plans with high accuracy. Their families provided them with experience from both officials and merchants since childhood, which was crucial. Without such foundations, growing up in a farming family, becoming a strategist like Hardy or Ajay would almost be a miracle. Kian marveled at Gil's growth within the palace because many people assumed that emperors, being the center of power and surrounded by talented individuals, should naturally have profound insights. In reality, this was a misconception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying noblemen are often contemptible. Gil, as a modern person, possessed a formidable ability, the very insight Kian mentioned. Through thousands of years of Chinese history, involving constant political maneuvers, wars, and diplomacy, every current issue can find historical parallels for reference. This inheritance, spanning 5,000 years, represents a terrifyingly deep level of understanding. Gil slowly sat down, focusing his attention back on the elder seated at the main position. Qian smiled slightly and began, "Today, I gain much from listening to your discussion. Might I invite you to delve deeper? Do you believe the foundation for Emperor Callan's broadened perspective lay in transcending class constraints?" This question was profound. Most people attribute Callan's success to luck. Clearly, that wasn't what Qian wanted. "I believe Callan's broadened perspective stemmed, or rather, the Eastern Han needed someone like Xiao He more. After all, Gil relied heavily on Fiki to manage logistics, allowing him to lead military campaigns personally. The Eastern Han lacked top-tier generals and administrative talents like Xiao He and Fiki. Sensing this, Brayden's face showed disappointment. His questions aimed to gauge his own potential within the Han dynasty. Throughout history, everyone wanted to become a pillar of the state. Meanwhile, Tim, as a military officer, showed delight. With a logistic support system like Xiao He or Hideo, achieving military feats would be much easier. A few words changed their aspirations subtly. "Your Majesty, how do you view Kit?" Seeing the opportunity, Qian dropped his pretenses and asked directly. Gil wasn't surprised. Only those aware of his identity could ask such a question. The term, "Your Majesty," confirmed Qian's identity. "I need Kit, yet I must defeat him. With him, the northern borders remain secure against foreign invaders. Without him, even Israel would struggle to hold the line. As a man ages, illness becomes inevitable. Left untreated, it leads to death. Cured, life continues. So too with dynasties. Reform is necessary. Rather than let foreigners instigate change, I prefer the Jagarin family expose the festering sores of the Han." Gil spoke calmly, but each word hit Qian like thunder. "I am old, long past ambitions. My clan lacks talent outside the course of the war in Beihai and had received the message, not ask about it. A misstep in their exchanges might push Uriel towards Kit." This concern was evident from Brayden's disappointment. Chapter 139. Qian reveals his cards. Gil gains Qingzhou. "Your Majesty has deliberated thoroughly. This old minister admires you." Qian spoke and, while bowing, glanced at the dispirited Brayden. In his seated position, Gil effortlessly observed these nuances. "This old fox is still probing me while pushing for his interests. Is he stupid or smart?" Gil mused inwardly but then looked at Brayden and thought, is the old man trying to use Brayden to hint how to handle Clay? Just as Gil was pondering, Qian continued, "Your Majesty, Yingling is not far from here. If you leave today, a leisurely 2 days or an urgent 1 day will suffice to reach Yingling. At this moment, Scholar Edlin should be teaching classics in Beihai's academic hall. If your grand literary palace can gain such a great scholar, it will surely become renowned across the land." After Qian's words, Gil immediately understood that Qian was reminding him of what Clay truly wanted. The reason why Qian's requests over the years were consistently returned by Uriel likely stemmed from retaining Edlin, the prominent scholar who valued propriety highly. People like Edlin would not support Uriel inheriting Qian's power if there were no significant faults with Qian. However, things changed when Gil took control of Qingzhou. As the emperor, his official appointments would be more legitimate, benefiting both Edlin and legitimizing Uriel's authority without raising suspicion. With just a few sentences, Qian revealed the internal dynamics of Qingzhou, showcasing strategic insight that impressed Gil. "The old governor is truly loyal. I will remember this," Gil said, turning to leave. "Your Majesty need not feel sentimental. He who enters Luoshang first becomes king." Qian used this historical reference from the Chu Han contention to illustrate the sentiments of Qingzhou scholars. Just as Liu Bang secured the inheritance of the Qin dynasty by entering Xianying first, Gil had similarly entered Qingzhou ahead of Kit. Therefore, Qian felt compelled to expose the inner workings of Qingzhou politics. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not miss my chance like at the feast at Hongmen." Gil smiled, returning with another historical reference. Given the current Han strength against Kit's weakness, now is the time to eliminate obstacles and gain recognition. "Wishing Your Majesty everlasting martial fortune." Qian propped himself up with his cane, kneeling respectfully. With this gesture, the inspector faction led by Qian officially joined Gil's camp. "Your Majesty, this old minister has 3 capable commanders under my command. Tim, Li Manqing, who embodies Zhou Yafa's demeanor, and Inigo and Louis Chung, former leaders of the Yellow Turbans. Now they have abandoned darkness for light. Each commands 5,000 infantry. They will follow Your Majesty loyally. Please do not decline their service." With these words, Qian revealed his last card, 15,000 troops and 3 generals. This force was clearly independent of Qingzhou's regular forces, ensuring it wouldn't fall into Uriel's hands. Gil realized why Qian's influence and talent were overshadowed by Uriel. Qian did not stretch beyond Beihai because doing so would have been detrimental. Brayden, who was eager to secure his future, inadvertently devalued himself by showing haste and lack of planning. The most critical revelation from Qian wasn't just the military support but the mention of infantry. Gil's arrival was mostly cavalry, composed primarily of his personal guard. Any campaign in Beihai required backup for Yuzhou, but involving Uriel directly risked causing mistrust, given Uriel's intentions to recapture Donglai. This could lead to reluctant support from Uriel, driven by fear rather than loyalty. So, it was essential for Gil to lead the effort. Leading the charge with imperial authority, even if objectives were partially misaligned, ensured shared glory, allowing for concessions like the return of Donglai. Moreover, soldiers under Gil's leadership could avoid blame. Imperial strategy combines high ideals with deeper human desires, ensuring loyalty and unity. Uriel's needs were met through legitimacy and recognition. Gil's presence strengthened his position, aligning goals, ensuring loyalty. No, the concern is that he might be too loyal, disregarding Beihai and pouring all his resources into supporting Gil's ambitions in Yuzhou. If that were the case, Gil would have a headache figuring out how to repay Uriel's sincerity after rescuing Yuzhou. Throughout history, there have been many examples of those who were too loyal only to be discarded by emperors. Chapter 140. Gil arrives at Yingling. Jamie makes a foolish move. Under the walls of Yingling City, Gil led an army of 40,000 men, completely stunning everyone from Beihai. The 25,000 cavalrymen in particular caught Herb's unwavering attention. If only a true man had such troops, how could his great cause fail? Herb was so absorbed in marveling at the sight that he forgot his old superior Uriel was standing nearby. His words left Uriel with a wry smile. Indeed, the local militia seemed insignificant compared to Gil's formidable force. Lord, we should go out to welcome him. Arno bowed and suggested. That's right, even seasoned warriors uncertain about how to respond. Intriguing. When Cannon rebelled under the Han name, how could I not assist him? When Clem saw my imperial troops and did not surrender, was he not foolish? Why should I waste resources on such fools? Why feed them when they cannot govern properly? Gil asked, looking at the growing crowd. Is lack of talent grounds for execution? Jamie retorted. Lack of talent is not a crime, but placing untalented people in high positions is a serious offense. An incompetent county official can ruin an entire county, while an incapable governor can make life unbearable for an entire region. With Uriel's abilities, Beihai developed well. If Clem were to manage it, would the people approve? Gil continued questioning, leaving Jamie speechless. But he is royalty. How can you kill him arbitrarily? You mean punishment does not apply to high-ranking officials? Can those with royal blood freely exploit the people? Can they indiscriminately harm and oppress others? Is being born into 4 generations of noble service guarantee a capable minister? Can't commoners also produce distinguished generals and officials? Each question pushed Jamie further into the realm of privilege the people detested. The civilians welcoming Gil now looked at Jamie unfavorably. I know you're unafraid of death, wanting to emulate ancient scholars and earn literary fame. Only hope that Edlin would mediate and offer some concessions to assuage Gil's displeasure. At the Yingling administration office, Uriel had prepared food, strictly limiting participation to prevent another mishap like Jamie's. Only Arno and Herb attended. When the old scholar Edlin heard of Jamie's insolence, he rushed over. Your Majesty, this old man requests permission to have Jamie torn apart. Edlin, leaning on his cane, knelt before Gil. A mere clown is not worth it. Let's treat it as entertainment. Gil smiled and helped Edlin up, inviting him to sit beside him. Not so, Your Majesty. Such insolence must not go unpunished. Disrespecting you, and the state must be severely punished, or it will encourage imitation. Edlin earnestly argued. Master Geneg, years ago, I labored alongside farmers on my royal estate. At that time, people criticized the weak Han. Does that matter? Good and bad are like drinking water. Only one can feel the temperature. I will never employ him again. As for what you fear, let others say what they will. If people are incited, it means I haven't done enough. I must reflect. Gil spoke, carefully choosing words suited to Edlin's Confucian ideals. Your Majesty shows great virtue. This old man cannot match you. Edlin admired Gil deeply and knelt again. Please rise, Master Geneg. Although we are ruler and subject, for the mid-level scholars, only by striving hard under these game rules can they hope to rise to the upper echelons. For the lower class, the rules are even simpler. If it weren't for Gil's efforts in establishing academies, their rule would be simply tending the land and having more children. Do not underestimate having more children. In ancient times, the cost of raising a child was relatively low. By the time the first child reached around 8 years old, they could help take care of the second child and even perform some basic farm work during busy seasons. In this way, for the lower class families, having more children could increase labor income and improve living conditions. Moreover, as the number of children increases, personal destiny becomes a matter of probability. If out of 8 children, 2 are filial and 1 becomes successful, then this family has a chance to carry on. Furthermore, in certain eras with clear upward mobility paths, one might even leap into the mid-level or even the upper class. Just like Amerigo's family, originally butchers and dog traders, they rose to prominence in the chaotic end of the Han dynasty by using their wealth to send their daughter into the palace, where she successfully bore a prince. If Amerigo's family played its cards right, they could become powerful in-laws controlling military power within the Han Empire. Of course, positions at the top are always limited. Therefore, the rules set by the upper echelon often encourage mid-level individuals to compete against each other, giving them a seemingly upward path filled with traps. If they fail, they all his efforts to assist the king. Confucian scholars need imperial authority to achieve their political goals, and imperial authority needs Confucian scholars to establish game rules in line with the era's laws, a mutually beneficial relationship. Ruler Will, by hosting many students in Beihai, you have done great service. After comforting Edlin, Gil turned to look at Uriel. Uriel was overjoyed, thinking that since Gil said this, he must not be too upset about Jamie and could potentially negotiate. Your Majesty, I feel greatly honored, though unworthy. Uriel immediately drank from a cup as punishment, praising the wine. Excellent. Everyone says the wine of Qi is good, but I believe your Majesty's imperial manner produces the finest. After drinking, Uriel stood up and clasped his hands in respect. If Ruler Will likes it, we can keep several jars for you. I see the port of Beihai is quite busy, a great place for commerce. If you wish, I will give full support. I thank your Majesty on behalf of the people of Beihai. Uriel blushed, bowing deeply, knowing the potential profits from this opportunity. But speaking of port trade, Donghua County has greater advantages. I am willing to persuade Liu to facilitate trade with Liaodong for your Majesty. Uriel knelt and revealed his true intention. Yes, if Ruler Will is willing, that would be excellent. If Liu agrees, I can bestow him with the title of Marquis of Liaodong, hereditary and everlasting, to defend the border for Han. Since someone is persuading regional lords for you, you must offer incentives, right? Otherwise, why should your subordinate make sacrifices? Uriel was delighted. With such grace from your Majesty, Liu will surely agree. I will attend to this now. Immediately, Uriel bowed and left the gathering. To others, it seemed hasty since the Emperor was still present. But he had his own intentions, aiming to leverage the title to gain control over Donghua County. Gil understood this, but, given the impending war, it wasn't the time to correct minor issues. Seeing Uriel's urgency, Edlin somewhat disapproved but, grateful for Uriel's support over the years, kept speaking well of him. Scholar Gineg, would you be willing to join the Imperial Academy and teach future officials? After Uriel left, Gil began his recruiting efforts. Politics revolve around resource allocation. Merely seeking benefits isn't sustainable. Do you truly value an old man like me? Edlin was hesitant. The Imperial Academy was overseen by Elton, a renowned scholar comparable to himself. Please do not doubt my sincerity. More renowned teachers mean better educated students, crucial in these tumultuous times. I truly need various officials. The students here will serve as reserves for Han officials. In the future, competent students will be selected for government posts. Gil promised Edlin that his teachings would bear fruit, ensuring his name lives on through his students' official careers. With your majesty's assurance, I will dedicate my remaining life to serving Han. Edlin thought of his son Gineg Ian in county school. If he could enter the Imperial Academy, it would fast-track his career. Thank you, Scholar Gineg. Gil was pleased. More renowned teachers would elevate the Academy's status, reducing resistance in appointing graduates to official posts and minimizing internal factional strife. As the Academy grows, it would naturally include more commoners and scholars from humble backgrounds, easing the transition to a 3-provincial, 6-ministry system. Your Majesty, I've heard you once competed with Jude of Eastern Wu. He is known as the Little Overlord of Jiangdong. Is this true? Drunk from wine, Herb stood up and questioned, while Jeremy and Jalen were puzzled, thinking, what's wrong with Qingzhou? They want to die. Wesley, please don't be rude. Edlin restrained Herb, introducing him to Gil. But as a modern person, Gil knew Herb, a skilled archer and horseman with strong leadership qualities. He was arguably the best military commander in the early Wu camp next to Jude. I indeed competed with Jude, with no decisive victor. If you wish, you may choose any general from my ranks for a duel to liven up the feast. At this moment, Gil could not possibly get back into a martial arts duel with Herb. For one thing, it would be inappropriate given his status, and for another, he had Edlin, the great scholar, by his side. He did not want to leave any bad impression on Edlin, which could influence the overall decision-making in Beihai. Please note that I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as per your instruction, but the original text was a single paragraph, so it remains as such in the translation. If you intended for there to be more breaks or specific formatting, please provide additional guidance. Chapter 142. Edlin returns to the Imperial Academy. Wesley admires the Han army. Let's begin. Herb, emboldened by alcohol, looked at the youngest of them all, Ricky. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Ricky, but rather Herb was curious as to what skills Ricky possessed that allowed him to lead the Emperor's personal guard at under 20 years old. Upon seeing this, Ricky did not immediately agree but instinctively glanced towards Emperor Gil. Such a minor action revealed to outsiders just how strict the regulations were within Gil's army. Howard, you go ahead. Your Majesty, it's hard to wield a long spear inside these chambers. May I borrow your sword? Upon